Adam Bede. By George Eliot. Book First. Chapter 1. The Workshop. With a single drop of ink for a mirror, the Egyptian sorcerer undertakes to reveal to any chance comer far-reaching visions of the past. This is what I undertake to do for you, reader. With this drop of ink at the end of my pen, I will show you the roomy workshop of Mr. Jonathan Burge, carpenter and builder, in the village of Hayslope, as it appeared on the 18th of June, in the year of our Lord 1799. The afternoon sun was warm on the 5 workmen there, busy upon doors and window frames and wainscoting. A scent of pine wood from a tent-like pile of planks outside the open door mingled itself with the scent of the elder bushes which were spreading their summer snow close to the open window opposite. The slanting sunbeams shone through the transparent shavings that flew before the steady plane, and lit up the fine grain of the oak paneling which stood propped against the wall. On a heap of those soft shavings a rough, grey shepherd dog had made himself a pleasant bed, and was lying with his nose between his forepaws, occasionally wrinkling his brows to cast a glance at the tallest of the 5 workmen, who was carving a shield in the centre of a wooden mantelpiece. It was to this workman that the strong baritone belonged which was heard above the sound of plane and hammer singing. Awake, my soul, and with the sun thy daily stage of duty run. Shake off dull sloth. Here some measurement was to be taken which required more concentrated attention, and the sonorous voice subsided into a low whistle. But it presently broke out again with renewed vigor. Let all thy converse be sincere, thy conscience as the noonday clear. Such a voice could only come from a broad chest, and the broad chest belonged to a large-boned, muscular man nearly 6 feet high, with a back so flat and a head so well poised that when he drew himself up to take a more distant survey of his work, he had the air of a soldier standing at ease. The sleeve rolled up above the elbow showed an arm that was likely to win the prize for feats of strength, yet the long supple hand, with its broad fingertips, looked ready for works of skill. In his tall stalwartness Adam Bede was a Saxon, and justified his name. But the jet-black hair, made the more noticeable by its contrast with the light paper cap, and the keen glance of the dark eyes that shone from under strongly marked, prominent and mobile eyebrows, indicated a mixture of Celtic blood. The face was large and roughly hewn, and when in repose had no other beauty than such as belongs to an expression of good-humoured honest intelligence. It is clear at a glance that the next workman is Adam's brother. He is nearly as tall. He has the same type of features, the same hue of hair and complexion, but the strength of the family likeness seems only to render more conspicuous the remarkable difference of expression both in form and face. Seth's broad shoulders have a slight stoop, his eyes are grey, his eyebrows have less prominence and more repose than his brother's, and his glance, instead of being keen, is confiding and benign. He has thrown off his paper cap, and you see that his hair is not thick and straight, like Adam's, but thin and wavy, allowing you to discern the exact contour of a coronal arch that predominates very decidedly over the brow. The idle tramps always felt sure they could get a copper from Seth, they scarcely ever spoke to Adam. The concert of the tools and Adam's voice was at last broken by Seth, who, lifting the door at which he had been working intently, placed it against the wall, and said, "There. I've finished my door today, anyhow." The workmen all looked up. Jim Salt, a burly, red-haired man known as Sandy Jim, paused from his planing, and Adam said to Seth, with a sharp glance of surprise, "What? Dost think thee'st finished the door?" "Aye, sure," said Seth, with answering surprise. "What's a-wanting to't?" A loud roar of laughter from the other 3 workmen made Seth look round confusedly. Adam did not join in the laughter, but there was a slight smile on his face as he said, in a gentler tone than before, "Why, thee'st forgot the panels." The laughter burst out afresh as Seth clapped his hands to his head, and coloured over brow and crown. "Hooray!" shouted a small lithe fellow called Wiry Ben, running forward and seizing the door. "We'll hang up door at fur end shop and right on't Seth Bede, the Methody, his work. Here, Jim, lends hood red pot." "Nonsense," said Adam. "Let it alone, Ben Cranage. You'll mayhap be making such a slip yourself some day. You'll laugh other side your mouth then. Catch me at it, Adam. It'll be a good while afore my head's full Methodies, said Ben. Nay, but it's often full drink, and that's worse. Ben, however, had now got the red pot in his hand, and was about to begin writing his inscription, making, by way of preliminary, an imaginary S in the air. Let it alone, will you? Adam called out, laying down his tools, striding up to Ben, and seizing his right shoulder. Let it alone, or I'll shake the soul out your body. Ben shook in Adam's iron grasp, but, like a plucky small man as he was, he didn't mean to give in. With his left hand he snatched the brush from his powerless right, and made a movement as if he would perform the feat of writing with his left. In a moment Adam turned him round, seized his other shoulder, and, pushing him along, pinned him against the wall. But now Seth spoke. Let be, Addy, let be. Ben will be joking. Why, he's the right to laugh at me, I canna help laughing at myself. I shan't loose him till he promises to let the door alone, said Adam. Come, Ben, lad, said Seth, in a persuasive tone, don't let's have a quarrel about it. You know Adam will have his way. You may's well try to turn a wagon in a narrow lane. Say you'll leave the door alone, and make an end on't. I bin a fright at Adam, said Ben, but I donna mind sayin' as I'll let tea alone at your skin, Seth. Come, that's wise of you, Ben, said Adam, laughing and relaxing his grasp. They all returned to their work now, but wiry Ben, having had the worst in the bodily contest, was bent on retrieving that humiliation by a success in sarcasm. Which was ye thinkin' on, Seth, he began, the pretty parson's face or her sarment, when ye forgot the panels? Come and hear her, Ben, said Seth, good-humouredly, she's going to preach on the green tonight. Happen ye'd get something to think on yourself then, instead those wicked songs you're so fond on. Ye might get religion, and that, you'd be the best day's earnings ever made. All good time for that, Seth. I'll think about that when I'm goin' to settle life, bachelors doesn't want such heavy earnin's. Happen I shall do the coortin' and the religion both together, as ye do, Seth. But ye woudna me get converted and chop in atween ye and the pretty preacher, and carry her aff? No fear that, Ben, she's neither for you nor for me to win, I doubt. Only you come and hear her, and you won't speak lightly on her again. Well, I'm half a mind to look at her tonight, if there isn't good company at Holly Bush. What'll she take for her text? Happen ye can tell me, Seth, if so be as I shouldna come up time for't. Wilt be, what come ye out for to see? A prophetess? Yea, I say unto you, and more than a prophetess, a uncommon pretty young woman. Come, Ben, said Adam, rather sternly, you let the words the Bible alone, you're going too far now. What? Are ye atin in ruin, Adam? I thought ye were dead again women preachin', a while ago. Nay, I'm not tenant no way. I said not about the women preachin'. I said, you let the Bible alone, you've got a jest book, haunt you, as you're rare and proud on. Keep your dirty fingers to that. Why, are gettin' as big a saint as Seth. Why, are goin' to preachin' tonight, I should think. Ye'll do finely lead the singin'. But I don know what Parson Irwine you'll say at his gran favorite Adam Bede in Methody. Never do you bother yourself about me, Ben. I'm not going to turn Methodist any more nor you are, though it's like enough you'll turn to something worse. Mester Irwine's got more sense nor to meddle people's doing as they like in religion. That's between themselves and God, as he's said to me many a time. Aye, but he's none so fond your dissenters, for all that. Maybe, I'm none so fond Josh Todd's thick ale, but I don't hinder you from making a fool yourself white. There was a laugh at this thrust of Adam's, but Seth said, very seriously. Nay, nay, Addy, thee mustna say as anybody's religion's like thick ale. Thee dostna believe but what the dissenters and the Methodists have got the root o' the matter as well as the church folks. Nay, Seth, lad, I'm not for laughing at no man's religion. Let 'em follow their consciences, that's all. Only I think it 'ud be better if their consciences 'ud let 'em stay quiet. The church, there's a deal to be learnt there. And there's such a thing as being over-spiritual, we must have something beside gospel this world. Look at the canals, and aqueducts, and coal-pit engines, and Arkwright's mills there at Cromford. A man must learn summat beside gospel to make them things, I reckon. But here's some o' them preachers, you'd think as a man must be doing nothing all's life but shutting's eyes and looking what's a-going on inside him. I know a man must have the love o' God in his soul, and the Bible's God's word. But what does the Bible say? Why, it says as God put his spirit into the workman as built the tabernacle, to make him do all the carved work and things as wanted a nice hand. And this is my way o' looking at it, there's the Spirit o' God in all things and all times, weekday as well as Sunday, and the great works and inventions, and the figuring and the mechanics. And God helps us with our headpieces and our hands as well as with our souls. And if a man does bits o' jobs out o' working hours, builds a oven for his wife to save her from going to the bakehouse, or scrats at his bit o' garden and makes 2 potatoes grow instead o' 1, he's doin' more good, and he's just as near to God. As if he was running after some preacher and praying and groaning. Well done, Adam, said Sandy Jim, who had paused from his planing to shift his planks while Adam was speaking, that's the best sarmint I've heard this long while. By same token, my wife's been plaguin' on me to build her a oven this 12-mont. There's reason in what thee sayst, Adam, observed Seth, gravely. But thee know'st thyself as it's hearing the preachers thee find'st so much fault with has turned many an idle fellow into an industrious un. It's the preacher as empties alehouse. And if a man gets religion, he'll do his work none the worse for that. Ani he'll lave the panels out doors sometimes, Seth, said wiry Ben. Ah, Ben, you've got a joke again, me as last you your life. But it isna religion as was fault there, it was Seth Bede, as was a wool-gathering chap, and religion hasna cured him, the more's the pity. Ne'er heed me, Seth, said wiry Ben, why are a downright good-hearted chap, panels or no panels. And ye donna set up your bristles at every bit o' fun, like some o' your kin, as is mayhap cliver. Seth, lad, said Adam, taking no notice of the sarcasm against himself, thee mustna take me unkind. I wasna driving at thee in what I said just now. Some got one way o' looking at things and some got another. Nay, nay, Addy, thee meanst me no unkindness, said Seth, I know that well enough. Thee't like thy dog Jip, thee barkst at me sometimes, but thee allays lickst my hand after. All hands worked on in silence for some minutes, until the church clock began to strike 6. Before the first stroke had died away, Sandy Jim had loosed his plane and was reaching his jacket, wiry Ben had left a screw half driven in, and thrown his screwdriver into his tool basket. Mum Taft, who, true to his name, had kept silence throughout the previous conversation, had flung down his hammer as he was in the act of lifting it, and Seth, too, had straightened his back, and was putting out his hand towards his paper cap. Adam alone had gone on with his work as if nothing had happened. But observing the cessation of the tools, he looked up, and said, in a tone of indignation, Look there, now. I can't abide to see men throw away their tools that way, the minute the clock begins to strike, as if they took no pleasure their work and was afraid doing a stroke too much. Seth looked a little conscious, and began to be slower in his preparations for going, but Mum Taft broke silence, and said, Adam lad, ye talk like a young un. When are 46 like me, isted 26, ye wanna be so flush workin' for naught. Nonsense, said Adam, still wrathful, what's age got to do with it, I wonder. Ye arena getting stiff yet, I reckon. I hate to see a man's arms drop down as if he was shot, before the clock's fairly struck, just as if he'd never a bit pride and delight in work. The very grindstone you'll go on turning a bit after you loose it. Botheration, Adam! Exclaimed wiry Ben, lave a chapelun, will ye? Ye were a finding foe why, preachers a while ago, why, are fond enough preachin' yoursen. Ye may like work better nor play, but I like play better nor work. That'll commodate ye, it laves ye more to do. With this exit speech, which he considered effective, wiry Ben shouldered his basket and left the workshop, quickly followed by Mum Taft and Sandy Jim. Seth lingered, and looked wistfully at Adam, as if he expected him to say something. Shalt go home before thee goes to the preaching? Adam asked, looking up. Nay, I've got my hat and things at will masqueries. I shan't be home before going for 10. I'll happen see Dinah Morris safe home, if she's willing. There's nobody comes with her from Poyser's, thee knowst. Then I'll tell mother not to look for thee, said Adam. Thee artna going to Poyser's thyself tonight, said Seth rather timidly, as he turned to leave the workshop. Nay, I'm going to school. Hitherto Jip had kept his comfortable bed, only lifting up his head and watching Adam more closely as he noticed the other workmen departing. But no sooner did Adam put his ruler in his pocket, and begin to twist his apron round his waist, than Jip ran forward and looked up in his master's face with patient expectation. If Jip had had a tail he would doubtless have wagged it, but being destitute of that vehicle for his emotions, he was like many other worthy personages, destined to appear more phlegmatic than nature had made him. What? Art ready for the basket, Jip? Said Adam, with the same gentle modulation of voice as when he spoke to Seth. Jip jumped and gave a short bark, as much as to say, of course. Poor fellow, he had not a great range of expression. The basket was the one which on workdays held Adam's and Seth's dinner, and no official, walking in procession, could look more resolutely unconscious of all acquaintances than Jip with his basket, trotting at his master's heels. On leaving the workshop Adam locked the door, took the key out, and carried it to the house on the other side of the woodyard. It was a low house, with smooth grey thatch and buff walls, looking pleasant and mellow in the evening light. The leaded windows were bright and speckless, and the door-stone was as clean as a white boulder at ebb tide. On the door-stone stood a clean old woman, in a dark-striped linen gown, a red kerchief, and a linen cap, talking to some speckled fowls which appeared to have been drawn towards her by an illusory expectation of cold potatoes or barley. The old woman's sight seemed to be dim, for she did not recognize Adam till he said, "Here's the key, Dolly, lay it down for me in the house, will you?" "Aye, sure, but wonna ye come in, Adam? Miss Mary's house, and Mester Burge, you'll be back anon, he'd be glad ye to supper I'll be's warrand." "No, Dolly, thank you, I'm off home. Good evening." Adam hastened with long strides, Jip close to his heels, out of the workyard, and along the highroad leading away from the village and down to the valley. As he reached the foot of the slope, an elderly horseman, with his portmanteau strapped behind him, stopped his horse when Adam had passed him, and turned round to have another long look at the stalwart workman in paper cap, leather breeches, and dark blue worsted stockings. Adam, unconscious of the admiration he was exciting, presently struck across the fields, and now broke out into the tune which had all day long been running in his head. "Let all thy converse be sincere, thy conscience as the noonday clear. For God's all-seeing eye surveys thy secret thoughts, thy works and ways." Chapter 2. The Preaching. About 6:45 there was an unusual appearance of excitement in the village of Hayslope, and through the whole length of its little street, from the Donnithorne Arms to the churchyard gate. The inhabitants had evidently been drawn out of their houses by something more than the pleasure of lounging in the evening sunshine. The Donnithorne Arms stood at the entrance of the village, and a small farmyard and stackyard which flanked it, indicating that there was a pretty take of land attached to the inn, gave the traveller a promise of good feed for himself and his horse. which might well console him for the ignorance in which the weather-beaten sign left him as to the heraldic bearings of that ancient family, the Donnithornes. Mr. Casson, the landlord, had been for some time standing at the door with his hands in his pockets, balancing himself on his heels and toes and looking towards a piece of unenclosed ground, with a maple in the middle of it, which he knew to be the destination of certain grave-looking men and women whom he had observed passing at intervals. Mr. Casson's person was by no means of that common type which can be allowed to pass without description. On a front view it appeared to consist principally of two spheres, bearing about the same relation to each other as the earth and the moon, that is to say, the lower sphere might be said, at a rough guess, to be 13 times larger than the upper, which naturally performed the function of a mere satellite and tributary. But here the resemblance ceased, for Mr. Casson's head was not at all a melancholy-looking satellite, nor was it a spotty globe, as Milton has irreverently called the moon. On the contrary, no head and face could look more sleek and healthy, and its expression, which was chiefly confined to a pair of round and ruddy cheeks, the slight knot and interruptions forming the nose and eyes being scarcely worth mention, was one of jolly contentment, only tempered by that sense of personal dignity which usually made itself felt in his attitude and bearing. This sense of dignity could hardly be considered excessive in a man who had been butler to the family for 15 years, and who, in his present high position, was necessarily very much in contact with his inferiors. How to reconcile his dignity with the satisfaction of his curiosity by walking towards the green was the problem that Mr. Casson had been revolving in his mind for the last 5 minutes. But when he had partly solved it by taking his hands out of his pockets, and thrusting them into the armholes of his waistcoat, by throwing his head on one side, and providing himself with an air of contemptuous indifference to whatever might fall under his notice, his thoughts were diverted by the approach of the horseman whom we lately saw pausing to have another look at our friend Adam, and who now pulled up at the door of the Donnithorne Arms. "Take off the bridle and give him a drink, ostler," said the traveller to the lad in a smock frock, who had come out of the yard at the sound of the horse's hoofs. "Why, what's up in your pretty village, landlord?" he continued, getting down. "There seems to be quite a stir." "It's a Methodist preaching, sir. It's been GEV out as a young woman's going to preach on the green," answered Mr. Casson, in a treble and wheezy voice, with a slightly mincing accent. "Will you please to step in, sir, and take somethink?" "No, I must be getting on to Rossetter. I only want a drink for my horse." "And what does your parson say, I wonder, to a young woman preaching just under his nose?" "Parson Irwine, sir, doesn't live here. He lives at Broxon, over the hill there. The parsonage here's a tumble-down place, sir, not fit for gentry to live in. He comes here to preach of a Sunday afternoon, sir, and puts up his hoss here. It's a grey cob, sir, and he sets great store by't. He's allays put up his hoss here, sir, ever since before I had the Donnithorne Arms. I'm not this countryman, you may tell by my tongue, sir. They're currus talkers this country, sir. The gentry's hard work to understand I was brought hup among the gentry, sir, and got the turn o' their tongue when I was a by. Why, what do you think the folks here says for, haven't you? The gentry, you know, says, haven't you, well, the people about here says, hanna ye. It's what they call the dialect as is spoke hereabout, sir. That's what I've heard Squire Donnithorne say many a time, it's the dialect, says he. Aye, said the stranger, smiling. I know it very well. But you've not got many Methodists about here, surely, in this agricultural spot? I should have thought there would hardly be such a thing as a Methodist to be found about here. You're all farmers, aren't you? The Methodists can seldom lay much hold on them. Why, sir, there's a pretty lot o' workmen round about, sir. There's Mester Burge as owns the timber yard over there, he undertakes a good bit o' building and repairs. And there's the stone pits not far off. There's plenty of employ this countryside, sir. And there's a fine batch o' Methodists at Treddles'on, that's the market town about 3 mile off, you'll maybe come through it, sir. There's pretty nigh a score of 'em on the green now, as come from there. That's where our people gets it from, though there's only 2 men of 'em in all Hayslope, that's Will Maskery, the wheelwright, and Seth Bede, a young man as works at the carpenterin'. The preacher comes from Treddleston, then, does she? Nay, sir, she comes out o' Stonyshire, pretty nigh 30 mile off. But she's a visitin' hereabout at Mester Poyser's at the Hall Farm. It's them barns and big walnut trees, right away to the left, sir. She's own niece to Poyser's wife, and they'll be fine and vexed at her for making a fool of herself that way. But I've heerd as there's no holding these Methodists when the maggots once got their head, many of 'em goes stark starin' mad why, their religion. Though this young woman's quiet enough to look at, by what I can make out. I've not seen her myself. Well, I wish I had time to wait and see her, but I must get on. I've been out of my way for the last 20 minutes to have a look at that place in the valley. It's Squire Donnithorne's, I suppose. Yes, sir, that's Donnithorne Chase, that is. Fine hoax there, isn't there, sir? I should know what it is, sir, for I've lived butler there going 15 year. It's Captain Donnithorne as is heir, sir, Squire Donnithorne's grandson. He'll be comin' of hage this harvest, sir, and we shall hev fine doin's. He owns all the land about here, sir, Squire Donnithorne does. Well, it's a pretty spot, whoever may own it, said the traveller, mounting his horse. And one meets some fine strapping fellows about too. I met as fine a young fellow as ever I saw in my life, about half an hour ago, before I came up the hill, a carpenter, a tall, broad-shouldered fellow with black hair and black eyes, marching along like a soldier. We want such fellows as he to lick the French. Aye, sir, that's Adam Bede, that is, I'll be bound, Thias Bede's son, everybody knows him hereabout. He's an uncommon clever stiddy fellow, and wonderful strong. Lord bless you, sir, if you'll hexcuse me for saying so, he can walk 40 mile a day, and lift a matter o' 60 stone. He's an uncommon favourite why, the gentry, sir, Captain Donnithorne and Parson Irwine makes a fine fuss why, him. But he's a little lifted up and peppery like. Well, good evening to you, landlord, I must get on. Your servant, sir, good evening. The traveller put his horse into a quick walk up the village, but when he approached the green, the beauty of the view that lay on his right hand, the singular contrast presented by the groups of villagers with the knot of Methodists near the maple. And perhaps yet more, curiosity to see the young female preacher, proved too much for his anxiety to get to the end of his journey, and he paused. The green lay at the extremity of the village, and from it the road branched off in 2 directions, one leading farther up the hill by the church, and the other winding gently down towards the valley. On the side of the green that led towards the church, the broken line of thatched cottages was continued nearly to the churchyard gate. But on the opposite northwestern side, there was nothing to obstruct the view of gently swelling meadow, and wooded valley, and dark masses of distant hill. That rich undulating district of Loamshire to which Hayslope belonged lies close to a grim outskirt of Stonyshire, overlooked by its barren hills, as a pretty blooming sister may sometimes be seen linked in the arm of a rugged, tall, swarthy brother. And in 2 or 3 hours' ride the traveller might exchange a bleak treeless region, intersected by lines of cold grey stone, for one where his road wound under the shelter of woods, or up swelling hills, muffled with hedgerows and long meadow grass and thick corn. And where at every turn he came upon some fine old country seat nestled in the valley or crowning the slope, some homestead with its long length of barn and its cluster of golden ricks. Some grey steeple looking out from a pretty confusion of trees and thatch and dark red tiles. It was just such a picture as this last that Hayslope Church had made to the traveller as he began to mount the gentle slope leading to its pleasant uplands. And now from his station near the green he had before him in one view nearly all the other typical features of this pleasant land. High up against the horizon were the huge conical masses of hill, like giant mounds intended to fortify this region of corn and grass against the keen and hungry winds of the north. Not distant enough to be clothed in purple mystery, but with somber greenish sides visibly specked with sheep, whose motion was only revealed by memory, not detected by sight. Wooed from day to day by the changing hours, but responding with no change in themselves, left forever grim and sullen after the flush of morning, the winged gleams of the April noonday, the parting crimson glory of the ripening summer sun. And directly below them the eye rested on a more advanced line of hanging woods, divided by bright patches of pasture or furrowed crops, and not yet deepened into the uniform leafy curtains of high summer, but still showing the warm tints of the young oak and the tender green of the ash and lime. Then came the valley, where the woods grew thicker, as if they had rolled down and hurried together from the patches left smooth on the slope, that they might take the better care of the tall mansion which lifted its parapets and sent its faint blue summer smoke among them. Doubtless there was a large sweep of park and a broad glassy pool in front of that mansion, but the swelling slope of meadow would not let our traveller see them from the village green. He saw instead a foreground which was just as lovely, the level sunlight lying like transparent gold among the gently curving stems of the feathered grass and the tall red sorrel, and the white ambles of the hemlocks lining the bushy hedgerows. It was that moment in summer when the sound of the scythe being whetted makes us cast more lingering looks at the flower-sprinkled tresses of the meadows. He might have seen other beauties in the landscape if he had turned a little in his saddle and looked eastward, beyond Jonathan Burge's pasture and woodyard towards the green cornfields and walnut trees of the Hall farm. But apparently there was more interest for him in the living groups close at hand. Every generation in the village was there, from old Father Taft, in his brown worsted nightcap, who was bent nearly double, but seemed tough enough to keep on his legs a long while, leaning on his short stick, down to the babies with their little round heads lolling forward in quilted linen caps. Now and then there was a new arrival. Perhaps a slouching laborer, who, having eaten his supper, came out to look at the unusual scene with a slow bovine gaze, willing to hear what anyone had to say in explanation of it, but by no means excited enough to ask a question. But all took care not to join the Methodists on the green, and identify themselves in that way with the expectant audience. For there was not one of them that would not have disclaimed the imputation of having come out to hear the preacher woman, they had only come out to see what war goin' on like. The men were chiefly gathered in the neighborhood of the blacksmith's shop. But do not imagine them gathered in a knot. Villagers never swarm, a whisper is unknown among them, and they seem almost as incapable of an undertone as a cow or a stag. Your true rustic turns his back on his interlocutor, throwing a question over his shoulder as if he meant to run away from the answer, and walking a step or two farther off when the interest of the dialogue culminates. So the group in the vicinity of the blacksmith's door was by no means a close one, and formed no screen in front of Chad Cranage, the blacksmith himself, who stood with his black brawny arms folded, leaning against the doorpost, and occasionally sending forth a bellowing laugh at his own jokes, giving them a marked preference over the sarcasms of wiry Ben, who had renounced the pleasures of the holly bush for the sake of seeing life under a new form. But both styles of wit were treated with equal contempt by Mr. Joshua Rann. Mr. Rann's leathern apron and subdued griminess can leave no one in any doubt that he is the village shoemaker. The thrusting out of his chin and stomach and the twirling of his thumbs are more subtle indications, intended to prepare unwary strangers for the discovery that they are in the presence of the parish clerk. Old Joshua, as he is irreverently called by his neighbors, is in a state of simmering indignation, but he has not yet opened his lips except to say, in a resounding bass undertone, like the tuning of a violoncello, Sihon, king of the Amorites, for his mercy endureth forever. And Og the king of Bazan, for his mercy endureth forever, a quotation which may seem to have slight bearing on the present occasion, but, as with every other anomaly, adequate knowledge will show it to be a natural sequence. Mr. Rann was inwardly maintaining the dignity of the church in the face of this scandalous eruption of Methodism, and as that dignity was bound up with his own sonorous utterance of the responses, his argument naturally suggested a quotation from the psalm he had read the last Sunday afternoon. The stronger curiosity of the women had drawn them quite to the edge of the green, where they could examine more closely the Quaker-like costume and odd deportment of the female Methodists. Underneath the maple there was a small cart, which had been brought from the wheelwrights to serve as a pulpit, and round this a couple of benches and a few chairs had been placed. Some of the Methodists were resting on these, with their eyes closed, as if wrapped in prayer or meditation. Others chose to continue standing, and had turned their faces towards the villagers with a look of melancholy compassion, which was highly amusing to Bessie Cranage, the blacksmith's buxom daughter, known to her neighbours as Chad's Bess, who wondered why the folks wore Amican faces of that and s. Chad's Bess was the object of peculiar compassion, because her hair, being turned back under a cap which was set at the top of her head, exposed to view an ornament of which she was much prouder than of her red cheeks, namely, a pair of large round earrings with false garnets in them, ornaments condemned not only by the Methodists, but by her own cousin and namesake Timothy's Bess, who, with much cousinly feeling, often wished them earrings might come to good. Timothy's Bess, though retaining her maiden appellation among her familiars, had long been the wife of Sandy Jim, and possessed a handsome set of matronly jewels, of which it is enough to mention the heavy baby she was rocking in her arms, and the sturdy fellow of 5 in knee breeches, and red legs, who had a rusty milk can round his neck by way of drum, and was very carefully avoided by Chad's small terrier. This young olive branch, notorious under the name of Timothy's Bess's Ben, being of an inquiring disposition, unchecked by any false modesty, had advanced beyond the group of women and children, and was walking round the Methodists, looking up in their faces with his mouth wide open, and beating his stick against the milk can by way of musical accompaniment. But one of the elderly women bending down to take him by the shoulder, with an air of grave remonstrance, Timothy's Bess's Ben first kicked out vigorously, then took to his heels and sought refuge behind his father's legs. "Ye gallows young dog," said Sandy Jim, with some paternal pride, "if ye donna keep that stick quiet, I'll take it from ye. What do ye mane by kickin' folks? Here. Gie him here to me, Jim," said Chad Cranage. "I'll tie here's up and shoe him as I do hosses. Well, Mester Casson," he continued, as that personage sauntered up towards the group of men, "how are ye Nate? Are ye coom help grun? They say folks allays grun when they're hearkenin' to Methodies, as if they wore bad inside. I mane to grun as loud as your cow did other Nate, and, then the preacher, you'll think I'm right way. I'd advise you not to be up to no nonsense, Chad," said Mr. Casson, with some dignity. "Poyser wouldn't like to hear as his wife's niece was treated any ways disrespectful, for all he mayn't be fond of her taking on herself to preach." "Aye, and she's a pleasant looked un too," said Wiry Ben. "I'll stick up for the pretty women preachin', I know they'd persuade me over a deal sooner nor ugly men. I should no wonder if I turn Methody afore the night's out, and begin to court the preacher, like Seth Bede." "Why, Seth's looking rether too high, I should think," said Mr. Casson. "This woman's kin wouldn't like her to demean herself to a common carpenter." "Chew," said Ben, with a long treble intonation, "what's folks' kin got to do white? Not a chip. Poyser's wife may turn her nose up and forget bygones, but this Dinah Morris, they tell me, as poor as ever she was, works at a mill, and's much ado to keep hersen. A strap-pin young carpenter as is a ready-made Methody, like Seth, wouldna be a bad match for her. Why, Poysers make as big a fuss why Adam Bede as if he wore a nevy o' their own." "Idle talk. Idle talk," said Mr. Joshua Rann. "Adam and Seth's 2 men, you wanna fit them 2 the same last." "Maybe," said Wiry Ben, contemptuously, "but Seth's the lad for me, though he wore a Methody twice o'er. I'm fair beat Seth, for I've been teasin' him ever sin we've been workin' together, and he bears me no more malice nor a lamb. And he's a stout-hearted feller too, for when we saw the old tree all afire comin' across the fields one night, and we thought as it wore a bogey, Seth made no more ado, but he up to't as bold as a constable. Why, there he comes out Will Mascaries, and there's Will hisself, lookin' as meek as if he couldna knock a nail the head for fear hadn't. And there's the pretty preacher woman. My eye, she's got her bonnet off. I mun go a bit nearer." Several of the men followed Ben's lead, and the traveller pushed his horse onto the green, as Dinah walked rather quickly and in advance of her companions towards the cart under the maple tree. While she was near Seth's tall figure, she looked short, but when she had mounted the cart, and was away from all comparison, she seemed above the middle height of woman. Though in reality she did not exceed it, an effect which was due to the slimness of her figure and the simple line of her black stuff dress. The stranger was struck with surprise as he saw her approach and mount the cart, surprise, not so much at the feminine delicacy of her appearance, as at the total absence of self-consciousness in her demeanor. He had made up his mind to see her advance with a measured step and a demure solemnity of countenance. He had felt sure that her face would be mantled with the smile of conscious saintship, or else charged with denunciatory bitterness. He knew but two types of Methodist, the ecstatic and the bilious. But Dinah walked as simply as if she were going to market, and seemed as unconscious of her outward appearance as a little boy. There was no blush, no tremulousness, which said, "I know you think me a pretty woman, too young to preach." No casting up or down of the eyelids, no compression of the lips, no attitude of the arms that said, "But you must think of me as a saint." She held no book in her unloved hands, but let them hang down lightly crossed before her, as she stood and turned her grey eyes on the people. There was no keenness in the eyes, they seemed rather to be shedding love than making observations. They had the liquid look which tells that the mind is full of what it has to give out, rather than impressed by external objects. She stood with her left hand towards the descending sun, and leafy boughs screened her from its rays. But in this sober light the delicate coloring of her face seemed to gather a calm vividness, like flowers at evening. It was a small oval face, of a uniform transparent whiteness, with an egg-like line of cheek and chin, a full but firm mouth, a delicate nostril, and a low perpendicular brow, surmounted by a rising arch of parting between smooth locks of pale reddish hair. The hair was drawn straight back behind the ears, and covered, except for an inch or two above the brow, by a net Quaker cap. The eyebrows, of the same color as the hair, were perfectly horizontal and firmly penciled. The eyelashes, though no darker, were long and abundant, nothing was left blurred or unfinished. It was one of those faces that make one think of white flowers with light touches of color on their pure petals. The eyes had no peculiar beauty, beyond that of expression. They looked so simple, so candid, so gravely loving, that no accusing scowl, no light sneer could help melting away before their glance. Joshua Rann gave a long cough, as if he were clearing his throat in order to come to a new understanding with himself. Chad Cranage lifted up his leather skullcap and scratched his head. And wiry Ben wondered how Seth had the pluck to think of courting her. A sweet woman, the stranger said to himself, but surely nature never meant her for a preacher. Perhaps he was one of those who think that nature has theatrical properties and, with the considerate view of facilitating art and psychology, makes up her characters, so that there may be no mistake about them. But Dinah began to speak. "Dear friends," she said in a clear but not loud voice, "let us pray for a blessing." She closed her eyes, and hanging her head down a little continued in the same moderate tone, as if speaking to someone quite near her, "Saviour of sinners. When a poor woman laden with sins, went out to the well to draw water, she found thee sitting at the well. She knew thee not, she had not sought thee, her mind was dark, her life was unholy. But thou didst speak to her, thou didst teach her, thou didst show her that her life lay open before thee, and yet thou wast ready to give her that blessing which she had never sought. Jesus, thou art in the midst of us, and thou knowest all men, if there is any here like that poor woman, if their minds are dark, their lives unholy, if they have come out not seeking thee, not desiring to be taught. Deal with them according to the free mercy which thou didst show to her. Speak to them, Lord, open their ears to my message, bring their sins to their minds, and make them thirst for that salvation which thou art ready to give. Lord, thou art with thy people still, they see thee in the night watches, and their hearts burn within them as thou talkest with them by the way. And thou art near to those who have not known thee, open their eyes that they may see thee weeping over them, and saying, Ye will not come unto me that ye might have life, see thee hanging on the cross and saying, Father, forgive them. For they know not what they do, see thee as thou wilt come again in thy glory to judge them at the last. Amen. Dinah opened her eyes again and paused, looking at the group of villagers, who were now gathered rather more closely on her right hand. Dear friends, she began, raising her voice a little, you have all of you been to church, and I think you must have heard the clergyman read these words, The Spirit of the Lord is upon me. Because he hath anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. Jesus Christ spoke those words, he said he came to preach the gospel to the poor. I don't know whether you ever thought about those words much, but I will tell you when I remember first hearing them. It was on just such a sort of evening as this, when I was a little girl, and my aunt as brought me up took me to hear a good man preach out of doors, just as we are here. I remember his face well, he was a very old man, and had very long white hair. His voice was very soft and beautiful, not like any voice I had ever heard before. I was a little girl and scarcely knew anything, and this old man seemed to me such a different sort of a man from anybody I had ever seen before that I thought he had perhaps come down from the sky to preach to us, and I said, Aunt, will he go back to the sky tonight, like the picture in the Bible? That man of God was Mr. Wesley, who spent his life in doing what our blessed Lord did, preaching the gospel to the poor, and he entered into his rest 8 years ago. I came to know more about him years after, but I was a foolish thoughtless child then, and I remembered only one thing he told us in his sermon. He told us as gospel meant good news. The gospel, you know, is what the Bible tells us about God. Think of that now. Jesus Christ did really come down from heaven, as I, like a silly child, thought Mr. Wesley did, and what he came down for was to tell good news about God to the poor. Why, you and me, dear friends, are poor. We have been brought up in poor cottages and have been reared on oat cake, and lived coarse, and we haven't been to school much, nor read books, and we don't know much about anything but what happens just round us. We are just the sort of people that want to hear good news. For when anybody's well off, they don't much mind about hearing news from distant parts. But if a poor man or woman's in trouble and has hard work to make out a living, they like to have a letter to tell they've got a friend as will help them. To be sure, we can't help knowing something about God, even if we've never heard the gospel, the good news that our Savior brought us. For we know everything comes from God, don't you say almost every day, this and that will happen, please God, and we shall begin to cut the grass soon, please God to send us a little more sunshine. We know very well we are altogether in the hands of God. We didn't bring ourselves into the world, we can't keep ourselves alive while we're sleeping. The daylight, and the wind, and the corn, and the cows to give us milk, everything we have comes from God. And He gave us our souls and put love between parents and children, and husband and wife. But is that as much as we want to know about God? We see He is great and mighty, and can do what He will, we are lost, as if we were struggling in great waters, when we try to think of Him. But perhaps doubts come into your mind like this. Can God take much notice of us poor people? Perhaps He only made the world for the great and the wise and the rich. It doesn't cost Him much to give us our little handful of victual and bit of clothing. But how do we know He cares for us any more than we care for the worms and things in the garden, so as we rear our carrots and onions? Will God take care of us when we die? And has He any comfort for us when we are lame and sick and helpless? Perhaps, too, He is angry with us, else why does the blight come, and the bad harvests, and the fever, and all sorts of pain and trouble? For our life is full of trouble, and if God sends us good, He seems to send bad too. How is it? How is it? Ah, dear friends, we are in sad want of good news about God, and what does other good news signify if we haven't that? For everything else comes to an end, and when we die we leave it all. But God lasts when everything else is gone. What shall we do if He is not our friend? Then Dinah told how the good news had been brought, and how the mind of God towards the poor had been made manifest in the life of Jesus, dwelling on its lowliness and its acts of mercy. So you see, dear friends, she went on, Jesus spent His time almost all in doing good to poor people, he preached out of doors to them, and he made friends of poor workmen, and taught them and took pains with them. Not but what he did good to the rich too, for he was full of love to all men, only he saw as the poor were more in want of his help. So he cured the lame and the sick and the blind, and he worked miracles to feed the hungry because, he said, he was sorry for them, and he was very kind to the little children and comforted those who had lost their friends. And he spoke very tenderly to poor sinners that were sorry for their sins. Ah, wouldn't you love such a man if you saw him, if he were here in this village? What a kind heart he must have. What a friend he would be to go to in trouble. How pleasant it must be to be taught by him. Well, dear friends, who was this man? Was he only a good man, a very good man, and no more, like our dear Mr. Wesley, who has been taken from us? He was the Son of God, in the image of the Father, the Bible says. That means, just like God, who is the beginning and end of all things, the God we want to know about. So then, all the love that Jesus showed to the poor is the same love that God has for us. We can understand what Jesus felt, because he came in a body like ours and spoke words such as we speak to each other. We were afraid to think what God was before, the God who made the world and the sky and the thunder and lightning. We could never see him, we could only see the things he had made. And some of these things was very terrible, so as we might well tremble when we thought of him. But our blessed Saviour has showed us what God is in a way us poor ignorant people can understand. He has showed us what God's heart is, what are his feelings towards us. But let us see a little more about what Jesus came on earth for. Another time he said, I came to seek and to save that which was lost. And another time, I came not to call the righteous but sinners to repentance. The lost. Sinners. Ah, dear friends, does that mean you and me? Hitherto the traveller had been chained to the spot against his will by the charm of Dinah's mellow treble tones, which had a variety of modulation like that of a fine instrument touched with the unconscious skill of musical instinct. The simple things she said seemed like novelties, as a melody strikes us with a new feeling when we hear it sung by the pure voice of a boyish chorister. The quiet depth of conviction with which she spoke seemed in itself an evidence for the truth of her message. He saw that she had thoroughly arrested her hearers. The villagers had pressed nearer to her, and there was no longer anything but grave attention on all faces. She spoke slowly, though quite fluently, often pausing after a question, or before any transition of ideas. There was no change of attitude, no gesture. The effect of her speech was produced entirely by the inflections of her voice, and when she came to the question, will God take care of us when we die? She uttered it in such a tone of plaintive appeal that the tears came into some of the hardest eyes. The stranger had ceased to doubt, as he had done at the first glance, that she could fix the attention of her rougher hearers, but still he wondered whether she could have that power of rousing their more violent emotions. Which must surely be a necessary seal of her vocation as a Methodist preacher, until she came to the words, lost sinners, when there was a great change in her voice and manner. She had made a long pause before the exclamation, and the pause seemed to be filled by agitating thoughts that showed themselves in her features. Her pale face became paler. The circles under her eyes deepened, as they did when tears half gather without falling, and the mild loving eyes took an expression of appalled pity, as if she had suddenly discerned a destroying angel hovering over the heads of the people. Her voice became deep and muffled, but there was still no gesture. Nothing could be less like the ordinary type of the ranter than Dinah. She was not preaching as she heard others preach, but speaking directly from her own emotions and under the inspiration of her own simple faith. But now she had entered into a new current of feeling. Her manner became less calm, her utterance more rapid and agitated, as she tried to bring home to the people their guilt, their willful darkness, their state of disobedience to God, as she dwelt on the hatefulness of sin, the divine holiness, and the sufferings of the Saviour, by which a way had been opened for their salvation. At last it seemed as if, in her yearning desire to reclaim the lost sheep, she could not be satisfied by addressing her hearers as a body. She appealed first to one and then to another, beseeching them with tears to turn to God while there was yet time. painting to them the desolation of their souls, lost in sin, feeding on the husks of this miserable world, far away from God their Father, and then the love of the Saviour, who was waiting and watching for their return. There was many a responsive sigh and groan from her fellow Methodists, but the village mind does not easily take fire. And a little smouldering vague anxiety that might easily die out again was the utmost effect Dinah's preaching had wrought in them at present. Yet no one had retired, except the children and old Father Taft, who being too deaf to catch many words, had some time ago gone back to his inglenook. Wiry Ben was feeling very uncomfortable, and almost wishing he had not come to hear Dinah. He thought what she said would haunt him somehow. Yet he couldn't help liking to look at her and listen to her, though he dreaded every moment that she would fix her eyes on him and address him in particular. She had already addressed Sandy Jim, who was now holding the baby to relieve his wife, and the big soft-hearted man had rubbed away some tears with his fist, with a confused intention of being a better fellow. Going less to the holly bush down by the stone pits, and cleaning himself more regularly of a Sunday. In front of Sandy Jim stood Chad's Bess, who had shown an unwonted quietude and fixity of attention ever since Dinah had begun to speak. Not that the matter of the discourse had arrested her at once, for she was lost in a puzzling speculation as to what pleasure and satisfaction there could be in life to a young woman who wore a cap like Dinah's. Giving up this inquiry in despair, she took to studying Dinah's nose, eyes, mouth, and hair, and wondering whether it was better to have such a sort of pale face as that, or fat red cheeks and round black eyes like her own. But gradually the influence of the general gravity told upon her, and she became conscious of what Dinah was saying. The gentle tones, the loving persuasion, did not touch her, but when the more severe appeals came she began to be frightened. Poor Bessie had always been considered a naughty girl, she was conscious of it. If it was necessary to be very good, it was clear she must be in a bad way. She couldn't find her places at church as Sally Rand could, she had often been tittering when she curtsied to Mr. Irwine. And these religious deficiencies were accompanied by a corresponding slackness in the minor morals, for Bessie belonged unquestionably to that unsoaked lazy class of feminine characters with whom you may venture to eat an egg, an apple, or a nut. All this she was generally conscious of, and hitherto had not been greatly ashamed of it. But now she began to feel very much as if the constable had come to take her up and carry her before the justice for some undefined offence. She had a terrified sense that God, whom she had always thought of as very far off, was very near to her, and that Jesus was close by looking at her, though she could not see him. For Dinah had that belief in visible manifestations of Jesus, which is common among the Methodists, and she communicated it irresistibly to her hearers. She made them feel that he was among them bodily, and might at any moment show himself to them in some way that would strike anguish and penitence into their hearts. "See," she exclaimed, turning to the left, with her eyes fixed on a point above the heads of the people. "See where our blessed Lord stands and weeps and stretches out his arms towards you. Hear what he says, 'How often would I have gathered you as a hen gathereth her chickens under her wings, and ye would not, and ye would not,'" she repeated, in a tone of pleading reproach, turning her eyes on the people again. "See the print of the nails on his dear hands and feet. It is your sins that made them. Ah! How pale and worn he looks! He has gone through all that great agony in the garden, when his soul was exceeding sorrowful even unto death, and the great drops of sweat fell like blood to the ground. They spat upon him and buffeted him, they scourged him, they mocked him, they laid the heavy cross on his bruised shoulders. Then they nailed him up. Ah, what pain! His lips are parched with thirst, and they mock him still in this great agony. Yet with those parched lips he prays for them, 'Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do.'" Then a horror of great darkness fell upon him, and he felt what sinners feel when they are forever shut out from God. That was the last drop in the cup of bitterness. My God, he cries, why hast thou forsaken me? All this he bore for you. For you, and you never think of him, for you, and you turn your backs on him. You don't care what he has gone through for you. Yet he is not weary of toiling for you, he has risen from the dead, he is praying for you at the right hand of God, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. And he is upon this earth too, he is among us, he is there close to you now, I see his wounded body in his look of love. Here Dinah turned to Bessie Cranage, whose bonny youth and evident vanity had touched her with pity. Poor child! Poor child! He is beseeching you, and you don't listen to him. You think of earrings and fine gowns and caps, and you never think of the Savior who died to save your precious soul. Your cheeks will be shriveled one day, your hair will be grey, your poor body will be thin and tottering. Then you will begin to feel that your soul is not saved. Then you will have to stand before God dressed in your sins, in your evil tempers and vain thoughts. And Jesus, who stands ready to help you now, won't help you then, because you won't have him to be your Savior, he will be your judge. Now he looks at you with love and mercy and says, "Come to me that you may have life," then he will turn away from you, and say, "Depart from me into everlasting fire." Poor Bessie's wide-open black eyes began to fill with tears, her great red cheeks and lips became quite pale, and her face was distorted like a little child's before a burst of crying. Ah, poor blind child! Dinah went on, "Think if it should happen to you as it once happened to a servant of God in the days of her vanity." She thought of her lace caps and saved all her money to buy them. She thought nothing about how she might get a clean heart and a right spirit, she only wanted to have better lace than other girls. And one day when she put her new cap on and looked in the glass, she saw a bleeding face crowned with thorns. "That face is looking at you now," here Dinah pointed to a spot close in front of Bessie. "Ah, tear off those follies. Cast them away from you, as if they were stinging adders. They are stinging you, they are poisoning your soul, they are dragging you down into a dark bottomless pit, where you will sink forever, and forever, and forever, further away from light in God." Bessie could bear it no longer, a great terror was upon her, and wrenching her earrings from her ears, she threw them down before her, sobbing aloud. Her father, Chad, frightened lest he should be laid hold on, too, this impression on the rebellious Bess striking him as nothing less than a miracle, walked hastily away and began to work at his anvil by way of reassuring himself. "Folks mun ha shoes, prachin or no prachin, the divil canna lay hood o' me for that," he muttered to himself. But now Dinah began to tell of the joys that were in store for the penitent, and to describe in her simple way the divine peace and love with which the soul of the believer is filled, how the sense of God's love turns poverty into riches and satisfies the soul so that no uneasy desire vexes it, no fear alarms it, how at last, the very temptation to sin is extinguished, and heaven is begun upon earth, because no cloud passes between the soul and God, who is its eternal Son. "Dear friends," she said at last, "brothers and sisters, whom I love as those for whom my Lord has died, believe me, I know what this great blessedness is. And because I know it, I want you to have it too. I am poor, like you, I have to get my living with my hands, but no lord nor lady can be so happy as me, if they haven't got the love of God in their souls. Think what it is, not to hate anything but sin, to be full of love to every creature. To be frightened at nothing, to be sure that all things will turn to good, not to mind pain, because it is our Father's will. To know that nothing, no, not if the earth was to be burnt up, or the waters come and drown us, nothing could part us from God who loves us, and who fills our souls with peace and joy, because we are sure that whatever he wills is holy, just, and good. Dear friends, come and take this blessedness, it is offered to you, it is the good news that Jesus came to preach to the poor. It is not like the riches of this world, so that the more one gets the less the rest can have. God is without end. His love is without end. It streams the whole creation reach. So plenteous is the store. Enough for all, enough for each. Enough for evermore." Dinah had been speaking at least an hour, and the reddening light of the parting day seemed to give a solemn emphasis to her closing words. The stranger, who had been interested in the course of her sermon as if it had been the development of a drama, for there is this sort of fascination in all sincere unpremeditated eloquence, which opens to one the inward drama of the speaker's emotions, now turned his horse aside and pursued his way, while Dinah said, "Let us sing a little, dear friends." And as he was still winding down the slope, the voices of the Methodists reached him, rising and falling in that strange blending of exultation and sadness which belongs to the cadence of a hymn. Chapter 3. After the preaching. In less than an hour from that time, Seth Bede was walking by Dinah's side along the hedgerow path that skirted the pastures and green cornfields which lay between the village and the Hall farm. Dinah had taken off her little Quaker bonnet again, and was holding it in her hands that she might have a freer enjoyment of the cool evening twilight, and Seth could see the expression of her face quite clearly as he walked by her side, timidly revolving something he wanted to say to her. It was an expression of unconscious placid gravity, of absorption in thoughts that had no connection with the present moment or with her own personality, an expression that is most of all discouraging to a lover. Her very walk was discouraging, it had that quiet elasticity that asks for no support. Seth felt this dimly. He said to himself, "She's too good and holy for any man, let alone me," and the words he had been summoning rushed back again before they had reached his lips. But another thought gave him courage. There's no man could love her better and leave her freer to follow the Lord's work. They had been silent for many minutes now, since they had done talking about Bessie Cranage. Dinah seemed almost to have forgotten Seth's presence, and her pace was becoming so much quicker that the sense of there being only a few minutes' walk from the yard gates of the Hall farm at last gave Seth courage to speak. "You've quite made up your mind to go back to Snowfield Saturday, Dinah?" "Yes," said Dinah, quietly. "I'm called there. It was borne in upon my mind while I was meditating on Sunday night, as Sister Allen, who's in a decline, is in need of me. I saw her as plain as we see that bit of thin white cloud, lifting up her poor thin hand and beckoning to me. And this morning when I opened the Bible for direction, the first words my eyes fell on were, 'And after we had seen the vision, immediately we endeavored to go into Macedonia.' If it wasn't for that clear showing of the Lord's will, I should be loath to go, for my heart yearns over my aunt and her little ones, and that poor wandering lamb Hetty Sorrel. I've been much drawn out in prayer for her of late, and I look on it as a token that there may be mercy in store for her." "God grant it," said Seth. "For I doubt Adam's heart is so set on her, he'll never turn to anybody else. And yet it would go to my heart if he was to marry her, for I canna think as she'd make him happy. It's a deep mystery, the way the heart of man turns to one woman out of all the rest he's seen the world, and makes it easier for him to work 7 years for her, like Jacob did for Rachel, sooner than have any other woman for asking. I often think of them words, and Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed to him but a few days for the love he had to her. I know those words would come true with me, Dinah, if so be you'd give me hope as I might win you after 7 years was over. I know you think a husband would be taking up too much your thoughts, because St. Paul says, she that's married careth for the things of the world how she may please her husband, and may happen you'll think me overbold to speak to you about it again, after what you told me your mind last Saturday. But I've been thinking it over again by night and by day, and I've prayed not to be blinded by my own desires, to think what's only good for me must be good for you too. And it seems to me there's more texts for your marrying than ever you can find against it. For St. Paul says as plain as can be in another place, I will that the younger women marry, bear children, guide the house, give none occasion to the adversary to speak reproachfully, and then, 2 are better than 1. And that holds good with marriage as well as with other things. For we should be one heart and one mind, Dinah. We both serve the same master, and are striving after the same gifts. And I'd never be the husband to make a claim on you as could interfere with your doing the work God has fitted you for. I'd make a shift, and fend indoor and out, to give you more liberty, more than you can have now, for you've got to get your own living now, and I'm strong enough to work for us both." When Seth had once begun to urge his suit, he went on earnestly and almost hurriedly, lest Dinah should speak some decisive word before he had poured forth all the arguments he had prepared. His cheeks became flushed as he went on, his mild grey eyes filled with tears, and his voice trembled as he spoke the last sentence. They had reached one of those very narrow passes between two tall stones, which performed the office of a stile in Loamshire, and Dinah paused as she turned towards Seth and said, in her tender but calm treble notes, "Seth Bede, I thank you for your love towards me, and if I could think of any man as more than a Christian brother, I think it would be you. But my heart is not free to marry. That is good for other women, and it is a great and a blessed thing to be a wife and mother, but as God has distributed to every man, as the Lord hath called every man, so let him walk. God has called me to minister to others, not to have any joys or sorrows of my own, but to rejoice with them that do rejoice, and to weep with those that weep. He has called me to speak his word, and he has greatly owned my work. It could only be on a very clear showing that I could leave the brethren and sisters at Snowfield, who are favored with very little of this world's good. Where the trees are few, so that a child might count them, and there's very hard living for the poor in the winter. It has been given me to help, to comfort, and strengthen the little flock there and to call in many wanderers. And my soul is filled with these things from my rising up till my lying down. My life is too short, and God's work is too great for me to think of making a home for myself in this world. I've not turned a deaf ear to your words, Seth, for when I saw as your love was given to me, I thought it might be a leading of Providence for me to change my way of life, and that we should be fellow helpers. And I spread the matter before the Lord. But whenever I tried to fix my mind on marriage and our living together, other thoughts always came in, the times when I've prayed by the sick and dying, and the happy hours I've had preaching, when my heart was filled with love. And the word was given to me abundantly. And when I've opened the Bible for direction, I've always lighted on some clear word to tell me where my work lay. I believe what you say, Seth, that you would try to be a help and not a hindrance to my work. But I see that our marriage is not God's will, he draws my heart another way. I desire to live and die without husband or children. I seem to have no room in my soul for wants and fears of my own. It has pleased God to fill my heart so full with the wants and sufferings of his poor people. Seth was unable to reply, and they walked on in silence. At last, as they were nearly at the yard gate, he said, "Well, Dinah, I must seek for strength to bear it, and to endure as seeing him who is invisible. But I feel now how weak my faith is. It seems as if, when you are gone, I could never joy in anything any more. I think it's something passing the love of women as I feel for you, for I could be content without your marrying me if I could go and live at Snowfield and be near you. I trusted as the strong love God has given me towards you was a leading for us both, but it seems it was only meant for my trial. Perhaps I feel more for you than I ought to feel for any creature, for I often can't help saying of you what the hymn says. In darkest shades if she appear, my dawning is begun. She is my soul's bright morning star. And she my rising sun. That may be wrong, and I am to be taught better. But you wouldn't be displeased with me if things turned out so as I could leave this country and go to live at Snowfield? No, Seth. But I counsel you to wait patiently, and not lightly to leave your own country and kindred. Do nothing without the Lord's clear bidding. It's a bleak and barren country there, not like this land of Goshen you've been used to. We mustn't be in a hurry to fix and choose our own lot, we must wait to be guided. But you'd let me write you a letter, Dinah, if there was anything I wanted to tell you? Yes, sure, let me know if you're in any trouble. You'll be continually in my prayers. They had now reached the yard gate, and Seth said, I won't go in, Dinah, so farewell. He paused and hesitated after she had given him her hand, and then said, There's no knowing but what you may see things different after a while. There may be a new leading. Let us leave that, Seth. It's good to live only a moment at a time, as I've read in one of Mr. Wesley's books. It isn't for you and me to lay plans, we've nothing to do but to obey and to trust. Farewell. Dinah pressed his hand with rather a sad look in her loving eyes, and then passed through the gate, while Seth turned away to walk lingeringly home. But instead of taking the direct road, he chose to turn back along the fields through which he and Dinah had already passed. And I think his blue linen handkerchief was very wet with tears long before he had made up his mind that it was time for him to set his face steadily homewards. He was but 23, and had only just learned what it is to love with that adoration which a young man gives to a woman whom he feels to be greater and better than himself. Love of this sort is hardly distinguishable from religious feeling. What deep and worthy love is so, whether of woman or child, or art or music. Our caresses, our tender words, are still rapture under the influence of autumn sunsets, or pillared vistas, or calm majestic statues. Or Beethoven's symphonies all bring with them the consciousness that they are mere waves and ripples in an unfathomable ocean of love and beauty. Our emotion in its keenest moment passes from expression into silence, our love at its highest flood rushes beyond its object and loses itself in the sense of divine mystery. And this blessed gift of venerating love has been given to too many humble craftsmen since the world began for us to feel any surprise that it should have existed in the soul of a Methodist carpenter half a century ago. While there was yet a lingering afterglow from the time when Wesley and his fellow laborer fed on the hips and haws of the Cornwall hedges, after exhausting limbs and lungs in carrying a divine message to the poor. That afterglow has long faded away. And the picture we are apt to make of Methodism in our imagination is not an amphitheatre of green hills, or the deep shade of broad-leaved sycamores, where a crowd of rough men and weary-hearted women drank in a faith which was a rudimentary culture, which linked their thoughts with the past, lifted their imagination above the sordid details of their own narrow lives, and suffused their souls with the sense of a pitying, loving, infinite presence, sweet as summer to the houseless needy. It is too possible that to some of my readers Methodism may mean nothing more than low-pitched gables up dingy streets, sleek grocers, sponging preachers, and hypocritical jargon, elements which are regarded as an exhaustive analysis of Methodism in many fashionable quarters. That would be a pity, for I cannot pretend that Seth and Dinah were anything else than Methodists, not indeed of that modern type which reads quarterly reviews and attends in chapels with pillared porticos, but of a very old-fashioned kind. They believed in present miracles, in instantaneous conversions, in revelations by dreams and visions. They drew lots, and sought for divine guidance by opening the Bible at hazard. Having a literal way of interpreting the Scriptures, which is not at all sanctioned by approved commentators, and it is impossible for me to represent their diction as correct, or their instruction as liberal. Still, if I have read religious history aright, faith, hope, and charity have not always been found in a direct ratio with a sensibility to the three concords, and it is possible, thank heaven, to have very erroneous theories and very sublime feelings. The raw bacon which clumsy Molly spares from her own scanty store that she may carry it to her neighbor's child to stop the fits, may be a piteously inefficacious remedy. But the generous stirring of neighborly kindness that prompted the deed has a beneficent radiation that is not lost. Considering these things, we can hardly think Dinah and Seth beneath our sympathy, accustomed as we may be to weep over the loftier sorrows of heroines in satin boots and crinoline, and of heroes riding fiery horses, themselves ridden by still more fiery passions. Poor Seth! He was never on horseback in his life except once, when he was a little lad, and Mr. Jonathan Burge took him up behind, telling him to hold on tight. And instead of bursting out into wild accusing apostrophes to God and destiny, he is resolving, as he now walks homewards under the solemn starlight, to repress his sadness, to be less bent on having his own will, and to live more for others. As Dinah does. Chapter 4. Home and its Sorrows. A green valley with a brook running through it, full almost to overflowing with the late rains, overhung by low stooping willows. Across this brook a plank is thrown, and over this plank Adam Bede is passing with his undoubting step, followed close by Gyp with the basket. Evidently making his way to the thatched house, with a stack of timber by the side of it, about 20 yards up the opposite slope. The door of the house is open, and an elderly woman is looking out. But she is not placidly contemplating the evening sunshine, she has been watching with dim eyes the gradually enlarging speck which for the last few minutes she has been quite sure is her darling son Adam. Lisbeth Bede loves her son with the love of a woman to whom her firstborn has come late in life. She is an anxious, spare, yet vigorous old woman, clean as a snowdrop. Her grey hair is turned neatly back under a pure linen cap with a black band round it. Her broad chest is covered with a buff neckerchief, and below this you see a sort of short bedgown made of blue checkered linen, tied round the waist and descending to the hips, from whence there is a considerable length of linsey-woolsey petticoat. For Lisbeth is tall, and in other points too there is a strong likeness between her and her son Adam. Her dark eyes are somewhat dim now, perhaps from too much crying, but her broadly marked eyebrows are still black, her teeth are sound, and as she stands knitting rapidly and unconsciously with her work-hardened hands, she has as firmly upright an attitude as when she is carrying a pail of water on her head from the spring. There is the same type of frame and the same keen activity of temperament in mother and son, but it was not from her that Adam got his well-filled brow and his expression of large-hearted intelligence. Family likeness has often a deep sadness in it. Nature, that great tragic dramatist, knits us together by bone and muscle, and divides us by the subtler web of our brains, blends yearning and repulsion, and ties us by our heartstrings to the beings that jar us at every movement. We hear a voice with the very cadence of our own uttering the thoughts we despise, we see eyes, so like our mothers, averted from us in cold alienation. And our last darling child startles us with the air and gestures of the sister we parted from in bitterness long years ago. The father to whom we owe our best heritage, the mechanical instinct, the keen sensibility to harmony, the unconscious skill of the modeling hand, galls us and puts us to shame by his daily errors. The long-lost mother, whose face we begin to see in the glass as our own wrinkles come, once fretted our young souls with her anxious humors and irrational persistence. It is such a fond anxious mother's voice that you hear, as Lisbeth says, "Well, my lad, it's gone 7 by th clock. Thee delays stay till the last child's born. Thee wants thy supper, I'll warrand. Where's Seth? Gone arter some O's chapel in, I reckon." "Aye, Seth said no harm, mother, thee mayst be sure." "But where's father?" said Adam quickly, as he entered the house and glanced into the room on the left hand, which was used as a workshop. "Hasn't he done the coffin for Tholer? There's the stuff standing just as I left it this morning." "Done the coffin?" said Lisbeth, following him, and knitting uninterruptedly, though she looked at her son very anxiously. My lad, he went aft to Treddles'on this forenoon, and's niver come back. I doubt he's got to wagon overthrow again." A deep flush of anger passed rapidly over Adam's face. He said nothing, but threw off his jacket and began to roll up his shirt sleeves again. "What art goin' to do, Adam?" said the mother, with a tone and look of alarm. "Thee wouldstna go to work again, why out hind thy bit o' supper?" Adam, too angry to speak, walked into the workshop. But his mother threw down her knitting, and, hurrying after him, took hold of his arm, and said, in a tone of plaintive remonstrance, "Nay, my lad, thee munna go why out thy supper. There's the taters y the gravy in just as thee lickst I saved o' purpose for thee. Come and ha thy supper, come." "Let be," said Adam impetuously, shaking her off and seizing one of the planks that stood against the wall. "It's fine talking about having supper when here's a coffin promised to be ready at Broxon by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, and ought to ha' been there now, and not a nail struck yet. My throat's too full to swallow victuals." "Why, thee canstna get the coffin ready," said Lisbeth. "Thee't work thyself to death. It ud take thee all night to do't." "What signifies how long it takes me? Isn't the coffin promised? Can they bury the man without a coffin? I'd work my right hand off sooner than deceive people with lies that way. It makes me mad to think on't. I shall overrun these doings before long. I've stood enough of Poor Lisbeth did not hear this threat for the first time, and if she had been wise she would have gone away quietly and said nothing for the next hour. But one of the lessons a woman most rarely learns is never to talk to an angry or a drunken man. Lisbeth sat down on the chopping bench and began to cry, and by the time she had cried enough to make her voice very piteous, she burst out into words. "Nay, my lad, thee wouldst na go away and break thy mother's heart, and leave thy feyther to ruin. Thee wouldst na carry me to churchyard, and thee not to follow me. I shonna rest my grave if I donna see thee at last. An' how's they to let thee know as I may dyin', if thee't gone workin' distant parts, and Seth belike gone arter thee, and thy feyther not able to hold a pen for's hand shakin', besides not knowin' where thee art. Thee mun forgy thy feyther, thee munna be so bitter again him. He wore a good feyther to thee afore he took to drink. He's a clever workman, and taught thee thy trade, remember, and's never gen me a blow nor so much as an ill word, no, not even in drink. Thee wouldst na go to the workus, thy own feyther, and him as was a fine growed man and handy at everything a'most as thee art thysen, 25 year ago, when thee wast a baby at the breast. Lisbeth's voice became louder, and choked with sobs, a sort of wail, the most irritating of all sounds where real sorrows are to be borne and real work to be done. Adam broke in impatiently. Now, mother, don't cry and talk so. Haven't I got enough to vex me without that? What's use telling me things as I only think too much on every day? If I didna think on why should I do as I do, for the sake keeping things together here? But I hate to be talking where it's no use, I like to keep my breath for doing instead talking. I know thee does things as nobody else do, my lad. But thee delays so hard thy feyther, Adam. Thee think'st nothing too much to do for Seth, thee snaps me up if e'er I find lad. But thee't so angered thy feyther, more nor anybody else. That's better than speaking soft and letting things go the wrong way, I reckon, isn't it? If I wasn't sharp with him he'd sell every bit stuff yard and spend it on drink. I know there's a duty to be done by my father, but it isn't my duty to encourage him in running headlong to ruin. And what has Seth got to do with it? The lad does no harm as I know of. But leave me alone, mother, and let me get on with the work. Lisbeth dared not say any more. But she got up and called Jip, thinking to console herself somewhat for Adam's refusal of the supper she had spread out in the loving expectation of looking at him while he ate it, by feeding Adam's dog with extra liberality. But Jip was watching his master with wrinkled brow and ears erect, puzzled at this unusual course of things. And though he glanced at Lisbeth when she called him, and moved his forepaws uneasily, well knowing that she was inviting him to supper, he was in a divided state of mind, and remained seated on his haunches, again fixing his eyes anxiously on his master. Adam noticed Jip's mental conflict, and though his anger had made him less tender than usual to his mother, it did not prevent him from caring as much as usual for his dog. We are apt to be kinder to the brutes that love us than to the women that love us. Is it because the brutes are dumb? Go, Jip, go, lad. Adam said, in a tone of encouraging command. And Jip, apparently satisfied that duty and pleasure were one, followed Lisbeth into the houseplace. But no sooner had he licked up his supper than he went back to his master, while Lisbeth sat down alone to cry over her knitting. Women who are never bitter and resentful are often the most querulous. And if Solomon was as wise as he is reputed to be, I feel sure that when he compared a contentious woman to a continual dropping on a very rainy day, he had not a vixen in his eye, a fury with long nails, acrid and selfish. Depend upon it, he meant a good creature, who had no joy but in the happiness of the loved ones whom she contributed to make uncomfortable, putting by all the tidbits for them and spending nothing on herself. Such a woman as Lisbeth, for example, at once patient and complaining, self-renouncing and exacting, brooding the livelong day over what happened yesterday and what is likely to happen tomorrow, and crying very readily both at the good and the evil. But a certain awe mingled itself with her idolatrous love of Adam, and when he said, "Leave me alone," she was always silenced. So the hours passed, to the loud ticking of the old day clock and the sound of Adam's tools. At last he called for a light and a draught of water. Beer was a thing only to be drunk on holidays, and Lisbeth ventured to say as she took it in, "Thy supper stands ready for thee, when thee lickst." Donna thee sit up, mother, said Adam, in a gentle tone. He had worked off his anger now, and whenever he wished to be especially kind to his mother, he fell into his strongest native accent and dialect, with which at other times his speech was less deeply tinged. I'll see to father when he comes home. Maybe he wanna come at all tonight. I shall be easier if thee't I bed. Nay, I'll bide till Seth comes. He wanna be long now, I reckon. It was then past 9 by the clock, which was always in advance of the days, and before it had struck 10 the latch was lifted and Seth entered. He had heard the sound of the tools as he was approaching. Why, mother, he said, how is it as father's working so late? It's none o' thy feyther as is workin', thee might know that well enough if thy head warna full o' chapel in, it's thy brother as does iverything, for there's niver nobody else way to do nothin'. Lisbeth was going on, for she was not at all afraid of Seth, and usually poured into his ears all the querulousness which was repressed by her awe of Adam. Seth had never in his life spoken a harsh word to his mother, and timid people always wreak their peevishness on the gentle. But Seth, with an anxious look, had passed into the workshop and said, Addie, how's this? What? Father's forgot the coffin. Aye, lad, old tale, but I shall get it done, said Adam, looking up and casting one of his bright keen glances at his brother. Why, what's the matter with thee? Thee't in trouble. Seth's eyes were red, and there was a look of deep depression on his mild face. Yes, Addie, but it's what must be borne, and can't be helped. Why, thee'st never been to the school, then? School? No, that screw can wait, said Adam, hammering away again. Let me take my turn now, and do thee go to bed, said Seth. No, lad, I'd rather go on, now I'm in harness. Thee't help me to carry it to Broxon when it's done. I'll call thee up at sunrise. Go and eat thy supper, and shut the door so as I mayn't hear mother's talk. Seth knew that Adam always meant what he said, and was not to be persuaded into meaning anything else. So he turned, with rather a heavy heart, into the houseplace. Adam's niver touched a bit o' victuals sin home he's come, said Lisbeth. I reckon thee'st had thy supper at some o' thy Methody folks. Nay, mother, said Seth, I've had no supper yet. Come, then, said Lisbeth, but Donna thee ate the taters, for Adam, you'll happen ate if I leave stand neen. He loves a bit o' taters and gravy. But he's been so sore and angered, he wouldn't ate for all I'd put 10 by o' purpose for him. And he's been threatenin' to go away again, she went on, whimpering, and I'm fast sure he'll go some dawnin' afore I'm up, and niver let me know aforehand, and he'll niver come back again when once he's gone. And I'd better niver had a son, as is like no other body's son for the deftness and handiness, and so looked on by grit folks, and tall and upright like a poplar tree, and me to be parted from him and niver see no more. Come, mother, Donna grieve thyself in vain, said Seth, in a soothing voice. Thee'st not half so good reason to think as Adam you'll go away as to think he'll stay with thee. He may say such a thing when he's in wrath, and he's got excuse for being wrathful sometimes, but his heart never let him go. Think how he stood by us all when it's been none so easy, paying his savings to free me from going for a soldier, and turnin' his earnin's into wood for father, when he's got plenty o' uses for his money. And many a young man like him been married and settled before now. He'll never turn round and knock down his own work, and forsake them as it's been the labor of his life to stand by. Donna talked to me about's Marin, said Lisbeth, crying afresh. He sets heart on that Hetty Sorrel, as you'll niver save a penny, and you'll toss up her head at's old mother. And to think as he might marry Burge, and be took partners, and be a big man workman under him, like Mester Burge, Dolly's told me so o'er and o'er again, if it warna as he sets heart on that bit of a wench. As is no more use nor the gillyflower on the wall. And he's so wise at bookin' and figurin', and not to know no better nor that. But, mother, thee know'st we canna love just where other folks ud have us. There's nobody but God can control the heart of man. I could wished myself as Adam could made another choice, but I wouldn't reproach him for what he can't help. And I'm not sure but what he tries to overcome it. But it's a matter as he doesn't like to be spoke to about, and I can only pray to the Lord to bless and direct him. Thee lays ready enough at prayin', but I donna see as thee gets much why, by prayin'. Thee whatna get double earnin's, this side you'll. Methodies, neither make thee half the man thy brother is, for all they're makin' a preacher on thee. It's partly truth thee speaks there, mother, said Seth, mildly. Adam's far before me, and's done more for me than I can ever do for him. God distributes talents to every man according as he sees good. But thee mustna undervalue prayer. Prayer mayna bring money, but it brings us what no money can buy, a power to keep from sin and be content with God's will, whatever he may please to send. If thee wouldst pray to God to help thee, and trust in his goodness, thee wouldstna be so uneasy about things. Uneasy. I might, right on't to be uneasy. It's well seen on thee what it is niver to be uneasy. Thee away all thy earnin's, and niver be uneasy as thee'st nothin' laid up again, a rainy day. If Adam had been as acy as thee, he'd niver had no money to pay for thee. Take no thought for the morrow, take no thought, that's what thee lays sayin', and what comes on't. Why, as Adam has to take thought for thee. Those are the words, the Bible, mother, said Seth. They don't mean as we should be idle. They mean we shouldn't be over-anxious and worrying ourselves about what'll happen tomorrow, but do our duty and leave the rest to God's will. That's the way why, thee allays makes a peck thy own words out a pint the Bible's. I donna see how thee to know as, take no thought for the morrow, means all that. And, when the Bible's such a big book, and thee canst read all through't, and the pick the texts, I canna think why thee dostna pick better words as donna mean so much more nor they say. Adam doesna pick a that en. I can understand the text as he's allays sayin', God helps them as helps theirsens. Nay, mother, said Seth, that's no text the Bible. It comes out of a book as Adam picked up at the stall at Treddles'on. It was wrote by a knowing man, but overworldly, I doubt. However, that saying's partly true, for the Bible tells us we must be workers together with God. Well, how am I to know? It sounds like a text. But what's matter why lad? Thee't hardly oughtn't a bit supper. Dostna mean to no more nor that bit oat cake. And thee look'st as white as a flick new bacon. What's matter why thee? Nothing to mind about, mother, I'm not hungry. I'll just look in at Adam again, and see if he'll let me go on with the coffin. A drop warm broth, said Lisbeth, whose motherly feeling now got the better of her nattering habit. I'll set 2-3 sticks light in a minute. Nay, mother, thank thee, thee't very good, said Seth, gratefully, and encouraged by this touch of tenderness, he went on, let me pray a bit with thee for father, and Adam, and all of us, it'll comfort thee, happen, more than thee think'st. Well, I've nothin' to say again, it. Lisbeth, though disposed always to take the negative side in her conversations with Seth, had a vague sense that there was some comfort and safety in the fact of his piety. And that it somehow relieved her from the trouble of any spiritual transactions on her own behalf. So the mother and son knelt down together, and Seth prayed for the poor wandering father and for those who were sorrowing for him at home. And when he came to the petition that Adam might never be called to set up his tent in a far country, but that his mother might be cheered and comforted by his presence all the days of her pilgrimage, Lisbeth's ready tears flowed again. And she wept aloud. When they rose from their knees, Seth went to Adam again and said, Wilt only lie down for an hour or two, and let me go on the while? No, Seth, no. Make mother go to bed, and go thyself. Meantime Lisbeth had dried her eyes, and now followed Seth, holding something in her hands. It was the brown and yellow platter containing the baked potatoes with the gravy in them and bits of meat which she had cut and mixed among them. Those were dear times, when wheaten bread and fresh meat were delicacies to working people. She set the dish down rather timidly on the bench by Adam's side and said, "Thee canst pick a bit while thee't workin'. I'll bring thee another drop o' water." "Aye, mother, do," said Adam, kindly, "I'm getting very thirsty." In half an hour all was quiet, no sound was to be heard in the house but the loud ticking of the old day clock and the ringing of Adam's tools. The night was very still. When Adam opened the door to look out at 12 o'clock, the only motion seemed to be in the glowing, twinkling stars. Every blade of grass was asleep. Bodily haste and exertion usually leave our thoughts very much at the mercy of our feelings and imagination, and it was so tonight with Adam. While his muscles were working lustily, his mind seemed as passive as a spectator at a diorama, scenes of the sad past, and probably sad future, floating before him and giving place one to the other in swift succession. He saw how it would be tomorrow morning, when he had carried the coffin to Broxton and was at home again, having his breakfast. His father perhaps would come in ashamed to meet his son's glance, would sit down, looking older and more tottering than he had done the morning before, and hang down his head, examining the floor quarries. While Lisbeth would ask him how he supposed the coffin had been got ready, that he had slinked off and left undone, for Lisbeth was always the first to utter the word of reproach, although she cried at Adam's severity towards his father. So it will go on, worsening and worsening, thought Adam. There's no slipping uphill again, and no standing still when once you've begun to slip down. And then the day came back to him when he was a little fellow and used to run by his father's side, proud to be taken out to work. And prouder still to hear his father boasting to his fellow workmen how, the little chap had an uncommon notion o' carpentering. What a fine active fellow his father was then. When people asked Adam whose little lad he was, he had a sense of distinction as he answered, "I'm Thias Bede's lad." He was quite sure everybody knew Thias Bede. Didn't he make the wonderful pigeon house at Broxton Parsonage? Those were happy days, especially when Seth, who was 3 years the younger, began to go out working too, and Adam began to be a teacher as well as a learner. But then came the days of sadness, when Adam was some way on in his teens, and Thias began to loiter at the public houses, and Lisbeth began to cry at home, and to pour forth her plaints in the hearing of her sons. Adam remembered well the night of shame and anguish when he first saw his father quite wild and foolish, shouting a song out fitfully among his drunken companions at the wagon overthrown. He had run away once when he was only 18, making his escape in the morning twilight with a little blue bundle over his shoulder, and his mensuration book in his pocket. And saying to himself very decidedly that he could bear the vexations of home no longer, he would go and seek his fortune, setting up his stick at the crossways and bending his steps the way it fell. But by the time he got to Stoniton, the thought of his mother and Seth, left behind to endure everything without him, became too importunate, and his resolution failed him. He came back the next day, but the misery and terror his mother had gone through in those 2 days had haunted her ever since. No. Adam said to himself tonight, that must never happen again. It would make a poor balance when my doings are cast up at the last, if my poor old mother stood the wrong side. My back's broad enough and strong enough. I should be no better than a coward to go away and leave the troubles to be borne by them as aren't half so able. They that are strong ought to bear the infirmities of those that are weak, and not to please themselves. There's a text wants no candle to show't, it shines by its own light. It's plain enough you get into the wrong road this life if you run after this and that only for the sake making things easy and pleasant to yourself. A pig may poke his nose into the trough and think nothing outside it, but if you've got a man's heart and soul in you, you can't be easy making your own bed and leaving the rest to lie on the stones. Nay, I'll never slip my neck out the yoke, and leave the load to be drawn by the weak uns father's a sore cross to me, and's likely to be for many a long year to come. What then? I've got health, and the limbs, and the spirit to bear it. At this moment a smart rap, as if with a willow wand, was given at the house door, and Jip, instead of barking, as might have been expected, gave a loud howl. Adam, very much startled, went at once to the door and opened it. Nothing was there, all was still, as when he opened it an hour before. The leaves were motionless, and the light of the stars showed the placid fields on both sides of the brook quite empty of visible life. Adam walked round the house, and still saw nothing except a rat which darted into the woodshed as he passed. He went in again, wondering. The sound was so peculiar that the moment he heard it called up the image of the willow wand striking the door. He could not help a little shudder, as he remembered how often his mother had told him of just such a sound coming as a sign when someone was dying. Adam was not a man to be gratuitously superstitious, but he had the blood of the peasant in him as well as of the artisan, and a peasant can no more help believing in a traditional superstition than a horse can help trembling when he sees a camel. Besides, he had that mental combination which is at once humble in the region of mystery and keen in the region of knowledge. It was the depth of his reverence quite as much as his hard common sense which gave him his disinclination to doctrinal religion. And he often checked Seth's argumentative spiritualism by saying, it's a big mystery. Thee knowst but little about it. And so it happened that Adam was at once penetrating and credulous. If a new building had fallen down and he had been told that this was a divine judgment, he would have said, may be. But the bearing the roof and walls wasn't right, else it wouldn't come down, yet he believed in dreams and prognostics, and to his dying day he bated his breath a little when he told the story of the stroke with the willow wand. I tell it as he told it, not attempting to reduce it to its natural elements. In our eagerness to explain impressions, we often lose our hold of the sympathy that comprehends them. But he had the best antidote against imaginative dread in the necessity for getting on with the coffin, and for the next 10 minutes his hammer was ringing so uninterruptedly, that other sounds, if there were any, might well be overpowered. A pause came, however, when he had to take up his ruler, and now again came the strange rap, and again Jip howled. Adam was at the door without the loss of a moment. But again all was still, and the starlight showed there was nothing but the dew-laden grass in front of the cottage. Adam for a moment thought uncomfortably about his father. But of late years he had never come home at dark hours from Treddleston, and there was every reason for believing that he was then sleeping off his drunkenness at the wagon overthrown. Besides, to Adam, the conception of the future was so inseparable from the painful image of his father that the fear of any fatal accident to him was excluded by the deeply infixed fear of his continual degradation. The next thought that occurred to him was one that made him slip off his shoes and tread lightly upstairs, to listen at the bedroom doors. But both Seth and his mother were breathing regularly. Adam came down and set to work again, saying to himself, I won't open the door again. It's no use staring about to catch sight of a sound. Maybe there's a world about us as we can't see, but hears quicker than the eye and catches a sound from now and then. Some people think they get a sight on too, but they're mostly folks whose eyes are not much used to at anything else. For my part, I think it's better to see when your perpendicular's true than to see a ghost. Such thoughts as these are apt to grow stronger and stronger as daylight quenches the candles and the birds begin to sing. By the time the red sunlight shone on the brass nails that formed the initials on the lid of the coffin, any lingering foreboding from the sound of the willow wand was merged in satisfaction that the work was done and the promise redeemed. There was no need to call Seth, for he was already moving overhead, and presently came downstairs. Now, lad, said Adam, as Seth made his appearance, the coffin's done, and we can take it over to Broxon, and be back again before 6:30. I'll take a mouthful o' oat cake, and then we'll be off. The coffin was soon propped on the tall shoulders of the two brothers, and they were making their way, followed close by Jip, out of the little woodyard into the lane at the back of the house. It was but about 1.5 miles to Broxton over the opposite slope, and their road wound very pleasantly along lanes and across fields, where the pale woodbines and the dog roses were scenting the hedgerows. And the birds were twittering and trilling in the tall leafy boughs of oak and elm. It was a strangely mingled picture, the fresh youth of the summer morning, with its Eden-like peace and loveliness, the stalwart strength of the two brothers in their rusty working clothes, and the long coffin on their shoulders. They paused for the last time before a small farmhouse outside the village of Broxton. By 6 o'clock the task was done, the coffin nailed down, and Adam and Seth were on their way home. They chose a shorter way homewards, which would take them across the fields and the brook in front of the house. Adam had not mentioned to Seth what had happened in the night, but he still retained sufficient impression from it himself to say, "Seth, lad, if father isn't come home by the time we've had our breakfast, I think it'll be as well for thee to go over to Treddles'on and look after him, and thee canst get me the brass wire I want. Never mind about losing an hour at thy work, we can make that up. What dost say?" "I'm willing," said Seth. "But see what clouds have gathered since we set out. I'm thinking we shall have more rain. It'll be a sore time for haymaking if the meadows are flooded again. The brook's fine and full now, another day's rain would cover the plank, and we should have to go round by the road." They were coming across the valley now, and had entered the pasture through which the brook ran. "Why, what's that sticking against the willow?" continued Seth, beginning to walk faster. Adam's heart rose to his mouth. The vague anxiety about his father was changed into a great dread. He made no answer to Seth, but ran forward preceded by Jip, who began to bark uneasily, and in 2 moments he was at the bridge. This was what the omen meant, then. And the grey-haired father, of whom he had thought with a sort of hardness a few hours ago, as certain to live to be a thorn in his side, was perhaps even then struggling with that watery death. This was the first thought that flashed through Adam's conscience, before he had time to seize the coat and drag out the tall heavy body. Seth was already by his side, helping him, and when they had it on the bank, the 2 sons in the first moment knelt and looked with mute awe at the glazed eyes. Forgetting that there was need for action, forgetting everything but that their father lay dead before them. Adam was the first to speak. "I'll run to mother," he said, in a loud whisper. "I'll be back to thee in a minute." Poor Lisbeth was busy preparing her son's breakfast, and their porridge was already steaming on the fire. Her kitchen always looked the pink of cleanliness, but this morning she was more than usually bent on making her hearth and breakfast table look comfortable and inviting. "The lads, you'll be fine and hungry," she said, half aloud, as she stirred the porridge. "It's a good step to Broxton, and it's hungry air o'er the hill. Why, that heavy coffin too. It's heavier now, why, poor Bob Tholer in't. However, I've made a drap more porridge nor common this mornin'. The feyther you'll happen come in arter a bit. Not as he'll ate much porridge. He swallers 6 o' ale, and saves a ha'porth o' porridge. That's his way o' layin' by money, as I've told him many a time, and am likely to tell him again afore the day's out. Poor mon, he takes it quiet enough. There's no denying that." But now Lisbeth heard the heavy thud of a running footstep on the turf, and, turning quickly towards the door, she saw Adam enter, looking so pale and overwhelmed that she screamed aloud and rushed towards him before he had time to speak. "Hush, mother," Adam said, rather hoarsely, "don't be frightened. Father's tumbled into the water. Belike we may bring him round again. Seth and me are going to carry him in. Get a blanket and make it hot as the fire." In reality Adam was convinced that his father was dead, but he knew there was no other way of repressing his mother's impetuous wailing grief than by occupying her with some active task which had hope in it. He ran back to Seth, and the 2 sons lifted the sad burden in heart-stricken silence. The wide-open glazed eyes were grey, like Seth's, and had once looked with mild pride on the boys before whom Thias had lived to hang his head in shame. Seth's chief feeling was awe and distress at this sudden snatching away of his father's soul, but Adam's mind rushed back over the past in a flood of relenting and pity. When death, the great reconciler, has come, it is never our tenderness that we repent of, but our severity. Chapter 5. The Rector. Before 12 o'clock there had been some heavy storms of rain, and the water lay in deep gutters on the sides of the gravel walks in the garden of Broxton Parsonage. The great Provence roses had been cruelly tossed by the wind and beaten by the rain, and all the delicate-stemmed border flowers had been dashed down and stained with the wet soil. A melancholy morning, because it was nearly time hay harvest should begin, and instead of that the meadows were likely to be flooded. But people who have pleasant homes get indoor enjoyments that they would never think of but for the rain. If it had not been a wet morning, Mr. Irwine would not have been in the dining room playing at chess with his mother, and he loves both his mother and chess quite well enough to pass some cloudy hours very easily by their help. Let me take you into that dining room and show you the Reverend Adolphus Irwine, rector of Broxton, vicar of Hayslope, and vicar of Blyth, a pluralist at whom the severest church reformer would have found it difficult to look sour. We will enter very softly and stand still in the open doorway, without awaking the glossy brown setter who is stretched across the hearth, with her 2 puppies beside her. Or the pug, who is dozing, with his black muzzle aloft, like a sleepy president. The room is a large and lofty one, with an ample mullioned oriel window at one end. The walls, you see, are new, and not yet painted. But the furniture, though originally of an expensive sort, is old and scanty, and there is no drapery about the window. The crimson cloth over the large dining table is very threadbare, though it contrasts pleasantly enough with the dead hue of the plaster on the walls. But on this cloth there is a massive silver waiter with a decanter of water on it, of the same pattern as 2 larger ones that are propped up on the sideboard with a coat of arms conspicuous in their center. You suspect at once that the inhabitants of this room have inherited more blood than wealth, and would not be surprised to find that Mr. Irwine had a finely cut nostril and upper lip. But at present we can only see that he has a broad flat back and an abundance of powdered hair, all thrown backward and tied behind with a black ribbon, a bit of conservatism in costume which tells you that he is not a young man. He will perhaps turn round by and by, and in the meantime we can look at that stately old lady, his mother, a beautiful aged brunette, whose rich-toned complexion is well set off by the complex wrappings of pure white cambric and lace about her head and neck. She is as erect in her comely embonpoint as a statue of Ceres. And her dark face, with its delicate aquiline nose, firm proud mouth, and small, intense, black eye, is so keen and sarcastic in its expression that you instinctively substitute a pack of cards for the chessmen and imagine her telling your fortune. The small brown hand with which she is lifting her queen is laden with pearls, diamonds, and turquoises, and a large black veil is very carefully adjusted over the crown of her cap, and falls in sharp contrast on the white folds about her neck. It must take a long time to dress that old lady in the morning. But it seems a law of nature that she should be dressed so. She is clearly one of those children of royalty who have never doubted their right divine and never met with any one so absurd as to question it. "There, Dauphin, tell me what that is," says this magnificent old lady, as she deposits her queen very quietly and folds her arms. "I should be sorry to utter a word disagreeable to your feelings. Ah, you witch mother, you sorceress! How is a Christian man to win a game off you? I should have sprinkled the board with holy water before we began. You've not won that game by fair means, now, so don't pretend it." Yes, yes, that's what the beaten have always said of great conquerors. But see, there's the sunshine falling on the board, to show you more clearly what a foolish move you made with that pawn. Come, shall I give you another chance? No, mother, I shall leave you to your own conscience, now it's clearing up. We must go and plash up the mud a little, musn't we, Juno? This was addressed to the brown setter, who had jumped up at the sound of the voices and laid her nose in an insinuating way on her master's leg. But I must go upstairs first and see Anne. I was called away to Tholar's funeral just when I was going before. It's of no use, child, she can't speak to you. Kate says she has one of her worst headaches this morning. Oh, she likes me to go and see her just the same, she's never too ill to care about that. If you know how much of human speech is mere purposeless impulse or habit, you will not wonder when I tell you that this identical objection had been made, and had received the same kind of answer many hundred times in the course of the 15 years that Mr. Irwine's sister and had been an invalid. Splendid old ladies, who take a long time to dress in the morning, have often slight sympathy with sickly daughters. But while Mr. Irwine was still seated, leaning back in his chair and stroking Juno's head, the servant came to the door and said, "If you please, sir, Joshua Rann wishes to speak with you, if you are at liberty." "Let him be shown in here," said Mrs. Irwine, taking up her knitting. "I always like to hear what Mr. Rann has got to say. His shoes will be dirty, but see that he wipes them, Carol." In 2 minutes Mr. Rann appeared at the door with very deferential bows, which, however, were far from conciliating Pug, who gave a sharp bark and ran across the room to reconnoiter the stranger's legs, while the 2 puppies, regarding Mr. Rann's prominent calf and ribbed worsted stockings from a more sensuous point of view, plunged and growled over them in great enjoyment. Meantime, Mr. Irwine turned round his chair and said, "Well, Joshua, anything the matter at Hayslope, that you've come over this damp morning? Sit down, sit down. Never mind the dogs, give them a friendly kick. Here, Pug, you rascal. It is very pleasant to see some men turn round, pleasant as a sudden rush of warm air in winter, or the flash of firelight in the chill dusk." Mr. Irwine was one of those men. He bore the same sort of resemblance to his mother that our loving memory of a friend's face often bears to the face itself. The lines were all more generous, the smile brighter, the expression heartier. If the outline had been less finely cut, his face might have been called jolly, but that was not the right word for its mixture of bonhomie and distinction. "Thank your reverence," answered Mr. Rann, endeavoring to look unconcerned about his legs, but shaking them alternately to keep off the puppies. "I'll stand, if you please, as more becoming. I hope I see you and Mrs. Irwine well, and Miss Irwine, and Miss N, I hopes as well as usual." "Yes, Joshua, thank you. You see how blooming my mother looks. She beats us younger people hollow. But what's the matter?" "Why, sir, I had to come to Broxon to deliver some work, and I thought it but right to call and let you know the goings on as there's been the village, such as I hanna seen my time, and I've lived in it man and boy 60 year comesty. Thomas, and collected Easter dues for Mr. Blick before your reverence come into the parish, and been at the ringin' o' every bell, and the diggin' o' every grave, and sung the choir long afore Bartle Massey come from nobody knows where, why his counter singin' and fine anthems, as puts everybody out but himself, one talkin' it up after another like sheep bleatin', fold. I know what belongs to be in a parish clerk, and I know as I should be wantin' respect to your reverence, and church, and king, if I was allow such goings on out speakin'. I was took by surprise, and knowed nothin' on it beforehand, and I was so flustered, I was clean as if I'd lost my tools. I hanna slep more nor 4 hour this night as is past and gone. And then it was nothin' but nightmare, as tired me worse nor wakin'. Why, what in the world is the matter, Joshua? Have the thieves been at the church lead again?" "Thieves? No, sir, and yet, as I may say, it is thieves, and thievin' the church, too. It's the Methodists as is like to get upper hand parish, if your reverence and his honor, Squire Donnithorne, doesna think well to say the word and forbid it. Not as I may dictatin' to you, sir, I'm not forgettin' myself so far as to be wise above my betters. However, whether I'm wise or no, that's neither here nor there, but what I've got to say I say, as the young Methodist woman as is at Mester Poyser's was preachin' and prayin' on the green last night. As sure as I'm standin' before your reverence now." "Preaching on the green," said Mr. Irwine, looking surprised but quite serene. "What, that pale pretty young woman I've seen at Poyser's? I saw she was a Methodist, or Quaker, or something of that sort, by her dress, but I didn't know she was a preacher." "It's a true word as I say, sir," rejoined Mr. Rann, compressing his mouth into a semicircular form and pausing long enough to indicate 3 notes of exclamation. "She preached on the green last night, and she's laid hold of Chad's Bess, as the girl's been fits welly ever sin. Well, Bessie Cranage is a hearty-looking lass, I dare say she'll come round again, Joshua. Did anybody else go into fits?" "No, sir, I canna say as they did. But there's no knowin' what'll come, if we're have such preachin's as that goin' on Ivory Week, there'll be no livin' village. For them Methodists make folks believe as if they take a mug o' drink extra, and make theirselves a bit comfortable, they'll have to go to hell for it as sure as they're born. I'm not a tiplin man nor a drunkard, nobody can say it on me, but I like a extra quart at Easter or Christmas time, as is nat'ral when we're goin' the rounds singin', and folks offered you for nothin', or when I make collectin' the dues. And I like a pint my pipe, and a neighbourly chat at Mester Casson's now and then, for I was brought up by the church, thank God, and ha' been a parish clerk this 32 year, I should know what the church religion is. Well, what's your advice, Joshua? What do you think should be done? Well, your reverence, I'm not for talking any measures again, the young woman. She's well enough if she'd let alone preachin'. And I hear as she's goin' away back to her own country soon. She's Mr. Poyser's own niece, and I donna wish to say what's anyways disrespectful o' family at Hall Farm, as I've measured for shoes, little and big, welly ever sin I've been a shoemaker. But there's that will masquery, sir, as is the rampageousest Methodist as can be, and I make no doubt it was him as stirred up young woman to preach last night, and he'll be bringin' other folks to preach from Treddles on. If his comb isn't cut a bit. And I think as he should be let know as he isna have the makin' and mendin' o' church carts and implements, let alone stayin' that house and yard as is Squire Donnithorne's. Well, but you say yourself, Joshua, that you never knew anyone come to preach on the green before, why should you think they'll come again? The Methodists don't come to preach in little villages like Hayslope, where there's only a handful of labourers, too tired to listen to them. They might almost as well go and preach on the Bintun Hills. Will Maskery is no preacher himself, I think. Nay, sir, he's no gift at stringin' the words together out book, he'd be stuck fast like a cow wet clay. But he's got tongue enough to speak disrespectful about's neebors, for he said as I was a blind Pharisee, usin' the Bible that way to find nicknames for folks as are his elders and betters. And what's worse, he's been heard to say very unbecommon words about your reverence, for I could bring them as you'd swear as he called you a dumb dog, and a idle shepherd. You'll forgive me for sayin' such things over again. Better not, Joshua. Let evil words die as soon as they're spoken. Will Maskery might be a great deal worse fellow than he is. He used to be a wild drunken rascal, neglecting his work and beating his wife, they told me. Now he's thrifty and decent, and he and his wife look comfortable together. If you can bring me any proof that he interferes with his neighbors and creates any disturbance, I shall think it my duty as a clergyman and a magistrate to interfere. But it wouldn't become wise people like you and me to be making a fuss about trifles, as if we thought the church was in danger because Will Maskery lets his tongue wag rather foolishly. Or a young woman talks in a serious way to a handful of people on the green. We must live and let live, Joshua, in religion as well as in other things. You go on doing your duty, as parish clerk and sexton, as well as you've always done it, and making those capital thick boots for your neighbors, and things won't go far wrong in Hayslope, depend upon it. Your reverence is very good to say so. And I'm sensible as, you not live in the parish, there's more yupo my shoulders. To be sure, and you must mind and not lower the church in people's eyes by seeming to be frightened about it for a little thing, Joshua. I shall trust to your good sense, now to take no notice at all of what Will Maskery says, either about you or me. You and your neighbors can go on taking your pot of beer soberly, when you've done your day's work, like good churchmen. And if Will Maskery doesn't like to join you, but to go to a prayer meeting at Treddleston instead, let him, that's no business of yours, so long as he doesn't hinder you from doing what you like. And as to people saying a few idle words about us, we must not mind that, any more than the old church steeple minds the rooks cawing about it. Will Maskery comes to church every Sunday afternoon, and does his wheelwright's business steadily in the weekdays, and as long as he does that he must be let alone. "Ah, sir, but when he comes to church, he sits and shakes his head, and looks as sour and as coxy when we're singin' as I should like to fetch him a rap across the jowl, God forgie me, and Mrs. Irwine, and your reverence too, for speakin' so afore you. And he said as our Christmas singin' was no better nor the cracklin' o' thorns under a pot. Well, he's got a bad ear for music, Joshua. When people have wooden heads, you know, it can't be helped. He won't bring the other people in Hayslope round to his opinion, while you go on singing as well as you do. Yes, sir, but it turns a man's stomach hear the scripture misused that way. I know as much the words the Bible as he does, and could say the Psalms right through my sleep if you was to pinch me. But I know better nor to take to say my own say why. I might as well take the sacrament cup home and use it at meals. That's a very sensible remark of yours, Joshua, but, as I said before. While Mr. Irwine was speaking, the sound of a booted step and the clink of a spur were heard on the stone floor of the entrance hall, and Joshua moved hastily aside from the doorway to make room for someone who paused there, and said, in a ringing tenor voice, "Godson Arthur, may he come in?" Come in, godson." Mrs. Irwine answered, in the deep half-masculine tone which belongs to the vigorous old woman, and there entered a young gentleman in a riding dress, with his right arm in a sling. Whereupon followed that pleasant confusion of laughing interjections, and hand-shakings, and "how are yous?" mingled with joyous short barks and wagging of tails on the part of the canine members of the family, which tells that the visitor is on the best terms with the visited. The young gentleman was Arthur Donnithorne, known in Hayslope, variously, as the young squire, the heir, and the captain. He was only a captain in the Loamshire militia, but to the Hayslope tenants he was more intensely a captain than all the young gentlemen of the same rank in His Majesty's regulars. He outshone them as the planet Jupiter outshines the Milky Way. If you want to know more particularly how he looked, call to your remembrance some tawny-whiskered, brown-locked, clear-complexioned young Englishman whom you have met with in a foreign town, and been proud of as a fellow-countryman, well-washed, high-bred, white-handed, yet looking as if he could deliver well from the left shoulder and floor his man. I will not be so much of a tailor as to trouble your imagination with the difference of costume, and insist on the striped waistcoat, long-tailed coat, and low-top boots. Turning round to take a chair, Captain Donnithorne said, "But don't let me interrupt Joshua's business, he has something to say." "Humbly begging your honour's pardon," said Joshua, bowing low, "there was one thing I had to say to his reverence as other things had drove out my head." "Out with it, Joshua, quickly," said Mr. Irwine. "Belike, sir, you have e'en heard as Thias Bede's dead, drowned dead this morning, or more like overnight, the Willow Brook, again, the bridge right front the house." "Ah!" exclaimed both the gentlemen at once, as if they were a good deal interested in the information. "And Seth Bede's been to me this morning to say he wished me to tell your reverence as his brother Adam begged of you particular allow his father's grave to be dug by the white thorn, because his mother set her heart on it, on account of a dream as she had. And they'd come theirselves to ask you, but they've so much to see after with the crowner, and that, and their mothers took on so, and wants to make sure the spot for fear somebody else should take it. And, if your reverence sees well and good, I'll send my boy to tell as soon as I get home, and that's why I make bold to trouble you his honour being present. To be sure, Joshua, to be sure, they shall have it. I'll ride round to Adam myself, and see him. Send your boy, however, to say they shall have the grave, lest anything should happen to detain me. And now, good morning, Joshua, go into the kitchen and have some ale." "Poor old Thias," said Mr. Irwine, when Joshua was gone. "I'm afraid the drink helped the brook to drown him. I should have been glad for the load to have been taken off my friend Adam's shoulders in a less painful way. That fine fellow has been propping up his father from ruin for the last 5 or 6 years. He's a regular trump, is Adam," said Captain Donnithorne. When I was a little fellow, and Adam was a strapping lad of 15, and taught me carpentering, I used to think if ever I was a rich sultan, I would make Adam my grand vizier. And I believe now he would bear the exaltation as well as any poor wise man in an Eastern story. If ever I live to be a large-acred man instead of a poor devil with a mortgaged allowance of pocket money, I'll have Adam for my right hand. He shall manage my woods for me, for he seems to have a better notion of those things than any man I ever met with. And I know he would make twice the money of them that my grandfather does, with that miserable old satchel to manage, who understands no more about timber than an old carp. I've mentioned the subject to my grandfather once or twice, but for some reason or other he has a dislike to Adam, and I can do nothing. But come, your reverence, are you for a ride with me? It's splendid out of doors now. We can go to Adam's together, if you like, but I want to call at the Hall Farm on my way, to look at the whelps Poyser is keeping for me. You must stay and have lunch first, Arthur, said Mrs. Irwine. It's nearly 2. Carol will bring it in directly. I want to go to the Hall Farm too, said Mr. Irwine, to have another look at the little Methodist who is staying there. Joshua tells me she was preaching on the green last night. Oh, by Jove! Said Captain Donnithorne, laughing. Why, she looks as quiet as a mouse. There's something rather striking about her, though. I positively felt quite bashful the first time I saw her. She was sitting stooping over her sewing in the sunshine outside the house, when I rode up and called out, without noticing that she was a stranger, "Is Martin Poyser at home?" I declare, when she got up and looked at me and just said, "He's in the house, I believe, I'll go and call him," I felt quite ashamed of having spoken so abruptly to her. She looked like St. Catherine in a Quaker dress. It's a type of face one rarely sees among our common people. I should like to see the young woman, Dauphin, said Mrs. Irwine. Make her come here on some pretext or other. I don't know how I can manage that, mother. It will hardly do for me to patronize a Methodist preacher, even if she would consent to be patronized by an idle shepherd, as Will Maskery calls me. You should have come in a little sooner, Arthur, to hear Joshua's denunciation of his neighbor Will Maskery. The old fellow wants me to excommunicate the wheelwright, and then deliver him over to the civil arm, that is to say, to your grandfather, to be turned out of house and yard. If I chose to interfere in this business, now, I might get up as pretty a story of hatred and persecution as the Methodists need desire to publish in the next number of their magazine. It wouldn't take me much trouble to persuade Chad Cranage and half a dozen other bull-headed fellows that they would be doing an acceptable service to the church by hunting Will Maskery out of the village with rope ends and pitchforks. And then, when I had furnished them with half a sovereign to get gloriously drunk after their exertions, I should have put the climax to as pretty a farce as any of my brother clergy have set going in their parishes for the last 30 years. It is really insolent of the man, though, to call you an idle shepherd and a dumb dog, said Mrs. Irwine. I should be inclined to check him a little there. You are too easy-tempered, Dauphin. Why, mother, you don't think it would be a good way of sustaining my dignity to set about vindicating myself from the aspersions of Will Maskery? Besides, I'm not so sure that they are aspersions. I am a lazy fellow, and get terribly heavy in my saddle, not to mention that I'm always spending more than I can afford in bricks and mortar, so that I get savage at a lame beggar when he asks me for 6pence. Those poor lean cobblers, who think they can help to regenerate mankind by setting out to preach in the morning twilight before they begin their day's work, may well have a poor opinion of me. But come, let us have our luncheon. Isn't Kate coming to lunch? Miss Irwine told Bridget to take her lunch upstairs, said Carol. She can't leave Miss Anne. Oh, very well. Tell Bridget to say I'll go up and see Miss Anne presently. You can use your right arm quite well now, Arthur, Mr. Irwine continued, observing that Captain Donnithorne had taken his arm out of the sling. Yes, pretty well, but Godwin insists on my keeping it up constantly for some time to come. I hope I shall be able to get away to the regiment, though, in the beginning of August. It's a desperately dull business being shut up at the Chase in the summer months, when one can neither hunt nor shoot, so as to make one's self pleasantly sleepy in the evening. However, we are to astonish the echoes on the 30th of July. My grandfather has given me carte blanche for once, and I promise you the entertainment shall be worthy of the occasion. The world will not see the grand epoch of my majority twice. I think I shall have a lofty throne for you, godmamma, or rather two, one on the lawn and another in the ballroom, that you may sit and look down upon us like an Olympian goddess. I mean to bring out my best brocade, that I wore at your christening 20 years ago, said Mrs. Irwine. Ah, I think I shall see your poor mother flitting about in her white dress, which looked to me almost like a shroud that very day. And it was her shroud only 3 months after, and your little cap and christening dress were buried with her too. She had set her heart on that, sweet soul. Thank God you take after your mother's family, Arthur. If you had been a puny, wiry, yellow baby, I wouldn't have stood godmother to you. I should have been sure you would turn out a Donnithorne. But you were such a broad-faced, broad-chested, loud-screaming rascal, I knew you were every inch of you a tragedy. But you might have been a little too hasty there, mother, said Mr. Irwine, smiling. Don't you remember how it was with Juno's last pups? One of them was the very image of its mother, but it had 2 or 3 of its father's tricks notwithstanding. Nature is clever enough to cheat even you, mother. Nonsense, child. Nature never makes a ferret in the shape of a mastiff. You'll never persuade me that I can't tell what men are by their outsides. If I don't like a man's looks, depend upon it I shall never like him. I don't want to know people that look ugly and disagreeable, any more than I want to taste dishes that look disagreeable. If they make me shudder at the first glance, I say, take them away. An ugly, piggish, or fishy eye, now, makes me feel quite ill, it's like a bad smell. Talking of eyes, said Captain Donnithorne, that reminds me that I've got a book I meant to bring you, godmamma. It came down in a parcel from London the other day. I know you are fond of queer, wizard-like stories. It's a volume of poems, lyrical ballads. Most of them seem to be twaddling stuff, but the first is in a different style, The Ancient Mariner, is the title. I can hardly make head or tail of it as a story, but it's a strange, striking thing. I'll send it over to you. And there are some other books that you may like to see, Irwine, pamphlets about antinomianism and evangelicalism, whatever they may be. I can't think what the fellow means by sending such things to me. I've written to him to desire that from henceforth he will send me no book or pamphlet on anything that ends in ism. Well, I don't know that I'm very fond of isms myself, but I may as well look at the pamphlets, they let one see what is going on. I've a little matter to attend to, Arthur, continued Mr. Irwine, rising to leave the room, and then I shall be ready to set out with you. The little matter that Mr. Irwine had to attend to took him up the old stone staircase, part of the house was very old, and made him pause before a door at which he knocked gently. Come in, said a woman's voice, and he entered a room so darkened by blinds and curtains that Miss Kate, the thin middle-aged lady standing by the bedside, would not have had light enough for any other sort of work than the knitting which lay on the little table near her. But at present she was doing what required only the dimmest light, sponging the aching head that lay on the pillow with fresh vinegar. It was a small face, that of the poor sufferer, perhaps it had once been pretty, but now it was worn and sallow. Miss Kate came towards her brother and whispered, "Don't speak to her, she can't bear to be spoken to today." Anne's eyes were closed, and her brow contracted as if from intense pain. Mr. Irwine went to the bedside and took up one of the delicate hands and kissed it. A slight pressure from the small fingers told him that it was worthwhile to have come upstairs for the sake of doing that. He lingered a moment, looking at her, and then turned away and left the room, treading very gently. He had taken off his boots and put on slippers before he came upstairs. Whoever remembers how many things he has declined to do even for himself, rather than have the trouble of putting on or taking off his boots, will not think this last detail insignificant. And Mr. Irwine's sisters, as any person of family within 10 miles of Broxton could have testified, were such stupid, uninteresting women. It was quite a pity handsome, clever Mrs. Irwine should have had such commonplace daughters. That fine old lady herself was worth driving 10 miles to see, any day. Her beauty, her well-preserved faculties, and her old-fashioned dignity made her a graceful subject for conversation in turn with the king's health, the sweet new patterns in cotton dresses, the news from Egypt, and Lord Dacey's lawsuit, which was fretting poor Lady Dacey to death. But no one ever thought of mentioning the Miss Irwins, except the poor people in Broxton village, who regarded them as deep in the science of medicine, and spoke of them vaguely as the gentlefolks. If any one had asked old Job Dumelow who gave him his flannel jacket, he would have answered, the gentlefolks, last winter, and Widow Steen dwelt much on the virtues of the stuff the gentlefolks gave her for her cough. Under this name too, they were used with great effect as a means of taming refractory children, so that at the sight of poor Miss N's sallow face, several small urchins had a terrified sense that she was cognizant of all their worst misdemeanors, and knew the precise number of stones with which they had intended to hit Farmer Britton's ducks. But for all who saw them through a less mythical medium, the Miss Irwins were quite superfluous existences, inartistic figures crowding the canvas of life without adequate effect. Miss N, indeed, if her chronic headaches could have been accounted for by a pathetic story of disappointed love, might have had some romantic interest attached to her, but no such story had either been known or invented concerning her. And the general impression was quite in accordance with the fact, that both the sisters were old maids for the prosaic reason that they had never received an eligible offer. Nevertheless, to speak paradoxically, the existence of insignificant people has very important consequences in the world. It can be shown to affect the price of bread and the rate of wages, to call forth many evil tempers from the selfish and many heroisms from the sympathetic, and, in other ways, to play no small part in the tragedy of life. And if that handsome, generous-blooded clergyman, the Rev. Adolphus Irwine, had not had these two hopelessly maiden sisters, his lot would have been shaped quite differently. He would very likely have taken a comely wife in his youth, and now, when his hair was getting grey under the powder, would have had tall sons and blooming daughters, such possessions, in short, as men commonly think will repay them for all the labour they take under the sun. As it was, having with all his 3 livings no more than 700 a year, and seeing no way of keeping his splendid mother and his sickly sister, not to reckon a second sister, who was usually spoken of without any adjective, in such ladylike ease as became their birth and habits, and at the same time providing for a family of his own, he remained, you see, at the age of 48, a bachelor, not making any merit of that renunciation, but saying laughingly, if any one alluded to it, that he made it an excuse for many indulgences which a wife would never have allowed him. And perhaps he was the only person in the world who did not think his sisters uninteresting and superfluous, for his was one of those large-hearted, sweet-blooded natures that never know a narrow or a grudging thought. Epicurean, if you will, with no enthusiasm, no self-scourging sense of duty, but yet, as you have seen, of a sufficiently subtle moral fibre to have an unwearying tenderness for obscure and monotonous suffering. It was his large-hearted indulgence that made him ignore his mother's hardness towards her daughters, which was the more striking from its contrast with her doting fondness towards himself. He held it no virtue to frown at irremediable faults. See the difference between the impression a man makes on you when you walk by his side in familiar talk, or look at him in his home, and the figure he makes when seen from a lofty historical level. Or even in the eyes of a critical neighbor who thinks of him as an embodied system or opinion rather than as a man. Mr. Rowe, the travelling preacher, stationed at Treddleston, had included Mr. Irwine in a general statement concerning the church clergy in the surrounding district, whom he described as men given up to the lusts of the flesh and the pride of life, hunting and shooting, and adorning their own houses, asking what shall we eat, and what shall we drink, and wherewithal shall we be clothed, careless of dispensing the bread of life to their flocks, preaching at best but a carnal and soul-benumbing morality, and trafficking in the souls of men by receiving money for discharging the pastoral office in parishes where they did not so much as look on the faces of the people more than once a year. The ecclesiastical historian, too, looking into parliamentary reports of that period, finds honourable members zealous for the church and untainted with any sympathy for the tribe of canting Methodists, making statements scarcely less melancholy than that of Mr. Rowe. And it is impossible for me to say that Mr. Irvine was altogether belied by the generic classification assigned him. He really had no very lofty aims, no theological enthusiasm. If I were closely questioned, I should be obliged to confess that he felt no serious alarms about the souls of his parishioners, and would have thought it a mere loss of time to talk in a doctrinal and awakening manner to old Father Taft, or even to Chad Cranage the blacksmith. If he had been in the habit of speaking theoretically, he would perhaps have said that the only healthy form religion could take in such minds was that of certain dim but strong emotions, suffusing themselves as a hallowing influence over the family affections and neighborly duties. He thought the custom of baptism more important than its doctrine, and that the religious benefits the peasant drew from the church where his fathers worshipped and the sacred piece of turf where they lay buried were but slightly dependent on a clear understanding of the liturgy or the sermon. Clearly the rector was not what is called in these days an earnest man. He was fonder of church history than of divinity, and had much more insight into men's characters than interest in their opinions. He was neither laborious, nor obviously self-denying, nor very copious in almsgiving, and his theology, you perceive, was lax. His mental palate, indeed, was rather pagan, and found a savoriness in a quotation from Sophocles or Theocritus that was quite absent from any text in Isaiah or Amos. But if you feed your young setter on raw flesh, how can you wonder at its retaining a relish for uncooked partridge in after life? And Mr. Irvine's recollections of young enthusiasm and ambition were all associated with poetry and ethics that lay aloof from the Bible. On the other hand, I must plead, for I have an affectionate partiality towards the rector's memory, that he was not vindictive, and some philanthropists have been so. That he was not intolerant, and there is a rumor that some zealous theologians have not been altogether free from that blemish. That although he would probably have declined to give his body to be burned in any public cause, and was far from bestowing all his goods to feed the poor, he had that charity which has sometimes been lacking to very illustrious virtue. He was tender to other men's failings, and unwilling to impute evil. He was one of those men, and they are not the commonest, of whom we can know the best only by following them away from the marketplace, the platform, and the pulpit, entering with them into their own homes, hearing the voice with which they speak to the young and aged about their own hearthstone, and witnessing their thoughtful care for the everyday wants of everyday companions, who take all their kindness as a matter of course, and not as a subject for panegyric. Such men, happily, have lived in times when great abuses flourished, and have sometimes even been the living representatives of the abuses. That is a thought which might comfort us a little under the opposite fact, that it is better sometimes not to follow great reformers of abuses beyond the threshold of their homes. But whatever you may think of Mr. Irvine now, if you had met him that June afternoon riding on his grey cob, with his dogs running beside him, portly, upright, manly, with a good-natured smile on his finely turned lips as he talked to his dashing young companion on the bay mare, you must have felt that, however ill he harmonized with sound theories of the clerical office, he somehow harmonized extremely well with that peaceful landscape. See them in the bright sunlight, interrupted every now and then by rolling masses of cloud, ascending the slope from the Broxton side, where the tall gables and elms of the rectory predominate over the tiny whitewashed church. They will soon be in the parish of Hayslope. The grey church tower and village roofs lie before them to the left, and farther on, to the right, they can just see the chimneys of the Hall Farm. Chapter 6. The Hall Farm. Evidently that gate is never opened, for the long grass and the great hemlocks grow close against it, and if it were opened, it is so rusty that the force necessary to turn it on its hinges would be likely to pull down the square stone-built pillars, to the detriment of the two stone lionesses which grin with a doubtful carnivorous affability above a coat of arms surmounting each of the pillars. It would be easy enough, by the aid of the nicks in the stone pillars, to climb over the brick wall with its smooth stone coping. But by putting our eyes close to the rusty bars of the gate, we can see the house well enough, and all but the very corners of the grassy enclosure. It is a very fine old place, of red brick, softened by a pale powdery lichen, which has dispersed itself with happy irregularity. so as to bring the red brick into terms of friendly companionship with the limestone ornaments surrounding the three gables, the windows, and the doorplace. But the windows are patched with wooden panes, and the door, I think, is like the gate, it is never opened. How it would groan and grate against the stone floor if it were. For it is a solid, heavy, handsome door, and must once have been in the habit of shutting with a sonorous bang behind a liveried lackey, who had just seen his master and mistress off the grounds in a carriage and pair. But at present one might fancy the house in the early stage of a chancery suit, and that the fruit from that grand double row of walnut trees on the right hand of the enclosure would fall and rot among the grass. If it were not that we heard the booming bark of dogs echoing from great buildings at the back. And now the half-weaned calves that have been sheltering themselves in a gorse-built hovel against the left-hand wall come out and set up a silly answer to that terrible bark, doubtless supposing that it has reference to buckets of milk. Yes, the house must be inhabited, and we will see by whom, for imagination is a licensed trespasser, it has no fear of dogs, but may climb over walls and peep in at windows with impunity. Put your face to one of the glass panes in the right-hand window, what do you see? A large open fireplace, with rusty dogs in it, and a bare boarded floor, at the far end, fleeces of wool stacked up, in the middle of the floor, some empty corn bags. That is the furniture of the dining room. And what through the left-hand window? Several clothes horses, a pillion, a spinning wheel, and an old box wide open and stuffed full of colored rags. At the edge of this box there lies a great wooden doll, which, so far as mutilation is concerned, bears a strong resemblance to the finest Greek sculpture, and especially in the total loss of its nose. Near it there is a little chair, and the butt end of a boy's leather long-lashed whip. The history of the house is plain now. It was once the residence of a country squire, whose family, probably dwindling down to mere spinsterhood, got merged in the more territorial name of Donnithorne. It was once the Hall, it is now the Hall Farm. Like the life in some coast town that was once a watering place, and is now a port, where the genteel streets are silent and grass-grown, and the docks and warehouses busy and resonant, the life at the Hall has changed its focus. And no longer radiates from the parlor, but from the kitchen and the farmyard. Plenty of life there, though this is the drowsiest time of the year, just before hay harvest, and it is the drowsiest time of the day too, for it is close upon 3 by the sun, and it is 3:30 by Mrs. Poyser's handsome 8-day clock. But there is always a stronger sense of life when the sun is brilliant after rain. And now he is pouring down his beams, and making sparkles among the wet straw, and lighting up every patch of vivid green moss on the red tiles of the cowshed. And turning even the muddy water that is hurrying along the channel to the drain into a mirror for the yellow-billed ducks, who are seizing the opportunity of getting a drink with as much body in it as possible. There is quite a concert of noises. The great bulldog, chained against the stables, is thrown into furious exasperation by the unwary approach of a cock too near the mouth of his kennel, and sends forth a thundering bark, which is answered by 2 foxhounds shut up in the opposite cowhouse. The old top-knotted hens, scratching with their chicks among the straw, set up a sympathetic croaking as the discomfited cock joins them. A sow with her brood, all very muddy as to the legs, and curled as to the tail, throws in some deep staccato notes, our friends the calves are bleeding from the home croft, and, under all, a fine ear discerns the continuous hum of human voices. For the great barn doors are thrown wide open, and men are busy there mending the harness, under the superintendence of Mr. Goby, the Whittaw, otherwise Sadler, who entertains them with the latest Treddleston gossip. It is certainly rather an unfortunate day that Alick, the shepherd, has chosen for having the Whittaws, since the morning turned out so wet, and Mrs. Poyser has spoken her mind pretty strongly as to the dirt which the extra number of men's shoes brought into the house at dinner-time. Indeed, she has not yet recovered her equanimity on the subject, though it is now nearly 3 hours since dinner, and the house floor is perfectly clean again. As clean as everything else in that wonderful house-place, where the only chance of collecting a few grains of dust would be to climb on the salt coffer. And put your finger on the high mantel-shelf on which the glittering brass candlesticks are enjoying their summer sinecure. For at this time of year, of course, every one goes to bed while it is yet light, or at least light enough to discern the outline of objects after you have bruised your shins against them. Surely nowhere else could an oak clock case and an oak table have got to such a polish by the hand, genuine elbow polish, as Mrs. Poyser called it, for she thanked God she never had any of your varnished rubbish in her house. Hetty Sorrel often took the opportunity, when her aunt's back was turned, of looking at the pleasing reflection of herself in those polished surfaces, for the oak table was usually turned up like a screen, and was more for ornament than for use. And she could see herself sometimes in the great round pewter dishes that were ranged on the shelves above the long deal dinner table, or in the hobs of the grate, which always shone like jasper. Everything was looking at its brightest at this moment, for the sun shone right on the pewter dishes, and from their reflecting surfaces pleasant jets of light were thrown on mellow oak and bright brass, and on a still pleasanter object than these. For some of the rays fell on Dinah's finely moulded cheek, and lit up her pale red hair to auburn, as she bent over the heavy household linen which she was mending for her aunt. No scene could have been more peaceful, if Mrs. Poyser, who was ironing a few things that still remained from the Monday's wash, had not been making a frequent clinking with her iron and moving to and fro whenever she wanted it to cool. Carrying the keen glance of her blue-grey eye from the kitchen to the dairy, where Hetty was making up the butter, and from the dairy to the back kitchen, where Nancy was taking the pies out of the oven. Do not suppose, however, that Mrs. Poyser was elderly or shrewish in her appearance. She was a good-looking woman, not more than 38, of fair complexion and sandy hair, well-shapen, light-footed. The most conspicuous article in her attire was an ample checkered linen apron, which almost covered her skirt. And nothing could be plainer or less noticeable than her cap and gown, for there was no weakness of which she was less tolerant than feminine vanity, and the preference of ornament to utility. The family likeness between her and her niece Dinah Morris, with the contrast between her keenness and Dinah's seraphic gentleness of expression, might have served a painter as an excellent suggestion for a Martha and Mary. Their eyes were just of the same color, but a striking test of the difference in their operation was seen in the demeanor of Trip, the black and tan terrier. Whenever that much suspected dog unwarily exposed himself to the freezing Arctic ray of Mrs. Poyser's glance, her tongue was not less keen than her eye, and, whenever a damsel came within earshot, seemed to take up an unfinished lecture, as a barrel organ takes up a tune, precisely at the point where it had left off. The fact that it was churning day was another reason why it was inconvenient to have the Wittaws, and why, consequently, Mrs. Poyser should scold Molly the housemaid with unusual severity. To all appearance Molly had got through her after-dinner work in an exemplary manner, had cleaned herself with great dispatch, and now came to ask, submissively, if she should sit down to her spinning till milking time. But this blameless conduct, according to Mrs. Poyser, shrouded a secret indulgence of unbecoming wishes, which she now dragged forth and held up to Molly's view with cutting eloquence. Spinning, indeed. It isn't spinning as you'd be at, I'll be bound, and let you have your own way. I never knew your equals for gallowsness. To think of a your age wanting to go and sit with half a dozen men. I'd ha' been ashamed to let the words pass over my lips if I'd been you. And you, as have been here ever since last Michaelmas, and I hired you at Treddles on Statits, without a bit character, as I say, you might be grateful to be hired in that way to a respectable place. And you knew no more what belongs to work when you come here than the mawkin the field. As poor a two-fisted thing as ever I saw, you know you was. Who taught you to scrub a floor, I should like to know? Why, you'd leave the dirt in heaps the corners, anybody you'd think you'd never been brought up among Christians. And as for spinning, why, you've wasted as much as your wage the flax you've spoiled learning to spin. And you've a right to feel that, and not to go about as gaping and as thoughtless as if you was beholding to nobody. Comb the wool for the Wittaws, indeed. That's what you'd like to be doing, is it? That's the way with you, that's the road you'd all like to go, headlongs to ruin. You're never easy till you've got some sweetheart as is as big a fool as yourself. You think you'll be finely off when you're married, I dare say, and have got a three-legged stool to sit on, and never a blanket to cover you. And a bit oat cake for your dinner, as 3 children are snatching at. I'm sure I donna want tea, go why, the Wittaws, said Molly, whimpering, and quite overcome by this daunting picture of her future. Onny we allays used to comb the wool for, and at Mester Audley's, and so I just axed ye. I donna want to set eyes on the Wittaws again, I wish I may never stir if I do. Mr. Audley's, indeed. It's fine talking what you did at Mr. Audley's. Your missus there might like her floors dirt wide Wittaws for what I know. There's no knowing what people wanna like, such ways as I've heard of. I never had a gel come into my house as seemed to know what cleaning was. I think people live like pigs, for my part. And as to that Betty as was dairymaid at Trent's before she come to me, she'd left the cheeses without turning from week's end to week's end, and the dairy thralls, I might wrote my name on 'em, when I come downstairs after my illness. As the doctor said it was inflammation, it was a mercy I got well of it. And to think you're knowing no better, Molly, and been here going 9 months, and not for want talking to, neither, and what are you standing there for, like a jack as is run down, instead getting your will out. You're a rare un for sitting down to your work a little while after it's time to put by. Money, my iron's twite told, please put it down to warm. The small chirping voice that uttered this request came from a little sunny-haired girl between 3 and 4, who, seated on a high chair at the end of the ironing table, was arduously clutching the handle of a miniature iron with her tiny fat fist, and ironing rags with an assiduity that required her to put her little red tongue out as far as anatomy would allow. Cold, is it, my darling? Bless your sweet face, said Mrs. Poyser, who was remarkable for the facility with which she could relapse from her official objurgatory to one of fondness or of friendly converse. Never mind. Mother's done her ironing now. She's going to put the ironing things away. Money, I tood Ike to do into the barn to Tommy, to see de Wittod. No, Toddy, you'd get her feet wet, said Mrs. Poyser, carrying away her iron. Run into the dairy and see cousin Hetty make the butter. I tood Ike a bit take, rejoined Toddy, who seemed to be provided with several relays of requests. At the same time, taking the opportunity of her momentary leisure to put her fingers into a bowl of starch, and drag it down so as to empty the contents with tolerable completeness onto the ironing sheet. Did ever anybody see the like? Screamed Mrs. Poyser, running towards the table when her eye had fallen on the blue stream. The child's allays mischief if your back's turned a minute. What shall I do to you, you naughty gel? Toddy, however, had descended from her chair with great swiftness, and was already in retreat towards the dairy with a sort of waddling run. And an amount of fat on the nape of her neck which made her look like the metamorphosis of a white suckling pig. The starch having been wiped up by Molly's help, and the ironing apparatus put by Mrs. Poyser took up her knitting which always lay ready at hand, and was the work she liked best, because she could carry it on automatically as she walked to and fro. But now she came and sat down opposite Dinah, whom she looked at in a meditative way, as she knitted her grey worsted stocking. You look image your Aunt Judith, Dinah, when you sit sewing. I could almost fancy it was 30 years back, and I was a little gel at home, looking at Judith as she sat at her work, after she'd done the house up. Only it was a little cottage, father's was, and not a big rambling house as gets dirty one corner as fast as you clean it in another, but for all that, I could fancy you was your Aunt Judith, only her hair was a deal darker than yours. And she was stouter and broader the shoulders. Judith and me allays hung together, though she had such queer ways, but your mother and her never could agree. Ah, your mother little thought as she'd have a daughter just cut out after the very pattern Judith, and leave her an orphan, too, for Judith to take care on, and bring up with a spoon when she was in the graveyard at Stoniton. I allays said that Judith, as she'd bear a pound weight any day to save anybody else carrying an ounce. And she was just the same from the first my remembering her. It made no difference in her, as I could see, when she took to the Methodists, only she talked a bit different and wore a different sort cap, but she'd never in her life spent a penny on herself more than keeping herself decent. She was a blessed woman, said Dinah. God had given her a loving, self-forgetting nature, and he perfected it by grace. And she was very fond of you too, Aunt Rachel. I often heard her talk of you in the same sort of way. When she had that bad illness, and I was only 11 years old, she used to say, "You'll have a friend on earth in your Aunt Rachel, if I'm taken from you, for she has a kind heart, and I'm sure I've found it so." I don't know how, child. Anybody'd be cunning to do anything for you, I think. You're like the birds air, and live nobody knows how. I'd been glad to behave to you like a mother's sister, if you'd come and live this country where there's some shelter and victual for man and beast, and folks don't live on the naked hills, like poultry scratching on a gravel bank. And then you might get married to some decent man, and there'd be plenty ready to have you, if you'd only leave off that preaching, as is 10 times worse than anything your Aunt Judith ever did. And even if you'd marry Seth Bede, as is a poor wool-gathering Methodist and's never like to have a penny beforehand, I know your uncle ud help you with a pig, and very like a cow, for he's allays been good-natured to my kin, for all they're poor. And made them welcome to the house. And ud do for you, I'll be bound, as much as ever he'd do for Hetty, though she's his own niece. And there's linen in the house as I could well spare you, for I've got lots sheeting and table clothing, and toweling, as isn't made up. There's a piece sheeting I could give you as that squinting Kitty spun. She was a rare girl to spin, for all she squinted, and the children couldn't abide her. And, the spinning's going on constant, and there's new linen wove twice as fast as the old wears out. But where's the use talking, if you want to be persuaded, and settle down like any other woman in her senses, instead wearing yourself out with walking and preaching, and giving away every penny you get. So as you've nothing saved against sickness. And all the things you've got the world, I verily believe, you'd go into a bundle no bigger nor a double cheese. And all because you've got notions your head about religion more nor what's the catechism and the prayer book. But not more than what's in the Bible, Aunt, said Dinah. Yes, and the Bible too, for that matter, Mrs. Poyser rejoined, rather sharply. Else why shouldn't them as know best what's in the Bible, the parsons and people as have got nothing to do but learn it, do the same as you do? But, for the matter that, if everybody was to do like you, the world must come to a standstill. For if everybody tried to do without house and home, and with poor eating and drinking, and was allays talking as we must despise the things the world as you say, I should like to know where the pick the stock, and the corn. And the best new milk cheeses you'd have to go. Everybody you'd be wanting bread made tail ends, and everybody you'd be running after everybody else to preach to instead bringing up their families, and laying by against a bad harvest. It stands to sense as that can't be the right religion. Nay, dear aunt, you never heard me say that all people are called to forsake their work and their families. It's quite right the land should be plowed and sowed, and the precious corn stored, and the things of this life cared for, and right that people should rejoice in their families, and provide for them, so that this is done in the fear of the Lord. And that they are not unmindful of the soul's wants while they are caring for the body. We can all be servants of God wherever our lot is cast, but he gives us different sorts of work, according as he fits us for it and calls us to it. I can no more help spending my life in trying to do what I can for the souls of others, than you could help running if you heard little Toddy crying at the other end of the house. The voice would go to your heart, you would think the dear child was in trouble or in danger, and you couldn't rest without running to help her and comfort her. Ah, said Mrs. Poyser, rising and walking towards the door, I know you'd be just the same if I was to talk to you for hours. You'd make me the same answer, at th end. I might as well talk to the running brook and tell it to stand still. The causeway outside the kitchen door was dry enough now for Mrs. Poyser to stand there quite pleasantly and see what was going on in the yard, the grey worsted stocking making a steady progress in her hands all the while. But she had not been standing there more than 5 minutes before she came in again, and said to Dinah, in rather a flurried, awe-stricken tone, if there isn't Captain Donnithorne and Mr. Irwine coming into the yard. I'll lay my life they're come to speak about your preaching on the green, Dinah. It's you must answer, for I'm dumb. I've said enough already about your bringing such disgrace upo your uncle's family. I wouldn't minded if you'd been Mr. Poyser's own niece. Folks must put up their own kin, as they put up their own noses, it's their own flesh and blood. But to think of a niece mine being cause my husband's being turned out of his farm, and me brought him no fortin but my savin's. Nay, dear Aunt Rachel, said Dinah gently, you've no cause for such fears. I've strong assurance that no evil will happen to you and my uncle and the children from anything I've done. I didn't preach without direction. Direction. I know very well what you mean by direction, said Mrs. Poyser, knitting in a rapid and agitated manner. When there's a bigger maggot than usual in your head you call it direction. And then nothing can stir you, you look like the staddy the outside treadles on church, starin' and smilin', whether it's fair weather or foul. I hanna common patience with you. By this time the two gentlemen had reached the palings and had got down from their horses. It was plain they meant to come in. Mrs. Poyser advanced to the door to meet them, curtsying low and trembling between anger with Dinah and anxiety to conduct herself with perfect propriety on the occasion. For in those days the keenest of bucolic minds felt a whispering awe at the sight of the gentry, such as of old men felt when they stood on tiptoe to watch the gods passing by in tall human shape. Well, Mrs. Poyser, how are you after this stormy morning? Said Mr. Irwine, with his stately cordiality. Our feet are quite dry, we shall not soil your beautiful floor. Oh, sir, don't mention it, said Mrs. Poyser. Will you and the captain please to walk into the parlour? No, indeed, thank you, Mrs. Poyser, said the captain, looking eagerly round the kitchen, as if his eye were seeking something it could not find. I delight in your kitchen. I think it is the most charming room I know. I should like every farmer's wife to come and look at it for a pattern. Oh, you're pleased to say so, sir. Pray take a seat, said Mrs. Poyser, relieved a little by this compliment and the captain's evident good humour, but still glancing anxiously at Mr. Irwine, who, she saw, was looking at Dinah and advancing towards her. Poyser is not at home, is he? Said Captain Donnithorne, seating himself where he could see along the short passage to the open dairy door. No, sir, he isn't, he's gone to Rossetter to see Mr. West, the factor, about the wool. But there's Father the barn, sir, if he'd be of any use. No, thank you, I'll just look at the whelps and leave a message about them with your shepherd. I must come another day and see your husband. I want to have a consultation with him about horses. Do you know when he's likely to be at liberty? Why, sir, you can hardly miss him, except it's Treadles on market day, that's of a Friday, you know. For if he's anywhere on the farm we can send for him in a minute. If we'd got rid the Scantlands, we should have no outlying fields, and I should be glad of it, for if ever anything happens, he's sure to be gone to the Scantlands. Things allays happen so contrary, if they've a chance, and it's an unnatural thing to have one bit your farm in one county and all the rest in another. Ah, the Scantlands would go much better with Choice's farm, especially as he wants dairyland and you've got plenty. I think yours is the prettiest farm on the estate, though, and do you know, Mrs. Poyser, if I were going to marry and settle, I should be tempted to turn you out, and do up this fine old house, and turn farmer myself. Oh, sir, said Mrs. Poyser, rather alarmed, you wouldn't like it at all. As for farming, it's putting money into your pocket your right hand and fetching it out your left. As far as I can see, it's raising victual for other folks and just getting a mouthful for yourself and your children as you go along. Not as you'd be like a poor man as wants to get his bread, you could afford to lose as much money as you liked farming, but it's poor fun losing money, I should think. Though I understand, it's what the great folks London play at more than anything. For my husband heard at market as Lord Dacey's eldest son had lost thousands Yupo, thousands to the Prince o' Wales, and they said my lady was going to pawn her jewels to pay for him. But you know more about that than I do, sir. But, as for farming, sir, I canna think as you'd like it, and this house, the draughts in it are enough to cut you through, and it's my opinion the floors upstairs are very rotten, and the rats the cellar are beyond anything. Why, that's a terrible picture, Mrs. Poyser. I think I should be doing you a service to turn you out of such a place. But there's no chance of that. I'm not likely to settle for the next 20 years, till I'm a stout gentleman of 40. And my grandfather would never consent to part with such good tenants as you. Well, sir, if he thinks so well Mr. Poyser for a tenant I wish you could put in a word for him to allow us some new gates for the 5 closes, for my husband's been asking till he's tired, and to think what he's done for the farm, and's never had a penny allowed him. Be the times bad or good. And as I've said to my husband often and often, I'm sure if the captain had anything to do with it, it wouldn't be so. Not as I wish to speak disrespectful them as have got the power their hands, but it's more than flesh and blood you'll bear sometimes, to be toiling and striving, and up early and down late. And hardly sleeping a wink when you lie down for thinking as the cheese may swell, or the cows may slip their calf, or the wheat may grow green again the sheaf, and after all, at the end the year. It's like as if you'd been cooking a feast and had got the smell of it for your pains. Mrs. Poyser, once launched into conversation, always sailed along without any check from her preliminary awe of the gentry. The confidence she felt in her own powers of exposition was a motive force that overcame all resistance. I'm afraid I should only do harm instead of good, if I were to speak about the gates, Mrs. Poyser, said the captain, though I assure you there's no man on the estate I would sooner say a word for than your husband. I know his farm is in better order than any other within 10 miles of us, and as for the kitchen, he added, smiling, I don't believe there's one in the kingdom to beat it. By the by, I've never seen your dairy. I must see your dairy, Mrs. Poyser. Indeed, sir, it's not fit for you to go in, for Hetty's in the middle making the butter, for the churning was thrown late, and I'm quite ashamed. This Mrs. Poyser said blushing, and believing that the captain was really interested in her milk pans, and would adjust his opinion of her to the appearance of her dairy. Oh, I've no doubt it's in capital order. Take me in, said the captain, himself leading the way, while Mrs. Poyser followed. Chapter 7. The Dairy. The dairy was certainly worth looking at. It was a scene to sicken for with a sort of calenture in hot and dusty streets, such coolness, such purity, such fresh fragrance of new-pressed cheese, of firm butter. Of wooden vessels perpetually bathed in pure water. Such soft coloring of red earthenware and creamy surfaces, brown wood and polished tin, grey limestone and rich orange-red rust on the iron weights and hooks and hinges. But one gets only a confused notion of these details when they surround a distractingly pretty girl of 17, standing on little pattens and rounding her dimpled arm to lift a pound of butter out of the scale. Hetty blushed a deep rose color when Captain Donnithorne entered the dairy and spoke to her, but it was not at all a distressed blush, for it was enwreathed with smiles and dimples, and with sparkles from under long, curled, dark eyelashes. And while her aunt was discoursing to him about the limited amount of milk that was to be spared for butter and cheese so long as the calves were not all weaned, and a large quantity but inferior quality of milk yielded by the shorthorn, which had been bought on experiment, together with other matters which must be interesting to a young gentleman who would one day be a landlord, Hetty tossed and patted her pound of butter with quite a self-possessed, coquettish air, slyly conscious that no turn of her head was lost. There are various orders of beauty, causing men to make fools of themselves in various styles, from the desperate to the sheepish. But there is one order of beauty which seems made to turn the heads not only of men, but of all intelligent mammals, even of women. It is a beauty like that of kittens, or very small downy ducks making gentle rippling noises with their soft bills, or babies just beginning to toddle and to engage in conscious mischief, a beauty with which you can never be angry, but that you feel ready to crush for inability to comprehend the state of mind into which it throws you. Hetty Sorrel's was that sort of beauty. Her aunt, Mrs. Poyser, who professed to despise all personal attractions and intended to be the severest of mentors, continually gazed at Hetty's charms by the sly, fascinated in spite of herself. And after administering such a scolding as naturally flowed from her anxiety to do well by her husband's niece, who had no mother of her own to scold her, poor thing, she would often confess to her husband, when they were safe out of hearing, that she firmly believed, the naughtier the little hussy behaved, the prettier she looked. It is of little use for me to tell you that Hetty's cheek was like a rose petal, that dimples played about her pouting lips, that her large dark eyes hid a soft roguishness under their long lashes, and that her curly hair, though all pushed back under her round cap while she was at work, stole back in dark delicate rings on her forehead, and about her white shell-like ears. It is of little use for me to say how lovely was the contour of her pink and white neckerchief, tucked into her low plum-colored stuff bodice, or how the linen butter-making apron, with its bib, seemed a thing to be imitated in silk by duchesses, since it fell in such charming lines, or how her brown stockings and thick-soled buckled shoes lost all that clumsiness which they must certainly have had when empty of her foot and ankle, of little use. Unless you have seen a woman who affected you as Hetty affected her beholders, for otherwise, though you might conjure up the image of a lovely woman, she would not in the least resemble that distracting kitten-like maiden. I might mention all the divine charms of a bright spring day, but if you had never in your life utterly forgotten yourself in straining your eyes after the mounting lark, or in wandering through the still lanes when the fresh opened blossoms fill them with a sacred silent beauty like that of fretted isles, where would be the use of my descriptive catalogue? I could never make you know what I meant by a bright spring day. Hetty's was a springtide beauty. It was the beauty of young frisking things, round-limbed, gambolling, circumventing you by a false air of innocence, the innocence of a young star-browed calf, for example, that, being inclined for a promenade out of bounds, leads you a severe steeplechase over hedge and ditch, and only comes to a stand in the middle of a bog. And they are the prettiest attitudes and movements into which a pretty girl is thrown in making up butter, tossing movements that give a charming curve to the arm, and a sideward inclination of the round white neck. Little patting and rolling movements with the palm of the hand, and nice adaptations and finishings which cannot at all be effected without a great play of the pouting mouth and the dark eyes. And then the butter itself seems to communicate a fresh charm, it is so pure, so sweet-scented, it is turned off the mold with such a beautiful firm surface, like marble in a pale yellow light. Moreover, Hetty was particularly clever at making up the butter. It was the one performance of hers that her aunt allowed to pass without severe criticism, so she handled it with all the grace that belongs to mastery. I hope you will be ready for a great holiday on the 30th of July, Mrs. Poyser, said Captain Donnithorne, when he had sufficiently admired the dairy and given several improvised opinions on Swede turnips and shorthorns. You know what is to happen then, and I shall expect you to be one of the guests who come earliest and leave latest. Will you promise me your hand for 2 dances, Miss Hetty? If I don't get your promise now, I know I shall hardly have a chance, for all the smart young farmers will take care to secure you. Hetty smiled and blushed, but before she could answer, Mrs. Poyser interposed, scandalized at the mere suggestion that the young squire could be excluded by any meaner partners. Indeed, sir, you are very kind to take that notice of her. And I'm sure, whenever you're pleased to dance with her, she'll be proud and thankful, if she stood still all the rest evening. Oh no, no, that would be too cruel to all the other young fellows who can dance. But you will promise me 2 dances, won't you? The captain continued, determined to make Hetty look at him and speak to him. Hetty dropped the prettiest little curtsy, and stole a half-shy, half-coquettish glance at him as she said, Yes, thank you, sir. And you must bring all your children, you know, Mrs. Poyser, your little Toddy, as well as the boys. I want all the youngest children on the estate to be there, all those who will be fine young men and women when I'm a bald old fellow. Oh dear, sir, that you'll be a long time first, said Mrs. Poyser, quite overcome at the young squire speaking so lightly of himself, and thinking how her husband would be interested in hearing her recount this remarkable specimen of high-born humor. The captain was thought to be very full of his jokes, and was a great favourite throughout the estate on account of his free manners. Every tenant was quite sure things would be different when the reins got into his hands. There was to be a millennial abundance of new gates, allowances of lime, and returns of 10%. "But where is Toddy today?" he said. "I want to see her." "Where is the little un, Hetty?" said Mrs. Poyser. "She came in here not long ago." "I don't know. She went into the brewhouse to Nancy, I think." The proud mother, unable to resist the temptation to show her Toddy, passed at once into the back kitchen, in search of her, not, however, without misgivings lest something should have happened to render her person and attire unfit for presentation. "And do you carry the butter to market when you've made it?" said the captain to Hetty, meanwhile. "Oh no, sir, not when it's so heavy. I'm not strong enough to carry it. Alec takes it on horseback." "No, I'm sure your pretty arms were never meant for such heavy weights. But you go out a walk sometimes these pleasant evenings, don't you? Why don't you have a walk in the chase sometimes, now it's so green and pleasant? I hardly ever see you anywhere except at home and at church." "Aunt doesn't like me to go a-walking only when I'm going somewhere," said Hetty. "But I go through the chase sometimes." "And don't you ever go to see Mrs. Best, the housekeeper? I think I saw you once in the housekeeper's room." "It isn't Mrs. Best, it's Mrs. Pomfret, the lady's maid, as I go to see. She's teaching me 10-stitch and the lace mending. I'm going to tea with her tomorrow afternoon." The reason why there had been space for this tête-à-tête can only be known by looking into the back kitchen, where Toddy had been discovered rubbing a stray blue bag against her nose. And in the same moment allowing some liberal indigo drops to fall on her afternoon pinafore. But now she appeared holding her mother's hand, the end of her round nose rather shiny from a recent and hurried application of soap and water. "Here she is," said the captain, lifting her up and setting her on the low stone shelf. "Here's Toddy. By the by, what's her other name? She wasn't christened Toddy." "Oh, sir, we call her sadly out of her name. Charlotte's her christened name. It's a name I'd Mr. Poyser's family, his grandmother was named Charlotte. But we began with calling her Lottie, and now it's got to Toddy. To be sure it's more like a name for a dog than a Christian child. Toddy's a capital name. Why, she looks like a toddy. Has she got a pocket on?" said the captain, feeling in his own waistcoat pockets. Toddy immediately with great gravity lifted up her frock, and showed a tiny pink pocket at present in a state of collapse. "It dot noten in it," she said, as she looked down at it very earnestly. "No. What a pity. Such a pretty pocket. Well, I think I've got some things in mind that will make a pretty jingle in it. Yes. I declare I've got 5 little round silver things, and hear what a pretty noise they make in Toddy's pink pocket." Here he shook the pocket with the 5 sixpences in it, and Toddy showed her teeth and wrinkled her nose in great glee. But, divining that there was nothing more to be got by staying, she jumped off the shelf and ran away to jingle her pocket in the hearing of Nancy, while her mother called after her, "Oh, for shame, you naughty Jell. Not to thank the captain for what he's given you, I'm sure, sir, it's very kind of you, but she's spoiled shameful, her father won't have her said nay in anything, and there's no managing her. It's being the youngest, and only Jell. Oh, she's a funny little fatty, I wouldn't have her different. But I must be going now, for I suppose the rector is waiting for me." With a "goodbye," a bright glance, and a bow to Hetty, Arthur left the dairy. But he was mistaken in imagining himself waited for. The rector had been so much interested in his conversation with Dinah that he would not have chosen to close it earlier, and you shall hear now what they had been saying to each other. Chapter 8. A Vocation. Dinah, who had risen when the gentleman came in, but still kept hold of the sheet she was mending, curtsied respectfully when she saw Mr. Irwine looking at her and advancing towards her. He had never yet spoken to her, or stood face to face with her, and her first thought, as her eyes met his, was, what a well-favoured countenance. Oh, that the good seed might fall on that soil, for it would surely flourish. The agreeable impression must have been mutual, for Mr. Irwine bowed to her with a benignant deference, which would have been equally in place if she had been the most dignified lady of his acquaintance. "You are only a visitor in this neighborhood, I think," were his first words, as he seated himself opposite to her. "No, sir, I come from Snowfield, in Stonyshire. But my aunt was very kind, wanting me to have rest from my work there, because I'd been ill, and she invited me to come and stay with her for a while." "Ah, I remember Snowfield very well, I once had occasion to go there. It's a dreary bleak place. They were building a cotton mill there, but that's many years ago now. I suppose the place is a good deal changed by the employment that mill must have brought. It is changed so far as the mill has brought people there, who get a livelihood for themselves by working in it, and make it better for the tradesfolks. I work in it myself, and have reason to be grateful, for thereby I have enough and to spare. But it's still a bleak place, as you say, sir, very different from this country. You have relations living there, probably, so that you are attached to the place as your home?" "I had an aunt there once, she brought me up, for I was an orphan. But she was taken away 7 years ago, and I have no other kindred that I know of, besides my Aunt Poyser, who is very good to me, and would have me come and live in this country, which to be sure is a good land, wherein they eat bread without scarceness. But I'm not free to leave Snowfield, where I was first planted, and have grown deep into it, like the small grass on the hilltop." "Ah, I dare say you have many religious friends and companions there. You are a Methodist, a Wesleyan, I think?" "Yes, my aunt at Snowfield belonged to the society, and I have cause to be thankful for the privileges I have had thereby from my earliest childhood." "And have you been long in the habit of preaching? For I understand you preached at Hayslope last night." "I first took to the work 4 years since, when I was 21. "Your society sanctions women's preaching, then?" "It doesn't forbid them, sir, when they've a clear call to the work, and when their ministry is owned by the conversion of sinners and the strengthening of God's people." Mrs. Fletcher, as you may have heard about, was the first woman to preach in the society, I believe, before she was married, when she was Miss Bosanquet, and Mr. Wesley approved of her undertaking the work. She had a great gift, and there are many others now living who are precious fellow helpers in the work of the ministry. I understand there's been voices raised against it in the society of late, but I cannot but think their counsel will come to naught. It isn't for men to make channels for God's Spirit, as they make channels for the watercourses, and say, flow here, but flow not there. But don't you find some danger among your people? I don't mean to say that it is so with you, far from it, but don't you find sometimes that both men and women fancy themselves channels for God's Spirit, and are quite mistaken? So that they set about a work for which they are unfit and bring holy things into contempt? Doubtless it is so sometimes, for there have been evildoers among us who have sought to deceive the brethren, and some there are who deceive their own selves. But we are not without discipline and correction to put a check upon these things. There's a very strict order kept among us, and the brethren and sisters watch for each other's souls as they that must give account. They don't go every one his own way and say, am I my brother's keeper? But tell me, if I may ask, and I am really interested in knowing it, how you first came to think of preaching. Indeed, sir, I didn't think of it at all. I'd been used from the time I was 16 to talk to the little children, and teach them, and sometimes I had had my heart enlarged to speak in class, and was much drawn out in prayer with the sick. But I had felt no call to preach, for when I'm not greatly wrought upon, I'm too much given to sit still and keep by myself. It seems as if I could sit silent all day long with the thought of God overflowing my soul, as the pebbles lie bathed in the willow brook. For thoughts are so great, aren't they, sir? They seem to lie upon us like a deep flood. And it's my besetment to forget where I am and everything about me, and lose myself in thoughts that I could give no account of, for I could neither make a beginning nor ending of them in words. That was my way as long as I can remember. But sometimes it seemed as if speech came to me without any will of my own, and words were given to me that came out as the tears come, because our hearts are full and we can't help it. And those were always times of great blessing, though I had never thought it could be so with me before a congregation of people. But, sir, we are led on, like the little children, by a way that we know not. I was called to preach quite suddenly, and since then I have never been left in doubt about the work that was laid upon me. But tell me the circumstances, just how it was, the very day you began to preach. It was one Sunday I walked with Brother Marlowe, who was an aged man, one of the local preachers, all the way to Hetty Deeps. That's a village where the people get their living by working in the lead mines, and where there's no church nor preacher. But they live like sheep without a shepherd. It's better than 12 miles from Snowfield, so we set out early in the morning, for it was summertime. And I had a wonderful sense of the divine love as we walked over the hills, where there's no trees, you know, sir, as there is here, to make the sky look smaller, but you see the heavens stretched out like a tent. And you feel the everlasting arms around you. But before we got to Hetton, Brother Marlowe was seized with a dizziness that made him afraid of falling, for he overworked himself sadly, at his years, in watching and praying, and walking so many miles to speak the word, as well as carrying on his trade of linen weaving. And when we got to the village, the people were expecting him, for he'd appointed the time and the place when he was there before, and such of them as cared to hear the word of life were assembled on a spot where the cottages was thickest, so as others might be drawn to come. But he felt as he couldn't stand up to preach, and he was forced to lie down in the first of the cottages we came to. So I went to tell the people, thinking we'd go into one of the houses, and I would read and pray with them. But as I passed along by the cottages and saw the aged and trembling women at the doors, and the hard looks of the men, who seemed to have their eyes no more filled with the sight of the Sabbath morning than if they had been dumb oxen that never looked up to the sky, I felt a great movement in my soul. And I trembled as if I was shaken by a strong spirit entering into my weak body. And I went to where the little flock of people was gathered together, and stepped on the low wall that was built against the green hillside, and I spoke the words that were given to me abundantly. And they all came round me out of all the cottages, and many wept over their sins, and have since been joined to the Lord. That was the beginning of my preaching, sir, and I've preached ever since. Dinah had let her work fall during this narrative, which she uttered in her usual simple way, but with that sincere articulate, thrilling treble by which she always mastered her audience. She stooped now to gather up her sewing, and then went on with it as before. Mr. Irwine was deeply interested. He said to himself, he must be a miserable prig who would act the pedagogue here, one might as well go and lecture the trees for growing in their own shape. And you never feel any embarrassment from the sense of your youth, that you are a lovely young woman on whom men's eyes are fixed, he said aloud. No, I've no room for such feelings, and I don't believe the people ever take notice about that. I think, sir, when God makes his presence felt through us, we are like the burning bush. Moses never took any heed what sort of bush it was, he only saw the brightness of the Lord. I've preached to as rough ignorant people as can be in the villages about Snowfield, men that looked very hard and wild, but they never said an uncivil word to me, and often thanked me kindly as they made way for me to pass through the midst of them. That I can believe, that I can well believe, said Mr. Irwine, emphatically. And what did you think of your hearers last night, now? Did you find them quiet and attentive? Very quiet, sir, but I saw no signs of any great work upon them, except in a young girl named Bessie Cranage, towards whom my heart yearned greatly, when my eyes first fell on her blooming youth, given up to folly and vanity. I had some private talk and prayer with her afterwards, and I trust her heart is touched. But I've noticed that in these villages where the people lead a quiet life among the green pastures and the still waters, tilling the ground and tending the cattle, there's a strange deadness to the word, as different as can be from the great towns. Like Leeds, where I once went to visit a holy woman who preaches there. It's wonderful how rich is the harvest of souls up those high-walled streets, where you seem to walk as in a prison yard, and the ear is deafened with the sounds of worldly toil. I think maybe it is because the promise is sweeter when this life is so dark and weary, and the soul gets more hungry when the body is ill at ease. Why, yes, our farm laborers are not easily roused. They take life almost as slowly as the sheep and cows. But we have some intelligent workmen about here. I dare say you know the Bedes. Seth Bede, by the by, is a Methodist. Yes, I know Seth well, and his brother Adam a little. Seth is a gracious young man, sincere and without offense, and Adam is like the patriarch Joseph, for his great skill and knowledge and the kindness he shows to his brother and his parents. Perhaps you don't know the trouble that has just happened to them. Their father, Matthias Bede, was drowned in the Willow Brook last night, not far from his own door. I'm going now to see Adam. Ah, their poor aged mother, said Dinah, dropping her hands and looking before her with pitying eyes, as if she saw the object of her sympathy. She will mourn heavily, for Seth has told me she's of an anxious, troubled heart. I must go and see if I can give her any help. As she rose and was beginning to fold up her work, Captain Donnithorne, having exhausted all plausible pretexts for remaining among the milk pans, came out of the dairy, followed by Mrs. Poyser. Mr. Irwine now rose also, and, advancing towards Dinah, held out his hand, and said, "Good-bye. I hear you are going away soon, but this will not be the last visit you will pay your aunt, so we shall meet again, I hope." His cordiality towards Dinah set all Mrs. Poyser's anxieties at rest, and her face was brighter than usual, as she said, "I've never asked after Mrs. Irwine and the Miss Irwins, sir. I hope they're as well as usual." "Yes, thank you, Mrs. Poyser, except that Miss Anne has one of her bad headaches today. By the by, we all liked that nice cream cheese you sent us, my mother especially." "I'm very glad, indeed, sir. It is but seldom I make one, but I remembered Mrs. Irwine was fond of M. Please to give my duty to her, and to Miss Kate and Miss Anne. They've never been to look at my poultry this long while, and I've got some beautiful speckled chickens, black and white, as Miss Kate might like to have some of amongst hers. Well, I'll tell her, she must come and see them." "Good-bye," said the rector, mounting his horse. "Just ride slowly on, Irwine," said Captain Donnithorne, mounting also. "I'll overtake you in 3 minutes. I'm only going to speak to the shepherd about the whelps. Good-bye, Mrs. Poyser. Tell your husband I shall come and have a long talk with him soon." Mrs. Poyser curtsied duly, and watched the 2 horses until they had disappeared from the yard, amidst great excitement on the part of the pigs and the poultry, and under the furious indignation of the bulldog, who performed a Pyrrhic dance, that every moment seemed to threaten the breaking of his chain. Mrs. Poyser delighted in this noisy exit. It was a fresh assurance to her that the farmyard was well guarded, and that no loiterers could enter unobserved. And it was not until the gate had closed behind the captain that she turned into the kitchen again, where Dinah stood with her bonnet in her hand, waiting to speak to her aunt, before she set out for Lisbeth Bede's cottage. Mrs. Poyser, however, though she noticed the bonnet, deferred remarking on it until she had disburdened herself of her surprise at Mr. Irwine's behavior. "Why, Mr. Irwine wasn't angry, then? What did he say to you, Dinah? Didn't he scold you for preaching?" "No, he was not at all angry, he was very friendly to me. I was quite drawn out to speak to him, I hardly know how, for I had always thought of him as a worldly Sadducee. But his countenance is as pleasant as the morning sunshine." "Pleasant? And what else did I expect to find him but pleasant?" said Mrs. Poyser impatiently, resuming her knitting. "I should think his countenance is pleasant indeed. And him a gentleman born, and's got a mother like a picter. You may go the country round and not find such another woman turned 66. It's summat like to see such a man as that the desk of a Sunday. As I say to Poyser, it's like looking at a full crop o' wheat, or a pasture with a fine dairy o' cows in it. It makes you think the world's comfortable like. But as for such creeters as you Methodists run after, I'd as soon go to look at a lot o' bare-ribbed runts on a common. Fine folks they are to tell you what's right, as look as if they'd never tasted nothing better than bacon sword and sour cake their lives. But what did Mr. Irwine say to you about that fool's trick o' preaching on the green?" "He only said he'd heard of it, he didn't seem to feel any displeasure about it." But, dear aunt, don't think any more about that. He told me something that I'm sure will cause you sorrow, as it does me. Adam Bede was drowned last night in the Willow Brook, and I'm thinking that the aged mother will be greatly in need of comfort. Perhaps I can be of use to her, so I have fetched my bonnet and am going to set out. Dear heart, dear heart. But you must have a cup o' tea first, child, said Mrs. Poyser, falling at once from the key of B with 5 sharps to the frank and genial C. The kettle's boiling, we'll have it ready in a minute. And the young uns you'll be in and wanting theirs directly. I'm quite willing you should go and see old woman, for you're one as is allays welcome in trouble, Methodist or no Methodist. But, for the matter o' that, it's the flesh and blood folks are made on as makes the difference. Some cheeses are made o' skimmed milk and some o' new milk, and it's no matter what you call 'em, you may tell which is which by the look and the smell. But as to Adam Bede, he's better out o' the way nor in, God forgie me for saying so, for he's done little this 10 year but make trouble for them as belong to him. And I think it 'ud be well for you to take a little bottle o' rum for old woman, for I dare say she's got never a drop o' nothing to comfort her inside. Sit down, child, and be easy, for you shan't stir out till you've had a cup o' tea, and so I tell you. During the latter part of this speech, Mrs. Poyser had been reaching down the tea things from the shelves, and was on her way towards the pantry for the loaf, followed close by Totty, who had made her appearance on the rattling of the teacups. When Hetty came out of the dairy relieving her tired arms by lifting them up, and clasping her hands at the back of her head. Molly, she said, rather languidly, just run out and get me a bunch of dock leaves, the butter's ready to pack up now. You hear what's happened, Hetty, said her aunt. No, how should I hear anything, was the answer, in a pettish tone. Not as you'd care much, I dare say, if you did hear, for you're too feather-headed to mind if everybody was dead, so as you could stay upstairs dressing yourself for 2 hours by the clock. But anybody besides yourself 'ud mind about such things happening to them as think a deal more of you than you deserve. But Adam Bede and all his kin might be drowned dead for what you'd care, you'd be perking at the glass the next minute. Adam Bede, drowned, said Hetty, letting her arms fall and looking rather bewildered, but suspecting that her aunt was as usual exaggerating with a didactic purpose. No, my dear, no, said Dinah kindly, for Mrs. Poyser had passed on to the pantry without deigning more precise information. Not Adam. Adam's father, the old man, is drowned. He was drowned last night in the Willow Brook. Mr. Irwine has just told me about it. Oh, how dreadful! Said Hetty, looking serious, but not deeply affected, and as Molly now entered with the dock leaves, she took them silently and returned to the dairy without asking further questions. Chapter 9. Hetty's World. While she adjusted the broad leaves that set off the pale fragrant butter as the primrose is set off by its nest of green, the first I'm afraid Hetty was thinking a great deal more of the looks Captain Donnithorne had cast at her. Then of Adam and his troubles. Bright, admiring glances from a handsome young gentleman with white hands, a gold chain, occasional regimentals. And wealth and grandeur immeasurable, those were the warm rays that set poor Hetty's heart vibrating and playing its little foolish tunes over and over again. We do not hear that Memnon's statue gave forth its melody at all under the rushing of the mightiest wind, or in response to any other influence divine or human than certain short-lived sunbeams of morning. And we must learn to accommodate ourselves to the discovery that some of those cunningly fashioned instruments called human souls have only a very limited range of music, and will not vibrate in the least under a touch that fills others with tremulous rapture or quivering agony. Hetty was quite used to the thought that people liked to look at her. She was not blind to the fact that young Luke Britton of Broxton came to Hayslope Church on a Sunday afternoon on purpose that he might see her. And that he would have made much more decided advances if her uncle Poyser, thinking but lightly of a young man whose father's land was so foul as old Luke Britton's, had not forbidden her aunt to encourage him by any civilities. She was aware, too, that Mr. Craig, the gardener at the Chase, was over head and ears in love with her, and had lately made unmistakable avowals in luscious strawberries and hyperbolical peas. She knew still better, that Adam Bede, tall, upright, clever, brave Adam Bede, who carried such authority with all the people round about, and whom her uncle was always delighted to see of an evening. Saying that, Adam knew a fine sight more o' the nature o' things than those as thought themselves his betters, she knew that this Adam, who was often rather stern to other people and not much given to run after the lasses, could be made to turn pale or red any day by a word or a look from her. Hetty's sphere of comparison was not large, but she couldn't help perceiving that Adam was something like a man, always knew what to say about things, could tell her uncle how to prop the hovel, and had mended the churn in no time. Knew, with only looking at it, the value of the chestnut tree that was blown down, and why the damp came in the walls, and what they must do to stop the rats. And wrote a beautiful hand that you could read off, and could do figures in his head, a degree of accomplishment totally unknown among the richest farmers of that countryside. Not at all like that slouching Luke Britton, who, when she once walked with him all the way from Broxton to Hayslope, had only broken silence to remark that the grey goose had begun to lay. And as for Mr. Craig, the gardener, he was a sensible man enough, to be sure, but he was knock-kneed, and had a queer sort of sing-song in his talk. Moreover, on the most charitable supposition, he must be far on the way to 40. Hetty was quite certain her uncle wanted her to encourage Adam, and would be pleased for her to marry him. For those were times when there was no rigid demarcation of rank between the farmer and the respectable artisan, and on the home hearth, as well as in the public house, they might be seen taking their jug of ale together. The farmer having a latent sense of capital, and of weight in parish affairs, which sustained him under his conspicuous inferiority in conversation. Martin Poyser was not a frequenter of public houses, but he liked a friendly chat over his own home brewed. And though it was pleasant to lay down the law to a stupid neighbor who had no notion how to make the best of his farm, it was also an agreeable variety to learn something from a clever fellow like Adam Bede. Accordingly, for the last 3 years, ever since he had superintended the building of the new barn, Adam had always been made welcome at the Hall Farm, especially of a winter evening, when the whole family, in patriarchal fashion, master and mistress, children and servants, were assembled in that glorious kitchen, at well-graduated distances from the blazing fire. And for the last 2 years, at least, Hetty had been in the habit of hearing her uncle say, "Adam Bede may be working for wage now, but he'll be a masterman some day, as sure as I sit in this chair. Mester Burge is in the right on't to want him to go partners and marry his daughter, if it's true what they say, the woman as marries him you'll have a good take, beat Lady Day or Michaelmas," a remark which Mrs. Poyser always followed up with her cordial assent. "Ah," she would say, "it's all very fine having a ready-made rich man, but mayhappen he'll be a ready-made fool, and it's no use filling your pocket full o' money if you've got a hole in the corner. It'll do you no good to sit in a spring cart o' your own, if you've got a soft to drive you, he'll soon turn you over into the ditch. I allays said I'd never marry a man as had got no brains. For where's the use of a woman having brains of her own if she's tackled to a jeck as everybody's laughing at? She might as well dress herself fine to sit backwards on a donkey." These expressions, though figurative, sufficiently indicated the bent of Mrs. Poyser's mind with regard to Adam. And though she and her husband might have viewed the subject differently if Hetty had been a daughter of their own, it was clear that they would have welcomed the match with Adam for a penniless niece. For what could Hetty have been but a servant elsewhere, if her uncle had not taken her in and brought her up as a domestic help to her aunt, whose health since the birth of Totty had not been equal to more positive labor than the superintendence of servants and children. But Hetty had never given Adam any steady encouragement. Even in the moments when she was most thoroughly conscious of his superiority to her other admirers, she had never brought herself to think of accepting him. She liked to feel that this strong, skilful, keen-eyed man was in her power, and would have been indignant if he had shown the least sign of slipping from under the yoke of her coquettish tyranny and attaching himself to the gentle Mary Burge, who would have been grateful enough for the most trifling notice from him. Mary Burge, indeed. Such a sallow-faced girl, if she put on a bit of pink ribbon, she looked as yellow as a crowflower and her hair was as straight as a hank of cotton. And always when Adam stayed away for several weeks from the Hall Farm, and otherwise made some show of resistance to his passion as a foolish one, Hetty took care to entice him back into the net by little airs of meekness and timidity. As if she were in trouble at his neglect. But as to marrying Adam, that was a very different affair. There was nothing in the world to tempt her to do that. Her cheeks never grew a shade deeper when his name was mentioned. She felt no thrill when she saw him passing along the causeway by the window, or advancing towards her unexpectedly in the footpath across the meadow. She felt nothing, when his eyes rested on her, but the cold triumph of knowing that he loved her and would not care to look at Mary Burge. He could no more stir in her the emotions that make the sweet intoxication of young love than the mere picture of a sun can stir the spring sap in the subtle fibers of the plant. She saw him as he was, a poor man with old parents to keep, who would not be able, for a long while to come, to give her even such luxuries as she shared in her uncle's house. And Hetty's dreams were all of luxuries, to sit in a carpeted parlor, and always wear white stockings, to have some large beautiful earrings, such as were all the fashion. To have Nottingham lace round the top of her gown, and something to make her handkerchief smell nice, like Miss Lydia Donnithorne's when she drew it out at church, and not to be obliged to get up early or be scolded by anybody. She thought, if Adam had been rich and could have given her these things, she loved him well enough to marry him. But for the last few weeks a new influence had come over Hetty, vague, atmospheric, shaping itself into no self-confessed hopes or prospects, but producing a pleasant narcotic effect. Making her tread the ground and go about her work in a sort of dream, unconscious of weight or effort, and showing her all things through a soft, liquid veil, as if she were living not in this solid world of brick and stone, but in a beatified world, such as the sun lights up for us in the waters. Hetty had become aware that Mr. Arthur Donnithorne would take a good deal of trouble for the chance of seeing her, that he always placed himself at church so as to have the fullest view of her both sitting and standing. That he was constantly finding reason for calling at the Hall Farm, and always would contrive to say something for the sake of making her speak to him and look at him. The poor child no more conceived at present the idea that the young squire could ever be her lover than a baker's pretty daughter in the crowd, whom a young emperor distinguishes by an imperial but admiring smile, conceives that she shall be made empress. But the baker's daughter goes home and dreams of the handsome young emperor, and perhaps weighs the flour amiss while she is thinking what a heavenly lot it must be to have him for a husband. And so, poor Hetty had got a face and a presence haunting her waking and sleeping dreams, bright, soft glances had penetrated her, and suffused her life with a strange, happy languor. The eyes that shed those glances were really not half so fine as Adam's, which sometimes looked at her with a sad, beseeching tenderness, but they had found a ready medium in Hetty's little silly imagination. Whereas Adam's could get no entrance through that atmosphere. For 3 weeks, at least, her inward life had consisted of little else than living through in memory the looks and words Arthur had directed towards her, of little else than recalling the sensations with which she heard his voice outside the house, and saw him enter, and became conscious that his eyes were fixed on her, and then became conscious that a tall figure, looking down on her with eyes that seemed to touch her, was coming nearer in clothes of beautiful texture with an odor like that of a flower garden borne on the evening breeze. Foolish thoughts. But all this happened, you must remember, nearly 60 years ago, and Hetty was quite uneducated, a simple farmer's girl, to whom a gentleman with a white hand was dazzling as an Olympian god. Until today, she had never looked farther into the future than to the next time Captain Donnithorne would come to the farm, or the next Sunday when she should see him at church. But now she thought, perhaps he would try to meet her when she went to the chase tomorrow, and if he should speak to her, and walk a little way, when nobody was by. That had never happened yet. And now her imagination, instead of retracing the past, was busy fashioning what would happen tomorrow, whereabout in the chase she should see him coming towards her, how she should put her new rose-colored ribbon on, which he had never seen, and what he would say to her to make her return his glance, a glance which she would be living through in her memory, over and over again, all the rest of the day. In this state of mind, how could Hetty give any feeling to Adam's troubles, or think much about poor old Thias being drowned? Young souls, in such pleasant delirium as hers, are as unsympathetic as butterflies sipping nectar. They are isolated from all appeals by a barrier of dreams, by invisible looks and impalpable arms. While Hetty's hands were busy packing up the butter, and her head filled with these pictures of the morrow, Arthur Donnithorne, riding by Mr. Irwine's side towards the valley of the Willow Brook, had also certain indistinct anticipations, running as an undercurrent in his mind while he was listening to Mr. Irwine's account of Dinah, indistinct, yet strong enough to make him feel rather conscious when Mr. Irwine suddenly said, "What fascinated you so in Mrs. Poyser's dairy, Arthur? Have you become an amateur of damp quarries and skimming dishes?" Arthur knew the rector too well to suppose that a clever invention would be of any use, so he said, with his accustomed frankness, "No, I went to look at the pretty buttermaker Hetty Sorrel. She's a perfect Hebe. And if I were an artist, I would paint her. It's amazing what pretty girls one sees among the farmers' daughters, when the men are such clowns. That common, round, red face one sees sometimes in the men, all cheek and no features, like Martin Poyser's, comes out in the women of the family as the most charming phiz imaginable. Well, I have no objection to your contemplating Hetty in an artistic light, but I must not have you feeding her vanity and filling her little noddle with the notion that she's a great beauty, attractive to fine gentlemen. Or you will spoil her for a poor man's wife, honest Craigs, for example, whom I have seen bestowing soft glances on her. The little puss seems already to have airs enough to make a husband as miserable as it's a law of nature for a quiet man to be when he marries a beauty. Apropos of marrying, I hope our friend Adam will get settled, now the poor old man's gone. He will only have his mother to keep in future, and I've a notion that there's a kindness between him and that nice modest girl, Mary Burge, from something that fell from old Jonathan one day when I was talking to him. But when I mentioned the subject to Adam he looked uneasy and turned the conversation. I suppose the love-making doesn't run smooth, or perhaps Adam hangs back till he's in a better position. He has independence of spirit enough for two men, rather an excess of pride, if anything. That would be a capital match for Adam. He would slip into old Burge's shoes and make a fine thing of that building business, I'll answer for him. I should like to see him well settled in this parish. He would be ready then to act as my Grand Vizier when I wanted one. We could plan no end of repairs and improvements together. I've never seen the girl, though, I think, at least I've never looked at her. Look at her next Sunday at church, she sits with her father on the left of the reading desk. You needn't look quite so much at Hetty Sorrel then. When I've made up my mind that I can't afford to buy a tempting dog, I take no notice of him, because if he took a strong fancy to me and looked lovingly at me, the struggle between arithmetic and inclination might become unpleasantly severe. I pique myself on my wisdom there, Arthur, and as an old fellow to whom wisdom had become cheap, I bestow it upon you. Thank you. It may stand me in good stead some day, though I don't know that I have any present use for it. Bless me! How the brook has overflowed! Suppose we have a canter, now we're at the bottom of the hill. That is the great advantage of dialogue on horseback. It can be merged any minute into a trot or a canter, and one might have escaped from Socrates himself in the saddle. The two friends were free from the necessity of further conversation till they pulled up in the lane behind Adam's cottage. Chapter 10. Dinah visits Lisbeth. At 5 o'clock Lisbeth came downstairs with a large key in her hand. It was the key of the chamber where her husband lay dead. Throughout the day, except in her occasional outbursts of wailing grief, she had been in incessant movement, performing the initial duties to her dead with the awe and exactitude that belong to religious rites. She had brought out her little store of bleached linen, which she had for long years kept in reserve for this supreme use. It seemed but yesterday, that time so many midsummers ago, when she had told Thias where this linen lay, that he might be sure and reach it out for her when she died, for she was the elder of the two. Then there had been the work of cleansing to the strictest purity every object in the sacred chamber, and of removing from it every trace of common daily occupation. The small window, which had hitherto freely let in the frosty moonlight or the warm summer sunrise on the working man's slumber, must now be darkened with a fair white sheet. For this was the sleep which is as sacred under the bare rafters as in sealed houses. Lisbeth had even mended a long-neglected and unnoticeable rent in the checkered bit of bed curtain. For the moments were few and precious now in which she would be able to do the smallest office of respect or love for the still corpse, to which in all her thoughts she attributed some consciousness. Our dead are never dead to us until we have forgotten them. They can be injured by us, they can be wounded. They know all our penitence, all our aching sense that their place is empty, all the kisses we bestow on the smallest relic of their presence. And the aged peasant woman most of all believes that her dead are conscious. Decent burial was what Lisbeth had been thinking of for herself through years of thrift, with an indistinct expectation that she should know when she was being carried to the churchyard, followed by her husband and her sons. And now she felt as if the greatest work of her life were to be done in seeing that Thias was buried decently before her, under the white thorn, where once, in a dream, she had thought she lay in the coffin. Yet all the while saw the sunshine above and smelt the white blossoms that were so thick upon the thorn the Sunday she went to be churched after Adam was born. But now she had done everything that could be done today in the chamber of death, had done it all herself, with some aid from her sons in lifting, for she would let no one be fetched to help her from the village. Not being fond of female neighbors generally. And her favourite Dolly, the old housekeeper at Mr. Burge's, who had come to condole with her in the morning as soon as she heard of Thias' death, was too dim-sighted to be of much use. She had locked the door, and now held the key in her hand, as she threw herself wearily into a chair that stood out of its place in the middle of the house floor, where in ordinary times she would never have consented to sit. The kitchen had had none of her attention that day. It was soiled with the tread of muddy shoes and untidy with clothes and other objects out of place. But what at another time would have been intolerable to Lisbeth's habits of order and cleanliness seemed to her now just what should be. It was right that things should look strange and disordered and wretched. Now the old man had come to his end in that sad way. The kitchen ought not to look as if nothing had happened. Adam, overcome with the agitations and exertions of the day after his night of hard work, had fallen asleep on a bench in the workshop. And Seth was in the back kitchen making a fire of sticks that he might get the kettle to boil, and persuade his mother to have a cup of tea, an indulgence which she rarely allowed herself. There was no one in the kitchen when Lisbeth entered and threw herself into the chair. She looked round with blank eyes at the dirt and confusion on which the bright afternoon sun shone dismally. It was all of a piece with the sad confusion of her mind, that confusion which belongs to the first hours of a sudden sorrow, when the poor human soul is like one who has been deposited sleeping among the ruins of a vast city, and wakes up in dreary amazement, not knowing whether it is the growing or the dying day, not knowing why and whence came this illimitable scene of desolation, or why he too finds himself desolate in the midst of it. At another time Lisbeth's first thought would have been, where is Adam? But the sudden death of her husband had restored him in these hours to that first place in her affections which he had held 26 years ago. She had forgotten his faults as we forget the sorrows of our departed childhood, and thought of nothing but the young husband's kindness and the old man's patience. Her eyes continued to wander blankly until Seth came in and began to remove some of the scattered things, and clear the small round deal table that he might set out his mother's tea upon it. "What art goin' to do?" she said, rather peevishly. "I want thee to have a cup of tea, mother," answered Seth, tenderly. "It'll do thee good, and I'll put 2 or 3 of these things away, and make the house look more comfortable." "Comfortable? How canst talk o' mine things comfortable? Let a be, let a be. There's no comfort for me no more," she went on, the tears coming when she began to speak, "now thy poor feyther's gone, as I'n washed for and mended, and got's victual for him for 30 year. And him allays so pleased why, everything I done for him, and used to be so handy and do the jobs for me when I wore ill and cumbered why, babby, and made me the posset and brought it upstairs as proud as could be. And carried the lad as wore as heavy as 2 children for 5 mile and ne'er grumbled, all the way to Warson Wake, 'cause I wanted to go and see my sister, as were dead and gone the very next Christmas as e'er come. and him to be drowned dead in the brook as we passed o'er the day we were married and come home together, and he'd made them lots o' shelves for me to put my plates and things on, and showed me as proud as could be. 'Cause he knowed I should be pleased. And he wore to die and me not to know, but to be asleep in my bed, as if I caredna not about it. And me to live to see that. And us as wore young folks once, and thought we should do rarely when we were married. Let a be, lad, let a be. I wanna ha no tay. I carina if I ne'er ate nor drink no more. When one end o th bridge tumbles down, where's th use o th other standing? I may's well die, and faller my old man. There's no knowin' but he'll want me. Here Lisbeth broke from words into moans, swaying herself backwards and forwards on her chair. Seth, always timid in his behavior towards his mother, from the sense that he had no influence over her, felt it was useless to attempt to persuade or soothe her till this passion was past. So he contented himself with tending the back kitchen fire and folding up his father's clothes, which had been hanging out to dry since morning, afraid to move about in the room where his mother was, lest he should irritate her further. But after Lisbeth had been rocking herself and moaning for some minutes, she suddenly paused and said aloud to herself, I'll go and see arter Adam, for I canna think where he's gotten. And I want him to go upstairs me afore it's dark, for the minutes to look at the corpse is like the meltin' snow. Seth overheard this, and coming into the kitchen again, as his mother rose from her chair, he said, Adam's asleep in the workshop, mother. Th'dst better not wake him. He was o'erwrought with work and trouble. Wake him? Who's goin' to wake him? I shanna wake him lookin' at him. I hanna seen the lad this 2 hour, I'd welly forgot as he'd e'er growed up from a babby when's feyther carried him. Adam was seated on a rough bench, his head supported by his arm, which rested from the shoulder to the elbow on the long planing table in the middle of the workshop. It seemed as if he had sat down for a few minutes' rest and had fallen asleep without slipping from his first attitude of sad, fatigued thought. His face, unwashed since yesterday, looked pallid and clammy. His hair was tossed shaggily about his forehead, and his closed eyes had the sunken look which follows upon watching and sorrow. His brow was knit, and his whole face had an expression of weariness and pain. Jip was evidently uneasy, for he sat on his haunches, resting his nose on his master's stretched-out leg, and dividing the time between licking the hand that hung listlessly down and glancing with a listening air towards the door. The poor dog was hungry and restless, but would not leave his master, and was waiting impatiently for some change in the scene. It was owing to this feeling on Jip's part that, when Lisbeth came into the workshop and advanced towards Adam as noiselessly as she could, her intention not to awaken him was immediately defeated. For Jip's excitement was too great to find vent in anything short of a sharp bark, and in a moment Adam opened his eyes and saw his mother standing before him. It was not very unlike his dream, for his sleep had been little more than living through again, in a fevered delirious way, all that had happened since daybreak, and his mother with her fretful grief was present to him through it all. The chief difference between the reality and the vision was that in his dream Hetty was continually coming before him in bodily presence, strangely mingling herself as an actor in scenes with which she had nothing to do. She was even by the willow brook, she made his mother angry by coming into the house, and he met her with her smart clothes quite wet through, as he walked in the rain to Treddleston, to tell the coroner. But wherever Hetty came, his mother was sure to follow soon, and when he opened his eyes, it was not at all startling to see her standing near him. My lad, my lad. Lisbeth burst out immediately, her wailing impulse returning, for grief in its freshness feels the need of associating its loss and its lament with every change of scene and incident. Thee'st got nobody now but thy old mother to torment thee and be a burden to thee. Thy poor feyther, you'll ne'er anger thee no more, and thy mother may's well go arter him, the sooner the better, for I'm no good to nobody now. One old coat you'll do to patch another, but it's good for naught else. Th'dst like to ha a wife to mend thy clothes and get thy victual, better nor thy old mother. And I shall be naught but cumber, a sittin' ith chimney corner. Adam winced and moved uneasily. He dreaded, of all things, to hear his mother speak of Hetty. But if thy feyther had lived, he'd ne'er ha wanted me to go to make room for another, for he could no more ha done without me nor one side o' the scissors can do without th other. We should ha been both flung away together, and then I shouldna ha seen this day, and one burying ud ha done for us both. Here Lisbeth paused, but Adam sat in pained silence. He could not speak otherwise than tenderly to his mother today, but he could not help being irritated by this plaint. It was not possible for poor Lisbeth to know how it affected Adam any more than it is possible for a wounded dog to know how his moans affect the nerves of his master. Like all complaining women, she complained in the expectation of being soothed, and when Adam said nothing, she was only prompted to complain more bitterly. I know thee couldst do better without me, for thee couldst go where thee likedst and marry them as thee likedst. But I donna want to say thee nay, let thee bring home who thee wot. I'd ne'er open my lips to find foe, for when folks is old and no use, they may think theirsens well off to get the bit and the sup, though they an to swallow ill words white. An, if thee set thy heart on a lass as'll bring thee naught and waste all, when thee mightst ha them as ud make a man on thee, I'll say not, now thy feyther's dead and drowned dead, for I'm no better nor an old haft when the blade's gone. Adam, unable to bear this any longer, rose silently from the bench and walked out of the workshop into the kitchen. But Lisbeth followed him. Thee wutna go upstairs and see thy feyther then? I'n done everything now, and he'd like thee to go and look at him, for he wore allays so pleased when thee wast mild to him. Adam turned round at once and said, Yes, mother, let us go upstairs. Come, Seth, let us go together. They went upstairs, and for 5 minutes all was silence. Then the key was turned again, and there was a sound of footsteps on the stairs. But Adam did not come down again. He was too weary and worn out to encounter more of his mother's querulous grief, and he went to rest on his bed. Lisbeth no sooner entered the kitchen and sat down than she threw her apron over her head, and began to cry and moan and rock herself as before. Seth thought, she will be quieter by and by, now we have been upstairs. And he went into the back kitchen again, to tend his little fire, hoping that he should presently induce her to have some tea. Lisbeth had been rocking herself in this way for more than 5 minutes, giving a low moan with every forward movement of her body, when she suddenly felt a hand placed gently on hers, and a sweet treble voice said to her, Dear sister, the Lord has sent me to see if I can be a comfort to you. Lisbeth paused, in a listening attitude, without removing her apron from her face. The voice was strange to her. Could it be her sister's spirit come back to her from the dead after all those years? She trembled and dared not look. Dinah, believing that this pause of wonder was in itself a relief for the sorrowing woman, said no more just yet, but quietly took off her bonnet and then, motioning silence to Seth, who, on hearing her voice, had come in with a beating heart, laid one hand on the back of Lisbeth's chair and leaned over her, that she might be aware of a friendly presence. Slowly Lisbeth drew down her apron, and timidly she opened her dim dark eyes. She saw nothing at first but a face, a pure, pale face, with loving grey eyes, and it was quite unknown to her. Her wonder increased, perhaps it was an angel. But in the same instant Dinah had laid her hand on Lisbeth's again, and the old woman looked down at it. It was a much smaller hand than her own, but it was not white and delicate, for Dinah had never worn a glove in her life, and her hand bore the traces of labor from her childhood upwards. Lisbeth looked earnestly at the hand for a moment, and then, fixing her eyes again on Dinah's face, said, with something of restored courage, but in a tone of surprise, Why, ye're a workin' woman. Yes, I am Dinah Morris, and I work in the cotton mill when I am at home. Ah, said Lisbeth slowly, still wondering, ye come in so light, like the shadow on the wall, and spoke I, my ear, as I thought ye might be a sperrit. Ye've got a'most the face o' one as is a sittin' on the grave I Adam's new Bible. I come from the Hull farm now. You know Mrs. Poyser, she's my aunt, and she has heard of your great affliction, and is very sorry. And I'm come to see if I can be any help to you in your trouble, for I know your sons Adam and Seth, and I know you have no daughter. And when the clergyman told me how the hand of God was heavy upon you, my heart went out towards you, and I felt a command to come and be to you in the place of a daughter in this grief, if you will let me. Ah! I know who why are now. Why are a Methody, like Seth, he's tooed me on you, said Lisbeth fretfully, her overpowering sense of pain returning, now her wonder was gone. Ye'll make it out as trouble's a good thing, like he allays does. But where's the use o' talkin' to me that en? Ye canna make the smart less why talkin'. Ye'll ne'er make me believe as it's better for me not to my old man die in's bed, if he must die, and the parson to pray by him, and me to sit by him, and tell him ne'er to mind ill words I've gi'n him sometimes when I war angered. And to gi him a bit and a sup, as long as a bit and a sup he'd swallow. But to die the cold water, and thus close to him, and ne'er to know, and me sleepin', as if I ne'er belonged to him no more nor if he'd been a journeyman tramp from nobody knows where. Here Lisbeth began to cry and rock herself again. And Dinah said, Yes, dear friend, your affliction is great. It would be hardness of heart to say that your trouble was not heavy to bear. God didn't send me to you to make light of your sorrow, but to mourn with you, if you will let me. If you had a table spread for a feast, and was making merry with your friends, you would think it was kind to let me come and sit down and rejoice with you, because you'd think I should like to share those good things. But I should like better to share in your trouble and your labor, and it would seem harder to me if you denied me that. You won't send me away. You're not angry with me for coming? Nay, angered. Who said I wore angered? It wore good on you to come. And, Seth, why donna ye get her some tay? Ye wore in a hurry to get some for me, as had no need, but ye donna think o' gettin' tea for them as wants it. Sit ye down, sit ye down. I thank you kindly for comin', for it's little wage ye get by walkin' through the wet fields to see an old woman like me. Nay, I ain't got no daughter o' my own, ne'er had one, and I warna sorry, for their poor queechy things, gels is. I allays wanted to ha lads, as could fend for their sons. And the lads, you'll be marine, I shall ha daughters eno, and too many. But now, do ye make the tay as ye like it, for I ain't got no taste my mouth this day, it's all one what I swaller, it's all got the taste o' sorrow white. Dinah took care not to betray that she had had her tea, and accepted Lisbeth's invitation very readily, for the sake of persuading the old woman herself to take the food and drink she so much needed after a day of hard work and fasting. Seth was so happy now Dinah was in the house that he could not help thinking her presence was worth purchasing with a life in which grief incessantly followed upon grief. But the next moment he reproached himself, it was almost as if he were rejoicing in his father's sad death. Nevertheless the joy of being with Dinah would triumph, it was like the influence of climate, which no resistance can overcome. And the feeling even suffused itself over his face so as to attract his mother's notice, while she was drinking her tea. Thee mayst well talk o' trouble be in a good thing, Seth, for thee thriv'st on't. Thee look'st as if thee no dst no more o' care and cumber nor when thee wast a babby lion awake cradle. For thee dst allays lie still why, thy eyes open, and Adam ne'er ud lie still a minute when he wakened. Thee wast allays like a bag o' meal as can ne'er be bruised, though, for the matter o' that, thy poor feyther wore just such another. But ye've got the same look too, here Lisbeth turned to Dinah. I reckon it's why be in a Methody. Not as I may find in fo why ye for ye've no call to be fret tin, and somehow ye looken sorry too. Well, if the Methodies are fond o' trouble, they're like to thrive, it's a pity they canna hot all, and take it away from them as Donna like it. I could gin them plenty, for when I'd gotten my old man I wore worrited from morn till night. And now he's gone, I'd be glad for the worst o'er again. Yes, said Dinah, careful not to oppose any feeling of Lisbeth's, for her reliance, in her smallest words and deeds, on a divine guidance, always issued in that finest woman's tact which proceeds from acute and ready sympathy. Yes, I remember too, when my dear aunt died, I longed for the sound of her bad cough in the nights, instead of the silence that came when she was gone. But now, dear friend, drink this other cup of tea and eat a little more. What? Said Lisbeth, taking the cup and speaking in a less querulous tone, had ye got no father and mother, then, as ye were so sorry about your aunt? No, I never knew a father or mother, my aunt brought me up from a baby. She had no children, for she was never married and she brought me up as tenderly as if I'd been her own child. She'd fine work why, ye, I'll warrant, bringin' ye up from a babby, and, her a lone woman, it's ill bringin' up a cade lamb. But I dare say ye worn a franzy, for ye look as if ye'd ne'er been angered your life. But what did ye do when your aunt died, and why didna ye come to live in this country, bein' as Mrs. Poyser's your aunt too? Dinah, seeing that Lisbeth's attention was attracted, told her the story of her early life, how she had been brought up to work hard, and what sort of place Snowfield was. And how many people had a hard life there, all the details that she thought likely to interest Lisbeth. The old woman listened, and forgot to be fretful, unconsciously subject to the soothing influence of Dinah's face and voice. After a while she was persuaded to let the kitchen be made tidy. For Dinah was bent on this, believing that the sense of order and quietude around her would help in disposing Lisbeth to join in the prayer she longed to pour forth at her side. Seth, meanwhile, went out to chop wood, for he surmised that Dinah would like to be left alone with his mother. Lisbeth sat watching her as she moved about in her still quick way, and said at last, "Ye've got a notion o' cleanin' up. I wouldna mind haeing ye for a daughter, for ye wouldna spend the lad's wage fine clothes and waste. Ye're not like the lasses o' this countryside. I reckon folks is different at Snowfield from what they are here. They have a different sort of life, many of 'em," said Dinah, "they work at different things, some in the mill, and many in the mines, in the villages round about. But the heart of man is the same everywhere, and there are the children of this world and the children of light there as well as elsewhere. But we've many more Methodists there than in this country. Well, I didna know as the Methody women wore like ye, for there's Will Maskery's wife, as they say's a big Methody, isna pleasant to look at all. I'd as lief look at a toad. And I'm thinkin' I wouldna mind if ye'd stay and sleep here, for I should like to see ye house mornin'. But mayhappen they'll be lookin' for ye at Mester Poyser's." "No," said Dinah, "they don't expect me, and I should like to stay, if you'll let me." "Well, there's room, I got my bed laid little room o'er the back kitchen, and ye can lie beside me. I'd be glad to ye me to speak to night, for ye've got a nice way o' talkin'. It puts me mind o' the swallows as was under the thack last year when they fust begun to sing low and soft like mornin'. But my old man wore fond o' them birds. And so wore Adam, but they ne'er comed again this year. Happen they're dead too." "There," said Dinah, "now the kitchen looks tidy, and now, dear mother, for I'm your daughter tonight, you know, I should like you to wash your face and have a clean cap on. Do you remember what David did, when God took away his child from him? While the child was yet alive he fasted and prayed to God to spare it, and he would neither eat nor drink, but lay on the ground all night, beseeching God for the child. But when he knew it was dead, he rose up from the ground and washed and anointed himself, and changed his clothes, and ate and drank. And when they asked him how it was that he seemed to have left off grieving now the child was dead, he said, While the child was yet alive, I fasted and wept, for I said, Who can tell whether God will be gracious to me, that the child may live? But now he is dead, wherefore should I fast? Can I bring him back again? I shall go to him, but he shall not return to me." That's a true word," said Lisbeth. My old man wanna come back to me, but I shall go to him, the sooner the better." "Well, ye may do as ye like me, there's a clean cap that drawer, and I'll go the back kitchen and wash my face. And Seth, thee mayst reach down Adam's new Bible pictures in, and she shall read us a chapter. I like them words, I shall go to him, but he wanna come back to me. Dinah and Seth were both inwardly offering thanks for the greater quietness of spirit that had come over Lisbeth. This was what Dinah had been trying to bring about, through all her still sympathy and absence from exhortation. From her girlhood upwards she had had experience among the sick and the mourning, among minds hardened and shriveled through poverty and ignorance, and had gained the subtlest perception of the mode in which they could best be touched and softened into willingness to receive words of spiritual consolation or warning. As Dinah expressed it, she was never left to herself, but it was always given her when to keep silence and when to speak. And do we not all agree to call rapid thought and noble impulse by the name of inspiration? After our subtlest analysis of the mental process, we must still say, as Dinah did, that our highest thoughts and our best deeds are all given to us. And so there was earnest prayer, there was faith, love, and hope pouring forth that evening in the little kitchen. And poor, aged, fretful Lisbeth, without grasping any distinct idea, without going through any course of religious emotions, felt a vague sense of goodness and love, and of something right lying underneath and beyond all this sorrowing life. She couldn't understand the sorrow, but, for these moments, under the subduing influence of Dinah's spirit, she felt that she must be patient and still. Chapter 11. In the cottage. It was but 4:30 the next morning when Dinah, tired of lying awake listening to the birds and watching the growing light through the little window in the garret roof, rose and began to dress herself very quietly, lest she should disturb Lisbeth. But already someone else was astir in the house, and had gone downstairs, preceded by Jip. The dog's pattering step was a sure sign that it was Adam who went down. But Dinah was not aware of this, and she thought it was more likely to be Seth, for he had told her how Adam had stayed up working the night before. Seth, however, had only just awakened at the sound of the opening door. The exciting influence of the previous day, heightened at last by Dinah's unexpected presence, had not been counteracted by any bodily weariness, for he had not done his ordinary amount of hard work, and so when he went to bed, it was not till he had tired himself with hours of tossing wakefulness that drowsiness came, and led on a heavier morning sleep than was usual with him. But Adam had been refreshed by his long rest, and with his habitual impatience of mere passivity, he was eager to begin the new day and subdue sadness by his strong will and strong arm. The white mist lay in the valley. It was going to be a bright warm day, and he would start to work again when he had had his breakfast. "There's nothing but what's bearable as long as a man can work," he said to himself. The nature o' things doesn't change, though it seems as if one's own life was nothing but change. The square o' for it is 16, and you must lengthen your lever in proportion to your weight, is as true when a man's miserable as when he's happy. And the best o' working is, it gives you a grip hold o' things outside your own lot. As he dashed the cold water over his head and face, he felt completely himself again, and with his black eyes as keen as ever and his thick black hair all glistening with the fresh moisture. He went into the workshop to look out the wood for his father's coffin, intending that he and Seth should carry it with them to Jonathan Burge's and have the coffin made by one of the workmen there, so that his mother might not see and hear the sad task going forward at home. He had just gone into the workshop when his quick ear detected a light rapid foot on the stairs, certainly not his mother's. He had been in bed and asleep when Dinah had come in the evening, and now he wondered whose step this could be. A foolish thought came, and moved him strangely. As if it could be Hetty. She was the last person likely to be in the house. And yet he felt reluctant to go and look and have the clear proof that it was someone else. He stood leaning on a plank he had taken hold of, listening to sounds which his imagination interpreted for him so pleasantly that the keen strong face became suffused with a timid tenderness. The light footstep moved about the kitchen, followed by the sound of the sweeping brush, hardly making so much noise as the lightest breeze that chases the autumn leaves along the dusty path. And Adam's imagination saw a dimpled face, with dark bright eyes and roguish smiles looking backward at this brush, and a rounded figure just leaning a little to clasp the handle. A very foolish thought, it could not be Hetty. But the only way of dismissing such nonsense from his head was to go and see who it was, for his fancy only got nearer and nearer to belief while he stood there listening. He loosed the plank and went to the kitchen door. "How do you do, Adam Bede?" said Dinah, in her calm treble, pausing from her sweeping and fixing her mild grave eyes upon him. "I trust you feel rested and strengthened again to bear the burden and heat of the day." It was like dreaming of the sunshine and awaking in the moonlight. Adam had seen Dinah several times, but always at the Hall Farm, where he was not very vividly conscious of any woman's presence except Hetty's, and he had only in the last day or two begun to suspect that Seth was in love with her. So that his attention had not hitherto been drawn towards her for his brother's sake. But now her slim figure, her plain black gown, and her pale serene face impressed him with all the force that belongs to a reality contrasted with a preoccupying fancy. For the first moment or two he made no answer, but looked at her with the concentrated, examining glance which a man gives to an object in which he has suddenly begun to be interested. Dinah, for the first time in her life, felt a painful self-consciousness. There was something in the dark penetrating glance of this strong man so different from the mildness and timidity of his brother Seth. A faint blush came, which deepened as she wondered at it. This blush recalled Adam from his forgetfulness. "I was quite taken by surprise. It was very good of you to come and see my mother in her trouble," he said, in a gentle grateful tone, for his quick mind told him at once how she came to be there. "I hope my mother was thankful to have you," he added, wondering rather anxiously what had been Dinah's reception. "Yes," said Dinah, resuming her work, "she seemed greatly comforted after a while, and she's had a good deal of rest in the night, by times. She was fast asleep when I left her." "Who was it took the news to the Hall Farm?" said Adam, his thoughts reverting to someone there. He wondered whether she had felt anything about it. "It was Mr. Irwine, the clergyman, told me, and my aunt was grieved for your mother when she heard it, and wanted me to come. And so is my uncle, I'm sure, now he's heard it, but he was gone out to Rossetter all yesterday. They'll look for you there as soon as you've got time to go, for there's nobody round that hearth but what's glad to see you." Dinah, with her sympathetic divination, knew quite well that Adam was longing to hear if Hetty had said anything about their trouble. She was too rigorously truthful for benevolent invention, but she had contrived to say something in which Hetty was tacitly included. Love has a way of cheating itself consciously, like a child who plays at solitary hide-and-seek. It is pleased with assurances that it all the while disbelieves. Adam liked what Dinah had said so much that his mind was directly full of the next visit he should pay to the Hall Farm, when Hetty would perhaps behave more kindly to him than she had ever done before. "But you won't be there yourself any longer?" he said to Dinah. "No, I go back to Snowfield on Saturday, and I shall have to set out to Treddleston early, to be in time for the Oakbourne carrier. So I must go back to the farm tonight, that I may have the last day with my aunt and her children. But I can stay here all today, if your mother would like me, and her heart seemed inclined towards me last night." "Ah, then, she's sure to want you today. If mother takes to people at the beginning, she's sure to get fond of them. But she's a strange way of not liking young women. Though, to be sure," Adam went on, smiling, "her not liking other young women is no reason why she shouldn't like you." Hitherto Jip had been assisting at this conversation in motionless silence, seated on his haunches, and alternately looking up in his master's face to watch its expression and observing Dinah's movements about the kitchen. The kind smile with which Adam uttered the last words was apparently decisive with Jip of the light in which the stranger was to be regarded, and as she turned round after putting aside her sweeping brush, he trotted towards her and put up his muzzle against her hand in a friendly way. "You see Jip bids you welcome," said Adam, "and he's very slow to welcome strangers." "Poor dog," said Dinah, patting the rough grey coat. "I've a strange feeling about the dumb things as if they wanted to speak, and it was a trouble to them because they couldn't. I can't help being sorry for the dogs always, though perhaps there's no need." But they may well have more in them than they know how to make us understand, for we can't say half what we feel, with all our words. Seth came down now, and was pleased to find Adam talking with Dinah. He wanted Adam to know how much better she was than all other women. But after a few words of greeting, Adam drew him into the workshop to consult about the coffin, and Dinah went on with her cleaning. By 6 o'clock they were all at breakfast with Lisbeth in a kitchen as clean as she could have made it herself. The window and door were open, and the morning air brought with it a mingled scent of southernwood, thyme, and sweetbriar from the patch of garden by the side of the cottage. Dinah did not sit down at first, but moved about, serving the others with the warm porridge and the toasted oat cake, which she had got ready in the usual way, for she had asked Seth to tell her just what his mother gave them for breakfast. Lisbeth had been unusually silent since she came downstairs, apparently requiring some time to adjust her ideas to a state of things in which she came down like a lady to find all the work done, and sat still to be waited on. Her new sensations seemed to exclude the remembrance of her grief. At last, after tasting the porridge, she broke silence. "Ye might ha' made the porridge worse," she said to Dinah. "I can ate it wi'out it's tinnin' my stomach. It might ha' been a trifle thicker and no harm, and I allays put a sprig o' mint in mysen, but how's ye know that? The lads arena like to get folks as make their porridge as Ian made it for 'em. It's well if they get onybody as make porridge at all. But ye might do, a bit o' showin', for ye're a stirrin' body in a mornin', and ye a light heel, and ye clean house well enough for a makeshift." "Makeshift, mother?" said Adam. "Why, I think the house looks beautiful. I don't know how it could look better." "Thee dostna know." "Nay, how's thee to know? Men ne'er know whether the floor's cleaned or cat-licked. But thee know when thee gets thy porridge burnt, as it's like enough to be when and are makin' it. Thee think thy mother wore good for summat then." "Dinah," said Seth, "do come and sit down now and have your breakfast. We're all served now." "Aye, come and sit ye down, do," said Lisbeth, "and ate a morsel, ye'd need, arter bein', yupo, your legs this hour and half ready. Come, then," she added, in a tone of complaining affection, as Dinah sat down by her side, "I'll be loath for ye to go, but ye canna stay much longer, I doubt. I could put up house better nor most folks." "I'll stay till tonight if you're willing," said Dinah. "I'd stay longer, only I'm going back to Snowfield on Saturday, and I must be with my aunt tomorrow." "I'd ne'er go back to that country. My old man come from that Stonyshire side, but he left it when he wore a young un, and the right on too, for he said as there were no wood there, and you'd been a bad country for a carpenter." "Ah," said Adam, "I remember father telling me when I was a little lad that he made up his mind if ever he moved it should be south'ard. But I'm not so sure about it. Bartle Massey says, and he knows the south, as the northern men are a finer breed than the southern, harder-headed and stronger-bodied, and a deal taller. And then he says in some o' those counties it's as flat as the back o' your hand, and you can see nothing of a distance without climbing up the highest trees. I couldn't abide that. I like to go to work by a road that'll take me up a bit of a hill, and see the fields for miles round me, and a bridge, or a town, or a bit of a steeple here and there. It makes you feel the world's a big place, and there's other men working in it with their heads and hands besides yourself." "I like hills best," said Seth, "when the clouds are over your head and you see the sun shining ever so far off, over the Lomford way, as I've often done late, on the stormy days. It seems to me as if that was heaven where there's always joy and sunshine, though this life's dark and cloudy." "Oh, I love the Stonyshire side," said Dinah. "I shouldn't like to set my face towards the countries where they're rich in corn and cattle, and the ground so level and easy to tread. And to turn my back on the hills where the poor people have to live such a hard life and the men spend their days in the mines away from the sunlight. It's very blessed on a bleak cold day, when the sky is hanging dark over the hill, to feel the love of God in one's soul, and carry it to the lonely, bare, stone houses, where there's nothing else to give comfort. Said Lisbeth, that's very well for ye to talk, as looks welly like the snowdrop flowers as hot lived for days and days when I'n gathered them, why nothin' but a drop o' water and a peep o' daylight. But hungry folks had better leave hungry country. It makes less mouths for the scant cake. But, she went on, looking at Adam, donna thee talk o' goin' south'ard or north'ard, and leavin' thy feyther and mother I the churchyard, and goin' to a country as they know nothin' on. I'll ne'er rest my grave if I donna see thee the churchyard of a Sunday. Donna fear, mother, said Adam. If I hadna made up my mind not to go, I should ha' been gone before now. He had finished his breakfast now, and rose as he was speaking. What art goin' to do? Asked Lisbeth. Set about thy feyther's coffin. No, mother, said Adam, we're going to take the wood to the village and have it made there. Nay, my lad, nay, Lisbeth burst out in an eager, wailing tone, thee wotna let nobody make thy feyther's coffin but thysen? Who'd make it so well? An' him as knowed what good work war, and's got a son as is the head o' the village and all treadles on too, for cleverness. Very well, mother, if that's thy wish, I'll make the coffin at home. But I thought thee wouldstna like to hear the work going on. And why shouldna I like tea? It's the right thing to be done. And what's liking got to do white? It's choice o' mislikings is all I'n got this world. One morsel's as good as another when your mouth's out o' taste. Thee mun said about it now this mornin' fust thing. I wanna ha' nobody to touch the coffin but thee. Adam's eyes met Seth's, which looked from Dinah to him rather wistfully. No, mother, he said, I'll not consent but Seth shall have a hand in it too, if it's to be done at home. I'll go to the village this forenoon, because Mr. Burge you'll want to see me, and Seth shall stay at home and begin the coffin. I can come back at noon, and then he can go. Nay, nay, persisted Lisbeth, beginning to cry, I'n set my heart on't as thee shalt ma thy feyther's coffin. Thee't so stiff and masterful, thee't ne'er do as thy mother wants thee. Thee wast often angered why, thy feyther when he were alive, thee must be the better to him now he's gone. He'd ha' thought nothin' on't for Seth to ma's coffin. Say no more, Adam, say no more, said Seth, gently, though his voice told that he spoke with some effort, mother's in the right. I'll go to work, and do thee stay at home. He passed into the workshop immediately, followed by Adam. While Lisbeth, automatically obeying her old habits, began to put away the breakfast things, as if she did not mean Dinah to take her place any longer. Dinah said nothing, but presently used the opportunity of quietly joining the brothers in the workshop. They had already got on their aprons and paper caps, and Adam was standing with his left hand on Seth's shoulder, while he pointed with the hammer in his right to some boards which they were looking at. Their backs were turned towards the door by which Dinah entered, and she came in so gently that they were not aware of her presence till they heard her voice saying, Seth Bede. Seth started, and they both turned round. Dinah looked as if she did not see Adam, and fixed her eyes on Seth's face, saying with calm kindness, I won't say farewell. I shall see you again when you come from work. So as I'm at the farm before dark, it will be quite soon enough. Thank you, Dinah, I should like to walk home with you once more. It'll perhaps be the last time. There was a little tremor in Seth's voice. Dinah put out her hand and said, You'll have sweet peace in your mind today, Seth, for your tenderness and long-suffering towards your aged mother. She turned round and left the workshop as quickly and quietly as she had entered it. Adam had been observing her closely all the while, but she had not looked at him. As soon as she was gone, he said, I don't wonder at thee for loving her, Seth. She's got a face like a lily. Seth's soul rushed to his eyes and lips. He had never yet confessed his secret to Adam, but now he felt a delicious sense of disburdenment, as he answered, Addie, I do love her, too much, I doubt. But she doesna love me, lad, only as one child God loves another. She'll never love any man as a husband, that's my belief. Nay, lad, there's no telling, thee mustna lose heart. She's made out stuff with a finer grain than most the women. I can see that clear enough. But if she's better than they are in other things, I canna think she'll fall short of them in loving. No more was said. Seth set out to the village, and Adam began his work on the coffin. God help the lad, and me too, he thought, as he lifted the board. We're like enough to find life a tough job, hard work inside and out. It's a strange thing to think of a man as can lift a chair with his teeth and walk 50 mile on end, trembling and turning hot and cold at only a look from one woman out of all the rest the world. It's a mystery we can give no account of. But no more we can of the sprouting the seed, for that matter. Chapter 12. In the Wood. That same Thursday morning, as Arthur Donnithorne was moving about in his dressing room seeing his well-looking British person reflected in the old-fashioned mirrors, and stared at. From a dingy olive-green piece of tapestry, by Pharaoh's daughter and her maidens, who ought to have been minding the infant Moses, he was holding a discussion with himself, which, by the time his valet was tying the black silk sling over his shoulder, had issued in a distinct practical resolution. I mean to go to Eagledale and fish for a week or so, he said aloud. I shall take you with me, Pym, and set off this morning, so be ready by 11:30. The low whistle, which had assisted him in arriving at this resolution, here broke out into his loudest ringing tenor, and the corridor, as he hurried along it, echoed to his favorite song from the Beggar's Opera. When the heart of a man is oppressed with care. Not an heroic strain, nevertheless Arthur felt himself very heroic as he strode towards the stables to give his orders about the horses. His own approbation was necessary to him, and it was not an approbation to be enjoyed quite gratuitously. It must be won by a fair amount of merit. He had never yet forfeited that approbation, and he had considerable reliance on his own virtues. No young man could confess his faults more candidly. Candor was one of his favorite virtues. And how can a man's candor be seen in all its luster unless he has a few failings to talk of? But he had an agreeable confidence that his faults were all of a generous kind, impetuous, warm-blooded, leonine, never crawling, crafty, reptilian. It was not possible for Arthur Donnithorne to do anything mean, dastardly, or cruel. No. I'm a devil of a fellow for getting myself into a hobble, but I always take care the load shall fall on my own shoulders. Unhappily, there is no inherent poetical justice in hobbles, and they will sometimes obstinately refuse to inflict their worst consequences on the prime offender, in spite of his loudly expressed wish. It was entirely owing to this deficiency in the scheme of things that Arthur had ever brought any one into trouble besides himself. He was nothing if not good-natured. And all his pictures of the future, when he should come into the estate, were made up of a prosperous, contented tenantry, adoring their landlord, who would be the model of an English gentleman, mansion in first-rate order. All elegance and high taste, jolly housekeeping, finest stud in Loamshire, purse open to all public objects, in short, everything as different as possible from what was now associated with the name of Donnithorne. And one of the first good actions he would perform in that future should be to increase Irwine's income for the vicarage of Hayslope, so that he might keep a carriage for his mother and sisters. His hearty affection for the rector dated from the age of frocks and trousers. It was an affection partly filial, partly fraternal enough to make him like Irwine's company better than that of most younger men, and filial enough to make him shrink strongly from incurring Irwine's disapprobation. You perceive that Arthur Donnithorne was a good fellow, all his college friends thought him such. He couldn't bear to see anyone uncomfortable, he would have been sorry even in his angriest moods for any harm to happen to his grandfather. And his Aunt Lydia herself had the benefit of that soft-heartedness which he bore towards the whole sex. Whether he would have self-mastery enough to be always as harmless and purely beneficent as his good nature led him to desire, was a question that no one had yet decided against him. He was but 21, you remember, and we don't inquire too closely into character in the case of a handsome generous young fellow, who will have property enough to support numerous peccadilloes, who, If he should unfortunately break a man's legs in his rash driving, we'll be able to pension him handsomely. Or if he should happen to spoil a woman's existence for her, we'll make it up to her with expensive bonbons, packed up and directed by his own hand. It would be ridiculous to be prying and analytic in such cases, as if one were inquiring into the character of a confidential clerk. We use round, general, gentlemanly epithets about a young man of birth and fortune. And ladies, with that fine intuition which is the distinguishing attribute of their sex, see at once that he is nice. The chances are that he will go through life without scandalizing anyone, a seaworthy vessel that no one would refuse to insure. Ships, certainly, are liable to casualties, which sometimes make terribly evident some flaw in their construction that would never have been discoverable in smooth water. And many a good fellow, through a disastrous combination of circumstances, has undergone a like betrayal. But we have no fair ground for entertaining unfavorable auguries concerning Arthur Donnithorne, who this morning proves himself capable of a prudent resolution founded on conscience. One thing is clear, nature has taken care that he shall never go far astray with perfect comfort and satisfaction to himself. He will never get beyond that borderland of sin, where he will be perpetually harassed by assaults from the other side of the boundary. He will never be a courtier of vice, and wear her orders in his buttonhole. It was about 10 o'clock, and the sun was shining brilliantly, everything was looking lovelier for the yesterday's rain. It is a pleasant thing on such a morning to walk along the well-rolled gravel on one's way to the stables, meditating an excursion. But the scent of the stables, which, in a natural state of things, ought to be among the soothing influences of a man's life, always brought with it some irritation to Arthur. There was no having his own way in the stables. Everything was managed in the stingiest fashion. His grandfather persisted in retaining as head groom an old dolt whom no sort of lever could move out of his old habits, and who was allowed to hire a succession of raw Loamshire lads as his subordinates. One of whom had lately tested a new pair of shears by clipping an oblong patch on Arthur's bay mare. This state of things is naturally embittering. One can put up with annoyances in the house, but to have the stable made a scene of vexation and disgust is a point beyond what human flesh and blood can be expected to endure long together without danger of misanthropy. Old John's wooden, deep-wrinkled face was the first object that met Arthur's eyes as he entered the stable-yard, and it quite poisoned for him the bark of the two bloodhounds that kept watch there. He could never speak quite patiently to the old blockhead. "You must have Meg saddled for me and brought to the door at 11:30, and I shall want Rattler saddled for Pym at the same time. Do you hear?" "Yes, I hear, Captain," said old John very deliberately, following the young master into the stable. John considered a young master as the natural enemy of an old servant, and young people in general as a poor contrivance for carrying on the world. Arthur went in for the sake of patting Meg, declining as far as possible to see anything in the stables, lest he should lose his temper before breakfast. The pretty creature was in one of the inner stables, and turned her mild head as her master came beside her. Little Trot, a tiny spaniel, her inseparable companion in the stable, was comfortably curled up on her back. "Well, Meg, my pretty girl," said Arthur, patting her neck, "we'll have a glorious canter this morning." "Nay, your honour, I donna see as that can be," said John. "Not be? Why not?" "Why, she's got Lamed." "Lamed, confound you. What do you mean?" "Why, lad took her too close to Dalton's hosses, and one on hem flung out at her, and she's got her shank bruised the near foreleg." The judicious historian abstains from narrating precisely what ensued. You understand that there was a great deal of strong language, mingled with soothing hoo-hoos, while the leg was examined. That John stood by with quite as much emotion as if he had been a cunningly carved Crabtree walking stick, and that Arthur Donnithorne presently repassed the iron gates of the pleasure ground without singing as he went. He considered himself thoroughly disappointed and annoyed. There was not another mount in the stable for himself and his servant besides Meg and Rattler. It was vexatious, just when he wanted to get out of the way for a week or two. It seemed culpable in Providence to allow such a combination of circumstances. To be shut up at the chase with a broken arm when every other fellow in his regiment was enjoying himself at Windsor, shut up with his grandfather, who had the same sort of affection for him as for his parchment deeds. And to be disgusted at every turn with the management of the house and the estate. In such circumstances a man necessarily gets in an ill humor, and works off the irritation by some excess or other. Sockeld would have drunk a bottle of port every day, he muttered to himself, but I'm not well seasoned enough for that. Well, since I can't go to Eagledale, I'll have a gallop on Rattler to Norburn this morning, and lunch with Gawain. Behind this explicit resolution there lay an implicit one. If he lunched with Gawain and lingered chatting, he should not reach the chase again till nearly 5, when Hetty would be safe out of his sight in the housekeeper's room. And when she set out to go home, it would be his lazy time after dinner, so he should keep out of her way altogether. There really would have been no harm in being kind to the little thing, and it was worth dancing with a dozen ballroom belles only to look at Hetty for half an hour. But perhaps he had better not take any more notice of her. It might put notions into her head, as Irwine had hinted, though Arthur, for his part, thought girls were not by any means so soft and easily bruised. Indeed, he had generally found them twice as cool and cunning as he was himself. As for any real harm in Hetty's case, it was out of the question. Arthur Donnithorne accepted his own bond for himself with perfect confidence. So the 12 o'clock sun saw him galloping towards Norburn. And by good fortune Housel Common lay in his road and gave him some fine leaps for Rattler. Nothing like taking a few bushes and ditches for exorcising a demon. And it is really astonishing that the centaurs, with their immense advantages in this way, have left so bad a reputation in history. After this, you will perhaps be surprised to hear that although Gawain was at home, the hand of the dial in the courtyard had scarcely cleared the last stroke of 3 when Arthur returned through the entrance gates. Got down from the panting Rattler, and went into the house to take a hasty luncheon. But I believe there have been men since his day who have ridden a long way to avoid a rencontre, and then galloped hastily back lest they should miss it. It is the favourite stratagem of our passions to sham a retreat, and to turn sharp round upon us at the moment we have made up our minds that the day is our own. "The cap'n has been ridin' the devil's own pace," said Dalton the coachman, whose person stood out in high relief as he smoked his pipe against the stable wall, when John brought up Rattler. "And I wish he'd get the devil to do's grooming for en," growled John. "Aye. He'd hev a deal hamabler groom nor what he has now," observed Dalton, and the joke appeared to him so good that, being left alone upon the scene, he continued at intervals to take his pipe from his mouth in order to wink at an imaginary audience and shake luxuriously with a silent, ventral laughter, mentally rehearsing the dialogue from the beginning, that he might recite it with effect in the servants' hall. When Arthur went up to his dressing-room again after luncheon, it was inevitable that the debate he had had with himself there earlier in the day should flash across his mind. But it was impossible for him now to dwell on the remembrance, impossible to recall the feelings and reflections which had been decisive with him then, any more than to recall the peculiar scent of the air that had freshened him when he first opened his window. The desire to see Hetty had rushed back like an ill-stemmed current. He was amazed himself at the force with which this trivial fancy seemed to grasp him. He was even rather tremulous as he brushed his hair. Pooh! It was riding in that breakneck way. It was because he had made a serious affair of an idle matter, by thinking of it as if it were of any consequence. He would amuse himself by seeing Hetty today, and get rid of the whole thing from his mind. It was all Irwine's fault. If Irwine had said nothing, I shouldn't have thought half so much of Hetty as of Meg's lameness. However, it was just the sort of day for lolling in the hermitage, and he would go and finish Dr. Moore's Suluco there before dinner. The hermitage stood in Fir-tree Grove, the way Hetty was sure to come in walking from the Hall Farm. So nothing could be simpler and more natural. Meeting Hetty was a mere circumstance of his walk, not its object. Arthur's shadow flitted rather faster among the sturdy oaks of the Chase than might have been expected from the shadow of a tired man on a warm afternoon. And it was still scarcely 4 o'clock when he stood before the tall narrow gate leading into the delicious labyrinthine wood which skirted one side of the Chase, and which was called Fir-tree Grove, not because the firs were many, but because they were few. It was a wood of beeches and limes, with here and there a light silver-stemmed birch, just the sort of wood most haunted by the nymphs. You see their white sunlit limbs gleaming athwart the boughs, or peeping from behind the smooth sweeping outline of a tall lime. You hear their soft liquid laughter, but if you look with a too curious sacrilegious eye, they vanish behind the silvery beeches. They make you believe that their voice was only a running brooklet. Perhaps they metamorphose themselves into a tawny squirrel that scampers away and mocks you from the topmost bough. It was not a grove with measured grass or rolled gravel for you to tread upon, but with narrow, hollow-shaped, earthy paths, edged with faint dashes of delicate moss, paths which look as if they were made by the free will of the trees and underwood. Moving reverently aside to look at the tall queen of the white-footed nymphs. It was along the broadest of these paths that Arthur Donnithorne passed, under an avenue of limes and beeches. It was a still afternoon. The golden light was lingering languidly among the upper boughs. Only glancing down here and there on the purple pathway and its edge of faintly sprinkled moss, an afternoon in which destiny disguises her cold awful face behind a hazy radiant veil, encloses us in warm downy wings, and poisons us with violet-scented breath. Arthur strolled along carelessly, with a book under his arm, but not looking on the ground as meditative men are apt to do. His eyes would fix themselves on the distant bend in the road round which a little figure must surely appear before long. Ah! There she comes. First a bright patch of color, like a tropic bird among the boughs, then a tripping figure, with a round hat on, and a small basket under her arm. Then a deep blushing, almost frightened, but bright smiling girl, making her curtsy with a fluttered yet happy glance, as Arthur came up to her. If Arthur had had time to think at all, he would have thought it strange that he should feel fluttered too, be conscious of blushing too, in fact, look and feel as foolish as if he had been taken by surprise instead of meeting just what he expected. Poor things! It was a pity they were not in that golden age of childhood when they would have stood face to face, eyeing each other with timid liking, then given each other a little butterfly kiss, and toddled off to play together. Arthur would have gone home to his silk-curtained cot, and Hetty to her homespun pillow, and both would have slept without dreams, and tomorrow would have been a life hardly conscious of a yesterday. Arthur turned round and walked by Hetty's side without giving a reason. They were alone together for the first time. What an overpowering presence that first privacy is! He actually dared not look at this little buttermaker for the first minute or two. As for Hetty, her feet rested on a cloud, and she was borne along by warm zephyrs. She had forgotten her rose-colored ribbons. She was no more conscious of her limbs than if her childish soul had passed into a water lily, resting on a liquid bed and warmed by the midsummer sunbeams. It may seem a contradiction, but Arthur gathered a certain carelessness and confidence from his timidity. It was an entirely different state of mind from what he had expected in such a meeting with Hetty. And full as he was of vague feeling, there was room, in those moments of silence, for the thought that his previous debates and scruples were needless. "You are quite right to choose this way of coming to the chase," he said at last, looking down at Hetty. "It is so much prettier as well as shorter than coming by either of the lodges." "Yes, sir," Hetty answered, with a tremulous, almost whispering voice. She didn't know one bit how to speak to a gentleman like Mr. Arthur, and her very vanity made her more coy of speech. "Do you come every week to see Mrs. Pomfret?" "Yes, sir, every Thursday, only when she's got to go out with Miss Donnithorne." "And she's teaching you something, is she?" "Yes, sir, the lace mending as she learned abroad, and the stocking mending. It looks just like the stocking, you can't tell it's been mended, and she teaches me cutting out too." "What? Are you going to be a lady's maid?" "I should like to be one very much indeed." Hetty spoke more audibly now, but still rather tremulously. She thought, perhaps she seemed as stupid to Captain Donnithorne as Luke Britton did to her. "I suppose Mrs. Pomfret always expects you at this time?" "She expects me at 4 o'clock. I'm rather late today, because my aunt couldn't spare me, but the regular time is 4, because that gives us time before Miss Donnithorne's bell rings." "Ah, then, I must not keep you now, else I should like to show you the Hermitage." "Did you ever see it?" No, sir. This is the walk where we turn up to it. But we must not go now. I'll show it you some other time, if you'd like to see it. Yes, please, sir. Do you always come back this way in the evening, or are you afraid to come so lonely a road? Oh no, sir, it's never late. I always set out by 8 o'clock, and it's so light now in the evening. My aunt would be angry with me if I didn't get home before 9. Perhaps Craig, the gardener, comes to take care of you. A deep blush overspread Hetty's face and neck. I'm sure he doesn't, I'm sure he never did, I wouldn't let him. I don't like him, she said hastily, and the tears of vexation had come so fast that before she had done speaking a bright drop rolled down her hot cheek. Then she felt ashamed to death that she was crying, and for one long instant her happiness was all gone. But in the next she felt an arm steal round her, and a gentle voice said, "Why, Hetty, what makes you cry? I didn't mean to vex you. I wouldn't vex you for the world, you little blossom. Come, don't cry, look at me, else I shall think you won't forgive me." Arthur had laid his hand on the soft arm that was nearest to him, and was stooping towards Hetty with a look of coaxing entreaty. Hetty lifted her long dewy lashes, and met the eyes that were bent towards her with a sweet, timid, beseeching look. What a space of time those 3 moments were while their eyes met and his arms touched her. Love is such a simple thing when we have only 21 summers and a sweet girl of 17 trembles under our glance, as if she were a bud first opening her heart with wondering rapture to the morning. Such young unfurrowed souls roll to meet each other like 2 velvet peaches that touch softly and are at rest. They mingle as easily as 2 brooklets that ask for nothing but to entwine themselves and ripple with ever-interlacing curves in the leafiest hiding places. While Arthur gazed into Hetty's dark beseeching eyes, it made no difference to him what sort of English she spoke. And even if hoops and powder had been in fashion, he would very likely not have been sensible just then that Hetty wanted those signs of high breeding. But they started asunder with beating hearts. Something had fallen on the ground with a rattling noise, it was Hetty's basket. All her little workwoman's matters were scattered on the path, some of them showing a capability of rolling to great lengths. There was much to be done in picking up, and not a word was spoken. But when Arthur hung the basket over her arm again, the poor child felt a strange difference in his look and manner. He just pressed her hand, and said, with a look and tone that were almost chilling to her, "I have been hindering you. I must not keep you any longer now. You will be expected at the house. Goodbye." Without waiting for her to speak, he turned away from her and hurried back towards the road that led to the hermitage. Leaving Hetty to pursue her way in a strange dream that seemed to have begun in bewildering delight and was now passing into contrarieties and sadness. Would he meet her again as she came home? Why had he spoken almost as if he were displeased with her? And then run away so suddenly? She cried, hardly knowing why. Arthur too was very uneasy, but his feelings were lit up for him by a more distinct consciousness. He hurried to the hermitage, which stood in the heart of the wood, unlocked the door with a hasty wrench, slammed it after him, pitched Zaluco into the most distant corner, and thrusting his right hand into his pocket, first walked 4 or 5 times up and down the scanty length of the little room, and then seated himself on the ottoman in an uncomfortable stiff way, as we often do when we wish not to abandon ourselves to feeling. He was getting in love with Hetty, that was quite plain. He was ready to pitch everything else, no matter where, for the sake of surrendering himself to this delicious feeling which had just disclosed itself. It was no use blinking the fact now, they would get too fond of each other, if he went on taking notice of her, and what would come of it? He should have to go away in a few weeks, and the poor little thing would be miserable. He must not see her alone again, he must keep out of her way. What a fool he was for coming back from Gawaine's. He got up and threw open the windows, to let in the soft breath of the afternoon, and the healthy scent of the firs that made a belt round the hermitage. The soft air did not help his resolution, as he leaned out and looked into the leafy distance. But he considered his resolution sufficiently fixed, there was no need to debate with himself any longer. He had made up his mind not to meet Hetty again. And now he might give himself up to thinking how immensely agreeable it would be if circumstances were different, how pleasant it would have been to meet her this evening as she came back, and put his arm round her again and look into her sweet face. He wondered if the dear little thing were thinking of him too, 20-1 she was. How beautiful her eyes were with the tear on their lashes. He would like to satisfy his soul for a day with looking at them, and he must see her again, he must see her, simply to remove any false impression from her mind about his manner to her just now. He would behave in a quiet, kind way to her, just to prevent her from going home with her head full of wrong fancies. Yes, that would be the best thing to do after all. It was a long while, more than an hour before Arthur had brought his meditations to this point, but once arrived there, he could stay no longer at the hermitage. The time must be filled up with movement until he should see Hetty again. And it was already late enough to go and dress for dinner, for his grandfather's dinner hour was 6. Chapter 13. Evening in the Wood. It happened that Mrs. Pomfret had had a slight quarrel with Mrs. Best, the housekeeper, on this Thursday morning, a fact which had two consequences highly convenient to Hetty. It caused Mrs. Pomfret to have tea sent up to her own room, and it inspired that exemplary lady's maid with so lively a recollection of former passages in Mrs. Best's conduct, and of dialogues in which Mrs. Best had decidedly the inferiority as an interlocutor with Mrs. Pomfret, that Hetty required no more presence of mind than was demanded for using her needle, and throwing in an occasional yes or no. She would have wanted to put on her hat earlier than usual, only she had told Captain Donnithorne that she usually set out about 8 o'clock, and if he should go to the Grove again expecting to see her, and she should be gone. Would he come? Her little butterfly soul fluttered incessantly between memory and dubious expectation. At last the minute hand of the old-fashioned brazen-faced timepiece was on the last 7:45, and there was every reason for its being time to get ready for departure. Even Mrs. Pomfret's preoccupied mind did not prevent her from noticing what looked like a new flush of beauty in the little thing as she tied on her hat before the looking-glass. "That child gets prettier and prettier every day, I do believe," was her inward comment. "The more's the pity. She'll get neither a place nor a husband any the sooner for it. Sober well-to-do men don't like such pretty wives. When I was a girl, I was more admired than if I had been so very pretty. However, she's reason to be grateful to me for teaching her something to get her bread with, better than farmhouse work. They always told me I was good-natured, and that's the truth, and to my hurt too, else there's them in this house that wouldn't be here now to lord it over me in the housekeeper's room." Hetty walked hastily across the short space of pleasure ground which she had to traverse, dreading to meet Mr. Craig, to whom she could hardly have spoken civilly. How relieved she was when she had got safely under the oaks and among the fern of the chase. Even then she was as ready to be startled as the deer that leaped away at her approach. She thought nothing of the evening light that lay gently in the grassy alleys between the fern, and made the beauty of their living green more visible than it had been in the overpowering flood of noon. She thought of nothing that was present. She only saw something that was possible, Mr. Arthur Donnithorne coming to meet her again along the fir-tree grove. That was the foreground of Hetty's picture. Behind it lay a bright hazy something, days that were not to be as the other days of her life had been. It was as if she had been wooed by a river god, who might any time take her to his wondrous halls below a watery heaven. There was no knowing what would come, since this strange entrancing delight had come. If a chest full of lace and satin and jewels had been sent her from some unknown source, how could she but have thought that her whole lot was going to change, and that tomorrow some still more bewildering joy would befall her? Hetty had never read a novel. If she had ever seen one, I think the words would have been too hard for her. How then could she find a shape for her expectations? They were as formless as the sweet languid odors of the garden at the Chase, which had floated past her as she walked by the gate. She is at another gate now, that leading into Fir-tree Grove. She enters the wood, where it is already twilight, and at every step she takes, the fear at her heart becomes colder. If he should not come. Oh, how dreary it was, the thought of going out at the other end of the wood, into the unsheltered road, without having seen him. She reaches the first turning towards the hermitage, walking slowly. He is not there. She hates the leveret that runs across the path, she hates everything that is not what she longs for. She walks on, happy whenever she is coming to a bend in the road, for perhaps he is behind it. No. She is beginning to cry, her heart has swelled so, the tears stand in her eyes, she gives one great sob, while the corners of her mouth quiver, and the tears roll down. She doesn't know that there is another turning to the hermitage, that she is close against it, and that Arthur Donnithorne is only a few yards from her, full of one thought, and a thought of which she only is the object. He is going to see Hetty again, that is the longing which has been growing through the last 3 hours to a feverish thirst. Not, of course, to speak in the caressing way into which he had unguardedly fallen before dinner, but to set things right with her by a kindness which would have the air of friendly civility, and prevent her from running away with wrong notions about their mutual relation. If Hetty had known he was there, she would not have cried, and it would have been better, for then Arthur would perhaps have behaved as wisely as he had intended. As it was, she started when he appeared at the end of the side alley, and looked up at him with 2 great drops rolling down her cheeks. What else could he do but speak to her in a soft, soothing tone, as if she were a bright-eyed spaniel with a thorn in her foot? Has something frightened you, Hetty? Have you seen anything in the wood? Don't be frightened, I'll take care of you now. Hetty was blushing so, she didn't know whether she was happy or miserable. To be crying again, what did gentlemen think of girls who cried in that way? She felt unable even to say no, but could only look away from him and wipe the tears from her cheek. Not before a great drop had fallen on her rose-colored strings, she knew that quite well. Come, be cheerful again. Smile at me, and tell me what's the matter. Come, tell me. Hetty turned her head towards him, whispered, I thought you wouldn't come, and slowly got courage to lift her eyes to him. That look was too much, he must have had eyes of Egyptian granite not to look too lovingly in return. You little frightened bird. Little tearful rose. Silly pet. You won't cry again, now I'm with you, will you? Ah, he doesn't know in the least what he is saying. This is not what he meant to say. His arm is stealing round the waist again, it is tightening its clasp, he is bending his face nearer and nearer to the round cheek. His lips are meeting those pouting child lips, and for a long moment time has vanished. He may be a shepherd in Arcadia for aught he knows, he may be the first youth kissing the first maiden, he may be Eros himself, sipping the lips of Psyche, it is all one. There was no speaking for minutes after. They walked along with beating hearts till they came within sight of the gate at the end of the wood. Then they looked at each other, not quite as they had looked before, for in their eyes there was the memory of a kiss. But already something bitter had begun to mingle itself with the fountain of sweets, already Arthur was uncomfortable. He took his arm from Hetty's waist, and said, Here we are, almost at the end of the grove. I wonder how late it is, he added, pulling out his watch. 20 minutes past 8, but my watch is too fast. However, I'd better not go any further now. Trot along quickly with your little feet, and get home safely. Goodbye. He took her hand, and looked at her half sadly, half with a constrained smile. Hetty's eyes seemed to beseech him not to go away yet, but he patted her cheek and said, Goodbye, again. She was obliged to turn away from him and go on. As for Arthur, he rushed back through the wood, as if he wanted to put a wide space between himself and Hetty. He would not go to the hermitage again. He remembered how he had debated with himself there before dinner, and it had all come to nothing, worse than nothing. He walked right on into the chase, glad to get out of the grove, which surely was haunted by his evil genius. Those beeches and smooth limes, there was something enervating in the very sight of them, but the strong knotted old oaks had no bending languor in them, the sight of them would give a man some energy. Arthur lost himself among the narrow openings in the fern, winding about without seeking any issue, till the twilight deepened almost to night under the great boughs, and the hair looked black as it darted across his path. He was feeling much more strongly than he had done in the morning, it was as if his horse had wheeled round from a leap and dared to dispute his mastery. He was dissatisfied with himself, irritated, mortified. He no sooner fixed his mind on the probable consequences of giving way to the emotions which had stolen over him today, of continuing to notice Hetty, of allowing himself any opportunity for such slight caresses as he had been betrayed into already, than he refused to believe such a future possible for himself. To flirt with Hetty was a very different affair from flirting with a pretty girl of his own station, that was understood to be an amusement on both sides, or, if it became serious, there was no obstacle to marriage. But this little thing would be spoken ill of directly, if she happened to be seen walking with him. And then those excellent people, the Poysers, to whom a good name was as precious as if they had the best blood in the land in their veins, he should hate himself if he made a scandal of that sort, on the estate that was to be his own some day. And among tenants by whom he liked, above all, to be respected. He could no more believe that he should so fall in his own esteem than that he should break both his legs and go on crutches all the rest of his life. He couldn't imagine himself in that position, it was too odious, too unlike him. And even if no one knew anything about it, they might get too fond of each other, and then there could be nothing but the misery of parting, after all. No gentleman, out of a ballad, could marry a farmer's niece. There must be an end to the whole thing at once. It was too foolish. And yet he had been so determined this morning, before he went to Gawaine's, and while he was there something had taken hold of him and made him gallop back. It seemed he couldn't quite depend on his own resolution, as he had thought he could. He almost wished his arm would get painful again, and then he should think of nothing but the comfort it would be to get rid of the pain. There was no knowing what impulse might seize him tomorrow, in this confounded place, where there was nothing to occupy him imperiously through the livelong day. What could he do to secure himself from any more of this folly? There was but one resource. He would go and tell Irwine, tell him everything. The mere act of telling it would make it seem trivial, the temptation would vanish, as the charm of fond words vanishes when one repeats them to the indifferent. In every way it would help him to tell Irwine. He would ride to Broxton Rectory the first thing after breakfast tomorrow. Arthur had no sooner come to this determination than he began to think which of the paths would lead him home, and made as short a walk thither as he could. He felt sure he should sleep now, he had had enough to tire him, and there was no more need for him to think. Chapter 14. The Return Home. While that parting in the wood was happening, there was a parting in the cottage too, and Lisbeth had stood with Adam at the door, straining her aged eyes to get the last glimpse of Seth and Dinah. As they mounted the opposite slope. I'm loath to see the last on her," she said to Adam, as they turned into the house again. "I'd ha' been willin' her about me till I died and went to lie by my old man. She'd make it easier dyin', she spake so gentle and moves about so still. I could be fast sure that picter was drawed for her eye, thy new Bible, angel a sittin' on the big stone by the grave. I wouldna mind hain a daughter like that. But nobody ne'er marries them as is good for aught. Well, mother, I hope thee wilt have her for a daughter, for Seth's got a liking for her, and I hope she'll get a liking for Seth in time. Where's use talkin' that en? She caressna for Seth. She's goin' away 20 mile af. How's she to get a leakin' for him, I'd like to know. No more nor the cake, you'll come why out the leaven. Thy figurin' books might ha' tood thee better nor that, I should think, else thee mightst as well read the common print, as Sethalays does." "Nay, mother," said Adam, laughing, "the figures tell us a fine deal, and we couldn't go far without 'em, but they don't tell us about folks's feelings. It's a nicer job to calculate them. But Seth's as good-hearted a lad as ever handled a tool, and plenty o' sense, and good-looking too, and he's got the same way o' thinking as Dinah. He deserves to win her, though there's no denying she's a rare bit o' workmanship. You don't see such women turned off the wheel every day. Thee'd allays stick up for thy brother. Thee'st been just the same, sin ye wore little uns together. Thee wart allays for having iverything why him. But what's Seth got to do with Maureen, as is ony 23? He'd more need to learn and lay by sixpence. And as for his desarving her, she's 2 year older nor Seth, she's pretty near as old as thee. But that's the way. Folks mun allays choose by contraries, as if they must be sorted like the pork, a bit oh, good meat why, a bit oh, awful. To the feminine mind in some of its moods, all things that might be receive a temporary charm from comparison with what is. And since Adam did not want to marry Dinah himself, Lisbeth felt rather peevish on that score, as peevish as she would have been if he had wanted to marry her. And so shut himself out from Mary Burge and the partnership as effectually as by marrying Hetty. It was more than 8:30 when Adam and his mother were talking in this way, so that when, about 10 minutes later, Hetty reached the turning of the lane that led to the farmyard gate, she saw Dinah and Seth approaching it from the opposite direction, and waited for them to come up to her. They, too, like Hetty, had lingered a little in their walk, for Dinah was trying to speak words of comfort and strength to Seth in these parting moments. But when they saw Hetty, they paused and shook hands. Seth turned homewards, and Dinah came on alone. "Seth Bede would have come and spoken to you, my dear," she said, as she reached Hetty, "but he's very full of trouble tonight." Hetty answered with a dimpled smile, as if she did not quite know what had been said. And it made a strange contrast to see that sparkling self-engrossed loveliness looked at by Dinah's calm pitying face, with its open glance which told that her heart lived in no cherished secrets of its own, but in feelings which it longed to share with all the world. Hetty liked Dinah as well as she had ever liked any woman. How was it possible to feel otherwise towards one who always put in a kind word for her when her aunt was finding fault, and who was always ready to take Toddy off her hands, little tiresome Toddy, that was made such a pet of by every one? And that Hetty could see no interest in at all. Dinah had never said anything disapproving or reproachful to Hetty during her whole visit to the Hull farm. She had talked to her a great deal in a serious way, but Hetty didn't mind that much, for she never listened. Whatever Dinah might say, she almost always stroked Hetty's cheek after it, and wanted to do some mending for her. Dinah was a riddle to her. Hetty looked at her much in the same way as one might imagine a little perching bird that could only flutter from bough to bough, to look at the swoop of the swallow or the mounting of the lark. But she did not care to solve such riddles, any more than she cared to know what was meant by the pictures in the Pilgrim's Progress, or in the old folio Bible that Marty and Tommy always plagued her about on a Sunday. Dinah took her hand now and drew it under her own arm. "You look very happy tonight, dear child," she said. "I shall think of you often when I'm at Snowfield, and see your face before me as it is now. It's a strange thing, sometimes when I'm quite alone, sitting in my room with my eyes closed, or walking over the hills, the people I've seen and known, if it's only been for a few days, are brought before me. And I hear their voices and see them look and move almost plainer than I ever did when they were really with me so as I could touch them. And then my heart is drawn out towards them, and I feel their lot as if it was my own, and I take comfort in spreading it before the Lord and resting in His love, on their behalf as well as my own. And so I feel sure you will come before me." She paused a moment, but Hetty said nothing. "It has been a very precious time to me," Dinah went on, "last night and today, seeing two such good sons as Adam and Seth Bede. They are so tender and thoughtful for their aged mother. And she has been telling me what Adam has done, for these many years, to help his father and his brother. It's wonderful what a spirit of wisdom and knowledge he has, and how he's ready to use it all in behalf of them that are feeble. And I'm sure he has a loving spirit too. I've noticed it often among my own people round Snowfield, that the strong, skillful men are often the gentlest to the women and children. And it's pretty to see them carrying the little babies as if they were no heavier than little birds. And the babies always seem to like the strong arm best. I feel sure it would be so with Adam Bede. Don't you think so, Hetty?" "Yes," said Hetty abstractedly, for her mind had been all the while in the wood, and she would have found it difficult to say what she was assenting to. Dinah saw she was not inclined to talk, but there would not have been time to say much more, for they were now at the yard gate. The still twilight, with its dying western red and its few faint struggling stars, rested on the farmyard, where there was not a sound to be heard but the stamping of the cart horses in the stable. It was about 20 minutes after sunset. The fowls were all gone to roost, and the bulldog lay stretched on the straw outside his kennel, with the black and tan terrier by his side, when the falling to of the gate disturbed them and set them barking, like good officials. Before they had any distinct knowledge of the reason. The barking had its effect in the house, for, as Dinah and Hetty approached, the doorway was filled by a portly figure, with a ruddy black-eyed face which bore in it the possibility of looking extremely acute, and occasionally contemptuous. On market days, but had now a predominant after-supper expression of hearty good nature. It is well known that great scholars who have shown the most pitiless acerbity in their criticism of other men's scholarship have yet been of a relenting and indulgent temper in private life. And I have heard of a learned man meekly rocking the twins in the cradle with his left hand, while with his right he inflicted the most lacerating sarcasms on an opponent who had betrayed a brutal ignorance of Hebrew. Weaknesses and errors must be forgiven, alas. They are not alien to us, but the man who takes the wrong side on the momentous subject of the Hebrew points must be treated as the enemy of his race. There was the same sort of antithetic mixture in Martin Poyser. He was of so excellent a disposition that he had been kinder and more respectful than ever to his old father since he had made a deed of gift of all his property. And no man judged his neighbors more charitably on all personal matters. But for a farmer, like Luke Britton, for example, whose fallows were not well cleaned, who didn't know the rudiments of hedging and ditching, and showed but a small share of judgment in the purchase of winter stock, Martin Poyser was as hard and implacable as the northeast wind. Luke Britton could not make a remark, even on the weather, but Martin Poyser detected in it a taint of that unsoundness and general ignorance which was palpable in all his farming operations. He hated to see the fellow lift the pewter pint to his mouth in the bar of the Royal George on market day, and the mere sight of him on the other side of the road brought a severe and critical expression into his black eyes. As different as possible from the fatherly glance he bent on his two nieces as they approached the door. Mr. Poyser had smoked his evening pipe, and now held his hands in his pockets, as the only resource of a man who continues to sit up after the day's business is done. "Why, lasses, ye're rather late tonight," he said, when they reached the little gate leading into the causeway. "The mother's begun to fidget about you, and she's got the little un ill. And how did you leave the old woman Bede, Dinah? Is she much down about the old man? He'd been but a poor bargain to her this 5 year. She's been greatly distressed for the loss of him," said Dinah, "but she seemed more comforted today. Her son Adam's been at home all day, working at his father's coffin, and she loves to have him at home. She's been talking about him to me almost all the day. She has a loving heart, though she's sorely given to fret and be fearful. I wish she had a surer trust to comfort her in her old age." "Adam's sure enough," said Mr. Poyser, misunderstanding Dinah's wish. "There's no fear but he'll yield well at the threshing. He's not one o' them as is all straw and no grain. I'll be bond for him any day, as he'll be a good son to the last. Did he say he'd be coming to see us soon? But come in," he added, making way for them, "I hadn't need keep out any longer." The tall buildings round the yard shut out a good deal of the sky, but the large window let in abundant light to show every corner of the houseplace. Mrs. Poyser, seated in the rocking chair, which had been brought out of the right-hand parlor, was trying to soothe Toddy to sleep. But Toddy was not disposed to sleep. And when her cousins entered, she raised herself up and showed a pair of flushed cheeks, which looked fatter than ever now they were defined by the edge of her linen nightcap. In the large wicker-bottomed armchair in the left-hand chimney nook sat old Martin Poyser, a hale but shrunken and bleached image of his portly black-haired son, his head hanging forward a little, and his elbows pushed backward so as to allow the whole of his forearm to rest on the arm of the chair. His blue handkerchief was spread over his knees, as was usual indoors, when it was not hanging over his head. And he sat watching what went forward with the quiet outward glance of healthy old age, which, disengaged from any interest in an inward drama, spies out pins upon the floor, follows one's minutest motions with an unexpected purposeless tenacity. Watches the flickering of the flame or the sun gleams on the wall, counts the quarries on the floor, watches even the hand of the clock, and pleases itself with detecting a rhythm in the tick. "What a time night this is to come home, Hetty," said Mrs. Poyser. "Look at the clock, do, why, it's going on for 9:30, and I've sent the Jells to bed this half hour, and late enough too. When they've got to get up at 4:30, and the mowers' bottles to fill, and the baking. And here's this blessed child the fever for what I know, and as wakeful as if it was dinner time, and nobody to help me to give her the physic but your uncle, and fine work there's been. And half of it's spilt on her nightgown. It's well if she's swallowed more nor you'll make her worse i'stead better. But folks as have no mind to be yous have allays the luck to be out the road when there's anything to be done. I did set out before 8, aunt," said Hetty, in a pettish tone, with a slight toss of her head. "But this clock's so much before the clock at the Chase, there's no telling what time it'll be when I get here." "What? You'd be wanting the clock set by gentlefolks' time, would you? And sit up burnin' candle, and lie abed the sun abe keen you like a cowcumber the frame? The clock hasn't been put forward for the first time today, I reckon." The fact was, Hetty had really forgotten the difference of the clocks when she told Captain Donnithorne that she set out at 8, and this, with her lingering pace, had made her nearly half an hour later than usual. But here her aunt's attention was diverted from this tender subject by Totty, who, perceiving at length that the arrival of her cousins was not likely to bring anything satisfactory to her in particular, began to cry, "Money, money!" in an explosive manner. "Well, then, my pet, mother's got her, mother won't leave her. Totty be a good dilling, and go to sleep now," said Mrs. Poyser, leaning back and rocking the chair, while she tried to make Totty nestle against her. But Totty only cried louder, and said, "Don't yock." So the mother, with that wondrous patience which love gives to the quickest temperament, sat up again, and pressed her cheek against the linen nightcap and kissed it, and forgot to scold Hetty any longer. "Come, Hetty," said Martin Poyser, in a conciliatory tone, "go and get your supper the pantry, as the things are all put away. And then you can come and take the little un while your aunt undresses herself, for she won't lie down in bed without her mother. And I reckon you could eat a bit, Dinah, for they don't keep much of a house down there." "No, thank you, uncle," said Dinah, "I ate a good meal before I came away, for Mrs. Bede would make a kettle cake for me." "I don't want any supper," said Hetty, taking off her hat. "I can hold Totty now, if aunt wants me." "Why, what nonsense that is to talk," said Mrs. Poyser. "Do you think you can live out eatin', and nourish your inside stickin' red ribbons on your head? Go and get your supper this minute, child. There's a nice bit cold pudding the safe, just what you're fond of." Hetty complied silently by going towards the pantry, and Mrs. Poyser went on speaking to Dinah. "Sit down, my dear, and look as if you knowed what it was to make yourself a bit comfortable the world. I warrant the old woman was glad to see you, since you stayed so long. She seemed to like having me there at last. But her sons say she doesn't like young women about her commonly, and I thought just at first she was almost angry with me for going. It's a poor lookout when old folks doesna like the young uns, said old Martin, bending his head down lower, and seeming to trace the pattern of the quarries with his eye. "Aye, it's ill livin' in a hen roost for them as doesn't like fleas," said Mrs. Poyser. "We've all had our turn at bein' young, I reckon, beat good luck or ill. But she must learn to 'commodate herself to young women," said Mr. Poyser, "for it isn't to be counted on as Adam and Seth, you'll keep bachelors for the next 10 year to please their mother. That ud be unreasonable. It isn't right for old nor young neither to make a bargain all o' their own side. What's good for one's good all round the long run. I'm no friend to young fellows marrying afore they know the difference atween a crab and a apple, but they may wait o'er long." "To be sure," said Mrs. Poyser. "If you go past your dinner time, there'll be little relish o' your meat. You turn it o'er and o'er your fork, and don't eat it after all. You find your meat, and the foes all your own stomach." Hetty now came back from the pantry and said, I can take Toddy now, aunt, if you like. Come, Rachel, said Mr. Poyser, as his wife seemed to hesitate, seeing that Toddy was at last nestling quietly. Didst better let Hetty carry her upstairs, while thee takes thy things off. Thee't tired. It's time thee wast in bed. Thee't bring on the pain in thy side again. Well, she may hold her if the child, you'll go to her, said Mrs. Poyser. Hetty went close to the rocking chair, and stood without her usual smile, and without any attempt to entice Toddy, simply waiting for her aunt to give the child into her hands. Wilt go to cousin Hetty, my dilling, while mother gets ready to go to bed? Then Toddy shall go into mother's bed, and sleep there all night. Before her mother had done speaking, Toddy had given her answer in an unmistakable manner, by knitting her brow, setting her tiny teeth against her underlip, and leaning forward to slap Hetty on the arm with her utmost force. Then, without speaking, she nestled to her mother again. Hey, hey, said Mr. Poyser, while Hetty stood without moving, not go to cousin Hetty? That's like a babby. Toddy's a little woman, and not a babby. It's no use trying to persuade her, said Mrs. Poyser. She allays takes against Hetty when she isn't well. Happen she'll go to Dinah. Dinah, having taken off her bonnet and shawl, had hitherto kept quietly seated in the background, not liking to thrust herself between Hetty and what was considered Hetty's proper work. But now she came forward, and, putting out her arms, said, Come Toddy, come and let Dinah carry her upstairs along with mother, poor mother. She's so tired, she wants to go to bed. Toddy turned her face towards Dinah, and looked at her an instant, then lifted herself up, put out her little arms, and let Dinah lift her from her mother's lap. Hetty turned away without any sign of ill humor, and, taking her hat from the table, stood waiting with an air of indifference, to see if she should be told to do anything else. You may make the door fast now, Poyser. Alec's been comin' this long while, said Mrs. Poyser, rising with an appearance of relief from her low chair. Get me the matches down, Hetty, for I must have the rushlight burning in my room. Come, father. The heavy wooden bolts began to roll in the house doors, and old Martin prepared to move, by gathering up his blue handkerchief, and reaching his bright-knobbed walnut-tree stick from the corner. Mrs. Poyser then led the way out of the kitchen, followed by the grandfather, and Dinah with Toddy in her arms, all going to bed by twilight, like the birds. Mrs. Poyser, on her way, peeped into the room where her two boys lay. Just to see their ruddy round cheeks on the pillow, and to hear for a moment their light regular breathing. Come, Hetty, get to bed, said Mr. Poyser, in a soothing tone, as he himself turned to go upstairs. You didna mean to be late, I'll be bound, but your aunt's been worrited today. Good night, my wench, good night. Chapter 15. The two bed-chambers. Hetty and Dinah both slept in the second story, in rooms adjoining each other, meagerly furnished rooms, with no blinds to shut out the light. Which was now beginning to gather new strength from the rising of the moon, more than enough strength to enable Hetty to move about and undress with perfect comfort. She could see quite well the pegs in the old painted linen press on which she hung her hat and gown, she could see the head of every pin on her red cloth pincushion. She could see a reflection of herself in the old-fashioned looking-glass, quite as distinct as was needful, considering that she had only to brush her hair and put on her nightcap. A queer old looking-glass. Hetty got into an ill temper with it almost every time she dressed. It had been considered a handsome glass in its day, and had probably been bought into the Poyser family a quarter of a century before, at a sale of genteel household furniture. Even now an auctioneer could say something for it, it had a great deal of tarnished gilding about it. It had a firm mahogany base, well supplied with drawers, which opened with a decided jerk and sent the contents leaping out from the farthest corners, without giving you the trouble of reaching them. Above all, it had a brass candle socket on each side, which would give it an aristocratic air to the very last. But Hetty objected to it because it had numerous dim blotches sprinkled over the mirror, which no rubbing would remove, and because, instead of swinging backwards and forwards, it was fixed in an upright position. So that she could only get one good view of her head and neck, and that was to be had only by sitting down on a low chair before her dressing table. And the dressing table was no dressing table at all, but a small old chest of drawers, the most awkward thing in the world to sit down before, for the big brass handles quite hurt her knees, and she couldn't get near the glass at all comfortably. But devout worshippers never allow inconveniences to prevent them from performing their religious rites, and Hetty this evening was more bent on her peculiar form of worship than usual. Having taken off her gown and white kerchief, she drew a key from the large pocket that hung outside her petticoat, and, unlocking one of the lower drawers in the chest, reached from it 2 short bits of wax candle, secretly bought at Treddleston, and stuck them in the 2 brass sockets. Then she drew forth a bundle of matches and lighted the candles, and last of all, a small red-framed shilling looking-glass, without blotches. It was into this small glass that she chose to look first after seating herself. She looked into it, smiling and turning her head on one side, for a minute, then laid it down and took out her brush and comb from an upper drawer. She was going to let down her hair, and make herself look like that picture of a lady in Miss Lydia Donnithorne's dressing-room. It was soon done, and the dark hyacinthine curves fell on her neck. It was not heavy, massive, merely rippling hair, but soft and silken, running at every opportunity into delicate rings. But she pushed it all backward to look like the picture, and form a dark curtain, throwing into relief her round white neck. Then she put down her brush and comb and looked at herself, folding her arms before her, still like the picture. Even the old mottled glass couldn't help sending back a lovely image, none the less lovely because Hetty's stays were not of white satin, such as I feel sure heroines must generally wear, but of a dark greenish cotton texture. Oh yes. She was very pretty. Captain Donnithorne thought so. Prettier than anybody about Hayslope, prettier than any of the ladies she had ever seen visiting at the Chase. Indeed it seemed fine ladies were rather old and ugly, and prettier than Miss Bacon, the miller's daughter, who was called the beauty of Treddleston. And Hetty looked at herself tonight with quite a different sensation from what she had ever felt before. There was an invisible spectator whose eye rested on her like morning on the flowers. His soft voice was saying over and over again those pretty things she had heard in the wood, his arm was round her, and the delicate rose scent of his hair was with her still. The vainest woman is never thoroughly conscious of her own beauty till she is loved by the man who sets her own passion vibrating in return. But Hetty seemed to have made up her mind that something was wanting, for she got up and reached an old black lace scarf out of the linen press, and a pair of large earrings out of the sacred drawer from which she had taken her candles. It was an old scarf, full of rents, but it would make a becoming border round her shoulders, and set off the whiteness of her upper arm. And she would take out the little earrings she had in her ears, oh, how her aunt had scolded her for having her ears bored, and put in those large ones. They were but colored glass and gilding, but if you didn't know what they were made of, they looked just as well as what the ladies wore. And so she sat down again, with the large earrings in her ears, and the black lace scarf adjusted round her shoulders. She looked down at her arms. No arms could be prettier down to a little way below the elbow. They were white and plump, and dimpled to match her cheeks. But towards the wrist, she thought with vexation that they were coarsened by butter-making and other work that ladies never did. Captain Donnithorne couldn't like her to go on doing work, he would like to see her in nice clothes, and thin shoes, and white stockings, perhaps with silk clocks to them. For he must love her very much, no one else had ever put his arm round her and kissed her in that way. He would want to marry her and make a lady of her. She could hardly dare to shape the thought, yet how else could it be? Marry her quite secretly, as Mr. James, the doctor's assistant, married the doctor's niece, and nobody ever found it out for a long while after, and then it was of no use to be angry. The doctor had told her aunt all about it in Hetty's hearing. She didn't know how it would be, but it was quite plain the old squire could never be told anything about it, for Hetty was ready to faint with awe and fright if she came across him at the Chase. He might have been earth-born, for what she knew. It had never entered her mind that he had been young like other men, he had always been the old squire at whom everybody was frightened. Oh, it was impossible to think how it would be. But Captain Donnithorne would know. He was a great gentleman, and could have his way in everything, and could buy everything he liked. And nothing could be as it had been again. Perhaps some day she should be a grand lady, and ride in her coach, and dress for dinner in a brocaded silk, with feathers in her hair, and her dress sweeping the ground, like Miss Lydia and Lady Dacey. When she saw them going into the dining room one evening as she peeped through the little round window in the lobby. Only she should not be old and ugly like Miss Lydia, or all the same thickness like Lady Dacey, but very pretty, with her hair done in a great many different ways, and sometimes in a pink dress. And sometimes in a white one, she didn't know which she liked best. And Mary Burge and everybody would perhaps see her going out in her carriage, or rather, they would hear of it. It was impossible to imagine these things happening at Hayslope in sight of her aunt. At the thought of all this splendor, Hetty got up from her chair, and in doing so caught the little red-framed glass with the edge of her scarf, so that it fell with a bang on the floor. But she was too eagerly occupied with her vision to care about picking it up. And after a momentary start, began to pace with a pigeon-like stateliness backwards and forwards along her room, in her colored stays and colored skirt, and the old black lace scarf round her shoulders, and the great glass earrings in her ears. How pretty the little puss looks in that odd dress! It would be the easiest folly in the world to fall in love with her, there is such a sweet baby-like roundness about her face and figure. The delicate dark rings of hair lie so charmingly about her ears and neck, her great dark eyes with their long eyelashes touch one so strangely, as if an imprisoned frisky sprite looked out of them. Ah, what a prize the man gets who wins a sweet bride like Hetty! How the men envy him who come to the wedding breakfast, and see her hanging on his arm in her white lace and orange blossoms. The dear, young, round, soft, flexible thing. Her heart must be just as soft, her temper just as free from angles, her character just as pliant. If anything ever goes wrong, it must be the husband's fault there, he can make her what he likes, that is plain. And the lover himself thinks so too, the little darling is so fond of him, her little vanities are so bewitching, he wouldn't consent to her being a bit wiser. Those kitten-like glances and movements are just what one wants to make one's hearth a paradise. Every man under such circumstances is conscious of being a great physiognomist. Nature, he knows, has a language of her own, which she uses with strict veracity, and he considers himself an adept in the language. Nature has written out his bride's character for him in those exquisite lines of cheek and lip and chin, in those eyelids delicate as petals, in those long lashes curled like the stamen of a flower, in the dark liquid depths of those wonderful eyes. How she will dote on her children! She is almost a child herself, and the little pink round things will hang about her like florets round the central flower. And the husband will look on, smiling benignly, able, whenever he chooses, to withdraw into the sanctuary of his wisdom, towards which his sweet wife will look reverently, and never lift the curtain. It is a marriage such as they made in the golden age, when the men were all wise and majestic and the women all lovely and loving. It was very much in this way that our friend Adam Bede thought about Hetty. Only he put his thoughts into different words. If ever she behaved with cold vanity towards him, he said to himself, it is only because she doesn't love me well enough. And he was sure that her love, whenever she gave it, would be the most precious thing a man could possess on earth. Before you despise Adam as deficient in penetration, pray ask yourself if you were ever predisposed to believe evil of any pretty woman, if you ever could, without head-breaking demonstration. Believe evil of the one supremely pretty woman who has bewitched you. No, people who love downy peaches are apt not to think of the stone, and sometimes jar their teeth terribly against it. Arthur Donnithorne, too, had the same sort of notion about Hetty, so far as he had thought of her nature of all. He felt sure she was a dear, affectionate, good little thing. The man who awakes the wondering tremulous passion of a young girl always thinks her affectionate. And if he chances to look forward to future years, probably imagines himself being virtuously tender to her, because the poor thing is so clingingly fond of him. God made these dear women so, and it is a convenient arrangement in case of sickness. After all, I believe the wisest of us must be beguiled in this way sometimes, and must think both better and worse of people than they deserve. Nature has her language, and she is not unveracious. But we don't know all the intricacies of her syntax just yet, and in a hasty reading we may happen to extract the very opposite of her real meaning. Long dark eyelashes, now, what can be more exquisite? I find it impossible not to expect some depth of soul behind a deep grey eye with a long dark eyelash, in spite of an experience which has shown me that they may go along with deceit, peculation, and stupidity. But if, in the reaction of disgust, I have betaken myself to a fishy eye, there has been a surprising similarity of result. One begins to suspect at length that there is no direct correlation between eyelashes and morals. Or else, that the eyelashes express the disposition of the fair one's grandmother, which is on the whole less important to us. No eyelashes could be more beautiful than Hetty's. And now, while she walks with her pigeon-like stateliness along the room and looks down on her shoulders bordered by the old black lace, the dark fringe shows to perfection on her pink cheek. They are but dim ill-defined pictures that her narrow bit of an imagination can make of the future, but of every picture she is the central figure in fine clothes. Captain Donnithorne is very close to her, putting his arm round her, perhaps kissing her, and everybody else is admiring and envying her, especially Mary Burge, whose new print dress looks very contemptible by the side of Hetty's resplendent toilette. Does any sweet or sad memory mingle with this dream of the future, any loving thought of her second parents, of the children she had helped to tend, of any youthful companion, any pet animal, any relic of her own childhood even? Not one. There are some plants that have hardly any roots. You may tear them from their native nook of rock or wall, and just lay them over your ornamental flower pot, and they blossom none the worse. Hetty could have cast all her past life behind her and never cared to be reminded of it again. I think she had no feeling at all towards the old house, and did not like the Jacob's ladder and the long row of hollyhocks in the garden better than other flowers, perhaps not so well. It was wonderful how little she seemed to care about waiting on her uncle, who had been a good father to her. She hardly ever remembered to reach him his pipe at the right time without being told, unless a visitor happened to be there. Who would have a better opportunity of seeing her as she walked across the hearth? Hetty did not understand how anybody could be very fond of middle-aged people. And as for those tiresome children, Marty and Tommy and Toddy, they had been the very nuisance of her life, as bad as buzzing insects that will come teasing you on a hot day when you want to be quiet. Marty, the eldest, was a baby when she first came to the farm, for the children born before him had died, and so Hetty had had them all three, one after the other, toddling by her side in the meadow, or playing about her on wet days in the half-empty rooms of the large old house. The boys were out of hand now, but Toddy was still a day-long plague, worse than either of the others had been, because there was more fuss made about her. And there was no end to the making and mending of clothes. Hetty would have been glad to hear that she should never see a child again. They were worse than the nasty little lambs that the shepherd was always bringing in to be taken special care of in lambing time. For the lambs were got rid of sooner or later. As for the young chickens and turkeys, Hetty would have hated the very word hatching, if her aunt had not bribed her to attend to the young poultry by promising her the proceeds of one out of every brood. The round downy chicks peeping out from under their mother's wing never touched Hetty with any pleasure. That was not the sort of prettiness she cared about, but she did care about the prettiness of the new things she would buy for herself at Treddleston Fair with the money they fetched. And yet she looked so dimpled, so charming, as she stooped down to put the soaked bread under the hen coop, that you must have been a very acute personage indeed to suspect her of that hardness. Molly, the housemaid, with a turn-up nose and a protuberant jaw, was really a tender-hearted girl, and, as Mrs. Poyser said, a jewel to look after the poultry. But her stolid face showed nothing of this maternal delight, any more than a brown earthenware pitcher will show the light of the lamp within it. It is generally a feminine eye that first detects the moral deficiencies hidden under the dear deceit of beauty, so it is not surprising that Mrs. Poyser, with her keenness and abundant opportunity for observation, should have formed a tolerably fair estimate of what might be expected from Hetty in the way of feeling. And in moments of indignation she had sometimes spoken with great openness on the subject to her husband. "She's no better than a peacock," as ud strut about on the wall and spread its tail when the sun shone. If all the folks the parish was dying, there's nothing seems to give her a turn inside. Not even when we thought Totty had tumbled into the pit. To think, oh, that dear cherub. And we found her her little shoes stuck the mud and crying fit to break her heart by the far horse pit. But Hetty never minded it, I could see, though she's been at the nussin' the child ever since it was a babby. It's my belief her heart's as hard as a pebble. Nay, nay, said Mr. Poyser, thee mustn't judge Hetty too hard. Them young gels are like the unripe grain, they'll make good meal by and by, but they're squashy as yet. Thee't see Hetty'll be all right when she's got a good husband and children of her own. I don't want to be hard Yupo, the gel. She's got clever fingers of her own, and can be useful enough when she likes, and I should miss her the butter, for she's got a cool hand. And, let be what may, I'd strive to do my part by a niece yours, and, that I've done, for I've taught her everything as belongs to a house, and I've told her duty often enough, though, God knows, I've no breath to spare. And, that catchin' pain comes on dreadful by times. Why, them 3 gels in the house I'd need have twice the strength to keep 'em up to their work. It's like having roast meat at 3 fires, as soon as you've basted one, another's burnin'. Hetty stood sufficiently in awe of her aunt to be anxious to conceal from her so much of her vanity as could be hidden without too great a sacrifice. She could not resist spending her money in bits of finery which Mrs. Poyser disapproved. But she would have been ready to die with shame, vexation, and fright if her aunt had this moment opened the door, and seen her with her bits of candle lighted, and strutting about decked in her scarf and earrings. To prevent such a surprise, she always bolted her door, and she had not forgotten to do so tonight. It was well, for there now came a light tap, and Hetty, with a leaping heart, rushed to blow out the candles and throw them into the drawer. She dared not stay to take out her earrings, but she threw off her scarf, and let it fall on the floor, before the light tap came again. We shall know how it was that the light tap came, if we leave Hetty for a short time and return to Dinah, at the moment when she had delivered Totty to her mother's arms, and was come upstairs to her bedroom, adjoining Hetty's. Dinah delighted in her bedroom window. Being on the 2nd story of that tall house, it gave her a wide view over the fields. The thickness of the wall formed a broad step about a yard below the window, where she could place her chair. And now the first thing she did on entering her room was to seat herself in this chair and look out on the peaceful fields beyond which the large moon was rising, just above the hedgerow elms. She liked the pasture best where the milch cows were lying, and next to that the meadow where the grass was half mown, and lay in silvered sweeping lines. Her heart was very full, for there was to be only one more night on which she would look out on those fields for a long time to come. But she thought little of leaving the mere scene, for, to her, bleak snowfield had just as many charms. She thought of all the dear people whom she had learned to care for among these peaceful fields, and who would now have a place in her loving remembrance forever. She thought of the struggles and the weariness that might lie before them in the rest of their life's journey, when she would be away from them, and know nothing of what was befalling them. And the pressure of this thought soon became too strong for her to enjoy the unresponding stillness of the moonlit fields. She closed her eyes, that she might feel more intensely the presence of a love and sympathy deeper and more tender than was breathed from the earth and sky. That was often Dinah's mode of praying in solitude. Simply to close her eyes and to feel herself enclosed by the divine presence, then gradually her fears, her yearning anxieties for others, melted away like ice crystals in a warm ocean. She had sat in this way perfectly still, with her hands crossed on her lap and the pale light resting on her calm face, for at least 10 minutes when she was startled by a loud sound, apparently of something falling in Hetty's room. But like all sounds that fall on our ears in a state of abstraction, it had no distinct character, but was simply loud and startling, so that she felt uncertain whether she had interpreted it rightly. She rose and listened, but all was quiet afterwards, and she reflected that Hetty might merely have knocked something down in getting into bed. She began slowly to undress. But now, owing to the suggestions of this sound, her thoughts became concentrated on Hetty, that sweet young thing, with life and all its trials before her, the solemn daily duties of the wife and mother, and her mind so unprepared for them all. Bent merely on little foolish, selfish pleasures, like a child hugging its toys in the beginning of a long toilsome journey in which it will have to bear hunger and cold and unsheltered darkness. Dinah felt a double care for Hetty, because she shared Seth's anxious interest in his brother's lot, and she had not come to the conclusion that Hetty did not love Adam well enough to marry him. She saw too clearly the absence of any warm, self-devoting love in Hetty's nature to regard the coldness of her behavior towards Adam as any indication that he was not the man she would like to have for a husband. And this blank in Hetty's nature, instead of exciting Dinah's dislike, only touched her with a deeper pity. The lovely face and form affected her as beauty always affects a pure and tender mind, free from selfish jealousies. It was an excellent divine gift, that gave a deeper pathos to the need, the sin, the sorrow with which it was mingled, as the canker in a lily-white bud is more grievous to behold than in a common potherb. By the time Dinah had undressed and put on her nightgown, this feeling about Hetty had gathered a painful intensity. Her imagination had created a thorny thicket of sin and sorrow, in which she saw the poor thing struggling torn and bleeding, looking with tears for rescue and finding none. It was in this way that Dinah's imagination and sympathy acted and reacted habitually, each heightening the other. She felt a deep longing to go now and pour into Hetty's ear all the words of tender warning and appeal that rushed into her mind. But perhaps Hetty was already asleep. Dinah put her ear to the partition and heard still some slight noises, which convinced her that Hetty was not yet in bed. Still she hesitated, she was not quite certain of a divine direction. The voice that told her to go to Hetty seemed no stronger than the other voice which said that Hetty was weary, and that going to her now in an unseasonable moment would only tend to close her heart more obstinately. Dinah was not satisfied without a more unmistakable guidance than those inward voices. There was light enough for her, if she opened her Bible, to discern the text sufficiently to know what it would say to her. She knew the physiognomy of every page, and could tell on what book she opened, sometimes on what chapter, without seeing title or number. It was a small thick Bible, worn quite round at the edges. Dinah laid it sideways on the window ledge, where the light was strongest, and then opened it with her forefinger. The first words she looked at were those at the top of the left-hand page, and they all wept sore, and fell on Paul's neck and kissed him. That was enough for Dinah. She had opened on that memorable parting at Ephesus, when Paul had felt bound to open his heart in a last exhortation and warning. She hesitated no longer, but, opening her own door gently, went and tapped on Hetty's. We know she had to tap twice, because Hetty had to put out her candles and throw off her black lace scarf, but after the second tap the door was opened immediately. Dinah said, "Will you let me come in, Hetty?" And Hetty, without speaking, for she was confused and vexed, opened the door wider and let her in. What a strange contrast the two figures made, visible enough in that mingled twilight and moonlight. Hetty, her cheeks flushed and her eyes glistening from her imaginary drama, her beautiful neck and arms bare, her hair hanging in a curly tangle down her back, and the baubles in her ears. Dinah, covered with her long white dress, her pale face full of subdued emotion, almost like a lovely corpse into which the soul has returned charged with sublimer secrets and a sublimer love. They were nearly of the same height. Dinah evidently a little the taller as she put her arm round Hetty's waist and kissed her forehead. "I knew you were not in bed, my dear," she said, in her sweet clear voice, which was irritating to Hetty, mingling with her own peevish vexation like music with jangling chains, "for I heard you moving. And I long to speak to you again tonight, for it is the last but one that I shall be here, and we don't know what may happen tomorrow to keep us apart. Shall I sit down with you while you do up your hair?" "Oh yes," said Hetty, hastily turning round and reaching the second chair in the room, glad that Dinah looked as if she did not notice her earrings. Dinah sat down, and Hetty began to brush together her hair before twisting it up, doing it with that air of excessive indifference which belongs to confused self-consciousness. But the expression of Dinah's eyes gradually relieved her. They seemed unobservant of all details. "Dear Hetty," she said, "it has been borne in upon my mind tonight that you may some day be in trouble. Trouble is appointed for us all here below, and there comes a time when we need more comfort and help than the things of this life can give. I want to tell you that if ever you are in trouble, and need a friend that will always feel for you and love you, you have got that friend in Dinah Morris at Snowfield, and if you come to her, or send for her, she'll never forget this night and the words she is speaking to you now. Will you remember it, Hetty?" "Yes," said Hetty, rather frightened. "But why should you think I shall be in trouble? Do you know of anything?" Hetty had seated herself as she tied on her cap, and now Dinah leaned forwards and took her hands as she answered, "Because, dear, trouble comes to us all in this life. We set our hearts on things which it isn't God's will for us to have. And then we go sorrowing. The people we love are taken from us, and we can joy in nothing because they are not with us. Sickness comes, and we faint under the burden of our feeble bodies. We go astray and do wrong, and bring ourselves into trouble with our fellow men. There is no man or woman born into this world to whom some of these trials do not fall, and so I feel that some of them must happen to you. And I desire for you, that while you are young you should seek for strength from your heavenly Father, that you may have a support which will not fail you in the evil day." Dinah paused and released Hetty's hands that she might not hinder her. Hetty sat quite still. She felt no response within herself to Dinah's anxious affection, but Dinah's words uttered with solemn pathetic distinctness, affected her with a chill fear. Her flush had died away almost to paleness. She had the timidity of a luxurious pleasure-seeking nature, which shrinks from the hint of pain. Dinah saw the effect, and her tender anxious pleading became the more earnest, till Hetty, full of a vague fear that something evil was some time to befall her, began to cry. It is our habit to say that while the lower nature can never understand the higher nature commands a complete view of the lower. But I think the higher nature has to learn this comprehension, as we learn the art of vision, by a good deal of hard experience, often with bruises and gashes incurred in taking things up by the wrong end, and fancying our space wider than it is. Dinah had never seen Hetty affected in this way before, and, with her usual benignant hopefulness, she trusted it was the stirring of a divine impulse. She kissed the sobbing thing, and began to cry with her for grateful joy. But Hetty was simply in that excitable state of mind in which there is no calculating what turn the feelings may take from one moment to another, and for the first time she became irritated under Dinah's caress. She pushed her away impatiently, and said, with a childish sobbing voice, "Don't talk to me so, Dinah. Why do you come to frighten me? I've never done anything to you. Why can't you let me be?" Poor Dinah felt a pang. She was too wise to persist, and only said mildly, "Yes, my dear, you're tired, I won't hinder you any longer. Make haste and get into bed. Good night." She went out of the room almost as quietly and quickly as if she had been a ghost. But once by the side of her own bed, she threw herself on her knees and poured out in deep silence all the passionate pity that filled her heart. As for Hetty, she was soon in the wood again, her waking dreams being merged in a sleeping life scarcely more fragmentary and confused. Chapter 16. Links. Arthur Donnithorne, you remember, is under an engagement with himself to go and see Mr. Irwine this Friday morning, and he is awake and dressing so early that he determines to go before breakfast, instead of after. The rector, he knows, breakfasts alone at 9:30, the ladies of the family having a different breakfast hour. Arthur will have an early ride over the hill and breakfast with him. One can say everything best over a meal. The progress of civilization has made a breakfast or a dinner an easy and cheerful substitute for more troublesome and disagreeable ceremonies. We take a less gloomy view of our errors now our Father Confessor listens to us over his egg and coffee. We are more distinctly conscious that rude penances are out of the question for gentlemen in an enlightened age, and that mortal sin is not incompatible with an appetite for muffins. An assault on our pockets, which in more barbarous times would have been made in the brusque form of a pistol shot, is quite a well-bred and smiling procedure now it has become a request for a loan thrown in as an easy parenthesis between the second and third glasses of claret. Still, There was this advantage in the old rigid forms, that they committed you to the fulfillment of a resolution by some outward deed, when you have put your mouth to one end of a hole in a stone wall and are aware that there is an expectant ear at the other end. You are more likely to say what you came out with the intention of saying than if you were seated with your legs in an easy attitude under the mahogany with a companion who will have no reason to be surprised if you have nothing particular to say. However, Arthur Donnithorne, as he wins among the pleasant lanes on horseback in the morning sunshine, has a sincere determination to open his heart to the rector. And the swirling sound of the scythe as he passes by the meadow is all the pleasanter to him because of this honest purpose. He is glad to see the promise of settled weather now, for getting in the hay, about which the farmers have been fearful. And there is something so healthful in the sharing of a joy that is general and not merely personal, that this thought about the hay harvest reacts on his state of mind and makes his resolution seem an easier matter. A man about town might perhaps consider that these influences were not to be felt out of a child's storybook, but when you are among the fields and hedgerows, it is impossible to maintain a consistent superiority to simple natural pleasures. Arthur had passed the village of Hayslope and was approaching the Broxton side of the hill, when, at a turning in the road, he saw a figure about 100 yards before him which it was impossible to mistake for any one else than Adam Bede. Even if there had been no grey, tailless shepherd dog at his heels. He was striding along at his usual rapid pace, and Arthur pushed on his horse to overtake him, for he retained too much of his boyish feeling for Adam to miss an opportunity of chatting with him. I will not say that his love for that good fellow did not owe some of its force to the love of patronage. Our friend Arthur liked to do everything that was handsome, and to have his handsome deeds recognized. Adam looked round as he heard the quickening clatter of the horse's heels, and waited for the horseman, lifting his paper cap from his head with a bright smile of recognition. Next to his own brother Seth, Adam would have done more for Arthur Donnithorne than for any other young man in the world. There was hardly anything he would not rather have lost than the 2-feet ruler which he always carried in his pocket. It was Arthur's present, bought with his pocket money when he was a fair-haired lad of 11. And when he had profited so well by Adam's lessons in carpentering and turning as to embarrass every female in the house with gifts of superfluous thread reels and round boxes. Adam had quite a pride in the little squire in those early days, and the feeling had only become slightly modified as the fair-haired lad had grown into the whiskered young man. Adam, I confess, was very susceptible to the influence of rank, and quite ready to give an extra amount of respect to every one who had more advantages than himself, not being a philosopher or a proletaire with democratic ideas, but simply a stout-limbed clever carpenter with a large fund of reverence in his nature, which inclined him to admit all established claims unless he saw very clear grounds for questioning them. He had no theories about setting the world to rights. But he saw there was a great deal of damage done by building with ill-seasoned timber, by ignorant men in fine clothes making plans for outhouses and workshops and the like without knowing the bearings of things, by slovenly joiners' work, and by hasty contracts that could never be fulfilled without ruining somebody. And he resolved, for his part, to set his face against such doings. On these points he would have maintained his opinion against the largest landed proprietor in Loamshire or Stonyshire either. But he felt that beyond these it would be better for him to defer to people who were more knowing than himself. He saw as plainly as possible how ill the woods on the estate were managed, and the shameful state of the farm buildings. And if old Squire Donnithorne had asked him the effect of this mismanagement, he would have spoken his opinion without flinching, but the impulse to a respectful demeanor towards a gentleman would have been strong within him all the while. The word gentleman had a spell for Adam, and, as he often said, he couldn't abide a fellow who thought he made himself fine by being coxy two's betters. I must remind you again that Adam had the blood of the peasant in his veins, and that since he was in his prime half a century ago, you must expect some of his characteristics to be obsolete. Towards the young squire this instinctive reverence of Adam's was assisted by boyish memories and personal regard, so you may imagine that he thought far more of Arthur's good qualities, and attached far more value to very slight actions of his, than if they had been the qualities and actions of a common workman like himself. He felt sure it would be a fine day for everybody about Hayslope when the young squire came into the estate, such a generous open-hearted disposition as he had, and an uncommon notion about improvements and repairs. Considering he was only just coming of age. Thus there was both respect and affection in the smile with which he raised his paper cap as Arthur Donnithorne rode up. "Well, Adam, how are you?" said Arthur, holding out his hand. He never shook hands with any of the farmers, and Adam felt the honor keenly. "I could swear to your back a long way off. It's just the same back, only broader, as when you used to carry me on it. Do you remember?" "Aye, sir, I remember. You'd be a poor lookout if folks didn't remember what they did and said when they were lads. We should think no more about old friends than we do about new uns, then. You're going to Broxton, I suppose?" said Arthur, putting his horse on at a slow pace while Adam walked by his side. "Are you going to the rectory?" "No, sir, I'm going to see about Bradwell's barn. They're afraid of the roof pushing the walls out, and I'm going to see what can be done with it before we send the stuff and the workmen." "Why, Burge trusts almost everything to you now, Adam, doesn't he? I should think he will make you his partner soon." "He will, if he's wise." "Nay, sir, I don't see as he'd be much the better off for that. A foreman, if he's got a conscience and delights in his work, will do his business as well as if he was a partner. I wouldn't give a penny for a man as you'd drive a nail in slack because he didn't get extra pay for it." "I know that, Adam. I know you work for him as well as if you were working for yourself. But you would have more power than you have now, and could turn the business to better account perhaps. The old man must give up his business sometime, and he has no son. I suppose he'll want a son-in-law who can take to it. But he has rather grasping fingers of his own, I fancy. I dare say he wants a man who can put some money into the business. If I were not as poor as a rat, I would gladly invest some money in that way, for the sake of having you settled on the estate. I'm sure I should profit by it in the end. And perhaps I shall be better off in a year or two. I shall have a larger allowance now I'm of age, and when I've paid off a debt or two, I shall be able to look about me." "You're very good to say so, sir, and I'm not unthankful. But," Adam continued, in a decided tone, "I shouldn't like to make any offers to Mr. Burge or have any made for me. I see no clear road to a partnership. If he should ever want to dispose of the business, that you'd be a different matter. I should be glad of some money at a fair interest then, for I feel sure I could pay it off in time." "Very well, Adam," said Arthur, remembering what Mr. Irwine had said about a probable hitch in the love-making between Adam and Mary Burge. "We'll say no more about it at present. When is your father to be buried?" "On Sunday, sir. Mr. Irwine's coming earlier on purpose. I shall be glad when it's over, for I think my mother you'll perhaps get easier then. It cuts one sadly to see the grief of old people, they've no way working it off, and the new spring brings no new shoots out on the withered tree. Ah, you've had a good deal of trouble and vexation in your life, Adam. I don't think you've ever been harebrained and light-hearted, like other youngsters. You've always had some care on your mind." "Why, yes, sir. But that's nothing to make a fuss about. If we're men and have men's feelings, I reckon we must have men's troubles. We can't be like the birds, as fly from their nest as soon as they've got their wings, and never know their kin when they see 'em, and get a fresh lot every year. I've had enough to be thankful for. I've allays had health and strength and brains to give me a delight in my work, and I count it a great thing as I've had Bartle Massey's night school to go to. He's helped me to knowledge I could never got by myself." "What a rare fellow you are, Adam," said Arthur, after a pause, in which he had looked musingly at the big fellow walking by his side. "I could hit out better than most men at Oxford, and yet I believe you would knock me into next week if I were to have a battle with you." "God forbid I should ever do that, sir," said Adam, looking round at Arthur and smiling. "I used to fight for fun, but I've never done that since I was the cause poor Gil Tranter being laid up for a fortnight. I'll never fight any man again, only when he behaves like a scoundrel. If you get hold of a chap that's got no shame nor conscience to stop him, you must try what you can do by bunging his eyes up. Arthur did not laugh, for he was preoccupied with some thought that made him say presently, I should think now, Adam, you never have any struggles within yourself. I fancy you would master a wish that you had made up your mind it was not quite right to indulge, as easily as you would knock down a drunken fellow who was quarrelsome with you. I mean, you are never shilly-shally, first making up your mind that you won't do a thing, and then doing it after all. Well, said Adam, slowly, after a moment's hesitation, no. I don't remember ever being seesaw in that way, when I'd made my mind up, as you say, that a thing was wrong. It takes the taste out my mouth for things, when I know I should have a heavy conscience after I've seen pretty clear, ever since I could cast up a sum, as you can never do what's wrong without breeding sin and trouble more than you can ever see. It's like a bit bad workmanship, you never see the mischief it'll do. And it's a poor lookout to come into the world to make your fellow creatures worse off instead better. But there's a difference between the things folks call wrong. I'm not for making a sin of every little fool's trick, or bit nonsense anybody may be led into, like some them dissenters. And a man may have two minds whether it isn't worthwhile to get a bruise or two for the sake of a bit fun. But it isn't my way to be seesaw about anything, I think my fault lies other way. When I've said a thing, if it's only to myself, it's hard for me to go back. Yes, that's just what I expected of you, said Arthur. You've got an iron will, as well as an iron arm. But however strong a man's resolution may be, it costs him something to carry it out, now and then. We may determine not to gather any cherries and keep our hands sturdily in our pockets, but we can't prevent our mouths from watering. That's true, sir, but there's nothing like settling with ourselves as there's a deal we must do without this life. It's no use looking on life as if it was Treadles on Fair, where folks only go to see shows and get fairings. If we do, we shall find it different. But where's the use me talking to you, sir? You know better than I do. I'm not so sure of that, Adam. You've had 4 or 5 years of experience more than I've had, and I think your life has been a better school to you than college has been to me. Why, sir, you seem to think college something like what Bartle Massey does. He says college mostly makes people like bladders, just good for nothing but hold the stuff as is poured into But he's got a tongue like a sharp blade, Bartle has, it never touches anything but it cuts. Here's the turning, sir. I must bid you good morning, as you're going to the rectory. Goodbye, Adam, goodbye. Arthur gave his horse to the groom at the rectory gate, and walked along the gravel towards the door which opened on the garden. He knew that the rector always breakfasted in his study, and the study lay on the left hand of this door, opposite the dining room. It was a small low room, belonging to the old part of the house, dark with the somber covers of the books that lined the walls, yet it looked very cheery this morning as Arthur reached the open window. For the morning sun fell aslant on the great glass globe with gold fish in it, which stood on a scagliola pillar in front of the ready-spread bachelor breakfast table. And by the side of this breakfast table was a group which would have made any room enticing. In the crimson damask easy-chair sat Mr. Irwine, with that radiant freshness which he always had when he came from his morning toilet. His finely formed plump white hand was playing along Juno's brown curly back. And close to Juno's tail, which was wagging with calm matronly pleasure, the 2 brown pups were rolling over each other in an ecstatic duet of worrying noises. On a cushion a little removed sat Pug, with the air of a maiden lady, who looked on these familiarities as animal weaknesses, which she made as little show as possible of observing. On the table, at Mr. Irwine's elbow, lay the first volume of the Fulus Aeschylus, which Arthur knew well by sight, and the silver coffee-pot, which Carol was bringing in, sent forth a fragrant steam which completed the delights of a bachelor breakfast. "Hullo, Arthur, that's a good fellow. You're just in time," said Mr. Irwine, as Arthur paused and stepped in over the low window-sill. "Carol, we shall want more coffee and eggs, and haven't you got some cold fowl for us to eat with that ham?" "Why, this is like old days, Arthur, you haven't been to breakfast with me these 5 years." It was a tempting morning for a ride before breakfast, said Arthur, and I used to like breakfasting with you so when I was reading with you. My grandfather is always a few degrees colder at breakfast than at any other hour in the day. I think his morning bath doesn't agree with him. Arthur was anxious not to imply that he came with any special purpose. He had no sooner found himself in Mr. Irwine's presence than the confidence which he had thought quite easy before, suddenly appeared the most difficult thing in the world to him, and at the very moment of shaking hands he saw his purpose in quite a new light. How could he make Irwine understand his position unless he told him those little scenes in the wood, and how could he tell them without looking like a fool? And then his weakness in coming back from Gawaine's, and doing the very opposite of what he intended. Irwine would think him a shilly-shally fellow ever after. However, it must come out in an unpremeditated way, the conversation might lead up to it. I like breakfast time better than any other moment in the day, said Mr. Irwine. No dust has settled on one's mind then, and it presents a clear mirror to the rays of things. I always have a favorite book by me at breakfast, and I enjoy the bits I pick up then so much, that regularly every morning it seems to me as if I should certainly become studious again. But presently Dent brings up a poor fellow who has killed a hare, and when I've got through my justicing, as Carol calls it, I'm inclined for a ride round the glebe, and on my way back I meet with the master of the workhouse, who has got a long story of a mutinous pauper to tell me. And so the day goes on, and I'm always the same lazy fellow before evening sets in. Besides, one wants the stimulus of sympathy, and I have never had that since poor Doyley left Treddleston. If you had stuck to your books well, you rascal, I should have had a pleasanter prospect before me. But scholarship doesn't run in your family blood. No indeed. It's well if I can remember a little inapplicable Latin to adorn my maiden speech in Parliament 6 or 7 years hence. Cras ingens iterabimus equor, and a few shreds of that sort, will perhaps stick to me, and I shall arrange my opinions so as to introduce them. But I don't think a knowledge of the classics is a pressing want to a country gentleman. As far as I can see, he'd much better have a knowledge of manures. I've been reading your friend Arthur Young's books lately, and there's nothing I should like better than to carry out some of his ideas in putting the farmers on a better management of their land. And, as he says, making what was a wild country, all of the same dark hue, bright and variegated with corn and cattle. My grandfather will never let me have any power while he lives, but there's nothing I should like better than to undertake the Stonyshire side of the estate, it's in a dismal condition, and set improvements on foot. And gallop about from one place to another and overlook them. I should like to know all the labourers, and see them touching their hats to me with a look of goodwill. Bravo, Arthur! A man who has no feeling for the classics couldn't make a better apology for coming into the world than by increasing the quantity of food to maintain scholars, and rectors who appreciate scholars. And whenever you enter on your career of model landlord may I be there to see. You'll want a portly rector to complete the picture, and take his tithe of all the respect and honor you get by your hard work. Only don't set your heart too strongly on the goodwill you are to get in consequence. I'm not sure that men are the fondest of those who try to be useful to them. You know Gawain has got the curses of the whole neighborhood upon him about that enclosure. You must make it quite clear to your mind which you are most bent upon, old boy, popularity or usefulness, else you may happen to miss both. Oh! Gawain is harsh in his manners, he doesn't make himself personally agreeable to his tenants. I don't believe there's anything you can't prevail on people to do with kindness. For my part, I couldn't live in a neighborhood where I was not respected and beloved. And it's very pleasant to go among the tenants here, they seem all so well inclined to me. I suppose it seems only the other day to them since I was a little lad, riding on a pony about as big as a sheep. And if fair allowances were made to them, and their buildings attended to, one could persuade them to farm on a better plan, stupid as they are. Then mind you fall in love in the right place, and don't get a wife who will drain your purse and make you niggardly in spite of yourself. My mother and I have a little discussion about you sometimes. She says, I'll never risk a single prophecy on Arthur until I see the woman he falls in love with. She thinks your ladylove will rule you as the moon rules the tides. But I feel bound to stand up for you, as my pupil you know, and I maintain that you're not of that watery quality. So mind you don't disgrace my judgment." Arthur winced under this speech, for keen old Mrs. Irwine's opinion about him had the disagreeable effect of a sinister omen. This, to be sure, was only another reason for persevering in his intention, and getting an additional security against himself. Nevertheless, at this point in the conversation, he was conscious of increased disinclination to tell his story about Hetty. He was of an impressible nature, and lived a great deal in other people's opinions and feelings concerning himself. And the mere fact that he was in the presence of an intimate friend, who had not the slightest notion that he had had any such serious internal struggle as he came to confide, rather shook his own belief in the seriousness of the struggle. It was not, after all, a thing to make a fuss about, and what could Irwine do for him that he could not do for himself? He would go to Eagledale in spite of Meg's lameness, go on Rattler, and let Pym follow as well as he could on the old hack. That was his thought as he sugared his coffee, but the next minute, as he was lifting the cup to his lips, he remembered how thoroughly he had made up his mind last night to tell Irwine. No. He would not be vacillating again, he would do what he had meant to do, this time. So it would be well not to let the personal tone of the conversation altogether drop. If they went to quite indifferent topics, his difficulty would be heightened. It had required no noticeable pause for this rush and rebound of feeling, before he answered, but I think it is hardly an argument against a man's general strength of character that he should be apt to be mastered by love. A fine constitution doesn't ensure one against smallpox or any other of those inevitable diseases. A man may be very firm in other matters and yet be under a sort of witchery from a woman. Yes. But there's this difference between love and smallpox, or bewitchment either, that if you detect the disease at an early stage and try change of air, there is every chance of complete escape without any further development of symptoms. And there are certain alternative doses which a man may administer to himself by keeping unpleasant consequences before his mind. This gives you a sort of smoked glass through which you may look at the resplendent fair one and discern her true outline. Though I'm afraid, by the by, the smoked glass is apt to be missing just at the moment it is most wanted. I dare say, now, even a man fortified with a knowledge of the classics might be lured into an imprudent marriage, in spite of the warning given him by the chorus in the Prometheus. The smile that flitted across Arthur's face was a faint one, and instead of following Mr. Irwine's playful lead, he said, quite seriously, "Yes, that's the worst of it. It's a desperately vexatious thing, that after all one's reflections and quiet determinations, we should be ruled by moods that one can't calculate on beforehand. I don't think a man ought to be blamed so much if he is betrayed into doing things in that way, in spite of his resolutions. Ah, but the moods lie in his nature, my boy, just as much as his reflections did, and more. A man can never do anything at variance with his own nature. He carries within him the germ of his most exceptional action. And if we wise people make eminent fools of ourselves on any particular occasion, we must endure the legitimate conclusion that we carry a few grains of folly to our ounce of wisdom. Well, but one may be betrayed into doing things by a combination of circumstances, which one might never have done otherwise. Why, yes, a man can't very well steal a banknote unless the banknote lies within convenient reach. But he won't make us think him an honest man because he begins to howl at the banknote for falling in his way. But surely you don't think a man who struggles against a temptation into which he falls at last as bad as the man who never struggles at all? No, certainly. I pity him in proportion to his struggles, for they foreshadow the inward suffering which is the worst form of nemesis. Consequences are unpitying. Our deeds carry their terrible consequences, quite apart from any fluctuations that went before, consequences that are hardly ever confined to ourselves. And it is best to fix our minds on that certainty, instead of considering what may be the elements of excuse for us. But I never knew you so inclined for moral discussion, Arthur. Is it some danger of your own that you are considering in this philosophical, general way? In asking this question, Mr. Irwine pushed his plate away, threw himself back in his chair, and looked straight at Arthur. He really suspected that Arthur wanted to tell him something, and thought of smoothing the way for him by this direct question. But he was mistaken. Brought suddenly and involuntarily to the brink of confession, Arthur shrank back and felt less disposed towards it than ever. The conversation had taken a more serious tone than he had intended. It would quite mislead Irwine. He would imagine there was a deep passion for Hetty, while there was no such thing. He was conscious of colouring, and was annoyed at his boyishness. "Oh no, no danger," he said as indifferently as he could. "I don't know that I am more liable to irresolution than other people, only there are little incidents now and then that set one speculating on what might happen in the future." Was there a motive at work under this strange reluctance of Arthur's which had a sort of backstairs influence, not admitted to himself? Our mental business is carried on much in the same way as the business of the state. A great deal of hard work is done by agents who are not acknowledged. In a piece of machinery, too, I believe there is often a small unnoticeable wheel which has a great deal to do with the motion of the large obvious ones. Possibly there was some such unrecognized agent secretly busy in Arthur's mind at this moment. Possibly it was the fear lest he might hereafter find the fact of having made a confession to the rector a serious annoyance. In case he should not be able quite to carry out his good resolutions. I dare not assert that it was not so. The human soul is a very complex thing. The idea of Hetty had just crossed Mr. Irwine's mind as he looked inquiringly at Arthur, but his disclaiming indifferent answer confirmed the thought which had quickly followed, that there could be nothing serious in that direction. There was no probability that Arthur ever saw her except at church, and at her own home under the eye of Mrs. Poyser. And the hint he had given Arthur about her the other day had no more serious meaning than to prevent him from noticing her so as to rouse the little chit's vanity, and in this way perturb the rustic drama of her life. Arthur would soon join his regiment, and be far away. No, there could be no danger in that quarter, even if Arthur's character had not been a strong security against it. His honest, patronizing pride in the goodwill and respect of everybody about him was a safeguard even against foolish romance, still more against a lower kind of folly. If there had been anything special on Arthur's mind in the previous conversation, it was clear he was not inclined to enter into details, and Mr. Irwine was too delicate to imply even a friendly curiosity. He perceived a change of subject would be welcome, and said, "By the way, Arthur, at your colonel's birthday fete there were some transparencies that made a great effect in honor of Britannia, and Pitt, and the Loamshire militia, and, above all, the generous youth, the hero of the day. Don't you think you should get up something of the same sort to astonish our weak minds?" The opportunity was gone. While Arthur was hesitating, the rope to which he might have clung had drifted away. He must trust now to his own swimming. In 10 minutes from that time, Mr. Irwine was called for on business, and Arthur, bidding him goodbye, mounted his horse again with a sense of dissatisfaction, which he tried to quell by determining to set off for Eagledale without an hour's delay. Book Second. Chapter 17. In which the story pauses a little. This rector of Broxton is little better than a pagan. I hear one of my readers exclaim. How much more edifying it would have been if you had made him give Arthur some truly spiritual advice. You might have put into his mouth the most beautiful things, quite as good as reading a sermon. Certainly I could, if I held it the highest vocation of the novelist to represent things as they never have been and never will be. Then, of course, I might refashion life and character entirely after my own liking. I might select the most unexceptionable type of clergyman and put my own admirable opinions into his mouth on all occasions. But it happens, on the contrary, that my strongest effort is to avoid any such arbitrary picture, and to give a faithful account of men and things as they have mirrored themselves in my mind. The mirror is doubtless defective, the outlines will sometimes be disturbed, the reflection faint or confused. But I feel as much bound to tell you as precisely as I can what that reflection is, as if I were in the witness box, narrating my experience on oath. 60 years ago, it is a long time, so no wonder things have changed, all clergymen were not zealous. Indeed, there is reason to believe that the number of zealous clergymen was small, and it is probable that if one among the small minority had owned the livings of Broxton and Hayslope in the year 1799, you would have liked him no better than you like Mr. Irwine. 10 to 1, you would have thought him a tasteless, indiscreet, methodistical man. It is so very rarely that facts hit that nice medium required by our own enlightened opinions and refined taste. Perhaps you will say, do improve the facts a little, then, make them more accordant with those correct views which it is our privilege to possess. The world is not just what we like. Do touch it up with a tasteful pencil, and make believe it is not quite such a mixed entangled affair. Let all people who hold unexceptionable opinions act unexceptionably. Let your most faulty characters always be on the wrong side, and your virtuous ones on the right. Then we shall see at a glance whom we are to condemn and whom we are to approve. Then we shall be able to admire, without the slightest disturbance of our prepossessions, we shall hate and despise with that true ruminant relish which belongs to undoubting confidence. But, my good friend, what will you do then with your fellow parishioner who opposes your husband in the vestry? With your newly appointed vicar, whose style of preaching you find painfully below that of his regretted predecessor? With the honest servant who worries your soul with her one failing? With your neighbor, Mrs. Green, who was really kind to you in your last illness, but has said several ill-natured things about you since your convalescence? Nay, with your excellent husband himself, who has other irritating habits besides that of not wiping his shoes? These fellow mortals, every one, must be accepted as they are. You can neither straighten their noses, nor brighten their wit, nor rectify their dispositions. And it is these people, amongst whom your life is passed, that it is needful you should tolerate, pity, and love. It is these more or less ugly, stupid, inconsistent people whose movements of goodness you should be able to admire, for whom you should cherish all possible hopes, all possible patience. And I would not, even if I had the choice, be the clever novelist who could create a world so much better than this, in which we get up in the morning to do our daily work, that you would be likely to turn a harder, colder eye on the dusty streets and the common green fields, on the real breathing men and women, who can be chilled by your indifference or injured by your prejudice. Who can be cheered and helped onward by your fellow feeling, your forbearance, your outspoken, brave justice. So I am content to tell my simple story, without trying to make things seem better than they were. Dreading nothing, indeed, but falsity, which, in spite of one's best efforts, there is reason to dread. Falsehood is so easy, truth so difficult. The pencil is conscious of a delightful facility in drawing a griffin, the longer the claws, and the larger the wings, the better. But that marvelous facility which we mistook for genius is apt to forsake us when we want to draw a real unexaggerated lion. Examine your words well, and you will find that even when you have no motive to be false, it is a very hard thing to say the exact truth. Even about your own immediate feelings, much harder than to say something fine about them which is not the exact truth. It is for this rare, precious quality of truthfulness that I delight in many Dutch paintings, which lofty-minded people despise. I find a source of delicious sympathy in these faithful pictures of a monotonous homely existence, which has been the fate of so many more among my fellow mortals than a life of pomp or of absolute indigence, of tragic suffering or of world-stirring actions. I turn, without shrinking, from cloud-born angels, from prophets, sibyls, and heroic warriors, to an old woman bending over her flower-pot, or eating her solitary dinner, while the noonday light, softened perhaps by a screen of leaves, falls on her mob-cap, and just touches the rim of her spinning-wheel, and her stone jug, and all those cheap common things which are the precious necessaries of life to her, or I turn to that village wedding, kept between four brown walls, where an awkward bridegroom opens the dance with a high-shouldered, broad-faced bride, while elderly and middle-aged friends look on, with very irregular noses and lips, and probably with quart-pots in their hands, but with an expression of unmistakable contentment and goodwill. Faugh, says my idealistic friend, what vulgar details! What good is there in taking all these pains to give an exact likeness of old women and clowns? What a low phase of life! What clumsy, ugly people! But bless us, things may be lovable that are not altogether handsome, I hope. I am not at all sure that the majority of the human race have not been ugly, and even among those lords of their kind, the British, squat figures, ill-shapen nostrils, and dingy complexions are not startling exceptions. Yet there is a great deal of family love amongst us. I have a friend or two whose class of features is such that the Apollo curl on the summit of their brows would be decidedly trying. Yet to my certain knowledge tender hearts have beaten for them, and their miniatures, flattering, but still not lovely, are kissed in secret by motherly lips. I have seen many an excellent matron, who could have never in her best days have been handsome, and yet she had a packet of yellow love letters in a private drawer, and sweet children showered kisses on her sallow cheeks. And I believe there have been plenty of young heroes, of middle stature and feeble beards, who have felt quite sure they could never love anything more insignificant than a Diana. And yet have found themselves in middle life happily settled with a wife who waddles. Yes. Thank God, human feeling is like the mighty rivers that bless the earth, it does not wait for beauty, it flows with resistless force and brings beauty with it. All honor and reverence to the divine beauty of form. Let us cultivate it to the utmost in men, women, and children, in our gardens and in our houses. But let us love that other beauty too, which lies in no secret of proportion, but in the secret of deep human sympathy. Paint us an angel, if you can, with a floating violet robe, and a face paled by the celestial light, paint us yet oftener a Madonna, turning her mild face upward and opening her arms to welcome the divine glory. But do not impose on us any aesthetic rules which shall banish from the region of art those old women scraping carrots with their work-worn hands, those heavy clowns taking holiday in a dingy pothouse. Those rounded backs and stupid weather-beaten faces that have bent over the spade and done the rough work of the world, those homes with their tin pans, their brown pitchers, their rough curs, and their clusters of onions. In this world there are so many of these common coarse people, who have no picturesque sentimental wretchedness. It is so needful we should remember their existence, else we may happen to leave them quite out of our religion and philosophy and frame lofty theories which only fit a world of extremes. Therefore, let art always remind us of them. Therefore let us always have men ready to give the loving pains of a life to the faithful representing of commonplace things, men who see beauty in these commonplace things, and delight in showing how kindly the light of heaven falls on them. There are few prophets in the world, few sublimely beautiful women, few heroes. I can't afford to give all my love and reverence to such rarities. I want a great deal of those feelings for my everyday fellow men, especially for the few in the foreground of the great multitude, whose faces I know, whose hands I touch, for whom I have to make way with kindly courtesy. Neither are picturesque lazzaroni or romantic criminals half so frequent as your common laborer, who gets his own bread and eats it vulgarly but creditably with his own pocket-knife. It is more needful that I should have a fibre of sympathy connecting me with that vulgar citizen who weighs out my sugar in a vilely assorted cravat and waistcoat, than with the handsomest rascal in red scarf and green feathers, more needful that my heart should swell with loving admiration at some trait of gentle goodness in the faulty people who sit at the same hearth with me, or in the clergyman of my own parish, who is perhaps rather too corpulent and in other respects is not an Oberlin or a Tillotson, than at the deeds of heroes whom I shall never know except by hearsay, or at the sublimest abstract of all clerical graces that was ever conceived by an able novelist. And so I come back to Mr. Irwine, with whom I desire you to be in perfect charity, far as he may be from satisfying your demands on the clerical character. Perhaps you think he was not, as he ought to have been, a living demonstration of the benefits attached to a national church. But I am not sure of that. At least I know that the people in Broxton and Hayslope would have been very sorry to part with their clergyman, and that most faces brightened at his approach. And until it can be proved that hatred is a better thing for the soul than love, I must believe that Mr. Irwine's influence in his parish was a more wholesome one than that of the zealous Mr. Ryde, who came there 20 years afterwards, when Mr. Irwine had been gathered to his fathers. It is true, Mr. Ryde insisted strongly on the doctrines of the Reformation, visited his flock a great deal in their own homes, and was severe in rebuking the aberrations of the flesh, put a stop, indeed, to the Christmas rounds of the church singers. as promoting drunkenness and too light a handling of sacred things. But I gathered from Adam Bede, to whom I talked of these matters in his old age, that few clergymen could be less successful in winning the hearts of their parishioners than Mr. Ride. They learned a great many notions about doctrine from him, so that almost every churchgoer under 50 began to distinguish as well between the genuine gospel and what did not come precisely up to that standard, as if he had been born and bred a dissenter. And for some time after his arrival there seemed to be quite a religious movement in that quiet rural district. But, said Adam, I've seen pretty clear, ever since I was a young un, as religion's something else besides notions. It isn't notions sets people doing the right thing, it's feelings. It's the same with the notions in religion as it is with mathematics. A man may be able to work problems straight off in his head as he sits by the fire and smokes his pipe, but if he has to make a machine or a building, he must have a will and a resolution and love something else better than his own ease. Somehow, the congregation began to fall off, and people began to speak light. Oh, Mr. Ride. I believe he meant right at bottom, but, you see, he was sourish-tempered, and was for beating down prices with the people as worked for him. And his preaching wouldn't go down well with that sauce. And he wanted to be like my Lord Judge Ike the parish, punishing folks for doing wrong. And he scolded from the pulpit as if he'd been a ranter, and yet he couldn't abide the dissenters, and was a deal more set against than Mr. Irvine was. And then he didn't keep within his income, for he seemed to think at first go off that $600 a year was to make him as big a man as Mr. Donnithorne. That's a sore mischief I've often seen with the poor curates jumping into a bit of a living all of a sudden. Mr. Ride was a deal thought on at a distance, I believe, and he wrote books, but as for mathematics and the nature things, he was as ignorant as a woman. He was very knowing about doctrines, and used to call them the bulwarks of the Reformation. But I've always mistrusted that sort learning as leaves folks foolish and unreasonable about business. Now Mr. Irvine was as different as could be, as quick. He understood what you meant in a minute, and he knew all about building, and could see when you'd made a good job. And he behaved as much like a gentleman to the farmers, and old women, and the laborers, as he did to the gentry. You never saw him interfering in scolding, and trying to play emperor. Ah, he was a fine man as ever you set eyes on, and so kind to's mother and sisters. That poor sickly Miss N, he seemed to think more of her than of anybody else in the world. There wasn't a soul in the parish had a word to say against him. And his servants stayed with him till they were so old and pottering, he had to hire other folks to do their work. Well, I said, that was an excellent way of preaching in the weekdays, but I dare say, if your old friend Mr. Irvine were to come to life again, and get into the pulpit next Sunday, you would be rather ashamed that he didn't preach better after all your praise of him. Nay, nay, said Adam, broadening his chest and throwing himself back in his chair, as if he were ready to meet all inferences. Nobody has ever heard me say Mr. Irvine was much of a preacher. He didn't go into deep spiritual experience. And I know there's a deal in a man's inward life as you can't measure by the square, and say, do this and that follow, and, do that and this follow. There's things go on in the soul, and times when feelings come into you like a rushing mighty wind, as the scripture says, and part your life in two most, so you look back on yourself as if you was somebody else. Those are things as you can't bottle up in a, do this and, do that, and I'll go so far with the strongest Methodist ever you'll find. That shows me there's deep spiritual things in religion. You can't make much out why, talking about it, but you feel it. Mr. Irvine didn't go into those things, he preached short moral sermons, and that was all. But then he acted pretty much up to what he said. He didn't set up for being so different from other folks one day, and then be as like as two peas the next. And he made folks love him and respect him, and that was better nor stirring up their gall being over busy. Mrs. Poyser used to say, you know she would have her word about everything. She said, Mr. Irvine was like a good meal victual, you were the better for him without thinking on it, and Mr. Ride was like a dose physic, he gripped you and worrited you, and after all he left you much the same. But didn't Mr. Ryde preach a great deal more about that spiritual part of religion that you talk of, Adam? Couldn't you get more out of his sermons than out of Mr. Irwine's? I knowna. He preached a deal about doctrines. But I've seen pretty clear, ever since I was a young un, as religion's something else besides doctrines and notions. I look at it as if the doctrines was like finding names for your feelings, so as you can talk of M when you've never known M, just as a man may talk o' tools when he knows their names, though he's never so much as seen M. Still less handled M. I've heard a deal o' doctrine my time, for I used to go after the dissenting preachers along VIII, when I was a lad o' 17, and got puzzling myself a deal about Arminians and the Calvinists. The Wesleyans, you know, are strong Arminians, and Seth, who could never abide anything harsh and was always for hoping the best, held fast by the Wesleyans from the very first. But I thought I could pick a hole or two in their notions, and I got disputing the class leaders down at Treadle's on, and harassed him so, first this side and then that, till at last he said, "Young man, it's the devil making use your pride and conceit as a weapon to war against the simplicity the truth." I couldn't help laughing then, but as I was going home, I thought the man wasn't far wrong. I began to see as all this weighing and sifting what this text means and that text means, and whether folks are saved all by God's grace, or whether there goes an ounce their own will to't, was no part real religion at all. You may talk these things for hours on end, and you'll only be all the more coxy and conceited for't. So I took to going nowhere but to church, and hearing nobody but Mr. Irwine, for he said nothing but what was good and what you'd be the wiser for remembering. And I found it better for my soul to be humble before the mysteries God's dealings, and not be making a clatter about what I could never understand. And they're poor foolish questions after all, for what have we got either inside or outside of us but what comes from God? If we've got a resolution to do right, He gave it us, I reckon, first or last. But I see plain enough we shall never do it without a resolution, and that's enough for me. Adam, you perceive, was a warm admirer, perhaps a partial judge, of Mr. Irwine, as, happily, some of us still are of the people we have known familiarly. Doubtless it will be despised as a weakness by that lofty order of minds who pant after the ideal, and are oppressed by a general sense that their emotions are of too exquisite a character to find fit objects among their everyday fellow-men. I have often been favored with the confidence of these select natures, and find them to concur in the experience that great men are overestimated and small men are insupportable. That if you would love a woman without ever looking back on your love as a folly, she must die while you are courting her, and if you would maintain the slightest belief in human heroism, you must never make a pilgrimage to see the hero. I confess I have often meanly shrunk from confessing to these accomplished and acute gentlemen what my own experience has been. I am afraid I have often smiled with hypocritical assent, and gratified them with an epigram on the fleeting nature of our illusions, which any one moderately acquainted with French literature can command at a moment's notice. Human converse, I think some wise man has remarked, is not rigidly sincere. But I herewith discharge my conscience, and declare that I have had quite enthusiastic movements of admiration towards old gentlemen who spoke the worst English, who were occasionally fretful in their temper, and who had never moved in a higher sphere of influence than that of parish overseer. And that the way in which I have come to the conclusion that human nature is lovable, the way I have learned something of its deep pathos, its sublime mysteries, has been by living a great deal among people more or less commonplace and vulgar, of whom you would perhaps hear nothing very surprising if you were to inquire about them in the neighborhoods where they dwelt. 10 to 1 most of the small shopkeepers in their vicinity saw nothing at all in them. For I have observed this remarkable coincidence, that the select natures who pant after the ideal, and find nothing in pantaloons or petticoats great enough to command their reverence and love, are curiously in unison with the narrowest and pettiest. For example, I have often heard Mr. Gedge, the landlord of the Royal Oak, who used to turn a bloodshot eye on his neighbours in the village of Shepperton, sum up his opinion of the people in his own parish, and they were all the people he knew, in these emphatic words: "Sir, I've said it often, and I'll say it again, they're a poor lot this parish, a poor lot, sir, big and little. I think he had a dim idea that if he could migrate to a distant parish, he might find neighbors worthy of him. And indeed he did subsequently transfer himself to the Saracen's Head, which was doing a thriving business in the back street of a neighboring market town. But, oddly enough, he has found the people up that back street of precisely the same stamp as the inhabitants of Shepperton, a poor lot, sir, big and little. And them as comes for a go o' gin are no better than them as comes for a pint o' twopenny, a poor lot. Chapter 18. Church. Hetty, don't you know church begins at 2, and it's gone half after 1 already? Have you got nothing better to think on this good Sunday as poor old Thias Bede's to be put into the ground, and him drowned dead dead o' the night, as it's enough to make one's back run cold? But you must be dizening yourself as if there was a wedding instead of a funeral. Well, aunt, said Hetty, I can't be ready so soon as everybody else, when I've got Toddy's things to put on. And I'd ever such work to make her stand still. Hetty was coming downstairs, and Mrs. Poyser, in her plain bonnet and shawl, was standing below. If ever a girl looked as if she had been made of roses, that girl was Hetty in her Sunday hat and frock. For her hat was trimmed with pink, and her frock had pink spots, sprinkled on a white ground. There was nothing but pink and white about her, except in her dark hair and eyes and her little buckled shoes. Mrs. Poyser was provoked at herself, for she could hardly keep from smiling, as any mortal is inclined to do at the sight of pretty round things. So she turned without speaking, and joined the group outside the house door, followed by Hetty, whose heart was fluttering so at the thought of someone she expected to see at church that she hardly felt the ground she trod on. And now the little procession set off. Mr. Poyser was in his Sunday suit of drab, with a red and green waistcoat and a green watch ribbon having a large cornelian seal attached, pendant like a plumb line from that promontory where his watch pocket was situated. A silk handkerchief of a yellow tone round his neck, and excellent grey-ribbed stockings, knitted by Mrs. Poyser's own hand, setting off the proportions of his leg. Mr. Poyser had no reason to be ashamed of his leg, and suspected that the growing abuse of top boots and other fashions tending to disguise the nether limbs had their origin in a pitiable degeneracy of the human calf. Still less had he reason to be ashamed of his round jolly face, which was good humour itself as he said, "Come, Hetty, come, little uns," and giving his arm to his wife, led the way through the causeway gate into the yard. The little uns addressed were Marty and Tommy, boys of 9 and 7, in little fustian-tailed coats and knee breeches, relieved by rosy cheeks and black eyes, looking as much like their father as a very small elephant is like a very large one. Hetty walked between them, and behind came patient Molly, whose task it was to carry Toddy through the yard and over all the wet places on the road. For Toddy, having speedily recovered from her threatened fever, had insisted on going to church today, and especially on wearing her red and black necklace outside her tippet. And there were many wet places for her to be carried over this afternoon, for there had been heavy showers in the morning, though now the clouds had rolled off and lay in towering silvery masses on the horizon. You might have known it was Sunday if you had only waked up in the farmyard. The cocks and hens seemed to know it, and made only crooning subdued noises. The very bulldog looked less savage, as if he would have been satisfied with a smaller bite than usual. The sunshine seemed to call all things to rest and not to labor. It was asleep itself on the moss-grown cowshed. On the group of white ducks nestling together with their bills tucked under their wings, on the old black sow stretched languidly on the straw, while her largest young one found an excellent spring bed on his mother's fat ribs. On Alec, the shepherd, in his new smock frock, taking an uneasy siesta, half sitting, half standing on the granary steps. Alec was of opinion that church, like other luxuries, was not to be indulged in often by a foreman who had the weather and the ewes on his mind. Church! Nay, I ain't gotten summat else to think on, was an answer which he often uttered in a tone of bitter significance that silenced further question. I feel sure Alec meant no irreverence. Indeed, I know that his mind was not of a speculative, negative caste, and he would on no account have missed going to church on Christmas Day, Easter Sunday, and Whitsuntide. But he had a general impression that public worship and religious ceremonies, like other non-productive employments, were intended for people who had leisure. "There's Father A standing at the yard gate," said Martin Poyser. "I reckon he wants to watch us down the field. It's wonderful what sight he has, and him turned 75. "Ah, I often think it's old folks as it is the babbies," said Mrs. Poyser. "They're satisfied looking, no matter what they're looking at. It's got a mighty way quietening I reckon, afore they go to sleep." Old Martin opened the gate as he saw the family procession approaching, and held it wide open, leaning on his stick, pleased to do this bit of work. For, like all old men whose life has been spent in labor, he liked to feel that he was still useful, that there was a better crop of onions in the garden because he was by at the sowing, and that the cows would be milked the better if he stayed at home on a Sunday afternoon to look on. He always went to church on Sacrament Sundays, but not very regularly at other times. On wet Sundays, or whenever he had a touch of rheumatism, he used to read the 3 first chapters of Genesis instead. "They'll ha put 10 thias bead I the ground afore ye get to the churchyard," he said, as his son came up. "You'd ha been better luck if they'd ha buried him the forenoon when the rain was fallin', there's no likelihoods of a drop now. And the moon lies like a boat there, dost see? That's a sure sign o' fair weather, there's a many as is false but that's sure." Aye, said the son, "I'm in hopes it'll hold up now." "Mind what the parson says, mind what the parson says, my lads," said grandfather to the black-eyed youngsters in knee breeches, conscious of a marble or two in their pockets which they looked forward to handling, a little, secretly, during the sermon. "Dood by, Dad," said Toddy. "Me doin' to church. Me'd up my necklace on. Dive me a peppermint." Grandad, shaking with laughter at this, deep little wench, slowly transferred his stick to his left hand, which held the gate open, and slowly thrust his finger into the waistcoat pocket on which Toddy had fixed her eyes with a confident look of expectation. And when they were all gone, the old man leaned on the gate again, watching them across the lane along the home close, and through the far gate, till they disappeared behind a bend in the hedge. For the hedgerows in those days shut out one's view, even on the better-managed farms. And this afternoon, the dog roses were tossing out their pink wreaths, the nightshade was in its yellow and purple glory, the pale honeysuckle grew out of reach, peeping high up out of a holly bush. And over all an ash or a sycamore every now and then threw its shadow across the path. There were acquaintances at other gates who had to move aside and let them pass. At the gate of the home close there was half the dairy of cows standing one behind the other, extremely slow to understand that their large bodies might be in the way. At the far gate there was the mare holding her head over the bars, and beside her the liver-colored foal with its head towards its mother's flank, apparently still much embarrassed by its own straddling existence. The way lay entirely through Mr. Poyser's own fields till they reached the main road leading to the village, and he turned a keen eye on the stock and the crops as they went along, while Mrs. Poyser was ready to supply a running commentary on them all. The woman who manages a dairy has a large share in making the rent. So she may well be allowed to have her opinion on stock and their keep, an exercise which strengthens her understanding so much that she finds herself able to give her husband advice on most other subjects. "There's that shorthorn Sally," she said, as they entered the home close, and she caught sight of the meek beast that lay chewing the cud and looking at her with a sleepy eye. "I begin to hate the sight o' the cow. And I say now what I said 3 weeks ago, the sooner we get rid of her the better, for there's that little yallow cow as doesn't give half the milk, and yet I've twice as much butter from her." "Why, thee't not like the women in general," said Mr. Poyser, "they like the shorthorns, as give such a lot o' milk. There's Chown's wife wants him to buy no other sort. What's it signify what Chown's wife likes? A poor soft thing, why, no more headpiece nor a sparrow. She'd take a big cullender to strain her lard and then wonder as the scratchins run through. I've seen enough of her to know as I'll niver take a servant from her house again, all hugger-mugger, and you'd niver know, when you went in, whether it was Monday or Friday, the wash draggin' on to the week. And as for her cheese, I know well enough it rose like a loaf in a tin last year. And then she talks the weather bein' fault, as there's folks ud stand on their heads and then say the fault was their boots. Well, Chown's been wanting to buy Sally, so we can get rid of her if thee lickst, said Mr. Poyser, secretly proud of his wife's superior power of putting two and two together. Indeed, on recent market days he had more than once boasted of her discernment in this very matter of shorthorns. Them as choose a soft for a wife may's well buy up the shorthorns, for if you get your head stuck in a bog, your legs may's well go after it. Talk o' legs, there's legs for you, Mrs. Poyser continued, as Totty, who had been set down now the road was dry, toddled on in front of her father and mother. There's shapes. And she's got such a long foot, she'll be her father's own child. She'll be welly such a one as Hetty 10 years' time, Annie she's got thy coloured eyes. I niver remember a blue eye my family, my mother had eyes as black as sloes, just like Hetty's. The child you'll be none the worse for having summat as isn't like Hetty. And I'm none for having her so over pretty. Though for the matter o' that, there's people light hair and blue eyes as pretty as them black. If Dinah had got a bit colour in her cheeks, and didn't stick that Methodist cap on her head, enough to frighten the cows, folks ud think her as pretty as Hetty. Nay, said Mr. Poyser, with rather a contemptuous emphasis, thee dostna know the pints of a woman. The men ud niver run after Dinah as they would after Hetty. What care I what the men ud run after? It's well seen what choice the most of 'em know how to make, by the poor draggle-tails wives you see, like bits gauze rib bin, good for nothing when the colour's gone. Well, thee canstna say but what I knowed how to make a choice when I married thee, said Mr. Poyser, who usually settled little conjugal disputes by a compliment of this sort, and thee wast twice as buxom as Dinah 10 year ago. I niver said as a woman had need to be ugly to make a good missus of a house. There's Chown's wife ugly enough to turn the milk and save the rennet, but she'll niver save nothing any other way. But as for Dinah, poor child, she's niver likely to be buxom as long as she'll make her dinner cake and water, for the sake giving to them as want. She provoked me past bearing sometimes. And, as I told her, she went clean again, the scripter, for that says, love your neighbour as yourself, but, I said, if you loved your neighbour no better nor you do yourself, Dinah, it's little enough you do for him. You'd be thinking he might do well enough on a half-empty stomach. I wonder where she is this blessed Sunday. Sitting by that sick woman, I dare say, as she'd set her heart on going to all of a sudden. It was a pity she should take such megrims into her head, when she might ha' stayed us all summer, and eaten twice as much as she wanted, and it ud niver ha' been missed. She made no odds in house at all, for she sat as still at her sewing as a bird on the nest, and was uncommon nimble at running to fetch anything. If Hetty gets married, thee'dst like to ha' Dinah thee constant. It's no use thinking that, said Mrs. Poyser. You might as well beckon to the flying swallow as ask Dinah to come and live here comfortable, like other folks. If anything could turn her, I should ha' turned her, for I've talked to her for an hour on end, and scolded her too, for she's my own sister's child, and it behoves me to do what I can for her. But poor thing, as soon as she'd said us good-bye and got into the cart, and looked back at me with her pale face, as is welly like her Aunt Judith come back from heaven, I begun to be frightened to think the set-downs I'd given her. For it comes over you sometimes as if she'd a way knowing the rights things more nor other folks have. But I'll niver give in as that's 'cause she's a Methodist, no more nor a white calf's white 'cause it eats out the same bucket a black un. Nay, said Mr. Poyser, with as near an approach to a snarl as his good nature would allow. I'm no opinion the Methodists. It's ony tradesfolks as turn Methodists, you never knew a farmer bitten why, the maggots. There's maybe a workman now and then, as isn't over clever at's work, takes to preachin' and that, like Seth Bede. But you see Adam, as has got one o' the best headpieces hereabout, knows better, he's a good churchman, else I'd never encourage him for a sweetheart for Hetty. Why, goodness me, said Mrs. Poyser, who had looked back while her husband was speaking, look where Molly is with them lads. They're the field's length behind us. How could you let 'em do so, Hetty? Anybody might as well set a picter to watch the children as you. Run back and tell 'em to come on. Mr. and Mrs. Poyser were now at the end of the second field, so they set Toddy on the top of one of the large stones forming the true Loamshire style, and awaited the loiterers. Toddy observing with complacency, "Dey naughty, naughty boys, me dude." The fact was that this Sunday walk through the fields was fraught with great excitement to Marty and Tommy, who saw a perpetual drama going on in the hedgerows, and could no more refrain from stopping and peeping than if they had been a couple of spaniels or terriers. Marty was quite sure he saw a yellowhammer on the boughs of the great ash, and while he was peeping, he missed the sight of a white-throated stoat, which had run across the path and was described with much fervor by the junior Tommy. Then there was a little greenfinch, just fledged, fluttering along the ground, and it seemed quite possible to catch it, till it managed to flutter under the blackberry bush. Hetty could not be got to give any heed to these things, so Molly was called on for her ready sympathy, and peeped with open mouth wherever she was told, and said "Lawks," whenever she was expected to wonder. Molly hastened on with some alarm when Hetty had come back and called to them that her aunt was angry, but Marty ran on first, shouting, "We've found the speckled turkey's nest, mother," with the instinctive confidence that people who bring good news are never in fault. "Ah," said Mrs. Poyser, really forgetting all discipline in this pleasant surprise, "that's a good lad. Why, where is it?" "Down in ever such a hole, under the hedge. I saw it first, looking after the greenfinch, and she sat on th nest." "You didn't frighten her, I hope," said the mother, "else she'll forsake it." "No, I went away as still, and whispered to Molly, didn't I, Molly?" "Well, well, now come on," said Mrs. Poyser, "and walk before father and mother, and take your little sister by the hand. We must go straight on now. Good boys don't look after the birds of a Sunday." "But, mother," said Marty, "you said you'd give half-a-crown to find the speckled turkey's nest. Mayn't I have the half-crown put into my money-box?" "We'll see about that, my lad, if you walk along now, like a good boy." The father and mother exchanged a significant glance of amusement at their eldest-born's acuteness, but on Tommy's round face there was a cloud. "Mother," he said, half crying, "Marty's got ever so much more money in his box nor I've got in mine." "Money, me want half a tune in my box," said Toddy. "Hush, hush, hush," said Mrs. Poyser, "did ever anybody hear such naughty children? Nobody shall ever see their money boxes any more, if they don't make haste and go on to church." This dreadful threat had the desired effect, and through the two remaining fields the three pair of small legs trotted on without any serious interruption, notwithstanding a small pond full of tadpoles, alias bullheads, which the lads looked at wistfully. The damp hay that must be scattered and turned afresh tomorrow was not a cheering sight to Mr. Poyser, who during hay and corn harvest had often some mental struggles as to the benefits of a day of rest. But no temptation would have induced him to carry on any field work, however early in the morning, on a Sunday, for had not Michael Holdsworth had a pair of oxen sweltered while he was ploughing on Good Friday? That was a demonstration that work on sacred days was a wicked thing, and with wickedness of any sort Martin Poyser was quite clear that he would have nothing to do, since money got by such means would never prosper. "It most makes your fingers itch to be at the hay now the sun shines so," he observed, as they passed through the big meadow. "But it's poor foolishness to think saving by going against your conscience. There's that Jim Wakefield, as they used to call Gentleman Wakefield, used to do the same of a Sunday as weekdays, and took no heed to right or wrong, as if there was neither God nor devil. And what's he come to? Why, I saw him myself last market day carrying a basket oranges in't. Ah, to be sure, said Mrs. Poyser, emphatically, you make but a poor trap to catch luck if you go and bait it wickedness. The money as is got so's like to burn holes your pocket. I'd neither wish us to leave our lads the sixpence but what was got the rightful way. And as for the weather, there's one above makes it, and we must put up white, it's nothing of a plague to what the wenches are. Notwithstanding the interruption in their walk, the excellent habit which Mrs. Poyser's clock had of taking time by the forelock had secured their arrival at the village while it was still 1:45, though almost every one who meant to go to church was already within the churchyard gates. Those who stayed at home were chiefly mothers, like Timothy's Bess, who stood at her own door nursing her baby and feeling as women feel in that position, that nothing else can be expected of them. It was not entirely to see Thias Bede's funeral that the people were standing about the churchyard so long before service began, that was their common practice. The women, indeed, usually entered the church at once, and the farmers' wives talked in an undertone to each other, over the tall pews, about their illnesses and the total failure of doctors' stuff, recommending dandelion tea and other homemade specifics, as far preferable, about the servants, and their growing exorbitance as to wages, whereas the quality of their services declined from year to year. And there was no girl nowadays to be trusted any further than you could see her, about the bad price Mr. Dingall, the Treddleston grocer, was giving for butter, and the reasonable doubts that might be held as to his solvency, notwithstanding that Mrs. Dingall was a sensible woman, and they were all sorry for her, for she had very good kin. Meantime the men lingered outside, and hardly any of them except the singers, who had a humming and fragmentary rehearsal to go through, entered the church until Mr. Irwine was in the desk. They saw no reason for that premature entrance. What could they do in church if they were there before service began? And they did not conceive that any power in the universe could take it ill of them if they stayed out and talked a little about busness. Chad Cranage looks like quite a new acquaintance today, for he has got his clean Sunday face, which always makes his little granddaughter cry at him as a stranger. But an experienced eye would have fixed on him at once as the village blacksmith, after seeing the humble deference with which the big saucy fellow took off his hat and stroked his hair to the farmers. For Chad was accustomed to say that a working man must hold a candle to a personage understood to be as black as he was himself on weekdays. By which evil-sounding rule of conduct he meant what was, after all, rather virtuous than otherwise, namely, that men who had horses to be shod must be treated with respect. Chad and the rougher sort of workmen kept aloof from the grave under the white thorn, where the burial was going forward. But Sandy Jim, and several of the farm labourers, made a group round it, and stood with their hats off, as fellow mourners with the mother and sons. Others held a midway position, sometimes watching the group at the grave, sometimes listening to the conversation of the farmers, who stood in a knot near the church door, and were now joined by Martin Poyser, while his family passed into the church. On the outside of this knot stood Mr. Casson, the landlord of the Donnithorne Arms, in his most striking attitude, that is to say, with the forefinger of his right hand thrust between the buttons of his waistcoat, his left hand in his breeches pocket, and his head very much on one side. Looking, on the whole, like an actor who has only a monosyllabic part entrusted to him, but feels sure that the audience discern his fitness for the leading business. Curiously in contrast with old Jonathan Burge, who held his hands behind him and leaned forward, coughing asthmatically, with an inward scorn of all knowingness that could not be turned into cash. The talk was in rather a lower tone than usual today, hushed a little by the sound of Mr. Irwine's voice reading the final prayers of the burial service. They had all had their word of pity for poor Thias, but now they had got upon the nearer subject of their own grievances against Satchel, the squire's bailiff, who played the part of steward so far as it was not performed by old Mr. Donnithorne himself, for that gentleman had the meanness to receive his own rents and make bargains about his own timber. This subject of conversation was an additional reason for not being loud, since Satchel himself might presently be walking up the paved road to the church door. And soon they became suddenly silent, for Mr. Irwine's voice had ceased, and the group round the white thorn was dispersing itself towards the church. They all moved aside, and stood with their hats off, while Mr. Irwine passed. Adam and Seth were coming next, with their mother between them. For Joshua Rann officiated as head sexton as well as clerk, and was not yet ready to follow the rector into the vestry. But there was a pause before the three mourners came on. Lisbeth had turned round to look again towards the grave. Ah! There was nothing now but the brown earth under the white thorn. Yet she cried less today than she had done any day since her husband's death. Along with all her grief there was mixed an unusual sense of her own importance in having a burial, and in Mr. Irwine's reading a special service for her husband, and besides, she knew the funeral psalm was going to be sung for him. She felt this counter-excitement to her sorrow still more strongly as she walked with her sons towards the church door, and saw the friendly sympathetic nods of their fellow parishioners. The mother and sons passed into the church, and one by one the loiterers followed, though some still lingered without, the sight of Mr. Donnithorne's carriage, which was winding slowly up the hill, perhaps helping to make them feel that there was no need for haste. But presently the sound of the bassoon and the key bugles burst forth. The evening hymn, which always opened the service, had begun, and every one must now enter and take his place. I cannot say that the interior of Hayslope Church was remarkable for anything except for the grey age of its oaken pews, great square pews mostly, ranged on each side of a narrow aisle. It was free, indeed, from the modern blemish of galleries. The choir had two narrow pews to themselves in the middle of the right-hand row, so that it was a short process for Joshua Rann to take his place among them as principal bass, and return to his desk after the singing was over. The pulpit and desk, grey and old as the pews, stood on one side of the arch leading into the chancel, which also had its grey square pews for Mr. Donnithorne's family and servants. Yet I assure you these grey pews, with the buff-washed walls, gave a very pleasing tone to this shabby interior, and agreed extremely well with the ruddy faces and bright waistcoats. And there were liberal touches of crimson toward the chancel, for the pulpit and Mr. Donnithorne's own pew had handsome crimson cloth cushions. And, to close the vista, there was a crimson altar cloth, embroidered with golden rays by Miss Lydia's own hand. But even without the crimson cloth, the effect must have been warm and cheering when Mr. Irwine was in the desk, looking benignly round on that simple congregation, on the hardy old men, with bent knees and shoulders, perhaps, but with vigor left for much hedge-clipping and thatching. On the tall stalwart frames and roughly cut bronzed faces of the stone-cutters and carpenters, on the half-dozen well-to-do farmers, with their apple-cheeked families. And on the clean old women, mostly farm laborers' wives, with their bit of snow-white cap border under their black bonnets, and with their withered arms, bare from the elbow, folded passively over their chests. For none of the old people held books, why should they? Not one of them could read. But they knew a few good words by heart, and their withered lips now and then moved silently, following the service without any very clear comprehension indeed, but with a simple faith in its efficacy to ward off harm and bring blessing. And now all faces were visible, for all were standing up, the little children on the seats peeping over the edge of the grey pews. While good Bishop Ken's evening hymn was being sung to one of those lively psalm tunes which died out with the last generation of rectors and choral parish clerks. Melodies die out, like the pipe of Pan, with the ears that love them and listen for them. Adam was not in his usual place among the singers today, for he sat with his mother and Seth, and he noticed with surprise that Bartle Massey was absent too, all the more agreeable for Mr. Joshua Rann, who gave out his bass notes with unusual complacency and threw an extra ray of severity into the glances he sent over his spectacles at the recusant masquerie. I beseech you to imagine Mr. Irwine looking round on this scene, in his ample white surplice that became him so well, with his powdered hair thrown back, his rich brown complexion, and his finely cut nostril and upper lip. For there was a certain virtue in that benignant yet keen countenance as there is in all human faces from which a generous soul beams out. And over all streamed the delicious June sunshine through the old windows, with their desultory patches of yellow, red, and blue, that threw pleasant touches of color on the opposite wall. I think, as Mr. Irwine looked round today, his eyes rested an instant longer than usual on the square pew occupied by Martin Poyser and his family. And there was another pair of dark eyes that found it impossible not to wander thither, and rest on that round pink and white figure. But Hetty was at that moment quite careless of any glances. She was absorbed in the thought that Arthur Donnithorne would soon be coming into church, for the carriage must surely be at the church gate by this time. She had never seen him since she parted with him in the wood on Thursday evening, and oh, how long the time had seemed. Things had gone on just the same as ever since that evening. The wonders that had happened then had brought no changes after them, they were already like a dream. When she heard the church door swinging, her heart beat so, she dared not look up. She felt that her aunt was curtsying, she curtsied herself. That must be old Mr. Donnithorne, he always came first, the wrinkled small old man, peering round with short-sighted glances at the bowing and curtsying congregation. Then she knew Miss Lydia was passing, and though Hetty liked so much to look at her fashionable little coal-scuttle bonnet, with the wreath of small roses round it, she didn't mind it today. But there were no more curtsies, no, he was not come. She felt sure there was nothing else passing the pew door but the housekeeper's black bonnet and the lady's maid's beautiful straw hat that had once been Miss Lydia's, and then the powdered heads of the butler and footman. No, he was not there. Yet she would look now, she might be mistaken, for, after all, she had not looked. So she lifted up her eyelids and glanced timidly at the cushioned pew in the chancel. There was no one but old Mr. Donnithorne rubbing his spectacles with his white handkerchief, and Miss Lydia opening the large gilt-edged prayer book. The chill disappointment was too hard to bear. She felt herself turning pale, her lips trembling, she was ready to cry. Oh, what should she do? Everybody would know the reason, they would know she was crying because Arthur was not there. And Mr. Craig, with the wonderful hothouse plant in his buttonhole, was staring at her, she knew. It was dreadfully long before the general confession began, so that she could kneel down. 2 great drops would fall then, but no one saw them except good-natured Molly, for her aunt and uncle knelt with their backs towards her. Molly, unable to imagine any cause for tears in church except faintness, of which she had a vague traditional knowledge, drew out of her pocket a queer little flat blue-smelling bottle, and after much labor in pulling the cork out, thrust the narrow neck against Hetty's nostrils. "It donna smell," she whispered, thinking this was a great advantage which old salts had over fresh ones, "they did you good without biting your nose." Hetty pushed it away peevishly. But this little flash of temper did what the salts could not have done, it roused her to wipe away the traces of her tears, and try with all her might not to shed any more. Hetty had a certain strength in her vain little nature, she would have borne anything rather than be laughed at, or pointed at with any other feeling than admiration. She would have pressed her own nails into her tender flesh rather than people should know a secret she did not want them to know. What fluctuations there were in her busy thoughts and feelings, while Mr. Irwine was pronouncing the solemn absolution, in her deaf ears, and through all the tones of petition that followed. Anger lay very close to disappointment, and soon won the victory over the conjectures her small ingenuity could devise to account for Arthur's absence on the supposition that he really wanted to come, really wanted to see her again. And by the time she rose from her knees mechanically, because all the rest were rising, the color had returned to her cheeks even with a heightened glow, for she was framing little indignant speeches to herself, saying she hated Arthur for giving her this pain, she would like him to suffer too. Yet while this selfish tumult was going on in her soul, her eyes were bent down on her prayer book, and the eyelids with their dark fringe looked as lovely as ever. Adam Bede thought so, as he glanced at her for a moment on rising from his knees. But Adam's thoughts of Hetty did not deafen him to the service. They rather blended with all the other deep feelings for which the church service was a channel to him this afternoon, as a certain consciousness of our entire past and our imagined future blends itself with all our moments of keen sensibility. And to Adam the church service was the best channel he could have found for his mingled regret, yearning, and resignation. Its interchange of beseeching cries for help with outbursts of faith and praise, its recurrent responses and the familiar rhythm of its collects, seemed to speak for him as no other form of worship could have done. As, to those early Christians who had worshipped from their childhood upwards in catacombs, the torchlight and shadows must have seemed nearer the divine presence than the heathenish daylight of the streets. The secret of our emotions never lies in the bare object, but in its subtle relations to our own past. No wonder the secret escapes the unsympathizing observer, who might as well put on his spectacles to discern odors. But there was one reason why even a chance comer would have found the service in Hayslope Church more impressive than in most other village nooks in the kingdom, a reason of which I am sure you have not the slightest suspicion. It was the reading of our friend Joshua Rann. Where that good shoemaker got his notion of reading from remained a mystery even to his most intimate acquaintances. I believe, after all, he got it chiefly from nature, who had poured some of her music into this honest conceited soul, as she had been known to do into other narrow souls before his. She had given him, at least, a fine bass voice and a musical ear. But I cannot positively say whether these alone had sufficed to inspire him with the rich chant in which he delivered the responses. The way he rolled from a rich deep forte into a melancholy cadence, subsiding, at the end of the last word, into a sort of faint resonance, like the lingering vibrations of a fine violoncello. I can compare to nothing for its strong calm melancholy but the rush and cadence of the wind among the autumn boughs. This may seem a strange mode of speaking about the reading of a parish clerk, a man in rusty spectacles, with stubbly hair, a large occiput, and a prominent crown. But that is nature's way. She will allow a gentleman of splendid physiognomy and poetic aspirations to sing woefully out of tune, and not give him the slightest hint of it. And takes care that some narrow-browed fellow, trolling a ballad in the corner of a pothouse, shall be as true to his intervals as a bird. Joshua himself was less proud of his reading than of his singing, and it was always with a sense of heightened importance that he passed from the desk to the choir. Still more today, it was a special occasion, for an old man, familiar to all the parish, had died a sad death, not in his bed. A circumstance the most painful to the mind of the peasant, and now the funeral psalm was to be sung in memory of his sudden departure. Moreover, Bartle Massey was not at church, and Joshua's importance in the choir suffered no eclipse. It was a solemn minor strain they sang. The old psalm tunes have many a wail among them, and the words, "Thou sweepst us off as with a flood. We vanish hence like dreams," seem to have a closer application than usual in the death of poor Thias. The mother and sons listened, each with peculiar feelings. Lisbeth had a vague belief that the psalm was doing her husband good. It was part of that decent burial which she would have thought it a greater wrong to withhold from him than to have caused him many unhappy days while he was living. The more there was said about her husband, the more there was done for him, surely the safer he would be. It was poor Lisbeth's blind way of feeling that human love and pity are a ground of faith in some other love. Seth, who was easily touched, shed tears, and tried to recall, as he had done continually since his father's death, all that he had heard of the possibility that a single moment of consciousness at the last might be a moment of pardon and reconcilement. For was it not written in the very psalm they were singing that the divine dealings were not measured and circumscribed by time? Adam had never been unable to join in a psalm before. He had known plenty of trouble and vexation since he had been a lad, but this was the first sorrow that had hemmed in his voice. And strangely enough it was sorrow because the chief source of his past trouble and vexation was forever gone out of his reach. He had not been able to press his father's hand before their parting, and say, "Father, you know it was all right between us, I never forgot what I owed you when I was a lad, you forgive me if I have been too hot and hasty now and then." Adam thought but little today of the hard work and the earnings he had spent on his father. His thoughts ran constantly on what the old man's feelings had been in moments of humiliation, when he had held down his head before the rebukes of his son. When our indignation is borne in submissive silence, we are apt to feel twinges of doubt afterwards as to our own generosity, if not justice. How much more when the object of our anger has gone into everlasting silence, and we have seen his face for the last time in the meekness of death. Ah! I was always too hard, Adam said to himself. It's a sore fault in me as I'm so hot and out patience with people when they do wrong, and my heart gets shut up against so as I can't bring myself to forgive I see clear enough there's more pride or love in my soul, for I could sooner make 1,000 strokes with hammer for my father than bring myself to say a kind word to him. And there went plenty pride and temper to the strokes, as the devil will be having his finger in what we call our duties as well as our sins. Mayhap the best thing I ever did in my life was only doing what was easiest for myself. It's allays been easier for me to work nor to sit still, but the real tough job for me would be to master my own will and temper and go right against my own pride. It seems to me now, if I was to find father at home tonight, I should behave different, but there's no knowing, perhaps nothing would be a lesson to us if it didn't come too late. It's well we should feel as life's a reckoning we can't make twice over. There's no real making amends in this world, any more nor you can mend a wrong subtraction by doing your addition right. This was the keynote to which Adam's thoughts had perpetually returned since his father's death, and the solemn wail of the funeral psalm was only an influence that brought back the old thoughts with stronger emphasis. So was the sermon, which Mr. Irwine had chosen with reference to Thias's funeral. It spoke briefly and simply of the words, "In the midst of life we are in death, how the present moment is all we can call our own for works of mercy, of righteous dealing, and of family tenderness." All very old truths, but what we thought the oldest truth becomes the most startling to us in the week when we have looked on the dead face of one who has made a part of our own lives. For when men want to impress us with the effect of a new and wonderfully vivid light, do they not let it fall on the most familiar objects, that we may measure its intensity by remembering the former dimness? Then came the moment of the final blessing, when the forever sublime words, "The peace of God, which passeth all understanding," seemed to blend with the calm afternoon sunshine that fell on the bowed heads of the congregation. And then the quiet rising, the mothers tying on the bonnets of the little maidens who had slept through the sermon, the fathers collecting the prayer books. Until all streamed out through the old archway into the green churchyard and began their neighborly talk, their simple civilities, and their invitations to tea. For on a Sunday every one was ready to receive a guest. It was the day when all must be in their best clothes and their best humor. Mr. and Mrs. Poyser paused a minute at the church gate. They were waiting for Adam to come up, not being contented to go away without saying a kind word to the widow and her sons. "Well, Mrs. Bede," said Mrs. Poyser, as they walked on together, "you must keep up your heart. Husbands and wives must be content when they've lived to rear their children and see one another's hair grey." Aye, said Mr. Poyser. "They wanna have long to wait for one another then, anyhow. And ye've got two o' the strappingst sons country, and well you may, for I remember poor Thias as fine a broad-shouldered fellow as need to be, and as for you, Mrs. Bede, why you're straighter the back nor half the young women now." Said Lisbeth, "it's poor luck for the platter to wear well when it's broke too. The sooner I'm laid under the thorn the better. I'm no good to nobody now." Adam never took notice of his mother's little unjust plaints, but Seth said, "Nay, mother, thee mustna say so. Thy sons, you'll never get another mother." "That's true, lad, that's true," said Mr. Poyser. "And it's wrong on us to give way to grief, Mrs. Bede, for it's like the children cryin', when the fathers and mothers take things from 'em. There's one above knows better nor us." "Ah," said Mrs. Poyser, "and it's poor work allays settin' the dead above the livin'. We shall all on us be dead some time, I reckon. It would be better if folks would make much on us beforehand, istid begin when we're gone. It's but little good you'll do watering the last year's crop." "Well, Adam," said Mr. Poyser, feeling that his wife's words were, as usual, rather incisive than soothing, and that it would be well to change the subject, "you'll come and see us again now, I hope. I hanna had a talk with you this long while, and the missus here wants you to see what can be done with her best spinning wheel, for it's got broke, and it'll be a nice job to mend it. There'll want a bit turning. You'll come as soon as you can now, will you?" Mr. Poyser paused and looked round while he was speaking, as if to see where Hetty was, for the children were running on before. Hetty was not without a companion, and she had, besides, more pink and white about her than ever, for she held in her hand the wonderful pink and white hothouse plant, with a very long name, a Scotch name, she supposed, since people said Mr. Craig the gardener was Scotch. Adam took the opportunity of looking round too, and I am sure you will not require of him that he should feel any vexation in observing a pouting expression on Hetty's face as she listened to the gardener's small talk. Yet in her secret heart she was glad to have him by her side, for she would perhaps learn from him how it was Arthur had not come to church. Not that she cared to ask him the question, but she hoped the information would be given spontaneously. For Mr. Craig, like a superior man, was very fond of giving information. Mr. Craig was never aware that his conversation and advances were received coldly, for to shift one's point of view beyond certain limits is impossible to the most liberal and expansive mind. We are none of us aware of the impression we produce on Brazilian monkeys of feeble understanding. It is possible they see hardly anything in us. Moreover, Mr. Craig was a man of sober passions, and was already in his 10th year of hesitation as to the relative advantages of matrimony and bachelorhood. It is true that, now and then, when he had been a little heated by an extra glass of grog, he had been heard to say of Hetty that the lass was well enough, and that a man might do worse. But on convivial occasions men are apt to express themselves strongly. Martin Poyser held Mr. Craig in honor, as a man who knew his business and who had great lights concerning soils and compost, but he was less of a favorite with Mrs. Poyser, who had more than once said in confidence to her husband, "You're mighty fond o' Craig, but for my part, I think he's welly like a cock as thinks the sun's rose o' purpose to hear him crow." For the rest, Mr. Craig was an estimable gardener, and was not without reasons for having a high opinion of himself. He had also high shoulders and high cheekbones and hung his head forward a little, as he walked along with his hands in his breeches pockets. I think it was his pedigree only that had the advantage of being Scotch, and not his bringing up, for except that he had a stronger burr in his accent, his speech differed little from that of the Loamshire people about him. But a gardener is Scotch, as a French teacher is Parisian. "Well, Mr. Poyser," he said, before the good slow farmer had time to speak, "you'll not be carrying your hay tomorrow, I'm thinking. The glass sticks at change, and ye may rely upo my word as we'll ha more downfall afore 24 hours is past. Ye see that darkish blue cloud there upo the horizon, ye know what I mean by the horizon, where the land and sky seems to meet?" "I see the cloud," said Mr. Poyser, "risen or no risen. It's right o'er Mike Holdsworth's fallow, and a foul fallow it is. Well, you mark my words, as that cloud you'll spread o'er the sky pretty nigh as quick as you'd spread a tarpaulin over one o' your hayricks. It's a great thing to ha studied the look o' the clouds. Lord bless you. Meteorological almanacs can learn me nothing, but there's a pretty sight o' things I could let them up to, if they'd just come to me. And how are you, Mrs. Poyser, thinking o' getherin' the red currants soon, I reckon? You'd a deal better gather 'em afore they're o'erripe, why, such weather as we've got to look forward to. How do ye do, Mistress Bede?" Mr. Craig continued, without a pause, nodding by the way to Adam and Seth. "I hope enjoyed them spinach and gooseberries as I sent Chester with other day. If ye want vegetables while ye're in trouble, ye know where to come to. It's well known I'm not giving other folks' things away, for when I've supplied the house, the garden's my own speculation, and it isna every man old squire could get as ud be equal to the undertaking. Let alone asking whether he'd be willing. I've got to run my calculation fine, I can tell you, to make sure o' getting back the money as I pay the squire. I should like to see some o' them fellows as make the almanacs looking as far before their noses as I've got to do every year as comes. They look pretty fur, though," said Mr. Poyser, turning his head on one side and speaking in rather a subdued reverential tone. "Why, what could come truer or that picter o' the cock the big spurs, as has got its head knocked down anchor, and firen, and the ships behind. Why, that picture was made afore Christmas, and yit it's come as true as Bible. Why, Cox France, and Anchors Nelson, and they told us that beforehand. Yeah, said Mr. Craig. A man doesna want to see fur to know as English you'll beat the French. Why, I know Yupo, good authority as it's a big Frenchman as reaches 5 foot high, and they live Yupo spoon meat mostly. I knew a man as his father had a particular knowledge o' the French. I should like to know what them grasshoppers are to do against such fine fellows as our young Captain Arthur. Why, it ud astonish a Frenchman only to look at him. His arms thicker nor a Frenchman's body, I'll be bound, for they pinch theirselves in stays, and it's easy enough, for they've got nothing their insides. Where is the captain, as he wasna at church today, said Adam. I was talking to him Friday, and he said nothing about his going away. Oh, he's only gone to Eagledale for a bit fishing. I reckon he'll be back again afore many days are o'er, for he's to be at all arranging and preparing things for the comin' age the 30th July. But he's fond getting away for a bit, now and then. Him and old squire fit one another like frost and flowers. Mr. Craig smiled and winked slowly as he made this last observation, but the subject was not developed farther, for now they had reached the turning in the road where Adam and his companions must say goodbye. The gardener, too, would have had to turn off in the same direction if he had not accepted Mr. Poyser's invitation to tea. Mrs. Poyser duly seconded the invitation, for she would have held it a deep disgrace not to make her neighbors welcome to her house. Personal likes and dislikes must not interfere with that sacred custom. Moreover, Mr. Craig had always been full of civilities to the family at the Hall Farm, and Mrs. Poyser was scrupulous in declaring that she had nothing to say again him, onny it was a pity he couldna be hatched o'er again, and hatched different. So Adam and Seth, with their mother between them, wound their way down to the valley and up again to the old house, where a saddened memory had taken the place of a long, long anxiety, where Adam would never have to ask again as he entered. Where's father? And the other family party, with Mr. Craig for company, went back to the pleasant bright house place at the Hall Farm, all with quiet minds, except Hetty, who knew now where Arthur was gone, but was only the more puzzled and uneasy. For it appeared that his absence was quite voluntary. He need not have gone, he would not have gone if he had wanted to see her. She had a sickening sense that no lot could ever be pleasant to her again if her Thursday night's vision was not to be fulfilled. And in this moment of chill, bare, wintry disappointment and doubt, she looked towards the possibility of being with Arthur again, of meeting his loving glance, and hearing his soft words with that eager yearning which one may call the growing pain of passion. Chapter 19. Adam on a working day. Notwithstanding Mr. Craig's prophecy, the dark blue cloud dispersed itself without having produced the threatened consequences. The weather, as he observed the next morning, the weather, you see, a ticklish thing, and a fool you'll hit on sometimes when a wise man misses, that's why the almanacs get so much credit. It's one them chancy things as fools thrive on. This unreasonable behavior of the weather, however, could displease no one else in Hayslope besides Mr. Craig. All hands were to be out in the meadows this morning as soon as the dew had risen. The wives and daughters did double work in every farmhouse, that the maids might give their help in tossing the hay. And when Adam was marching along the lanes, with his basket of tools over his shoulder, he caught the sound of jocose talk and ringing laughter from behind the hedges. The jocose talk of haymakers is best at a distance. Like those clumsy bells round the cows' necks, it has rather a coarse sound when it comes close, and may even grate on your ears painfully, but heard from far off, it mingles very prettily with the other joyous sounds of nature. Men's muscles move better when their souls are making merry music, though their merriment is of a poor blundering sort, not at all like the merriment of birds. And perhaps there is no time in a summer's day more cheering than when the warmth of the sun is just beginning to triumph over the freshness of the morning, when there is just a lingering hint of early coolness to keep off languor under the delicious Influence of warmth. The reason Adam was walking along the lanes at this time was because his work for the rest of the day lay at a country house about 3 miles off, which was being put in repair for the son of a neighboring squire. And he had been busy since early morning with the packing of panels, doors, and chimney pieces, in a wagon which was now gone on before him, while Jonathan Burge himself had ridden to the spot on horseback, to await its arrival and direct the workmen. This little walk was a rest to Adam, and he was unconsciously under the charm of the moment. It was summer morning in his heart, and he saw Hetty in the sunshine, a sunshine without glare, with slanting rays that trembled between the delicate shadows of the leaves. He thought, yesterday when he put out his hand to her as they came out of church, that there was a touch of melancholy kindness in her face, such as he had not seen before, and he took it as a sign that she had some sympathy with his family trouble. Poor fellow! That touch of melancholy came from quite another source, but how was he to know? We look at the one little woman's face we love as we look at the face of our Mother Earth, and see all sorts of answers to our own yearnings. It was impossible for Adam not to feel that what had happened in the last week had brought the prospect of marriage nearer to him. Hitherto he had felt keenly the danger that some other man might step in and get possession of Hetty's heart and hand, while he himself was still in a position that made him shrink from asking her to accept him. Even if he had had a strong hope that she was fond of him, and his hope was far from being strong, he had been too heavily burdened with other claims to provide a home for himself and Hetty, a home such as he could expect her to be content with after the comfort and plenty of the farm. Like all strong natures, Adam had confidence in his ability to achieve something in the future. He felt sure he should some day, if he lived, be able to maintain a family and make a good broad path for himself. But he had too cool a head not to estimate to the full the obstacles that were to be overcome. And the time would be so long. And there was Hetty, like a bright-cheeked apple hanging over the orchard wall, within sight of everybody, and everybody must long for her. To be sure, if she loved him very much, she would be content to wait for him, but did she love him? His hopes had never risen so high that he had dared to ask her. He was clear-sighted enough to be aware that her uncle and aunt would have looked kindly on his suit, and indeed, without this encouragement he would never have persevered in going to the farm. But it was impossible to come to any but fluctuating conclusions about Hetty's feelings. She was like a kitten, and had the same distractingly pretty looks, that meant nothing, for everybody that came near her. But now he could not help saying to himself that the heaviest part of his burden was removed, and that even before the end of another year his circumstances might be brought into a shape that would allow him to think of marrying. It would always be a hard struggle with his mother, he knew. She would be jealous of any wife he might choose, and she had set her mind especially against Hetty, perhaps for no other reason than that she suspected Hetty to be the woman he had chosen. It would never do, he feared, for his mother to live in the same house with him when he was married, and yet how hard she would think it if he asked her to leave him. Yes, there was a great deal of pain to be gone through with his mother, but it was a case in which he must make her feel that his will was strong. It would be better for her in the end. For himself, he would have liked that they should all live together till Seth was married, and they might have built a bit themselves to the old house, and made more room. He did not like to part lad, they had hardly ever been separated for more than a day since they were born. But Adam had no sooner caught his imagination leaping forward in this way, making arrangements for an uncertain future, than he checked himself. A pretty building I'm making, without either bricks or timber. I'm up by the garret ready, and haven't so much as dug the foundation. Whenever Adam was strongly convinced of any proposition, it took the form of a principle in his mind. It was knowledge to be acted on, as much as the knowledge that damp will cause rust. Perhaps here lay the secret of the hardness he had accused himself of. He had too little fellow feeling with the weakness that errs in spite of foreseen consequences. Without this fellow feeling, how are we to get enough patience and charity towards our stumbling, falling companions in the long and changeful journey? And there is but one way in which a strong determined soul can learn it, by getting his heartstrings bound round the weak and erring, so that he must share not only the outward consequence of their error, but their inward suffering. That is a long and hard lesson, and Adam had at present only learned the alphabet of it in his father's sudden death, which, by annihilating in an instant all that had stimulated his indignation, had sent a sudden rush of thought and memory over what had claimed his pity and tenderness. But it was Adam's strength, not its correlative hardness, that influenced his meditations this morning. He had long made up his mind that it would be wrong as well as foolish for him to marry a blooming young girl, so long as he had no other prospect than that of growing poverty with a growing family. And his savings had been so constantly drawn upon, besides the terrible sweep of paying for Seth's substitute in the militia, that he had not enough money beforehand to furnish even a small cottage, and keep something in reserve against a rainy day. He had good hope that he should be firmer on his legs, by and by, but he could not be satisfied with a vague confidence in his arm and brain. He must have definite plans, and set about them at once. The partnership with Jonathan Burge was not to be thought of at present, there were things implicitly tacked to it that he could not accept. But Adam thought that he and Seth might carry on a little business for themselves in addition to their journeyman's work, by buying a small stock of superior wood and making articles of household furniture, for which Adam had no end of contrivances. Seth might gain more by working at separate jobs under Adam's direction than by his journeyman's work, and Adam, in his over-hours, could do all the nice work that required peculiar skill. The money gained in this way, with the good wages he received as foreman, would soon enable them to get beforehand with the world, so sparingly as they would all live now. No sooner had this little plan shaped itself in his mind than he began to be busy with exact calculations about the wood to be bought and the particular article of furniture that should be undertaken first, a kitchen cupboard of his own contrivance. With such an ingenious arrangement of sliding doors and bolts, such convenient nooks for stowing household provender, and such a symmetrical result to the eye, that every good housewife would be in raptures with it, and fall through all the gradations of melancholy longing till her husband promised to buy it for her. Adam pictured to himself Mrs. Poyser examining it with her keen eye and trying in vain to find out a deficiency, and, of course, close to Mrs. Poyser stood Hetty, and Adam was again beguiled from calculations and contrivances into dreams and hopes. Yes, he would go and see her this evening, it was so long since he had been at the Hall Farm. He would have liked to go to the night school, to see why Bartle Massey had not been at church yesterday, for he feared his old friend was ill. But, unless he could manage both visits, this last must be put off till tomorrow. The desire to be near Hetty and to speak to her again was too strong. As he made up his mind to this, he was coming very near to the end of his walk, within the sound of the hammers at work on the refitting of the old house. The sound of tools to a clever workman who loves his work is like the tentative sounds of the orchestra to the violinist who has to bear his part in the overture. The strong fibers begin their accustomed thrill, and what was a moment before joy, vexation, or ambition, begins its change into energy. All passion becomes strength when it has an outlet from the narrow limits of our personal lot in the labor of our right arm, the cunning of our right hand, or the still, creative activity of our thought. Look at Adam through the rest of the day, as he stands on the scaffolding with the 2-feet ruler in his hand, whistling low while he considers how a difficulty about a floor joist or a window frame is to be overcome. Or as he pushes one of the younger workmen aside and takes his place in upheaving a weight of timber, saying, "Let alone, lad. Thee'st got too much gristle thy bones yet." Or as he fixes his keen black eyes on the motions of a workman on the other side of the room and warns him that his distances are not right. Look at this broad-shouldered man with the bare muscular arms, and the thick, firm, black hair tossed about like trodden meadowgrass whenever he takes off his paper cap. And with the strong baritone voice bursting every now and then into loud and solemn psalm tunes, as if seeking an outlet for superfluous strength, yet presently checking himself, apparently crossed by some thought which jars with the singing. Perhaps, if you had not been already in the secret, you might not have guessed what sad memories, what warm affection, what tender fluttering hopes, had their home in this athletic body with the broken fingernails, in this rough man, who knew no better lyrics than he could find in the Old and New Version and an occasional hymn, who knew the smallest possible amount of profane history, and for whom the motion and shape of the earth, the course of the sun, and the changes of the seasons lay in the region of mystery just made visible by fragmentary knowledge. It had cost Adam a great deal of trouble and work in overhours to know what he knew over and above the secrets of his handicraft, and that acquaintance with mechanics and figures, and the nature of the materials he worked with, which was made easy to him by inborn inherited faculty, to get the mastery of his pen, and write a plain hand. To spell without any other mistakes than must in fairness be attributed to the unreasonable character of orthography rather than to any deficiency in the speller, and, moreover, to learn his musical notes and part singing. Besides all this, he had read his Bible, including the apocryphal books. Poor Richard's Almanac, Taylor's Holy Living and Dying, the Pilgrim's Progress, with Bunyan's Life and Holy War, a great deal of Bailey's Dictionary, Valentine and Orson, and part of a History of Babylon, which Bartle Massey had lent him. He might have had many more books from Bartle Massey, but he had no time for reading the common print, as Lisbeth called it, so busy as he was with figures in all the leisure moments which he did not fill up with extra carpentry. Adam, you perceive, was by no means a marvellous man, nor, properly speaking, a genius, yet I will not pretend that his was an ordinary character among workmen. And it would not be at all a safe conclusion that the next best man you may happen to see with a basket of tools over his shoulder and a paper cap on his head has the strong conscience and the strong sense, the blended susceptibility and self-command, of our friend Adam. He was not an average man. Yet such men as he are reared here and there in every generation of our peasant artisans, with an inheritance of affections nurtured by a simple family life of common need and common industry, and an inheritance of faculties trained in skillful courageous labor. They make their way upwards, rarely as geniuses, most commonly as painstaking honest men, with the skill and conscience to do well the tasks that lie before them. Their lives have no discernible echo beyond the neighborhood where they dwelt, but you are almost sure to find there some good piece of road, some building, some application of mineral produce, some improvement in farming practice, some reform of parish abuses, with which their names are associated by one or two generations after them. Their employers were the richer for them, the work of their hands has worn well, and the work of their brains has guided well the hands of other men. They went about in their youth in flannel or paper caps, in coats black with coal dust or streaked with lime and red paint. In old age their white hairs are seen in a place of honor at church and at market, and they tell their well-dressed sons and daughters, seated round the bright hearth on winter evenings, how pleased they were when they first earned their twopence a day. Others there are who die poor and never put off the workman's coat on weekdays. They have not had the art of getting rich, but they are men of trust, and when they die before the work is all out of them, it is as if some main screw had got loose in a machine. The master who employed them says, "Where shall I find their like?" Chapter 20. Adam visits the Hall farm. Adam came back from his work in the empty wagon, that was why he had changed his clothes, and was ready to set out to the Hall farm when it still wanted 7:15. "What's thee got thy Sunday close on for?" said Lisbeth complainingly, as he came downstairs. "Thee artna goin' to school thy best coat?" "No, mother," said Adam, quietly. "I'm going to the Hall farm, but mayhap I may go to the school after, so thee mustna wonder if I'm a bit late." "Seth, you'll be at home in half an hour, he's only gone to the village, so thee whatna mind." And what's thee got thy best clothes on for to go to Hall farm?" "The Poyser folk seed thee in them yesterday, I wore rand." "What dost mean by tunnin' worky day into Sunday that'n?" "It's poor keepin', company folks as donna like to see thee thy workin' jacket." "Goodbye, mother, I can't stay," said Adam, putting on his hat and going out. But he had no sooner gone a few paces beyond the door than Lisbeth became uneasy at the thought that she had vexed him. Of course, the secret of her objection to the best clothes was her suspicion that they were put on for Hetty's sake. But deeper than all her peevishness lay the need that her son should love her. She hurried after him, and laid hold of his arm before he had got halfway down to the brook, and said, "Nay, my lad, thee whatna go away angered thy mother, and her got naught to do but to sit by hersen and think on thee." Nay, nay, mother, said Adam, gravely, and standing still while he put his arm on her shoulder, I'm not angered. But I wish, for thy own sake, didst be more contented to let me do what I've made up my mind to do. I'll never be no other than a good son to thee as long as we live. But a man has other feelings besides what he owes to's father and mother, and thee oughtna to want to rule over me body and soul. And thee must make up thy mind as I'll not give way to thee where I've a right to do what I like. So let us have no more words about it. Said Lisbeth, not willing to show that she felt the real bearing of Adam's words, and who likes to see thee thy best close better nor thy mother. And, when thee'st got thy face washed as clean as the smooth white pibble, and thy hair combed so nice, and thy eyes sparklin', what else is there as thy old mother should like to look at half so well? And thee shot put on thy Sunday close when thee lickst for me, I'll ne'er plague thee no more about en. Well, well, good-bye, mother, said Adam, kissing her and hurrying away. He saw there was no other means of putting an end to the dialogue. Lisbeth stood still on the spot, shading her eyes and looking after him till he was quite out of sight. She felt to the full all the meaning that had lain in Adam's words, and, as she lost sight of him and turned back slowly into the house, she said aloud to herself, for it was her way to speak her thoughts aloud in the long days when her husband and sons were at their work, he'll be tellin' me as he's goin' to bring her home one o' these days. And she'll be Mrs. O'er me, and I mun look on, belike, while she uses the blue-edged platters, and breaks mayhap, though there's ne'er been one broke sin, my old man and me bought at the fair 20 come next Whitsuntide. She went on, still louder, as she caught up her knitting from the table, but she'll ne'er knit the lad's stockings, nor foot nather, while I live. And when I'm gone, he'll bethink him as nobody, you'll ne'er fit's leg and foot as his old mother did. She'll know nothin' o' narrowin' and heelin', I warrand, and she'll make a long toe as he canna gets boot on. That's what comes o' marin young wenches. I war gone 30, and feyther too, afore we war married, and young enough too. She'll be a poor dratchel by then she's 30, marin that en, afore her teeth's all come. Adam walked so fast that he was at the yard gate before 7. Martin Poyser and the grandfather were not yet come in from the meadow, every one was in the meadow, even to the black and tan terrier, no one kept watch in the yard but the bulldog. And when Adam reached the house door, which stood wide open, he saw there was no one in the bright clean houseplace. But he guessed where Mrs. Poyser and someone else would be, quite within hearing. So he knocked on the door and said in his strong voice, Mrs. Poyser within. Come in, Mr. Bede, come in, Mrs. Poyser called out from the dairy. She always gave Adam this title when she received him in her own house. You may come into the dairy if you will, for I canna justly leave the cheese. Adam walked into the dairy, where Mrs. Poyser and Nancy were crushing the first evening cheese. Why, you might think you were come to a dead house, said Mrs. Poyser, as he stood in the open doorway, they're all the meadow, but Martin's sure to be in afore long, for they're leaving the hay cocked tonight, ready for carrying first thing tomorrow. I've been forced to have Nancy in, Yupo count as Hetty must gather the red currants tonight, the fruit-allays ripened so contrary, just when every hand's wanted. And, there's no trust in the children to gather it, for they put more into their own mouths nor into the basket, you might as well set the wasps to gather the fruit. Adam longed to say he would go into the garden till Mr. Poyser came in, but he was not quite courageous enough, so he said, I could be looking at your spinning wheel, then, and see what wants doing to it. Perhaps it stands in the house, where I can find it. No, I've put it away in the right-hand parlor, but let it be till I can fetch it and show it you. I'd be glad now if you'd go into the garden and tell Hetty to send Toddy in. The child, you'll run in if she's told, and I know Hetty's lettin' her eat too many currants. I'll be much obliged to you, Mr. Bede, if you'll go and send her in. And, there's the York and Lancaster roses beautiful in the garden now, you'll like to see, But you'd like a drink whey first, P.S., I know you're fond whey, as most folks is when they hanna got to crush it out. Thank you, Mrs. Poyser, said Adam, a drink always allays a treat to me. I'd rather have it than beer any day. Aye, said Mrs. Poyser, reaching a small white basin that stood on the shelf, and dipping it into the waytub, the smell bread sweet tea everybody but the baker. The Miss Irwins allays say, oh, Mrs. Poyser, I envy you your dairy. And I envy you your chickens, and what a beautiful thing a farmhouse is, to be sure. And I say, yes. A farmhouse is a fine thing for them as look on, and don't know the liftin', and the stand-in, and the worritin' inside as belongs to't. Why, Mrs. Poyser, you wouldn't like to live anywhere else but in a farmhouse, so well as you manage it, said Adam, taking the basin. And there can be nothing to look at pleasanter nor a fine milch cow, standing up to t's knees in pasture, and the new milk frothing in the pail, and the fresh butter ready for market, and the calves, and the poultry. Here's to your health, and may you allays have strength to look after your own dairy, and set a pattern to all the farmers' wives in the country. Mrs. Poyser was not to be caught in the weakness of smiling at a compliment, but a quiet complacency overspread her face like a stealing sunbeam, and gave a milder glance than usual to her blue-grey eyes, as she looked at Adam drinking the whey. Ah! I think I taste that whey now, with a flavor so delicate that one can hardly distinguish it from an odor, and with that soft gliding warmth that fills one's imagination with a still, happy dreaminess. And the light music of the dropping whey is in my ears, mingling with the twittering of a bird outside the wire network window, the window overlooking the garden, and shaded by tall guelder roses. Have a little more, Mr. Bede, said Mrs. Poyser, as Adam set down the basin. No, thank you, I'll go into the garden now, and send in the little lass. I do, and tell her to come to her mother in the dairy. Adam walked round by the rickyard, at present empty of ricks, to the little wooden gate leading into the garden, once the well-tended kitchen garden of a manor house. Now, but for the handsome brick wall with stone coping that ran along one side of it, a true farmhouse garden, with hardy perennial flowers, unpruned fruit trees, and kitchen vegetables growing together in careless, half-neglected abundance. In that leafy, flowery, bushy time, to look for anyone in this garden was like playing at hide-and-seek. There were the tall hollyhocks beginning to flower and dazzle the eye with their pink, white, and yellow. There were the syringas and guelder roses, all large and disorderly for want of trimming. There were leafy walls of scarlet beans and late peas. There was a row of bushy filberts in one direction, and in another a huge apple tree making a barren circle under its low-spreading boughs. But what signified a barren patch or two? The garden was so large. There was always a superfluity of broad beans. It took 9 or 10 of Adam's strides to get to the end of the uncut grass walk that ran by the side of them. And as for other vegetables, there was so much more room than was necessary for them that in the rotation of crops a large flourishing bed of groundsel was of yearly occurrence on one spot or other. The very rose trees at which Adam stopped to pluck one looked as if they grew wild. They were all huddled together in bushy masses, now flaunting with wide-open petals, almost all of them of the streaked pink and white kind, which doubtless dated from the union of the houses of York and Lancaster. Adam was wise enough to choose a compact Provence rose that peeped out half-smothered by its flaunting scentless neighbors. And held it in his hand. He thought he should be more at ease holding something in his hand, as he walked on to the far end of the garden, where he remembered there was the largest row of currant trees, not far off from the great yew tree arbor. But he had not gone many steps beyond the roses, when he heard the shaking of a bough, and a boy's voice saying, "Now, then, Toddy, hold out your pinny, there's a duck." The voice came from the boughs of a tall cherry tree, where Adam had no difficulty in discerning a small blue pinafored figure perched in a commodious position where the fruit was thickest. Doubtless Toddy was below, behind the screen of peas. Yes, with her bonnet hanging down her back, and her fat face, dreadfully smeared with red juice, turned up towards the cherry tree, while she held her little round hole of a mouth and her red-stained pinafore to receive the promised downfall. I am sorry to say, more than half the cherries that fell were hard and yellow instead of juicy and red. But Totty spent no time in useless regrets, and she was already sucking the third juiciest when Adam said, "There now, Totty, you've got your cherries. Run into the house with M to mother, she wants you, she's in the dairy. Run in this minute, there's a good little girl." He lifted her up in his strong arms and kissed her as he spoke, a ceremony which Totty regarded as a tiresome interruption to cherry eating. And when he set her down she trotted off quite silently towards the house, sucking her cherries as she went along. "Tommy, my lad, take care you're not shot for a little thieving bird," said Adam, as he walked on towards the currant trees. He could see there was a large basket at the end of the row. Hetty would not be far off, and Adam already felt as if she were looking at him. Yet when he turned the corner she was standing with her back towards him, and stooping to gather the low-hanging fruit. Strange that she had not heard him coming. Perhaps it was because she was making the leaves rustle. She started when she became conscious that someone was near, started so violently that she dropped the basin with the currants in it, and then, when she saw it was Adam, she turned from pale to deep red. That blush made his heart beat with a new happiness. Hetty had never blushed at seeing him before. "I frightened you," he said, with a delicious sense that it didn't signify what he said, since Hetty seemed to feel as much as he did. "Let me pick the currants up." That was soon done, for they had only fallen in a tangled mass on the grass plot, and Adam, as he rose and gave her the basin again, looked straight into her eyes with the subdued tenderness that belongs to the first moments of hopeful love. Hetty did not turn away her eyes, her blush had subsided, and she met his glance with a quiet sadness, which contented Adam because it was so unlike anything he had seen in her before. "There's not many more currants to get," she said. "I shall soon ha' done now." "I'll help you," said Adam, and he fetched the large basket, which was nearly full of currants, and set it close to them. Not a word more was spoken as they gathered the currants. Adam's heart was too full to speak, and he thought Hetty knew all that was in it. She was not indifferent to his presence after all. She had blushed when she saw him, and then there was that touch of sadness about her which must surely mean love, since it was the opposite of her usual manner, which had often impressed him as indifference. And he could glance at her continually as she bent over the fruit, while the level evening sunbeams stole through the thick apple-tree boughs, and rested on her round cheek and neck as if they too were in love with her. It was to Adam the time that a man can least forget in after life, the time when he believes that the first woman he has ever loved betrays by a slight something, a word, a tone, a glance, the quivering of a lip or an eyelid, that she is at least beginning to love him in return. The sign is so slight, it is scarcely perceptible to the ear or eye, he could describe it to no one, it is a mere feather touch, yet it seems to have changed his whole being. To have merged an uneasy yearning into a delicious unconsciousness of everything but the present moment. So much of our early gladness vanishes utterly from our memory, we can never recall the joy with which we laid our heads on our mother's bosom or rode on our father's back in childhood. Doubtless that joy is wrought up into our nature, as the sunlight of long-past mornings is wrought up in the soft mellowness of the apricot, but it is gone forever from our imagination, and we can only believe in the joy of childhood. But the first glad moment in our first love is a vision which returns to us to the last, and brings with it a thrill of feeling intense and special as the recurrent sensation of a sweet odor breathed in a far-off hour of happiness. It is a memory that gives a more exquisite touch to tenderness, that feeds the madness of jealousy and adds the last keenness to the agony of despair. Hetty bending over the red bunches, the level rays piercing the screen of apple-tree boughs, the length of bushy garden beyond, his own emotion as he looked at her and believed that she was thinking of him. And that there was no need for them to talk, Adam remembered it all to the last moment of his life. And Hetty? You know quite well that Adam was mistaken about her. Like many other men, he thought the signs of love for another were signs of love towards himself. When Adam was approaching unseen by her, she was absorbed as usual in thinking and wondering about Arthur's possible return. The sound of any man's footstep would have affected her just in the same way, she would have felt it might be Arthur before she had time to see. And the blood that forsook her cheek in the agitation of that momentary feeling would have rushed back again at the sight of any one else just as much as at the sight of Adam. He was not wrong in thinking that a change had come over Hetty. The anxieties and fears of a first passion, with which she was trembling, had become stronger than vanity. Had given her for the first time that sense of helpless dependence on another's feeling which awakens the clinging deprecating womanhood even in the shallowest girl that can ever experience it. And creates in her a sensibility to kindness which found her quite hard before. For the first time Hetty felt that there was something soothing to her in Adam's timid yet manly tenderness. She wanted to be treated lovingly. Oh, it was very hard to bear this blank of absence, silence, apparent indifference, after those moments of glowing love. She was not afraid that Adam would tease her with love-making and flattering speeches like her other admirers. He had always been so reserved to her. She could enjoy without any fear the sense that this strong brave man loved her and was near her. It never entered into her mind that Adam was pitiable too, that Adam too must suffer one day. Hetty, we know, was not the first woman that had behaved more gently to the man who loved her in vain because she had herself begun to love another. It was a very old story, but Adam knew nothing about it, so he drank in the sweet delusion. "That'll do," said Hetty, after a little while. "Aunt wants me to leave some on the trees. I'll take 'em in now." "It's very well I came to carry the basket," said Adam, "for it you'd ha been too heavy for your little arms." "No, I could carried it with both hands." "Oh, I dare say," said Adam, smiling, "and been as long getting into the house as a little ant carrying a caterpillar. Have you ever seen those tiny fellows carrying things 4 times as big as themselves?" "No," said Hetty, indifferently, not caring to know the difficulties of ant life. "Oh, I used to watch 'em often when I was a lad. But now, you see, I can carry the basket with one arm, as if it was an empty nutshell, and give you other arm to lean on. Won't you? Such big arms as mine were made for little arms like yours to lean on." Hetty smiled faintly and put her arm within his. Adam looked down at her, but her eyes were turned dreamily towards another corner of the garden. "Have you ever been to Eagledale?" she said, as they walked slowly along. "Yes," said Adam, pleased to have her ask a question about himself. 10 years ago, when I was a lad, I went with father to see about some work there. It's a wonderful sight, rocks and caves such as you never saw in your life. I never had a right notion o' rocks till I went there." "How long did it take to get there?" "Why, it took us the best part o' 2 days walking. But it's nothing of a day's journey for anybody as has got a first-rate nag. The captain you'd get there in 9 or 10 hours, I'll be bound, he's such a rider. And I shouldn't wonder if he's back again tomorrow. He's too active to rest long in that lonely place, all by himself, for there's nothing but a bit of a that part where he's gone to fish. I wish he'd got estate in his hands. That you'd be the right thing for him, for it you'd give him plenty to do, and he'd do't well too, for all he's so young. He's got better notions o' things than many a man twice his age. He spoke very handsome to me other day about lending me money to set up business, and if things came round that way, I'd rather be beholding to him nor to any man the world." Poor Adam was led on to speak about Arthur because he thought Hetty would be pleased to know that the young squire was so ready to befriend him. The fact entered into his future prospects, which he would like to seem promising in her eyes. And it was true that Hetty listened with an interest which brought a new light into her eyes and a half-smile upon her lips. "How pretty the roses are now," Adam continued, pausing to look at them. "See. I stole the prettiest, but I didna mean to keep it myself. I think these as are all pink, and have got a finer sort o' green leaves, are prettier than the striped uns, don't you?" He set down the basket and took the rose from his buttonhole. "It smells very sweet," he said, "those striped uns have no smell. Stick it in your frock, and then you can put it in water after. You'd be a pity to let it fade." Hetty took the rose, smiling as she did so at the pleasant thought that Arthur could so soon get back if he liked. There was a flash of hope and happiness in her mind, and with a sudden impulse of gaiety she did what she had very often done before, stuck the rose in her hair a little above the left ear. The tender admiration in Adam's face was slightly shadowed by reluctant disapproval. Hetty's love of finery was just the thing that would most provoke his mother, and he himself disliked it as much as it was possible for him to dislike anything that belonged to her. "Ah," he said, "that's like the ladies in the pictures at the Chase, they've mostly got flowers or feathers or gold things their hair, but somehow I don't like to see 'em. They allays put me mind the painted women outside the shows at Treddles-on-Fair. What can a woman have to set her off better than her own hair, when it curls so, like yours? If a woman's young and pretty, I think you can see her good looks all the better for her being plain dressed. Why, Dinah Morris looks very nice, for all she wears such a plain cap and gown. It seems to me as a woman's face doesn't want flowers. It's almost like a flower itself. I'm sure yours is." "Oh, very well," said Hetty, with a little playful pout, taking the rose out of her hair. "I'll put one o' Dinah's caps on when we go in, and you'll see if I look better in it. She left one behind, so I can take the pattern." Nay, I don't want you to wear a Methodist cap like Dinah's. I dare say it's a very ugly cap, and I used to think when I saw her here as it was nonsense for her to dress different to other people. But I never rightly noticed her till she came to see mother last week, and then I thought the cap seemed to fit her face somehow as acorn cup fits acorn, and I shouldn't like to see her so well without it. But you've got another sort o' face, I'd have you just as you are now, without anything to interfere with your own looks. It's like when a man's singing a good tune, you don't want to hear bells tinkling and interfering the sound." He took her arm and put it within his again, looking down on her fondly. He was afraid she should think he had lectured her, imagining, as we are apt to do, that she had perceived all the thoughts he had only half expressed. And the thing he dreaded most was lest any cloud should come over this evening's happiness. For the world he would not have spoken of his love to Hetty yet, till this commencing kindness towards him should have grown into unmistakable love. In his imagination he saw long years of his future life stretching before him, blessed with the right to call Hetty his own. He could be content with very little at present. So he took up the basket of currants once more, and they went on towards the house. The scene had quite changed in the half-hour that Adam had been in the garden. The yard was full of life now. Marty was letting the screaming geese through the gate, and wickedly provoking the gander by hissing at him. The granary door was groaning on its hinges as Alec shut it, after dealing out the corn. The horses were being led out to watering, amidst much barking of all the 3 dogs and many whoops from Tim the ploughman, as if the heavy animals who held down their meek, intelligent heads, and lifted their shaggy feet so deliberately, were likely to rush wildly in every direction but the right. Everybody was come back from the meadow, and when Hetty and Adam entered the house-place, Mr. Poyser was seated in the 3-cornered chair, and the grandfather in the large armchair opposite, looking on with pleasant expectation while the supper was being laid on the oak table. Mrs. Poyser had laid the cloth herself, a cloth made of homespun linen, with a shining checkered pattern on it, and of an agreeable whitey-brown hue. Such as all sensible housewives like to see, none of your bleached shop rag that would wear into holes in no time, but good homespun that would last for 2 generations. The cold veal, the fresh lettuces, and the stuffed chine might well look tempting to hungry men who had dined at 12:30. On the large deal table against the wall there were bright pewter plates and spoons and cans, ready for Alec and his companions, for the master and servants ate their supper not far off each other. Which was all the pleasanter, because if a remark about tomorrow morning's work occurred to Mr. Poyser, Alec was at hand to hear it. "Well, Adam, I'm glad to see ye," said Mr. Poyser. "What? Ye've been helping Hetty to gather the currants, eh? Come, sit ye down, sit ye down. Why, it's pretty near a 3 weeks since had your supper with us, and the missus has got one of her rare stuffed chins. I'm glad ye're come." "Hetty," said Mrs. Poyser, as she looked into the basket of currants to see if the fruit was fine, run upstairs and send Molly down. She's putting Toddy to bed, and I want her to draw ale, for Nancy's busy yet the dairy. You can see to the child. But whatever did you let her run away from you along Tommy for, and stuff herself fruit as she can't eat a bit good victual? This was said in a lower tone than usual, while her husband was talking to Adam, for Mrs. Poyser was strict in adherence to her own rules of propriety, and she considered that a young girl was not to be treated sharply in the presence of a respectable man who was courting her. That would not be fair play. Every woman was young in her turn, and had her chances of matrimony, which it was a point of honor for other women not to spoil, just as one market woman who has sold her own eggs must not try to balk another of a customer. Hetty made haste to run away upstairs, not easily finding an answer to her aunt's question, and Mrs. Poyser went out to see after Marty and Tommy and bring them in to supper. Soon they were all seated, the two rosy lads, one on each side, by the pale mother, a place being left for Hetty between Adam and her uncle. Alec too was come in, and was seated in his far corner, eating cold broad beans out of a large dish with his pocket-knife, and finding a flavour in them which he would not have exchanged for the finest pineapple. "What a time that Gell is drawing ale, to be sure," said Mrs. Poyser, when she was dispensing her slices of stuffed chine. "I think she sets the jug under and forgets to turn the tap, as there's nothing you can't believe them wenches, they'll set the empty kettle the fire, and then come an hour after to see if the water boils." "She's drawin' for the men too," said Mr. Poyser. "Thee shouldst ha' told her to bring our jug up first." "Told her," said Mrs. Poyser. "Yes, I might spend all the wind my body, and take the bellows too, if I was to tell them Gell's everything as their own sharpness wanna tell hem. Mr. Bede, will you take some vinegar with your lettuce? You're the right not. It spoils the flavour the chine, to my thinking. It's poor eating where the flavour the meat lies the cruets. There's folks as make bad butter and trussin' to the salt tea hide it." Mrs. Poyser's attention was here diverted by the appearance of Molly, carrying a large jug, 2 small mugs, and 4 drinking cans, all full of ale or small beer, an interesting example of the prehensile power possessed by the human hand. Poor Molly's mouth was rather wider open than usual, as she walked along with her eyes fixed on the double cluster of vessels in her hands, quite innocent of the expression in her mistress's eye. "Molly, I never knew your equils, to think your poor mother as is a widow, and I took you as good as no character, and times I've told you." Molly had not seen the lightning, and the thunder shook her nerves the more for the want of that preparation. With a vague alarmed sense that she must somehow comport herself differently, she hastened her step a little towards the far deal table, where she might set down her cans, caught her foot in her apron, which had become untied, and fell with a crash and a splash into a pool of beer. Whereupon a tittering explosion from Marty and Tommy, and a serious bellow from Mr. Poyser, who saw his draught of ale unpleasantly deferred. "There you go," resumed Mrs. Poyser, in a cutting tone, as she rose and went towards the cupboard while Molly began dolefully to pick up the fragments of pottery. "It's what I told you, you'd come over and over again. And there's your month's wage gone, and more, to pay for that jug as I've had the house this 10 year, and nothing ever happened to it before. But the crockery you've broke sin, here in house you've been, you'd make a parson swear, God forgie me for saying so, and, if it had been boiling wort out the copper, you'd ha' been the same. And you'd ha' been scalded and very like lamed for life, as there's no knowing but what you will be some day if you go on. For anybody, you'd think you'd got the St. Vitus's dance, to see the things you've throwed down. It's a pity but what the bits was stacked up for you to see, though it's neither seeing nor hearing as you'll make much odds to you, anybody, you'd think you were case-hardened." Poor Molly's tears were dropping fast by this time, and in her desperation at the lively movement of the beer stream towards Alec's legs, she was converting her apron into a mop, while Mrs. Poyser, opening the cupboard, turned a blighting eye upon her. "Ah, she went on, you'll do no good why, crying and making more wet to wipe up. It's all your own willfulness, as I tell you, for there's nobody no call to break anything if they'll only go the right way to work. But wooden folks had need wooden things handle. And here must I take the brown and white jug, as it's niver been used 3 times this year, and go down the cellar myself, and belike catch my death, and be laid up inflammation. Mrs. Poyser had turned round from the cupboard with the brown and white jug in her hand, when she caught sight of something at the other end of the kitchen. Perhaps it was because she was already trembling and nervous that the apparition had so strong an effect on her, perhaps jug-breaking, like other crimes, has a contagious influence. However it was, she stared and started like a ghost seer, and the precious brown and white jug fell to the ground, parting for ever with its spout and handle. Did ever anybody see the like? She said, with a suddenly lowered tone, after a moment's bewildered glance round the room. The jugs are bewitched, I think. It's them nasty glazed handles, they slip o'er the finger like a snail. Why, thee'st let thy own whip fly thy face, said her husband, who had now joined in the laugh of the young ones. It's all very fine to look on and grin, rejoined Mrs. Poyser. But there's times when the crockery seems alive and flies out your hand like a bird. It's like the glass, sometimes you'll crack as it stands. What is to be broke will be broke, for I never dropped a thing my life for want holding it, else I should never kept the crockery all these years as I bought at my own wedding. And Hetty, are you mad? Whatever do you mean by coming down that way, and making one think as there's a ghost walking house? A new outbreak of laughter, while Mrs. Poyser was speaking, was caused, less by her sudden conversion to a fatalistic view of jug-breaking than by that strange appearance of Hetty, which had startled her aunt. The little minx had found a black gown of her aunt's, and pinned it close round her neck to look like Dinah's, had made her hair as flat as she could, and had tied on one of Dinah's high-crowned borderless net caps. The thought of Dinah's pale grave face and mild grey eyes, which the sight of the gown and cap brought with it, made it a laughable surprise enough to see them replaced by Hetty's round rosy cheeks and coquettish dark eyes. The boys got off their chairs and jumped round her, clapping their hands, and even Alick gave a low ventral laugh as he looked up from his beans. Under cover of the noise, Mrs. Poyser went into the back kitchen to send Nancy into the cellar with the great pewter measure, which had some chance of being free from bewitchment. Why, Hetty, lass, are ye turned Methodist, said Mr. Poyser, with that comfortable slow enjoyment of a laugh which one only sees in stout people. You must pull your face a deal longer before you'll do for one, mustna she, Adam? How come you put them things on, Adam said he liked Dinah's cap and gown better nor my clothes, said Hetty, sitting down demurely. He says folks looks better in ugly clothes. Nay, nay, said Adam, looking at her admiringly, I only said they seemed to suit Dinah. But if I'd said you'd look pretty in I should said nothing but what was true. Why, thee thought'st Hetty wore a ghost, didstna, said Mr. Poyser to his wife, who now came back and took her seat again. Thee looked as scared. It little signifies how I looked, said Mrs. Poyser, looks you'll mend no jugs, nor laughing neither, as I see. Mr. Bede, I'm sorry you've to wait so long for your ale, but it's coming in a minute. Make yourself at home cold potatoes, I know you like Tommy, I'll send you to bed this minute, if you don't give over laughing. What is there to laugh at, I should like to know? I'd sooner cry nor laugh at the sight that poor thing's cap, and there's them as you'd be better if they could make theirselves like her more ways nor putting on her cap. It little becomes anybody this house to make fun my sister's child, and her just gone away from us, as it went to my heart to part her. And I know one thing, as if trouble was to come, and I was to be laid up my bed, and the children was to die, as there's no knowing but what they will, and the murrain was to come among the cattle again, and everything went to rack and ruin. I say we might be glad to get sight Dinah's cap again, her own face under it, border or no border. For she's one o' them things as looks the brightest on a rainy day, and loves you the best when you're most need on't. Mrs. Poyser, you perceive, was aware that nothing would be so likely to expel the comic as the terrible. Tommy, who was of a susceptible disposition, and very fond of his mother, and who had, besides, eaten so many cherries as to have his feelings less under command than usual, was so affected by the dreadful picture she had made of the possible future that he began to cry. And the good-natured father, indulgent to all weaknesses but those of negligent farmers, said to Hetty, "You'd better take the things off again, my lass, it hurts your aunt to see 'em." Hetty went upstairs again, and the arrival of the ale made an agreeable diversion, for Adam had to give his opinion of the new tap, which could not be otherwise than complimentary to Mrs. Poyser. And then followed a discussion on the secrets of good brewing, the folly of stinginess in hopping, and the doubtful economy of a farmer's making his own malt. Mrs. Poyser had so many opportunities of expressing herself with weight on these subjects that by the time supper was ended, the ale-jug refilled, and Mr. Poyser's pipe alight, she was once more in high good humour, and ready, at Adam's request, to fetch the broken spinning wheel for his inspection. "Ah," said Adam, looking at it carefully, "here's a nice bit o' turning wanted. It's a pretty wheel. I must have it up at the turning shop in the village and do it there, for I've no confidence for turning it home. If you'll send it to Mr. Burge's shop by the morning, I'll get it done for you by Wednesday. I've been turning it over in my mind," he continued, looking at Mr. Poyser, "to make a bit more confidence at home for nice jobs o' cabinet making. I've always done a deal at such little things in odd hours, and they're profitable, for there's more workmanship nor material in 'em. I look for me and Seth to get a little business for ourselves that way, for I know a man at Rossiter as, you'll take as many things as we should make, besides what we could get orders for roundabout." Mr. Poyser entered with interest into a project which seemed a step towards Adam's becoming a masterman, and Mrs. Poyser gave her approbation to the scheme of the movable kitchen cupboard, which was to be capable of containing grocery, pickles, crockery, and house linen in the utmost compactness without confusion. Hetty, once more in her own dress, with her neckerchief pushed a little backwards on this warm evening, was seated picking currants near the window, where Adam could see her quite well. And so the time passed pleasantly till Adam got up to go. He was pressed to come again soon, but not to stay longer, for at this busy time sensible people would not run the risk of being sleepy at 5 o'clock in the morning. "I shall take a step farther," said Adam, "and go on to see Mester Massey, for he wasn't at church yesterday, and I've not seen him for a week past. I've never hardly known him to miss church before." "Aye," said Mr. Poyser, "we've heard nothing about him, for it's the boys' holidays now, so we can give you no account." "But you'll never think o' going there at this hour o' the night," said Mrs. Poyser, folding up her knitting. "Oh, Mester Massey sits up late," said Adam. "And the night school's not over yet. Some o' the men don't come till late, they've got so far to walk. And Bartle himself's never in bed till it's gone 11. I wouldna have him to live wi' me, then," said Mrs. Poyser, dropping candle grease about, "as you're like to tumble down o' the floor the first thing the morning." "Aye, 11 o'clock's late, it's late," said old Martin. "I ne'er sot up so my life, not to say as it warna a marin, or a christenin', or a wake, or harvest supper. 11 o'clock's late. Why, I sit up till after 12 often," said Adam, laughing, "but it isn't to eat and drink extry, it's to work extry. Good night, Mrs. Poyser, good night, Hetty." Hetty could only smile and not shake hands, for hers were dyed and damp with currant juice, but all the rest gave a hearty shake to the large palm that was held out to them, and said, "Come again, come again." "I think that now," said Mr. Poyser, when Adam was out on the causeway. "Sitting up till past 12 to do extry work. Ye'll not find many men 26 as you'll do to put the shafts him. If you can catch Adam for a husband, Hetty, you'll ride your own spring cart some day, I'll be your warrant." Hetty was moving across the kitchen with the currants, so her uncle did not see the little toss of the head with which she answered him. To ride in a spring cart seemed a very miserable lot indeed to her now. Chapter 21. The Night School and the Schoolmaster. Bartle Massey's was one of a few scattered houses on the edge of a common, which was divided by the road to Treddleston. Adam reached it in a quarter of an hour after leaving the Hall Farm, and when he had his hand on the door latch, he could see, through the curtainless window, that there were 8 or 9 heads bending over the desks, lighted by thin dips. When he entered, a reading lesson was going forward and Bartle Massey merely nodded, leaving him to take his place where he pleased. He had not come for the sake of a lesson tonight, and his mind was too full of personal matters, too full of the last 2 hours he had passed in Hetty's presence, for him to amuse himself with a book till school was over. So he sat down in a corner and looked on with an absent mind. It was a sort of scene which Adam had beheld almost weekly for years. He knew by heart every arabesque flourish in the framed specimen of Bartle Massey's handwriting which hung over the schoolmaster's head, by way of keeping a lofty ideal before the minds of his pupils. He knew the backs of all the books on the shelf running along the whitewashed wall above the pegs for the slates. He knew exactly how many grains were gone out of the ear of Indian corn that hung from one of the rafters. He had long ago exhausted the resources of his imagination in trying to think how the bunch of leathery seaweed had looked and grown in its native element. And from the place where he sat, he could make nothing of the old map of England that hung against the opposite wall, for age had turned it of a fine yellow-brown, something like that of a well-seasoned meerschaum. The drama that was going on was almost as familiar as the scene, nevertheless habit had not made him indifferent to it, and even in his present self-absorbed mood, Adam felt a momentary stirring of the old fellow feeling. As he looked at the rough men painfully holding pen or pencil with their cramped hands, or humbly laboring through their reading lesson. The reading class now seated on the form in front of the schoolmaster's desk consisted of the 3 most backward pupils. Adam would have known it only by seeing Bartle Massey's face as he looked over his spectacles, which he had shifted to the ridge of his nose, not requiring them for present purposes. The face wore its mildest expression, the grizzled bushy eyebrows had taken their more acute angle of compassionate kindness, and the mouth, habitually compressed with a pout of the lower lip, was relaxed so as to be ready to speak a helpful word or syllable in a moment. This gentle expression was the more interesting because the schoolmaster's nose, an irregular aquiline twisted a little on one side, had rather a formidable character. And his brow, moreover, had that peculiar tension which always impresses one as a sign of a keen impatient temperament. The blue veins stood out like cords under the transparent yellow skin. And this intimidating brow was softened by no tendency to baldness, for the grey bristly hair, cut down to about an inch in length, stood rounded in as close ranks as ever. "Nay, Bill, nay," Bartle was saying in a kind tone, as he nodded to Adam, "begin that again, and then perhaps, it'll come to you what Darwhy spells. It's the same lesson you read last week, you know." Bill was a sturdy fellow, aged 24, an excellent stone sawyer, who could get as good wages as any man in the trade of his years. But he found a reading lesson in words of 1 syllable a harder matter to deal with than the hardest stone he had ever had to saw. The letters, he complained, were so uncommon alike, there was no tellin' 'em one from another. The sawyer's business not being concerned with minute differences such as exist between a letter with its tail turned up and a letter with its tail turned down. But Bill had a firm determination that he would learn to read, founded chiefly on 2 reasons. First, that Tom Hayslow, his cousin, could read anything, right off, whether it was print or writing. And Tom had sent him a letter from 20 miles off, saying how he was prospering in the world and had got an overlooker's place. Secondly, that Sam Phillips, who sawed with him, had learned to read when he was turned 20, and what could be done by a little fellow like Sam Phillips, Bill considered, could be done by himself. Seeing that he could pound Sam into wet clay if circumstances required it. So here he was, pointing his big finger towards 3 words at once, and turning his head on one side that he might keep better hold with his eye of the one word which was to be discriminated out of the group. The amount of knowledge Bartle Massey must possess was something so dim and vast that Bill's imagination recoiled before it. he would hardly have ventured to deny that the schoolmaster might have something to do in bringing about the regular return of daylight and the changes in the weather. The man seated next to Bill was of a very different type. He was a Methodist brickmaker who, after spending 30 years of his life in perfect satisfaction with his ignorance, had lately got religion. And along with it the desire to read the Bible. But with him, too, learning was a heavy business, and on his way out tonight he had offered as usual a special prayer for help. Seeing that he had undertaken this hard task with a single eye to the nourishment of his soul, that he might have a greater abundance of texts and hymns wherewith to banish evil memories and the temptations of old habit, or, in brief language, the devil. For the brickmaker had been a notorious poacher, and was suspected, though there was no good evidence against him, of being the man who had shot a neighboring gamekeeper in the leg. However that might be, it is certain that shortly after the accident referred to, which was coincident with the arrival of an awakening Methodist preacher at Treddleston, a great change had been observed in the brickmaker. And though he was still known in the neighborhood by his old sobriquet of Brimstone, there was nothing he held in so much horror as any further transactions with that evil-smelling element. He was a broad-chested fellow with a fervid temperament, which helped him better in imbibing religious ideas than in the dry process of acquiring the mere human knowledge of the alphabet. Indeed, he had been already a little shaken in his resolution by a brother Methodist, who assured him that the letter was a mere obstruction to the spirit, and expressed a fear that Brimstone was too eager for the knowledge that puffeth up. The third beginner was a much more promising pupil. He was a tall but thin and wiry man, nearly as old as Brimstone, with a very pale face and hands stained a deep blue. He was a dyer, who in the course of dipping homespun wool and old women's petticoats had got fired with the ambition to learn a great deal more about the strange secrets of color. He had already a high reputation in the district for his dyes, and he was bent on discovering some method by which he could reduce the expense of crimsons and scarlets. The druggist at Treddleston had given him a notion that he might save himself a great deal of labor and expense if he could learn to read, and so he had begun to give his spare hours to the night school, resolving that his little chap should lose no time in coming to Mr. Massey's day school as soon as he was old enough. It was touching to see these three big men, with the marks of their hard labor about them, anxiously bending over the worn books and painfully making out, the grass is green, the sticks are dry, the corn is ripe, a very hard lesson to pass to after columns of single words all alike except in the first letter. It was almost as if three rough animals were making humble efforts to learn how they might become human. And it touched the tenderest fibre in Bartle Massey's nature, for such full-grown children as these were the only pupils for whom he had no severe epithets and no impatient tones. He was not gifted with an imperturbable temper, and on music nights it was apparent that patience could never be an easy virtue to him. But this evening, as he glances over his spectacles at Bill Downs, the sawyer, who is turning his head on one side with a desperate sense of blankness before the letters DRY, his eyes shed their mildest and most encouraging light. After the reading class, two youths between 16 and 19 came up with the imaginary bills of parcels, which they had been writing out on their slates and were now required to calculate offhand, a test which they stood with such imperfect success that Bartle Massey, whose eyes had been glaring at them ominously through his spectacles for some minutes, at length burst out in a bitter, high-pitched tone, pausing between every sentence to rap the floor with a knobbed stick which rested between his legs. "Now, you see, you don't do this thing a bit better than you did a fortnight ago, and I'll tell you what's the reason. You want to learn accounts, that's well and good. But you think all you need do to learn accounts is to come to me and do sums for an hour or so, 2 or 3 times a week, and no sooner do you get your caps on and turn out of doors again than you sweep the whole thing clean out of your mind. You go whistling about, and take no more care what you're thinking of than if your heads were gutters for any rubbish to swill through that happened to be in the way, and if you get a good notion in it's pretty soon washed out again. You think knowledge is to be got cheap, you'll come and pay Bartle Massey 6 a week, and he'll make you clever at figures without your taking any trouble. But knowledge isn't to be got with paying 6, let me tell you. If you're to know figures, you must turn 'em over in your heads and keep your thoughts fixed on 'em. There's nothing you can't turn into a sum, for there's nothing but what's got number in it, even a fool. You may say to yourselves, I'm one fool, and Jack's another. If my fool's head weighed 4 pound, and Jack's 3 pound 3 ounces and 3/4, how many pennyweights heavier would my head be than Jack's? A man that had got his heart in learning figures would make sums for himself and work in his head. When he sat at his shoemaking, he'd count his stitches by fives, and then put a price on his stitches, say half a farthing, and then see how much money he could get in an hour, and then ask himself how much money he'd get in a day at that rate. And then how much 10 workmen would get working 3, or 20, or 100 years at that rate, and all the while his needle would be going just as fast as if he left his head empty for the devil to dance in. But the long and the short of it is, I'll have nobody in my night school that doesn't strive to learn what he comes to learn, as hard as if he was striving to get out of a dark hole into broad daylight. I'll send no man away because he's stupid. If Billy Taft, the idiot, wanted to learn anything, I'd not refuse to teach him. But I'll not throw away good knowledge on people who think they can get it by the sixpennorth, and carry it away with them as they would an ounce of snuff. So never come to me again, if you can't show that you've been working with your own heads, instead of thinking that you can pay for mine to work for you. That's the last word I've got to say to you. With this final sentence, Bartle Massey gave a sharper rap than ever with his knobbed stick, and the discomfited lads got up to go with a sulky look. The other pupils had happily only their writing books to show, in various stages of progress from pothooks to round text, and mere penstrokes, however perverse, were less exasperating to Bartle than false arithmetic. He was a little more severe than usual on Jacob's stories Z's, of which poor Jacob had written a pageful, all with their tops turned the wrong way, with a puzzled sense that they were not right, somehow. But he observed in apology, that it was a letter you never wanted hardly, and he thought it had only been there, to finish off th, alphabet, like, though ampersand, and, would hot done as well, for what he could see. At last the pupils had all taken their hats and said their good nights, and Adam, knowing his old master's habits, rose and said, "Shall I put the candles out, Mr. Massey?" "Yes, my boy, yes, all but this, which I'll carry into the house." "And just lock the outer door, now you're near it," said Bartle, getting his stick in the fitting angle to help him in descending from his stool. He was no sooner on the ground than it became obvious why the stick was necessary. The left leg was much shorter than the right. But the schoolmaster was so active with his lameness that it was hardly thought of as a misfortune. And if you had seen him make his way along the schoolroom floor, and up the step into his kitchen, you would perhaps have understood why the naughty boys sometimes felt that his pace might be indefinitely quickened and that he and his stick might overtake them even in their swiftest run. The moment he appeared at the kitchen door with the candle in his hand, a faint whimpering began in the chimney corner, and a brown and tan-colored bitch, of that wise-looking breed with short legs and long body, known to an unmechanical generation as turnspits, came creeping along the floor, wagging her tail, and hesitating at every other step, as if her affections were painfully divided between the hamper in the chimney corner and the master, whom she could not leave without a greeting. "Well, Vixen, well then, how are the babbies?" said the schoolmaster, making haste towards the chimney corner and holding the candle over the low hamper, where 2 extremely blind puppies lifted up their heads towards the light from a nest of flannel and wool. Vixen could not even see her master look at them without painful excitement. She got into the hamper and got out again the next moment, and behaved with true feminine folly, though looking all the while as wise as a dwarf with a large old-fashioned head and body on the most abbreviated legs. "Why, you've got a family, I see, Mr. Massey," said Adam, smiling, as he came into the kitchen. "How's that? I thought it was against the law here." "Law? What's the use o' law when a man's once such a fool as to let a woman into his house?" said Bartle, turning away from the hamper with some bitterness. He always called Vixen a woman, and seemed to have lost all consciousness that he was using a figure of speech. "If I'd known Vixen was a woman, I'd never have held the boys from drowning her, but when I'd got her into my hand, I was forced to take to her. And now you see what she's brought me to, the sly, hypocritical wench, Bartle spoke these last words in a rasping tone of reproach, and looked at Vixen, who poked down her head and turned up her eyes towards him with a keen sense of opprobrium, and contrived to be brought to bed on a Sunday at church time. "I've wished again and again I'd been a bloody-minded man, that I could have strangled the mother and the brats with one cord." "I'm glad it was no worse a cause kept you from church," said Adam. "I was afraid you must be ill for the first time in your life. And I was particularly sorry not to have you at church yesterday." "Ah, my boy, I know why," said Bartle kindly, going up to Adam and raising his hand up to the shoulder that was almost on a level with his own head. "You've had a rough bit o' road to get over since I saw you, a rough bit o' road. But I'm in hopes there are better times coming for you. I've got some news to tell you. But I must get my supper first, for I'm hungry. Sit down, sit down." Bartle went into his little pantry, and brought out an excellent home-baked loaf, for it was his one extravagance in these dear times to eat bread once a day instead of oat cake. And he justified it by observing, that what a schoolmaster wanted was brains, and oat cake ran too much to bone instead of brains. Then came a piece of cheese and a quart jug with a crown of foam upon it. He placed them all on the round deal table which stood against his large armchair in the chimney corner, with Vixen's hamper on one side of it and a window shelf with a few books piled up in it on the other. The table was as clean as if Vixen had been an excellent housewife in a checkered apron, so was the quarry floor. And the old carved oaken press, table, and chairs, which in these days would be bought at a high price in aristocratic houses, though, in that period of spider-legs and inlaid cupids, Bartle had got them for an old song, were as free from dust as things could be at the end of a summer's day. "Now, then, my boy, draw up. We'll not talk about business till we've had our supper. No man can be wise on an empty stomach." "But," said Bartle, rising from his chair again, "I must give Vixen her supper too, confound her. Though she'll do nothing with it but nourish those unnecessary babbies. That's the way with these women, they've got no headpieces to nourish, and so their food all runs either to fat or to brats." He brought out of the pantry a dish of scraps, which Vixen at once fixed her eyes on, and jumped out of her hamper to lick up with the utmost dispatch. "I've had my supper, Mr. Massey," said Adam, "so I'll look on while you eat yours. I've been at the Hall Farm, and they always have their supper betimes, you know, they don't keep your late hours." "I know little about their hours," said Bartle dryly, cutting his bread and not shrinking from the crust. "It's a house I seldom go into, though I'm fond of the boys, and Martin Poyser's a good fellow. There's too many women in the house for me, I hate the sound of women's voices. They're always either a buzz or a squeak, always either a buzz or a squeak. Mrs. Poyser keeps at the top o' the talk like a fife, and as for the young lasses, I'd as soon look at water grubs. I know what they'll turn to, stinging gnats. Here, take some ale, my boy, it's been drawn for you. "Nay, Mr. Massey," said Adam, who took his old friend's whim more seriously than usual tonight, "don't be so hard on the creeturs God has made to be companions for us. A working man you'd be badly off without a wife to see to th house and the victual, and make things clean and comfortable. Nonsense. It's the silliest lie a sensible man like you ever believed, to say a woman makes a house comfortable. It's a story got up because the women are there and something must be found for 'em to do. I tell you there isn't a thing under the sun that needs to be done at all, but what a man can do better than a woman, unless it's bearing children, and they do that in a poor makeshift way. It had better been left to the men, I tell you, a woman you'll bake you a pie every week of her life and never come to see that the hotter oven the shorter the time. I tell you, a woman you'll make your porridge every day for 20 years and never think of measuring the proportion between the meal and the milk, a little more or less, she'll think, doesn't signify. The porridge will be awkward now and then, if it's wrong, it's summat in the meal, or it's summat in the milk, or it's summat in the water. Look at me. I make my own bread, and there's no difference between one batch and another from year's end to year's end. But if I'd got any other woman besides Vixen in the house, I must pray to the Lord every baking to give me patience if the bread turned out heavy. And as for cleanliness, my house is cleaner than any other house on the common, though the half of them swarm with women. Will Baker's lad comes to help me in a morning, and we get as much cleaning done in 1 hour, without any fuss, as a woman you'd get done in 3, and all the while be sending buckets o' water after your ankles. And let the fender and the fire iron stand in the middle o' the floor half the day for you to break your shins against 'em. Don't tell me about God having made such creatures to be companions for us. I don't say but he might make Eve to be a companion to Adam in paradise. There was no cooking to be spoilt there, and no other woman to cackle with and make mischief, though you see what mischief she did as soon as she'd an opportunity. But it's an impious, unscriptural opinion to say a woman's a blessing to a man now. You might as well say adders and wasps, and foxes and wild beasts are a blessing, when they're only the evils that belong to this state o' probation, which it's lawful for a man to keep as clear of as he can in this life. Hoping to get quit of them forever in another, hoping to get quit of them forever in another. Bartle had become so excited and angry in the course of his invective that he had forgotten his supper, and only used the knife for the purpose of rapping the table with the haft. But towards the close, the raps became so sharp and frequent, and his voice so quarrelsome, that Vixen felt it incumbent on her to jump out of the hamper and bark vaguely. "Quiet, Vixen," snarled Bartle, turning round upon her. "You're like the rest o' the women, always putting in your word before you know why." Vixen returned to her hamper again in humiliation, and her master continued his supper in a silence which Adam did not choose to interrupt. He knew the old man would be in a better humor when he had had his supper and lighted his pipe. Adam was used to hear him talk in this way, but had never learned so much of Bartle's past life as to know whether his view of married comfort was founded on experience. On that point Bartle was mute, and it was even a secret where he had lived previous to the 20 years in which happily for the peasants and artisans of this neighborhood he had been settled among them as their only schoolmaster. If anything like a question was ventured on this subject, Bartle always replied, "Oh, I've seen many places, I've been a deal in the South." And the Loamshire men would as soon have thought of asking for a particular town or village in Africa as in the South. "Now then, my boy," said Bartle, at last, when he had poured out his second mug of ale and lighted his pipe, "now then, we'll have a little talk. But tell me first, have you heard any particular news today?" "No," said Adam, "not as I remember." "Ah, they'll keep it close, I dare say. But I found it out by chance, and it's news that may concern you, Adam, else I'm a man that don't know a superficial square foot from a solid." Here Bartle gave a series of fierce and rapid puffs, looking earnestly the while at Adam. Your impatient loquacious man has never any notion of keeping his pipe alight by gentle measured puffs. He is always letting it go nearly out, and then punishing it for that negligence. At last he said, "Satchel's got a paralytic stroke. I found it out from the lad they sent to Trettleston for the doctor, before 7 o'clock this morning. He's a good way beyond 60, you know, it's much if he gets over it." "Well," said Adam, "I dare say there'd be more rejoicing than sorrow in the parish at his being laid up. He's been a selfish, tale-bearing, mischievous fellow. But, after all, there's nobody he's done so much harm to as to old Squire. Though it's the Squire himself as is to blame, making a stupid fellow like that a sort o' man of all work, just to save expense of having a proper steward to look after estate. And he's lost more by ill management o' the woods, I'll be bound, than you'd pay for 2 stewards. If he's laid on the shelf, it's to be hoped he'll make way for a better man, but I don't see how it's like to make any difference to me." But I see it, said Bartle, and others besides me. "The captain's coming of age now, you know that as well as I do, and it's to be expected he'll have a little more voice in things. And I know, and you know too, what you'd be the captain's wish about the woods, if there was a fair opportunity for making a change. He said in plenty of people's hearing that he'd make you manager of the woods tomorrow, if he'd the power. Why, Carol, Mr. Irwine's butler, heard him say so to the parson not many days ago. Carol looked in when we were smoking our pipes Saturday night at Casson's, and he told us about it. And whenever anybody says a good word for you, the parson's ready to back it, that I'll answer for. It was pretty well talked over, I can tell you, at Casson's, and one and another had their fling at you. For if donkeys set to work to sing, you're pretty sure what the tune will be. Why, did they talk it over before Mr. Burge, said Adam, or wasn't he there Saturday? Oh, he went away before Carol came. And Casson, he's always for setting other folks right, you know, would have it Burge was the man to have the management of the woods. A substantial man, says he, with pretty near 60 years' experience timber, it'd be all very well for Adam Bede to act under him, but it isn't to be supposed the squire would appoint a young fellow like Adam, when there's his elders and betters at hand. But I said, that's a pretty notion yours, Casson. Why, Burge is the man to buy timber, would you put the woods into his hands and let him make his own bargains? I think you don't leave your customers to score their own drink, do you? And as for age, what that's worth depends on the quality the liquor. It's pretty well known who's the backbone of Jonathan Burge's business. I thank you for your good word, Mr. Massey, said Adam. But, for all that, Casson was partly the right for once. There's not much likelihood that old squire would ever consent to employ me. I offended him about 2 years ago, and he's never forgiven me. Why, how was that? You never told me about it, said Bartle. Oh, it was a bit nonsense. I'd made a frame for a screen for Miss Lyddy, she's allays making something with her worsted work, you know, and she'd given me particular orders about this screen, and there was as much talking and measuring as if we'd been planning a house. However, it was a nice bit work, and I liked doing it for her. But, you know, those little friggling things take a deal time. I only worked at it in over-hours, often late at night, and I had to go to Treddleston over and over again about little bits brass nails and such gear. And I turned the little knobs and the legs, and carved open work, after a pattern, as nice as could be. And I was uncommon pleased with it when it was done. And when I took it home, Miss Lyddy sent for me to bring it into her drawing room, so as she might give me directions about fastening on the work, very fine needlework, Jacob and Rachel kissing one another among the sheep. Like a picture, and old squire was sitting there, for he mostly sits with her. Well, she was mighty pleased with the screen, and then she wanted to know what pay she was to give me. I didn't speak at random, you know it's not my way, I'd calculated pretty close, though I hadn't made out a bill, and I said, £1.13. That was paying for the motorals and paying me, but none too much, for my work. Old squire looked up at this, and peered in his way at the screen, and said, £1.13 for a gimcrack like that. Lydia, my dear, if you must spend money on these things, why don't you get them at Rossiter, instead of paying double price for clumsy work here? Such things are not work for a carpenter like Adam. Give him a guinea, and no more. Well, Miss Lyddy, I reckon, believed what he told her, and she's not over fond parting with the money herself, she's not a bad woman at bottom, but she's been brought up under his thumb. So she began fidgeting with her purse, and turned as red as her ribbon. But I made a bow, and said, no, thank you, madam, I'll make you a present the screen, if you please. I've charged the regular price for my work, and I know it's done well. And I know, begging his honour's pardon, that you couldn't get such a screen at Rossiter under 2 guineas. I'm willing to give you my work, it's been done in my own time, and nobody's got anything to do with it but me. But if I'm paid, I can't take a smaller price than I asked, because that would be like saying I'd asked more than was just. With your leave, madam, I'll bid you good morning. I made my bow and went out before she'd time to say any more, for she stood with the purse in her hand, looking almost foolish. I didn't mean to be disrespectful, and I spoke as polite as I could. But I can give in to no man, if he wants to make it out as I'm trying to overreach him. And in the evening the footman brought me the £1.13 wrapped in paper. But since then I've seen pretty clear as old squire can't abide me. That's likely enough, said Bartle meditatively. The only way to bring him round would be to show him what was for his own interest, and that the captain may do. Nay, I don't know, said Adam. The squire's cute enough, but it takes something else besides cuteness to make folk see what'll be their interest in the long run. It takes some conscience and belief in right and wrong, I see that pretty clear. You'd hardly ever bring round old squire to believe he'd gain as much in a straightforward way as by tricks and turns. And, besides, I've not much mind to work under him. I don't want to quarrel with any gentleman, more particular an old gentleman turned 80, and I know we couldn't agree long. If the captain was master estate, it'd be different. He's got a conscience and a will to do right, and I'd sooner work for him nor for any man living. Well, my boy, if good luck knocks at your door, don't you put your head out at window and tell it to be gone about its business, that's all. You must learn to deal with odd and even in life, as well as in figures. I tell you now, as I told you 10 years ago, when you pommeled young Mike Holdsworth for wanting to pass a bad shilling before you knew whether he was in jest or earnest, you're over hasty and proud. And apt to set your teeth against folks that don't square to your notions. It's no harm for me to be a bit fiery and stiff-backed, I'm an old schoolmaster, and shall never want to get on to a higher perch. But where's the use of all the time I've spent in teaching you writing and mapping and mensuration, if you're not to get forward in the world and show folks there's some advantage in having a head on your shoulders, instead of a turnip? Do you mean to go on turning up your nose at every opportunity because it's got a bit of a smell about it that nobody finds out but yourself? It's as foolish as that notion yours that a wife is to make a working man comfortable. Stuff and nonsense. Leave that to fools that never got beyond a sum in simple addition. Simple addition enough. Add one fool to another fool, and in 6 years' time 6 fools more, they're all of the same denomination, big and little's nothing to do with the sum. During this rather heated exhortation to coolness and discretion the pipe had gone out, and Bartle gave the climax to his speech by striking a light furiously, after which he puffed with fierce resolution, fixing his eyes still on Adam, who was trying not to laugh. There's a good deal sense in what you say, Mr. Massey, Adam began, as soon as he felt quite serious, as there always is. But you'll give in that it's no business mine to be building on chances that may never happen. What I've got to do is to work as well as I can with the tools and materials I've got in my hands. If a good chance comes to me, I'll think what you've been saying. But till then, I've got nothing to do but to trust to my own hands and my own headpiece. I'm turning over a little plan for Seth and me to go into the cabinet making a bit by ourselves, and win an extra £1 or £2 in that way. But it's getting late now, it'll be pretty near 11 before I'm at home, and Mother may happen to lie awake, she's more fidgety nor usual now. So I'll bid you good night. Well, we'll go to the gate with you, it's a fine night, said Bartle, taking up his stick. Vixen was at once on her legs, and without further words the three walked out into the starlight, by the side of Bartle's potato beds, to the little gate. Come to the music Friday night, if you can, my boy, said the old man, as he closed the gate after Adam and leaned against it. Aye, said Adam, striding along towards the streak of pale road. He was the only object moving on the wide common. The 2 grey donkeys, just visible in front of the gorse bushes, stood as still as limestone images, as still as the grey thatched roof of the mud cottage a little farther on. Bartle kept his eye on the moving figure till it passed into the darkness, while Vixen, in a state of divided affection, had twice run back to the house to bestow a parenthetic lick on her puppies. Aye, muttered the schoolmaster, as Adam disappeared, there you go, stalking along, but you wouldn't have been what you are if you hadn't had a bit of old lame Bartle inside you. The strongest calf must have something to suck at. There's plenty of these big, lumbering fellows would never have known their ABC if it hadn't been for Bartle Massey. Well, well, Vixen, you foolish wench, what is it, what is it? I must go in, must I? I'm never to have a will o' my own any more. And those pups, what do you think I'm to do with them, when they're twice as big as you? For I'm pretty sure the father was that hulking bull terrier of Will Baker's, wasn't he now, you sly hussy? Here Vixen tucked her tail between her legs and ran forward into the house. Subjects are sometimes broached which a well-bred female will ignore. But where's the use of talking to a woman with babbies, continued Bartle. She's got no conscience, it's all run to milk. Book Third. Chapter 22. Going to the birthday feast. The 30th of July was come, and it was one of those half-dozen warm days which sometimes occur in the middle of a rainy English summer. No rain had fallen for the last 3 or 4 days, and the weather was perfect for that time of the year. There was less dust than usual on the dark green hedgerows and on the wild chamomile that starred the roadside. Yet the grass was dry enough for the little children to roll on it, and there was no cloud but a long dash of light, downy ripple, high up in the far-off blue sky. Perfect weather for an outdoor July merrymaking, yet surely not the best time of year to be born in. Nature seems to make a hot pause just then, all the loveliest flowers are gone, the sweet time of early growth and vague hopes is past. And yet the time of harvest and ingathering is not come, and we tremble at the possible storms that may ruin the precious fruit in the moment of its ripeness. The woods are all one dark monotonous green. The wagon loads of hay no longer creep along the lanes, scattering their sweet-smelling fragments on the blackberry branches. The pastures are often a little tanned, yet the corn has not got its last splendor of red and gold. The lambs and calves have lost all traces of their innocent frisky prettiness, and have become stupid young sheep and cows. But it is a time of leisure on the farm, that pause between hay and corn harvest, and so the farmers and labourers in Hayslope and Broxton thought the captain did well to come of age just then. When they could give their undivided minds to the flavour of the great cask of ale which had been brewed the autumn after the heir was born, and was to be tapped on his 21st birthday. The heir had been merry with the ringing of church bells very early this morning, and every one had made haste to get through the needful work before 12, when it would be time to think of getting ready to go to the chase. The midday sun was streaming into Hetty's bedchamber, and there was no blind to temper the heat with which it fell on her head as she looked at herself in the old specked glass. Still, that was the only glass she had in which she could see her neck and arms, for the small hanging glass she had fetched out of the next room, the room that had been Dinah's, would show her nothing below her little chin. And that beautiful bit of neck where the roundness of her cheek melted into another roundness shadowed by dark delicate curls. And today she thought more than usual about her neck and arms. For at the dance this evening she was not to wear any neckerchief, and she had been busy yesterday with her spotted pink and white frock, that she might make the sleeves either long or short at will. She was dressed now just as she was to be in the evening, with a tucker made of real lace, which her aunt had lent her for this unparalleled occasion, but with no ornaments besides. She had even taken out her small round earrings which she wore every day. But there was something more to be done, apparently, before she put on her neckerchief and long sleeves, which she was to wear in the daytime, for now she unlocked the drawer that held her private treasures. It is more than a month since we saw her unlock that drawer before, and now it holds new treasures, so much more precious than the old ones that these are thrust into the corner. Hetty would not care to put the large colored glass earrings into her ears now, for see. She has got a beautiful pair of gold and pearls and garnet, lying snugly in a pretty little box lined with white satin. Oh, the delight of taking out that little box and looking at the earrings. Do not reason about it, my philosophical reader, and say that Hetty, being very pretty, must have known that it did not signify whether she had on any ornaments or not. And that, moreover, to look at earrings which she could not possibly wear out of her bedroom could hardly be a satisfaction, the essence of vanity being a reference to the impressions produced on others. You will never understand women's natures if you are so excessively rational. Try rather to divest yourself of all your rational prejudices, as much as if you were studying the psychology of a canary bird. And only watch the movements of this pretty round creature as she turns her head on one side with an unconscious smile at the earrings nestled in the little box. Ah, you think, it is for the sake of the person who has given them to her, and her thoughts are gone back now to the moment when they were put into her hands. No, else why should she have cared to have earrings rather than anything else? And I know that she had longed for earrings from among all the ornaments she could imagine. Little ears, Arthur had said, pretending to pinch them one evening, as Hetty sat beside him on the grass without her hat. I wish I had some pretty earrings, she said in a moment, almost before she knew what she was saying. The wish lay so close to her lips, it would flutter past them at the slightest breath. And the next day, it was only last week, Arthur had ridden over to Rossiter on purpose to buy them. That little wish so naively uttered seemed to him the prettiest bit of childishness. He had never heard anything like it before. And he had wrapped the box up in a great many covers, that he might see Hetty unwrapping it with growing curiosity, till at last her eyes flashed back their new delight into his. No, she was not thinking most of the giver when she smiled at the earrings, for now she is taking them out of the box, not to press them to her lips, but to fasten them in her ears, only for one moment, to see how pretty they look. As she peeps at them in the glass against the wall, with first one position of the head and then another, like a listening bird. It is impossible to be wise on the subject of earrings as one looks at her. What should those delicate pearls and crystals be made for, if not for such ears? One cannot even find fault with the tiny round hole which they leave when they are taken out. Perhaps water nixies, and such lovely things without souls, have these little round holes in their ears by nature, ready to hang jewels in. And Hetty must be one of them. It is too painful to think that she is a woman, with a woman's destiny before her, a woman spinning in young ignorance a light web of folly and vain hopes which may one day close round her and press upon her. A rancorous poisoned garment, changing all at once her fluttering, trivial butterfly sensations into a life of deep human anguish. But she cannot keep in the earrings long, else she may make her uncle and aunt wait. She puts them quickly into the box again and shuts them up. Some day she will be able to wear any earrings she likes, and already she lives in an invisible world of brilliant costumes, shimmering gauze, soft satin, and velvet, such as the lady's maid at the Chase has shown her in Miss Lydia's wardrobe. She feels the bracelets on her arms, and treads on a soft carpet in front of a tall mirror. But she has one thing in the drawer which she can venture to wear today, because she can hang it on the chain of dark brown berries which she has been used to wear on grand days, with a tiny flat scent bottle at the end of it tucked inside her frock. And she must put on her brown berries, her neck would look so unfinished without it. Hetty was not quite as fond of the locket as of the earrings, though it was a handsome large locket, with enameled flowers at the back and a beautiful gold border round the glass, which showed a light brown slightly waving lock, forming a background for two little dark rings. She must keep it under her clothes, and no one would see it. But Hetty had another passion, only a little less strong than her love of finery, and that other passion made her like to wear the locket even hidden in her bosom. She would always have worn it, if she had dared to encounter her aunt's questions about a ribbon round her neck. So now she slipped it on along her chain of dark brown berries, and snapped the chain round her neck. It was not a very long chain, only allowing the locket to hang a little way below the edge of her frock. And now she had nothing to do but to put on her long sleeves, her new white gauze neckerchief, and her straw hat trimmed with white today instead of the pink, which had become rather faded under the July sun. That hat made the drop of bitterness in Hetty's cup today, for it was not quite new. Everybody would see that it was a little tanned against the white ribbon, and Mary Burge, she felt sure, would have a new hat or bonnet on. She looked for consolation at her fine white cotton stockings. They really were very nice indeed, and she had given almost all her spare money for them. Hetty's dream of the future could not make her insensible to triumph in the present. To be sure, Captain Donnithorne loved her so that he would never care about looking at other people, but then those other people didn't know how he loved her. And she was not satisfied to appear shabby and insignificant in their eyes even for a short space. The whole party was assembled in the house-place when Hetty went down, all of course in their Sunday clothes. And the bells had been ringing so this morning in honor of the captain's 21st birthday, and the work had all been got done so early, that Marty and Tommy were not quite easy in their minds until their mother had assured them that going to church was not part of the day's festivities. Mr. Poyser had once suggested that the house should be shut up and left to take care of itself, for, said he, there's no danger of anybody's breaking in, everybody'll be at the chase, thieves and all. If we lock house up, all the men can go, it's a day they want to see twice their lives. But Mrs. Poyser answered with great decision, I never left the house to take care of itself since I was a missus, and I never will. There's been ill-looking tramps enow about the place this last week, to carry off every ham and every spoon we got. And they all call together, them tramps, as it's a mercy they hanna come and poisoned the dogs and murdered us all in our beds afore we knowed, some Friday night when we got the money in house to pay the men. And it's like enough the tramps know where we're going as well as we do oursens, for if old Harry wants any work done, you may be sure he'll find the means. Nonsense about murdering us in our beds, said Mr. Poyser. I've got a gun our room, hanna And thee'st got ears as you'd find it out if a mouse was gnawing the bacon. However, if thee wouldstna be easy, Alec can stay at home the forepart o' the day, and Tim can come back towards 5 o'clock, and let Alec have his turn. They may let Growler loose if anybody offers to do mischief, and there's Alec's dog too, ready enough to set his tooth in a tramp if Alec gives him a wink. Mrs. Poyser accepted this compromise, but thought it advisable to bar and bolt to the utmost. And now, at the last moment before starting, Nancy, the dairymaid, was closing the shutters of the house-place, although the window, lying under the immediate observation of Alec and the dogs, might have been supposed the least likely to be selected for a burglarious attempt. The covered cart, without springs, was standing ready to carry the whole family except the men servants. Mr. Poyser and the grandfather sat on the seat in front, and within there was room for all the women and children. The fuller the cart the better, because then the jolting would not hurt so much, and Nancy's broad person and thick arms were an excellent cushion to be pitched on. But Mr. Poyser drove at no more than a walking pace, that there might be as little risk of jolting as possible on this warm day, and there was time to exchange greetings and remarks with the foot passengers who were going the same way, specking the paths between the green meadows and the golden cornfields with bits of movable bright color, a scarlet waistcoat to match the poppies that nodded a little too thickly among the corn, or a dark blue neckerchief with ends flaunting across a brand new white smock frock. All Broxton and all Hayslope were to be at the chase, and make merry there in honor of Heir. And the old men and women, who had never been so far down this side of the hill for the last 20 years, were being brought from Broxton and Hayslope in one of the farmers' wagons, at Mr. Irwine's suggestion. The church bells had struck up again now, a last tune, before the ringers came down the hill to have their share in the festival. And before the bells had finished, other music was heard approaching, so that even Old Brown, the sober horse that was drawing Mr. Poyser's cart, began to prick up his ears. It was the band of the Benefit Club, which had mustered in all its glory, that is to say, in bright blue scarfs and blue favours, and carrying its banner with the motto, "Let brotherly love continue," encircling a picture of a stone pit. The carts, of course, were not to enter the chase. Every one must get down at the lodges, and the vehicles must be sent back. "Why, the chase is like a fair already," said Mrs. Poyser, as she got down from the cart, and saw the group scattered under the great oaks, and the boys running about in the hot sunshine to survey the tall poles surmounted by the fluttering garments that were to be the prize of the successful climbers. "I should ha' thought there wasna so many people the two parishes. Mercy on us! How hot it is out the shade! Come here, Totty, else your little face, you'll be burnt to a scratchin'. They might ha' cooked the dinners that open space and saved the fires. I shall go to Mrs. Best's room and sit down." Stop a bit," said Mr. Poyser. There's wagon coming old folks in't. It'll be such a sight as wanna come o'er again, to see 'em get down and walk along all together. You remember some on their prime, father? Aye, said old Martin, walking slowly under the shade of the lodge porch, from which he could see the aged party descend. I remember Jacob Taft walking 50 mile after the Scotch revolves, when they turned back from Stoniton. He felt himself quite a youngster, with a long life before him, as he saw the Hayslope patriarch, old Father Taft, descend from the wagon and walk towards him, in his brown nightcap, and leaning on his 2 sticks. Well, Mester Taft, shouted old Martin, at the utmost stretch of his voice, for though he knew the old man was stone deaf, he could not omit the propriety of a greeting, you're hearty yet. You can enjoy yoursen today, for all you're 90 and better. Your sarvant, mesters, your sarvant, said Father Taft in a treble tone, perceiving that he was in company. The aged group, under care of sons or daughters, themselves worn and grey, passed on along the least winding carriage road towards the house, where a special table was prepared for them. While the Poyser party wisely struck across the grass under the shade of the great trees, but not out of view of the house front, with its sloping lawn and flower beds, or of the pretty striped marquee at the edge of the lawn. Standing at right angles with 2 larger marquees on each side of the open green space where the games were to be played. The house would have been nothing but a plain square mansion of Queen Anne's time, but for the remnant of an old abbey to which it was united at one end. In much the same way as one may sometimes see a new farmhouse rising high and prim at the end of older and lower farm offices. The fine old remnant stood a little backward and under the shadow of tall beeches, but the sun was now on the taller and more advanced front, the blinds were all down, and the house seemed asleep in the hot midday. It made Hetty quite sad to look at it. Arthur must be somewhere in the back rooms, with the grand company, where he could not possibly know that she was come, and she should not see him for a long, long while, not till after dinner, when they said he was to come up and make a speech. But Hetty was wrong in part of her conjecture. No grand company was come except the Irwins, for whom the carriage had been sent early, and Arthur was at that moment not in a back room, but walking with the rector into the broad stone cloisters of the old abbey, where the long tables were laid for all the cottage tenants and the farm servants. A very handsome young Briton he looked today, in high spirits and a bright blue frock coat, the highest mode, his arm no longer in a sling. So open-looking and candid, too. But candid people have their secrets, and secrets leave no lines in young faces. Upon my word, he said, as they entered the cool cloisters, I think the cottagers have the best of it. These cloisters make a delightful dining room on a hot day. That was capital advice of yours, Irwine, about the dinners, to let them be as orderly and comfortable as possible, and only for the tenants, especially as I had only a limited sum after all. For though my grandfather talked of a carte blanche, he couldn't make up his mind to trust me, when it came to the point. Never mind, you'll give more pleasure in this quiet way, said Mr. Irwine. In this sort of thing people are constantly confounding liberality with riot and disorder. It sounds very grand to say that so many sheep and oxen were roasted whole, and everybody ate who liked to come. But in the end it generally happens that no one has had an enjoyable meal. If the people get a good dinner and a moderate quantity of ale in the middle of the day, they'll be able to enjoy the games as the day cools. You can't hinder some of them from getting too much towards evening, but drunkenness and darkness go better together than drunkenness and daylight. Well, I hope there won't be much of it. I've kept the Treddleston people away by having a feast for them in the town, and I've got Casson and Adam Bede and some other good fellows to look to the giving out of ale in the booths, and to take care things don't go too far. Come, let us go up above now and see the dinner tables for the large tenants. They went up the stone staircase leading simply to the long gallery above the cloisters, a gallery where all the dusty worthless old pictures had been banished for the last 3 generations, mouldy portraits of Queen Elizabeth and her ladies. General Monk with his eye knocked out, Daniel very much in the dark among the lions, and Julius Caesar on horseback, with a high nose and laurel crown, holding his commentaries in his hand. What a capital thing it is that they saved this piece of the old abbey, said Arthur. "If I'm ever master here, I shall do up the gallery in first-rate style. We've got no room in the house a third as large as this. That second table is for the farmers' wives and children. Mrs. Best said it would be more comfortable for the mothers and children to be by themselves. I was determined to have the children, and make a regular family thing of it. I shall be the old squire to those little lads and lasses some day, and they'll tell their children what a much finer young fellow I was than my own son. There's a table for the women and children below as well. But you will see them all. You will come up with me after dinner, I hope." "Yes, to be sure," said Mr. Irwine. "I wouldn't miss your maiden speech to the tenantry." "And there will be something else you'll like to hear," said Arthur. "Let us go into the library and I'll tell you all about it while my grandfather is in the drawing-room with the ladies. Something that will surprise you," he continued, as they sat down. "My grandfather has come round after all." "What, about Adam?" "Yes, I should have ridden over to tell you about it, only I was so busy. You know I told you I had quite given up arguing the matter with him. I thought it was hopeless, but yesterday morning he asked me to come in here to him before I went out. And astonished me by saying that he had decided on all the new arrangements he should make in consequence of old Satchel being obliged to lay by work, and that he intended to employ Adam in superintending the woods at a salary of £1 a week. And the use of a pony to be kept here. I believe the secret of it is, he saw from the first it would be a profitable plan, but he had some particular dislike of Adam to get over, and besides, the fact that I propose a thing is generally a reason with him for rejecting it. There's the most curious contradiction in my grandfather. I know he means to leave me all the money he has saved, and he is likely enough to have cut off poor Aunt Lydia, who has been a slave to him all her life, with only 500 a year. For the sake of giving me all the more. And yet I sometimes think he positively hates me because I'm his heir. I believe if I were to break my neck, he would feel it the greatest misfortune that could befall him, and yet it seems a pleasure to him to make my life a series of petty annoyances. Ah, my boy, it is not only woman's love that is pyro omega tau omicron rho omega as old Aeschylus calls it. There's plenty of unloving love in the world of a masculine kind. But tell me about Adam. Has he accepted the post? I don't see that it can be much more profitable than his present work, though, to be sure, it will leave him a good deal of time on his own hands. Well, I felt some doubt about it when I spoke to him and he seemed to hesitate at first. His objection was that he thought he should not be able to satisfy my grandfather. But I begged him as a personal favor to me not to let any reason prevent him from accepting the place, if he really liked the employment and would not be giving up anything that was more profitable to him. And he assured me he should like it of all things. It would be a great step forward for him in business, and it would enable him to do what he had long wished to do, to give up working for Burge. He says he shall have plenty of time to superintend a little business of his own, which he and Seth will carry on, and will perhaps be able to enlarge by degrees. So he has agreed at last, and I have arranged that he shall dine with the large tenants today, and I mean to announce the appointment to them, and ask them to drink Adam's health. It's a little drama I've got up in honor of my friend Adam. He's a fine fellow, and I like the opportunity of letting people know that I think so. A drama in which friend Arthur piques himself on having a pretty part to play, said Mr. Irwine, smiling. But when he saw Arthur color, he went on relentingly, my part, you know, is always that of the old fogey who sees nothing to admire in the young folks. I don't like to admit that I'm proud of my pupil when he does graceful things. But I must play the amiable old gentleman for once, and second your toast in honor of Adam. Has your grandfather yielded on the other point too, and agreed to have a respectable man as steward? Oh no, said Arthur, rising from his chair with an air of impatience and walking along the room with his hands in his pockets. He's got some project or other about letting the Chase farm and bargaining for a supply of milk and butter for the house. But I ask no questions about it, it makes me too angry. I believe he means to do all the business himself, and have nothing in the shape of a steward. It's amazing what energy he has, though. Well, we'll go to the ladies now, said Mr. Irwine, rising too. I want to tell my mother what a splendid throne you've prepared for her under the marquee." "Yes, and we must be going to luncheon too," said Arthur. "It must be 2 o'clock, for there is the gong beginning to sound for the tenants' dinners." Chapter 23. Dinner time. When Adam heard that he was to dine upstairs with the large tenants, he felt rather uncomfortable at the idea of being exalted in this way above his mother and Seth, who were to dine in the cloisters below. But Mr. Mills, the butler, assured him that Captain Donnithorne had given particular orders about it, and would be very angry if Adam was not there. Adam nodded and went up to Seth, who was standing a few yards off. "Seth, lad," he said, "the captain has sent to say I'm to dine upstairs. He wishes it particular, Mr. Mills says, so I suppose you'd be behaving ill for me not to go. But I don't like sitting up above thee and mother, as if I was better than my own flesh and blood. Thee't not take it unkind, I hope." "Nay, nay, lad," said Seth, "thy honour's our honour. And if thee getst respect, thee'st won it by thy own deserts. The further I see thee above me, the better, so long as thee feelst like a brother to me. It's because thy being appointed over the woods, and it's nothing but what's right. That's a place trust, and thee't above a common workman now." "Aye," said Adam, "but nobody knows a word about it yet. I haven't given notice to Mr. Burge about leaving him, and I don't like to tell anybody else about it before he knows, for he'll be a good bit hurt, I doubt. You'll be wondering to see me there, and they'll like enough be guessing the reason and asking questions, for there's been so much talk up and down about my having the place, this last 3 weeks. Well, thee canst say thee wast ordered to come without being told the reason. That's the truth. And mother, you'll be fine and joyful about it. Let's go and tell her." Adam was not the only guest invited to come upstairs on other grounds than the amount he contributed to the rent roll. There were other people in the 2 parishes who derived dignity from their functions rather than from their pocket, and of these Bartle Massey was one. His lame walk was rather slower than usual on this warm day, so Adam lingered behind when the bell rang for dinner, that he might walk up with his old friend, for he was a little too shy to join the Poyser party on this public occasion. Opportunities of getting to Hetty's side would be sure to turn up in the course of the day, and Adam contented himself with that, for he disliked any risk of being joked about. Hetty, the big, outspoken, fearless man, was very shy and diffident as to his love-making. "Well, Mr. Massey," said Adam, as Bartle came up, "I'm going to dine upstairs with you today. The captain sent me orders." "Ah," said Bartle, pausing, with one hand on his back. "Then there's something in the wind, there's something in the wind. Have you heard anything about what the old squire means to do?" "Why, yes," said Adam. "I'll tell you what I know, because I believe you can keep a still tongue in your head if you like, and I hope you'll not let drop a word till it's common talk, for I've particular reasons against its being known. Trust to me, my boy, trust to me. I've got no wife to worm it out of me and then run out and cackle it in everybody's hearing. If you trust a man, let him be a bachelor, let him be a bachelor. Well, then, it was so far settled yesterday that I'm to take the management the woods. The captain sent for me to offer it me, when I was seeing to the poles and things here, and I've agreed to it. But if anybody asks any questions upstairs, just you take no notice, and turn the talk to something else, and I'll be obliged to you. Now, let us go on, for we're pretty nigh the last, I think." "I know what to do, never fear," said Bartle, moving on. "The news will be good sauce to my dinner." Aye, my boy, you'll get on. I'll back you for an eye at measuring and a headpiece for figures, against any man in this county, and you've had good teaching. When they got upstairs, the question which Arthur had left unsettled, as to who was to be president, and who vice, was still under discussion, so that Adam's entrance passed without remark. "It stands to sense," Mr. Casson was saying, as old Mr. Poyser, as is oldest man the room, should sit at top the table. "I wasn't butler 15 year without learning the rights and the wrongs about dinner." Nay, said old Martin, "INGIN up to my son. I'm no tenant now, let my son take my place. Gould folks had their turn, they mun make way for the young uns. I should thought the biggest tenant had the best right, more nor oldest, said Luke Britton, who was not fond of the critical Mr. Poyser. There's Mester Holdsworth has more land nor anybody else on estate. Well, said Mr. Poyser, suppose we say the man why, the foulest land shall sit at top, then whoever gets honour, there'll be no envying on him. Here's Mester Massey, said Mr. Craig, who, being a neutral in the dispute, had no interest but in conciliation. The schoolmaster ought to be able to tell you what's right. Who's to sit at top the table, Mr. Massey? Why, the broadest man, said Bartle. And then he won't take up other folks' room, and the next broadest must sit at bottom. This happy mode of settling the dispute produced much laughter. A smaller joke would have sufficed for that. Mr. Casson, however, did not feel it compatible with his dignity and superior knowledge to join in the laugh, until it turned out that he was fixed on as the second broadest man. Martin Poyser the younger, as the broadest, was to be president, and Mr. Casson, as next broadest, was to be vice. Owing to this arrangement, Adam, being, of course, at the bottom of the table, fell under the immediate observation of Mr. Casson, who, too much occupied with the question of precedence, had not hitherto noticed his entrance. Mr. Casson, we have seen, considered Adam rather lifted up and peppery-like. He thought the gentry made more fuss about this young carpenter than was necessary. They made no fuss about Mr. Casson, although he had been an excellent butler for 15 years. Well, Mr. Bede, you're one o' them as mounts hup'ards apace, he said, when Adam sat down. You've never dined here before, as I remember. No, Mr. Casson, said Adam, in his strong voice, that could be heard along the table, I've never dined here before, but I come by Captain Donnithorne's wish, and I hope it's not disagreeable to anybody here. Nay, nay, said several voices at once, we're glad ye're come. Who's got anything to say again it? And ye'll sing us, over the hills and far away, after dinner, one o' ye, said Mr. Chown. That's a song I'm uncommon fond on. Said Mr. Craig, it's not to be named by side o' the Scotch tunes. I've never cared about singing myself, I've had something better to do. A man that's got the names and the nature o' plants in's head isna likely to keep a hollow place hold tunes in. But a second cousin o' mine, a drovier, was a rare hand at remembering the Scotch tunes. He'd got nothing else to think on. The Scotch tunes, said Bartle Massey, contemptuously, I've heard enough o' the Scotch tunes to last me while I live. They're fit for nothing but to frighten the birds with, that's to say, the English birds, for the Scotch birds may sing Scotch for what I know. Give the lads a bagpipe instead of a rattle, and I'll answer for it the corn'll be safe. Yes, there's folks as find a pleasure in undervaluing what they know but little about, said Mr. Craig. Why, the Scotch tunes are just like a scolding, nagging woman, Bartle went on, without deigning to notice Mr. Craig's remark. They go on with the same thing over and over again, and never come to a reasonable end. Anybody you'd think the Scotch tunes had always been asking a question of somebody as deaf as old Taft, and had never got an answer yet. Adam minded the less about sitting by Mr. Casson, because this position enabled him to see Hetty, who was not far off him at the next table. Hetty, however, had not even noticed his presence yet, for she was giving angry attention to Toddy, who insisted on drawing up her feet on to the bench in antique fashion, and thereby threatened to make dusty marks on Hetty's pink and white frock. No sooner were the little fat legs pushed down than up they came again, for Toddy's eyes were too busy in staring at the large dishes to see where the plum pudding was for her to retain any consciousness of her legs. Hetty got quite out of patience, and at last, with a frown and pout, and gathering tears, she said, "Oh dear, Aunt, I wish you'd speak to Toddy, she keeps putting her legs up so, and messing my frock." "What's the matter? Why, the child? She can never please you," said the mother. "Let her come by the side o' me," then. I can put up why, her. Adam was looking at Hetty, and saw the frown, and pout, and the dark eyes seeming to grow larger with pettish half-gathered tears. Quiet Mary Burge, who sat near enough to see that Hetty was cross and that Adam's eyes were fixed on her, thought that so sensible a man as Adam must be reflecting on the small value of beauty in a woman whose temper was bad. Mary was a good girl, not given to indulge in evil feelings, but she said to herself, that, since Hetty had a bad temper, it was better Adam should know it. And it was quite true that if Hetty had been plain, she would have looked very ugly and unamiable at that moment, and no one's moral judgment upon her would have been in the least beguiled. But really there was something quite charming in her pettishness, it looked so much more like innocent distress than ill humor, and the severe Adam felt no movement of disapprobation. He only felt a sort of amused pity, as if he had seen a kitten setting up its back, or a little bird with its feathers ruffled. He could not gather what was vexing her, but it was impossible to him to feel otherwise than that she was the prettiest thing in the world, and that if he could have his way, nothing should ever vex her any more. And presently, when Toddy was gone, she caught his eye, and her face broke into one of its brightest smiles, as she nodded to him. It was a bit of flirtation, she knew Mary Burge was looking at them. But the smile was like wine to Adam. Chapter 24. The Health Drinking. When the dinner was over, and the first draughts from the great cask of birthday ale were brought up, room was made for the broad Mr. Poyser at the side of the table, and 2 chairs were placed at the head. It had been settled very definitely what Mr. Poyser was to do when the young squire should appear, and for the last 5 minutes he had been in a state of abstraction, with his eyes fixed on the dark picture opposite, and his hands busy with the loose cash and other articles in his breeches pockets. When the young squire entered, with Mr. Irwine by his side, every one stood up, and this moment of homage was very agreeable to Arthur. He liked to feel his own importance, and besides that, he cared a great deal for the goodwill of these people, he was fond of thinking that they had a hearty, special regard for him. The pleasure he felt was in his face as he said, "My grandfather and I hope all our friends here have enjoyed their dinner, and find my birthday ale good. Mr. Irwine and I are come to taste it with you, and I am sure we shall all like anything the better that the rector shares with us." All eyes were now turned on Mr. Poyser, who, with his hands still busy in his pockets, began with the deliberateness of a slow-striking clock. "Captain, my neighbours have put it upo me to speak for 'em today, for where folks think pretty much alike, one spokesman's as good as a score. And though we've mayhappen got contrary ways thinking about a many things, one man lays down his land one way and another, and I'll not take it upon me to speak to no man's farming, but my own, this I'll say. As we're all one mind about our young squire. We've pretty nigh all on us known you when you wore a little on, and we've never known anything on you but what was good and honourable. You speak fair and act fair, and we're joyful when we look forward to your being our landlord, for we leave you mean to do right by everybody, and you'll make no man's bread bitter to him if you can help it. That's what I mean, and that's what we all mean, and when a man said what he means, he'd better stop, for ale, you'll be none the better for stan neen. And I'll not say how we like ale yet, for we couldna well taste it till we drunk your health in it, but the dinner was good, and if there's anybody hasna enjoyed it, it must be the fault of his own inside. And as for the rector's company, it's well known as that's welcome tea all the parish wherever he may be, and I hope, and we all hope, as he'll live to see us old folks, and our children grown to men and women and your honour a family man. I've no more to say as concerns the present time, and so we'll drink our young squire's health, 3 times 3. Hereupon a glorious shouting, a rapping, a jingling, a clattering, and a shouting, with plentiful da capo, pleasanter than a strain of sublimest music in the ears that receive such a tribute for the first time. Arthur had felt a twinge of conscience during Mr. Poyser's speech, but it was too feeble to nullify the pleasure he felt in being praised. Did he not deserve what was said of him on the whole? If there was something in his conduct that Poyser wouldn't have liked if he had known it, why, no man's conduct will bear too close an inspection, and Poyser was not likely to know it, and, after all, what had he done? Gone a little too far, perhaps, in flirtation, but another man in his place would have acted much worse. And no harm would come, no harm should come, for the next time he was alone with Hetty, he would explain to her that she must not think seriously of him or of what had passed. It was necessary to Arthur, you perceive, to be satisfied with himself. Uncomfortable thoughts must be got rid of by good intentions for the future, which can be formed so rapidly that he had time to be uncomfortable and to become easy again before Mr. Poyser's slow speech was finished, and when it was time for him to speak he was quite light-hearted. "I thank you all, my good friends and neighbors," Arthur said, "for the good opinion of me, and the kind feelings towards me which Mr. Poyser has been expressing on your behalf and on his own, and it will always be my heartiest wish to deserve them. In the course of things we may expect that, if I live, I shall one day or other be your landlord. Indeed, it is on the ground of that expectation that my grandfather has wished me to celebrate this day and to come among you now. And I look forward to this position, not merely as one of power and pleasure for myself, but as a means of benefiting my neighbors. It hardly becomes so young a man as I am to talk much about farming to you, who are most of you so much older, and are men of experience. Still, I have interested myself a good deal in such matters, and learned as much about them as my opportunities have allowed. And when the course of events shall place the estate in my hands, it will be my first desire to afford my tenants all the encouragement a landlord can give them, in improving their land and trying to bring about a better practice of husbandry. It will be my wish to be looked on by all my deserving tenants as their best friend, and nothing would make me so happy as to be able to respect every man on the estate, and to be respected by him in return. It is not my place at present to enter into particulars. I only meet your good hopes concerning me by telling you that my own hopes correspond to them, that what you expect from me I desire to fulfill, and I am quite of Mr. Poyser's opinion, that when a man has said what he means, he had better stop. But the pleasure I feel in having my own health drunk by you would not be perfect if we did not drink the health of my grandfather, who has filled the place of both parents to me. I will say no more, until you have joined me in drinking his health on a day when he has wished me to appear among you as the future representative of his name and family. Perhaps there was no one present except Mr. Irwine who thoroughly understood and approved Arthur's graceful mode of proposing his grandfather's health. The farmers thought the young squire knew well enough that they hated the old squire, and Mrs. Poyser said, he'd better not stirred a kettle o' sour broth. The bucolic mind does not readily apprehend the refinements of good taste. But the toast could not be rejected, and when it had been drunk, Arthur said, I thank you, both for my grandfather and myself. And now there is one more thing I wish to tell you, that you may share my pleasure about it, as I hope and believe you will. I think there can be no man here who has not a respect, and some of you, I am sure, have a very high regard, for my friend Adam Bede. It is well known to every one in this neighborhood that there is no man whose word can be more depended on than his, that whatever he undertakes to do, he does well, and is as careful for the interests of those who employ him as for his own. I'm proud to say that I was very fond of Adam when I was a little boy, and I have never lost my old feeling for him. I think that shows that I know a good fellow when I find him. It has long been my wish that he should have the management of the woods on the estate, which happen to be very valuable, not only because I think so highly of his character, but because he has the knowledge and the skill which fit him for the place. And I am happy to tell you that it is my grandfather's wish too, and it is now settled that Adam shall manage the woods, a change which I am sure will be very much for the advantage of the estate. And I hope you will by and by join me in drinking his health, and in wishing him all the prosperity in life that he deserves. But there is a still older friend of mine than Adam Bede present, and I need not tell you that it is Mr. Irwine. I'm sure you will agree with me that we must drink no other person's health until we have drunk his. I know you have all reason to love him, but no one of his parishioners has so much reason as I. Come, charge your glasses, and let us drink to our excellent rector, 3 times 3. This toast was drunk with all the enthusiasm that was wanting to the last, and it certainly was the most picturesque moment in the scene when Mr. Irwine got up to speak, and all the faces in the room were turned towards him. The superior refinement of his face was much more striking than that of Arthur's when seen in comparison with the people round them. Arthur's was a much commoner British face, and the splendor of his new-fashioned clothes was more akin to the young farmer's taste in costume than Mr. Irwine's powder and the well-brushed but well-worn black, which seemed to be his chosen suit for great occasions, for he had the mysterious secret of never wearing a new-looking coat. "This is not the first time, by a great many," he said, "that I have had to thank my parishioners for giving me tokens of their goodwill, but neighborly kindness is among those things that are the more precious the older they get. Indeed, our pleasant meeting today is a proof that when what is good comes of age and is likely to live, there is reason for rejoicing, and the relation between us as clergymen and parishioners came of age 2 years ago. For it is 23 years since I first came among you, and I see some tall fine-looking young men here, as well as some blooming young women, that were far from looking as pleasantly at me when I christened them as I am happy to see them looking now. But I'm sure you will not wonder when I say that among all those young men, the one in whom I have the strongest interest is my friend Mr. Arthur Donnithorne, for whom you have just expressed your regard. I had the pleasure of being his tutor for several years, and have naturally had opportunities of knowing him intimately which cannot have occurred to any one else who is present. And I have some pride as well as pleasure in assuring you that I share your high hopes concerning him, and your confidence in his possession of those qualities which will make him an excellent landlord, and the time shall come for him to take that important position among you. We feel alike on most matters on which a man who is getting towards 50 can feel in common with a young man of 21, and he has just been expressing a feeling which I share very heartily. And I would not willingly omit the opportunity of saying so. That feeling is his value and respect for Adam Bede. People in a high station are of course more thought of and talked about and have their virtues more praised, than those whose lives are passed in humble everyday work. But every sensible man knows how necessary that humble everyday work is, and how important it is to us that it should be done well. And I agree with my friend Mr. Arthur Donnithorne in feeling that when a man whose duty lies in that sort of work shows a character which would make him an example in any station, his merit should be acknowledged. He is one of those to whom honor is due, and his friends should delight to honor him. I know Adam Bede well, I know what he is as a workman, and what he has been as a son and brother, and I am saying the simplest truth when I say that I respect him as much as I respect any man living. But I am not speaking to you about a stranger. Some of you are his intimate friends, and I believe there is not one here who does not know enough of him to join heartily in drinking his health. As Mr. Irwine paused, Arthur jumped up and, filling his glass, said, "A bumper to Adam Bede, and may he live to have sons as faithful and clever as himself." No hearer, not even Bartle Massey, was so delighted with this toast as Mr. Poyser. Tough work as his first speech had been, he would have started up to make another if he had not known the extreme irregularity of such a course. As it was, he found an outlet for his feeling in drinking his ale unusually fast, and setting down his glass with a swing of his arm and a determined rap. If Jonathan Burge and a few others felt less comfortable on the occasion, they tried their best to look contented, and so the toast was drunk with a goodwill apparently unanimous. Adam was rather paler than usual when he got up to thank his friends. He was a good deal moved by this public tribute, very naturally, for he was in the presence of all his little world, and it was uniting to do him honor. But he felt no shyness about speaking, not being troubled with small vanity or lack of words. He looked neither awkward nor embarrassed, but stood in his usual firm upright attitude, with his head thrown a little backward and his hands perfectly still, in that rough dignity which is peculiar to intelligent, honest, well-built workmen, who are never wondering what is their business in the world. "I'm quite taken by surprise," he said. "I didn't expect anything this sort, for it's a good deal more than my wages. But I've the more reason to be grateful to you, Captain, and to you, Mr. Irwine, and to all my friends here, who've drunk my health and wished me well. It'd be nonsense for me to be saying, I don't at all deserve opinion you have of me. That'd be poor thanks to you, to say that you've known me all these years and yet haven't sense enough to find out a great deal the truth about me. You think, if I undertake to do a bit o' work, I'll do it well, be my pay big or little, and that's true. I'd be ashamed to stand before you here if it wasna true. But it seems to me that's a man's plain duty, and nothing to be conceited about, and it's pretty clear to me as I've never done more than my duty. For let us do what we will, it's only making use o' the spirit and the powers that ha' been given to us. And so this kindness o' yours, I'm sure, is no debt you owe me, but a free gift, and as such I accept it and am thankful. And as to this new employment I've taken in hand, I'll only say that I took it at Captain Donnithorne's desire, and that I'll try to fulfill his expectations. I'd wish for no better lot than to work under him, and to know that while I was getting my own bread I was taking care of his interests. For I believe he's one o' those gentlemen as wishes to do the right thing, and to leave the world a bit better than he found it, which it's my belief every man may do, whether he's gentle or simple. Whether he sets a good bit o' work going and finds the money, or whether he does the work with his own hands. There's no occasion for me to say any more about what I feel towards him, I hope to show it through the rest o' my life in my actions. There were various opinions about Adam's speech. Some of the women whispered that he didn't show himself thankful enough, and seemed to speak as proud as could be. But most of the men were of opinion that nobody could speak more straightforward, and that Adam was as fine a chap as need to be. While such observations were being buzzed about, mingled with wonderings as to what the old squire meant to do for a bailiff, and whether he was going to have a steward, the two gentlemen had risen, and were walking round to the table where the wives and children sat. There was none of the strong ale here, of course, but wine and dessert, sparkling gooseberry for the young ones, and some good sherry for the mothers. Mrs. Poyser was at the head of this table, and Totty was now seated in her lap, bending her small nose deep down into a wineglass in search of the nuts floating there. "How do you do, Mrs. Poyser?" said Arthur. "Weren't you pleased to hear your husband make such a good speech today?" "Oh, sir, the men are mostly so tongue-tied, you're forced partly to guess what they mean, as you do why, the dumb creeturs." "What? You think you could have made it better for him?" said Mr. Irwine, laughing. "Well, sir, when I want to say anything, I can mostly find words to say it in, thank God. Not as I may finding why, my husband, for if he's a man o' few words, what he says he'll stand to." "I'm sure I never saw a prettier party than this," Arthur said, looking round at the apple-cheeked children. "My aunt and the Miss Irwins will come up and see you presently. They were afraid of the noise of the toasts, but it would be a shame for them not to see you at table." He walked on, speaking to the mothers and patting the children, while Mr. Irwine satisfied himself with standing still and nodding at a distance, that no one's attention might be disturbed from the young squire, the hero of the day. Arthur did not venture to stop near Hetty, but merely bowed to her as he passed along the opposite side. The foolish child felt her heart swelling with discontent. For what woman was ever satisfied with apparent neglect, even when she knows it to be the mask of love? Hetty thought this was going to be the most miserable day she had had for a long while. A moment of chill daylight and reality came across her dream. Arthur, who had seemed so near to her only a few hours before, was separated from her. As the hero of a great procession is separated from a small outsider in the crowd. Chapter 25. The Games. The great dance was not to begin until 8 o'clock, but for any lads and lasses who liked to dance on the shady grass before then. There was music always at hand, for was not the band of the Benefit Club capable of playing excellent jigs, reels, and hornpipes? And, besides this, there was a grand band hired from Rossiter, who, with their wonderful wind instruments and puffed-out cheeks, were themselves a delightful show to the small boys and girls. To say nothing of Joshua Rand's fiddle, which, by an act of generous forethought, he had provided himself with, in case any one should be of sufficiently pure taste to prefer dancing to a solo on that instrument. Meantime, when the sun had moved off the great open space in front of the house, the games began. There were, of course, well-soaked poles to be climbed by the boys and youths, races to be run by the old women, races to be run in sacks, heavy weights to be lifted by the strong men. And a long list of challenges to such ambitious attempts as that of walking as many yards possible on one leg, feats in which it was generally remarked that Wiry Ben, being the lissomest, springiest fellow I the country, was sure to be preeminent. To crown all, there was to be a donkey race, that sublimest of all races, conducted on the grand socialistic idea of everybody encouraging everybody else's donkey, and the sorriest donkey winning. And soon after 4 o'clock, splendid old Mrs. Irwine, in her damask satin and jewels and black lace, was led out by Arthur, followed by the whole family party, to her raised seat under the striped marquee, where she was to give out the prizes to the victors. Staid, formal Miss Lydia had requested to resign that queenly office to the royal old lady, and Arthur was pleased with this opportunity of gratifying his godmother's taste for stateliness. Old Mr. Donnithorne, the delicately clean, finely scented, withered old man, led out Miss Irwine, with his air of punctilious, acid politeness. Mr. Gawain brought Miss Lydia, looking neutral and stiff in an elegant peach-blossom silk, and Mr. Irwine came last with his pale sister Anne. No other friend of the family, besides Mr. Gawain, was invited today. There was to be a grand dinner for the neighbouring gentry on the morrow, but today all the forces were required for the entertainment of the tenants. There was a sunk fence in front of the marquee, dividing the lawn from the park, but a temporary bridge had been made for the passage of the victors, and the groups of people standing or seated here and there on benches, stretched on each side of the open space from the white marquees up to the sunk fence. "Upon my word it's a pretty sight," said the old lady, in her deep voice, when she was seated, and looked round on the bright scene with its dark green background. "And it's the last fete day I'm likely to see, unless you make haste and get married, Arthur. But take care you get a charming bride, else I would rather die without seeing her." "You're so terribly fastidious, godmother," said Arthur, "I'm afraid I should never satisfy you with my choice." "Well, I won't forgive you if she's not handsome. I can't be put off with amiability, which is always the excuse people are making for the existence of plain people. And she must not be silly, that will never do, because you'll want managing, and a silly woman can't manage you. Who is that tall young man, Dauphin, with the mild face? There, standing without his hat, and taking such care of that tall old woman by the side of him, his mother, of course. I like to see that." "What, don't you know him, mother?" said Mr. Irwine. "That is Seth Bede, Adam's brother, a Methodist, but a very good fellow. Poor Seth has looked rather downhearted of late. I thought it was because of his father's dying in that sad way, but Joshua Rand tells me he wanted to marry that sweet little Methodist preacher who was here about a month ago, and I suppose she refused him." "Ah, I remember hearing about her. But there are no end of people here that I don't know, for they're grown up and altered so since I used to go about." "What excellent sight you have," said old Mr. Donnithorne, who was holding a double glass up to his eyes, to see the expression of that young man's face so far off. "His face is nothing but a pale blurred spot to me. But I fancy I have the advantage of you when we come to look close. I can read small print without spectacles." "Ah, my dear sir, you began with being very nearsighted, and those nearsighted eyes always were the best. I want very strong spectacles to read with, but then I think my eyes get better and better for things at a distance. I suppose if I could live another 50 years, I should be blind to everything that wasn't out of other people's sight, like a man who stands in a well and sees nothing but the stars." "See," said Arthur, "the old women are ready to set out on their race now. Which do you bet on, Gawain?" "The long-legged one, unless they're going to have several heats, and then the little wiry one may win." "There are the Poysers, mother, not far off on the right hand," said Miss Irwine. "Mrs. Poyser is looking at you. Do take notice of her." "To be sure I will," said the old lady, giving a gracious bow to Mrs. Poyser. "A woman who sends me such excellent cream cheese is not to be neglected. Bless me! What a fat child that is she is holding on her knee. But who is that pretty girl with dark eyes?" "That is Hetty Sorrel," said Miss Lydia Donnithorne, Martin Poyser's niece, a very likely young person, and well-looking too. My maid has taught her fine needlework, and she has mended some lace of mine very respectably indeed, very respectably. Why, she has lived with the Poysers 6 or 7 years, mother, you must have seen her, said Miss Irwine. No, I've never seen her, child, at least not as she is now, said Mrs. Irwine, continuing to look at Hetty. Well looking, indeed. She's a perfect beauty. I've never seen anything so pretty since my young days. What a pity such beauty as that should be thrown away among the farmers, when it's wanted so terribly among the good families without fortune. I dare say, now, she'll marry a man who would have thought her just as pretty if she had had round eyes and red hair. Arthur dared not turn his eyes towards Hetty while Mrs. Irwine was speaking of her. He feigned not to hear, and to be occupied with something on the opposite side. But he saw her plainly enough without looking. Saw her in heightened beauty, because he heard her beauty praised, for other men's opinion, you know, was like a native climate to Arthur's feelings, it was the air on which they thrived the best, and grew strong. Yes. She was enough to turn any man's head, any man in his place would have done and felt the same. And to give her up after all, as he was determined to do, would be an act that he should always look back upon with pride. No, mother, and Mr. Irwine, replying to her last words, I can't agree with you there. The common people are not quite so stupid as you imagine. The commonest man, who has his ounce of sense and feeling, is conscious of the difference between a lovely, delicate woman and a coarse one. Even a dog feels a difference in their presence. The man may be no better able than the dog to explain the influence the more refined beauty has on him, but he feels it. Bless me, Dauphin, what does an old bachelor like you know about it? Oh, that is one of the matters in which old bachelors are wiser than married men, because they have time for more general contemplation. Your fine critic of woman must never shackle his judgment by calling one woman his own. But, as an example of what I was saying, that pretty Methodist preacher I mentioned just now told me that she had preached to the roughest miners and had never been treated with anything but the utmost respect and kindness by them. The reason is, though she doesn't know it, that there's so much tenderness, refinement, and purity about her. Such a woman as that brings with her airs from heaven that the coarsest fellow is not insensible to. Here's a delicate bit of womanhood, or girlhood, coming to receive a prize, I suppose, said Mr. Gawain. She must be one of the racers in the sacks, who had set off before we came. The bit of womanhood was our old acquaintance Bessie Cranage, otherwise Chad's Bess, whose large red cheeks and blowsy person had undergone an exaggeration of color, which, if she had happened to be a heavenly body, would have made her sublime. Bessie, I am sorry to say, had taken to her earrings again since Dinah's departure, and was otherwise decked out in such small finery as she could muster. Anyone who could have looked into poor Bessie's heart would have seen a striking resemblance between her little hopes and anxieties and Hetty's. The advantage, perhaps, would have been on Bessie's side in the matter of feeling. But then, you see, they were so very different outside. You would have been inclined to box Bessie's ears, and you would have longed to kiss Hetty. Bessie had been tempted to run the arduous race, partly from mere hedonish gaiety, partly because of the prize. Some one had said there were to be cloaks and other nice clothes for prizes, and she approached the marquis, fanning herself with her handkerchief, but with exultation sparkling in her round eyes. Here is the prize for the first sack race, said Miss Lydia, taking a large parcel from the table where the prizes were laid and giving it to Mrs. Irwine before Bessie came up, an excellent grogram gown and a piece of flannel. You didn't think the winner was to be so young, I suppose, aunt, said Arthur. Couldn't you find something else for this girl, and save that grim-looking gown for one of the older women? I have bought nothing but what is useful and substantial, said Miss Lydia, adjusting her own lace. I should not think of encouraging a love of finery in young women of that class. I have a scarlet cloak, but that is for the old woman who wins. This speech of Miss Lydia's produced rather a mocking expression in Mrs. Irwine's face as she looked at Arthur, while Bessie came up and dropped a series of curtsies. This is Bessie Cranage, mother, said Mr. Irwine, kindly, Chad Cranage's daughter. You remember Chad Cranage, the blacksmith? Yes, to be sure, said Mrs. Irwine. Well, Bessie, here is your prize, excellent warm things for winter. I'm sure you have had hard work to win them this warm day. Bessie's lip fell as she saw the ugly, heavy gown, which felt so hot and disagreeable too, on this July day, and was such a great ugly thing to carry. She dropped her curtsies again, without looking up, and with a growing tremulousness about the corners of her mouth, and then turned away. Poor girl, said Arthur, I think she's disappointed. I wish it had been something more to her taste. She's a bold-looking young person, observed Miss Lydia. Not at all one I should like to encourage. Arthur silently resolved that he would make Bessie a present of money before the day was over, that she might buy something more to her mind. But she, not aware of the consolation in store for her, turned out of the open space, where she was visible from the marquee, and throwing down the odious bundle under a tree, began to cry, very much tittered at the while by the small boys. In this situation she was descried by her discreet matronly cousin, who lost no time in coming up, having just given the baby into her husband's charge. What's the matter, why, ye, said Bess the matron, taking up the bundle and examining it. Ye en sweltered yoursen, I reckon, running that fool's race. And, here, they en gien you lots o' good grogram and flannel, as should ha been gien by good rights to them as had the sense to keep away from such foolery. Ye might spare me a bit o' this grogram to make clothes for the lad, ye were ne'er ill-natured, Bess, I ne'er said that on ye. Ye may take it all, for what I care, said Bess the maiden, with a pettish movement, beginning to wipe away her tears and recover herself. Well, I could do white, if so be ye want to get rid on't, said the disinterested cousin, walking quickly away with the bundle, lest Chad's Bess should change her mind. But that bonny-cheeked lass was blessed with an elasticity of spirits that secured her from any rankling grief. And by the time the grand climax of the donkey race came on, her disappointment was entirely lost in the delightful excitement of attempting to stimulate the last donkey by hisses, while the boys applied the argument of sticks. But the strength of the donkey mind lies in adopting a course inversely as the arguments urged, which, well considered, requires as great a mental force as the direct sequence. And the present donkey proved the first-rate order of his intelligence by coming to a dead standstill just when the blows were thickest. Great was the shouting of the crowd, radiant the grinning of Bill Downs the stone sawyer and the fortunate rider of this superior beast, which stood calm and stiff-legged in the midst of its triumph. Arthur himself had provided the prizes for the men, and Bill was made happy with a splendid pocket-knife, supplied with blades and gimlets enough to make a man at home on a desert island. He had hardly returned from the marquee with the prize in his hand, when it began to be understood that Wiry Ben proposed to amuse the company, before the gentry went to dinner, with an impromptu and gratuitous performance, namely, a hornpipe. The main idea of which was doubtless borrowed. But this was to be developed by the dancer in so peculiar and complex a manner that no one could deny him the praise of originality. Wiry Ben's pride in his dancing, an accomplishment productive of great effect at the yearly wake, had needed only slightly elevating by an extra quantity of good ale to convince him that the gentry would be very much struck with his performance of his hornpipe. And he had been decidedly encouraged in this idea by Joshua Rann, who observed that it was nothing but right to do something to please the young squire, in return for what he had done for them. You will be the less surprised at this opinion in so grave a personage when you learn that Ben had requested Mr. Rann to accompany him on the fiddle, and Joshua felt quite sure that though there might not be much in the dancing, the music would make up for it. Adam Bede, who was present in one of the large marquees, where the plan was being discussed, told Ben he had better not make a fool of himself, a remark which at once fixed Ben's determination. He was not going to let anything alone because Adam Bede turned up his nose at it. What's this, said old Mr. Donnithorne. Is it something you've arranged, Arthur? Here's the clerk coming with his fiddle, and a smart fellow with a nosegay in his buttonhole. No, said Arthur, I know nothing about it. By Jove, he's going to dance. It's one of the carpenters, I forget his name at this moment. It's Ben Cranage, Wiry Ben, they call him, said Mr. Irwine, rather a loose fish, I think. Anne, my dear, I see that fiddle scraping is too much for you, you're getting tired. Let me take you in now, that you may rest till dinner. Miss Anne rose assentingly, and the good brother took her away, while Joshua's preliminary scrapings burst into the white cockade, from which he intended to pass to a variety of tunes. By a series of transitions which his good ear really taught him to execute with some skill. It would have been an exasperating fact to him, if he had known it, that the general attention was too thoroughly absorbed by Ben's dancing for anyone to give much heed to the music. Have you ever seen a real English rustic perform a solo dance? Perhaps you have only seen a ballet rustic, smiling like a merry countryman in crockery, with graceful turns of the haunch and insinuating movements of the head. That is as much like the real thing as the bird waltz is like the song of birds. Wiry Ben never smiled, he looked as serious as a dancing monkey, as serious as if he had been an experimental philosopher ascertaining in his own person the amount of shaking and the varieties of angularity that could be given to the human limbs. To make amends for the abundant laughter in the striped marquee, Arthur clapped his hands continually and cried, "Bravo!" But Ben had one admirer whose eyes followed his movements with a fervid gravity that equalled his own. It was Martin Poyser, who was seated on a bench, with Tommy between his legs. "What dost think o' that?" he said to his wife. "He goes as pat to the music as if he was made o' clockwork. I used to be a pretty good un at dancing myself when I was lighter, but I could never hit it just to hair like that." "It's little matter what his limbs are, to my thinking," returned Mrs. Poyser. "He's empty enough the upper story, or he'd never come jigging and stamping that way, like a mad grasshopper, for the gentry to look at him. They're fit to die laughing, I can see." "Well, well, so much the better, it amuses said Mr. Poyser, who did not easily take an irritable view of things. "But they're going away now, have their dinner, I reckon. We'll move about a bit, shall we, and see what Adam Bede's doing. He's got to look after the drinking and things, I doubt he hasna had much fun." Chapter 26. The Dance. Arthur had chosen the entrance hall for the ballroom, very wisely, for no other room could have been so airy, or would have had the advantage of the wide doors opening into the garden, as well as a ready entrance into the other rooms. To be sure, a stone floor was not the pleasantest to dance on, but then, most of the dancers had known what it was to enjoy a Christmas dance on kitchen quarries. It was one of those entrance halls which make the surrounding rooms look like closets, with stucco angels, trumpets, and flower wreaths on the lofty ceiling, and great medallions of miscellaneous heroes on the walls, alternating with statues in niches. Just the sort of place to be ornamented well with green boughs, and Mr. Craig had been proud to show his taste and his hothouse plants on the occasion. The broad steps of the stone staircase were covered with cushions to serve as seats for the children, who were to stay till 9:30 with the servant maids to see the dancing, and as this dance was confined to the chief tenants, there was abundant room for every one. The lights were charmingly disposed in colored paper lamps, high up among green boughs, and the farmers' wives and daughters, as they peeped in, believed no scene could be more splendid. They knew now quite well in what sort of rooms the king and queen lived, and their thoughts glanced with some pity towards cousins and acquaintances who had not this fine opportunity of knowing how things went on in the great world. The lamps were already lit, though the sun had not long set, and there was that calm light out of doors in which we seem to see all objects more distinctly than in the broad day. It was a pretty scene outside the house. The farmers and their families were moving about the lawn, among the flowers and shrubs, or along the broad straight road leading from the east front, where a carpet of mossy grass spread on each side, studded here and there with a dark flat-boughed cedar, or a grand pyramidal fir sweeping the ground with its branches, all tipped with a fringe of paler green. The groups of cottagers in the park were gradually diminishing, the young ones being attracted towards the lights that were beginning to gleam from the windows of the gallery in the abbey, which was to be their dancing room, and some of the sober elder ones thinking it time to go home quietly. One of these was Lisbeth Bede, and Seth went with her, not from filial attention only, for his conscience would not let him join in dancing. It had been rather a melancholy day to Seth. Dinah had never been more constantly present with him than in this scene, where everything was so unlike her. He saw her all the more vividly after looking at the thoughtless faces and gay-colored dresses of the young women, just as one feels the beauty and the greatness of a pictured Madonna the more when it has been for a moment screened from us by a vulgar head in a bonnet. But this presence of Dinah in his mind only helped him to bear the better with his mother's mood, which had been becoming more and more querulous for the last hour. Poor Lisbeth was suffering from a strange conflict of feelings. Her joy and pride in the honor paid to her darling son Adam was beginning to be worsted in a conflict with the jealousy and fretfulness which had revived when Adam came to tell her that Captain Donnithorne desired him to join the dancers in the hall. Adam was getting more and more out of her reach. She wished all the old troubles back again, for then it mattered more to Adam what his mother said and did. It's fine talkin' dancin', she said, and thy father not a 5 week in's grave. And I wish I were there too, I'stid bein' left to take up merrier folks's room above ground. Nay, don't look at it that way, mother, said Adam, who was determined to be gentle to her today. I don't mean to dance, I shall only look on. And since the captain wishes me to be there, it ud look as if I thought I knew better than him to say as I'd rather not stay. And thee knowst how he's behaved to me today. Thee't do as thee lickst, for thy old mother's got no right to hinder thee. She's not but old husk, and thee'st slipped away from her, like the ripe nut. Well, mother, said Adam, I'll go and tell the captain as it hurts thy feelings for me to stay, and I'd rather go home yupo, that account, he won't take it ill then, I dare say, and I'm willing. He said this with some effort, for he really longed to be near Hetty this evening. Nay, I wanna thee do that, the young squire, you'll be angered. Go and do what thee't ordered to do, and me and Seth, you'll go home. I know it's a great honor for thee to be so looked on, and who's to be prouder on it nor thy mother? Hadna she the cumber rearin' thee and doin' for thee all these years? Well, good-bye, then, mother, good-bye, lad, remember Gyp when you get home, said Adam, turning away towards the gate of the pleasure grounds, where he hoped he might be able to join the Poysers. For he had been so occupied throughout the afternoon that he had had no time to speak to Hetty. His eye soon detected a distant group, which he knew to be the right one, returning to the house along the broad gravel road, and he hastened on to meet them. Why, Adam, I'm glad to get sight on again, said Mr. Poyser, who was carrying Toddy on his arm. You're going to have a bit fun, I hope, now your work's all done. And here's Hetty has promised no end partners, and I've just been askin her if she'd agreed to dance and she says no. Well, I didn't think dancing tonight, said Adam, already tempted to change his mind, as he looked at Hetty. Nonsense, said Mr. Poyser. Why, everybody's goin' to dance tonight, all but old Squire and Mrs. Irwine. Mrs. Best's been tellin' us as Miss Lyddy and Miss Irwine, you'll dance, and, the young squire, you'll pick my wife for his first partner, open the ball, so she'll be forced to dance, though she's laid by ever sin, the Christmas afore the little un was born. You canna for shame stand still, Adam, and you a fine young fellow and can dance as well as anybody. Nay, said Mrs. Poyser, it ud be unbecomin'. I know the dancin's nonsense, but if you stick at everything because it's nonsense, you wanna go far this life. When your broth's ready made for you, you mun swallow the thickenin', or else let the broth alone. Then if Hetty you'll dance with me, said Adam, yielding either to Mrs. Poyser's argument or to something else, I'll dance whichever dance she's free. I've got no partner for the fourth dance, said Hetty, I'll dance that with you, if you like. Ah, said Mr. Poyser, but you mun dance the first dance, Adam, else it'll look particular. There's plenty nice partners to pick and choose from, and it's hard for the gels when the men stand by and don't ask 'em. Adam felt the justice of Mr. Poyser's observation. It would not do for him to dance with no one besides Hetty, and remembering that Jonathan Burge had some reason to feel hurt today, he resolved to ask Miss Mary to dance with him the first dance, if she had no other partner. "There's the big clock strikin' 8, said Mr. Poyser, "we must make haste in now, else the squire and the ladies, you'll be in afore us, and that woodna look well." When they had entered the hall, and the 3 children under Molly's charge had been seated on the stairs, the folding doors of the drawing-room were thrown open, and Arthur entered in his regimentals, leading Mrs. Irwine to a carpet-covered dais ornamented with hothouse plants, where she and Miss Anne were to be seated with old Mr. Donnithorne, that they might look on at the dancing, like the kings and queens in the plays. Arthur had put on his uniform to please the tenants, he said, who thought as much of his militia dignity as if it had been an elevation to the premiership. He had not the least objection to gratify them in that way, his uniform was very advantageous to his figure. The old squire, before sitting down, walked round the hall to greet the tenants and make polite speeches to the wives, he was always polite. But the farmers had found out, after long puzzling, that this polish was one of the signs of hardness. It was observed that he gave his most elaborate civility to Mrs. Poyser tonight, inquiring particularly about her health, recommending her to strengthen herself with cold water as he did, and avoid all drugs. Mrs. Poyser curtsied and thanked him with great self-command, but when he had passed on, she whispered to her husband, "I'll lay my life he's brewin' some nasty turn against us. Old Harry doesna wag his tail so for nothin'." Mr. Poyser had no time to answer, for now Arthur came up and said, "Mrs. Poyser, I'm come to request the favour of your hand for the first dance, and, Mr. Poyser, you must let me take you to my aunt, for she claims you as her partner." The wife's pale cheek flushed with a nervous sense of unwanted honour as Arthur led her to the top of the room, but Mr. Poyser, to whom an extra glass had restored his youthful confidence in his good looks and good dancing, walked along with them quite proudly. Secretly flattering himself that Miss Lydia had never had a partner in her life who could lift her off the ground as he would. In order to balance the honours given to the 2 parishes, Miss Irwine danced with Luke Britton, the largest Broxton farmer, and Mr. Gawain led out Mrs. Britton. Mr. Irwine, after seating his sister Anne, had gone to the Abbey gallery, as he had agreed with Arthur beforehand, to see how the merriment of the cottagers was prospering. Meanwhile, all the less distinguished couples had taken their places, Hetty was led out by the inevitable Mr. Craig, and Mary Burge by Adam, and now the music struck up, and the glorious country dance, best of all dances, began. Pity it was not a boarded floor. Then the rhythmic stamping of the thick shoes would have been better than any drums. That merry stamping, that gracious nodding of the head, that waving bestowal of the hand, where can we see them now? That simple dancing of well-covered matrons, laying aside for an hour the cares of house and dairy, remembering but not affecting youth. Not jealous but proud of the young maidens by their side, that holiday sprightliness of portly husbands paying little compliments to their wives. As if their courting days were come again, those lads and lasses a little confused and awkward with their partners, having nothing to say. It would be a pleasant variety to see all that sometimes, instead of low dresses and large skirts. And scanning glances exploring costumes, and languid men in lacquered boots smiling with double meaning. There was but one thing to mar Martin Poyser's pleasure in this dance, it was that he was always in close contact with Luke Britton, that slovenly farmer. He thought of throwing a little glazed coldness into his eye in the crossing of hands. But then, as Miss Irwine was opposite to him instead of the offensive Luke, he might freeze the wrong person. So he gave his face up to hilarity, unchilled by moral judgments. How Hetty's heart beat as Arthur approached her. He had hardly looked at her today, now he must take her hand. Would he press it? Would he look at her? She thought she would cry if he gave her no sign of feeling. Now he was there, he had taken her hand. Yes, he was pressing it. Hetty turned pale as she looked up at him for an instant and met his eyes, before the dance carried him away. That pale look came upon Arthur like the beginning of a dull pain, which clung to him, though he must dance and smile and joke all the same. Hetty would look so, when he told her what he had to tell her. And he should never be able to bear it, he should be a fool and give way again. Hetty's look did not really mean so much as he thought, it was only the sign of a struggle between the desire for him to notice her and the dread lest she should betray the desire to others. But Hetty's face had a language that transcended her feelings. There are faces which nature charges with a meaning and pathos not belonging to the single human soul that flutters beneath them. But speaking the joys and sorrows of foregone generations, eyes that tell of deep love which doubtless has been and is somewhere, but not paired with these eyes, perhaps paired with pale eyes that can say nothing. Just as a national language may be instinct with poetry unfelt by the lips that use it. That look of Hetty's oppressed Arthur with a dread which yet had something of a terrible unconfessed delight in it, that she loved him too well. There was a hard task before him, for at that moment he felt he would have given up 3 years of his youth for the happiness of abandoning himself without remorse to his passion for Hetty. These were the incongruous thoughts in his mind as he led Mrs. Poyser, who was panting with fatigue, and secretly resolving that neither judge nor jury should force her to dance another dance, to take a quiet rest in the dining room, where supper was laid out for the guests to come and take it as they chose. "I've desired Hetty to remember as she's got to dance. Why, you, sir," said the good innocent woman, "for she's so thoughtless, she'd be like enough to go and engage herself for ivory dance. So I told her not to promise too many." "Thank you, Mrs. Poyser," said Arthur, not without a twinge. "Now, sit down in this comfortable chair, and here is Mills ready to give you what you would like best." He hurried away to seek another matronly partner, for due honor must be paid to the married women before he asked any of the young ones. And the country dances, and the stamping, and the gracious nodding, and the waving of the hands, went on joyously. At last the time had come for the 4th dance, longed for by the strong, grave Adam, as if he had been a delicate-handed youth of 18, for we are all very much alike when we are in our first love. And Adam had hardly ever touched Hetty's hand for more than a transient greeting, had never danced with her but once before. His eyes had followed her eagerly tonight in spite of himself, and had taken in deeper draughts of love. He thought she behaved so prettily, so quietly, she did not seem to be flirting at all, she smiled less than usual, there was almost a sweet sadness about her. "God bless her," he said inwardly. "I'd make her life a happy one, if a strong arm to work for her, and a heart to love her, could do it." And then there stole over him delicious thoughts of coming home from work, and drawing Hetty to his side, and feeling her cheek softly pressed against his, till he forgot where he was. And the music and the tread of feet might have been the falling of rain and the roaring of the wind, for what he knew. But now the 3rd dance was ended, and he might go up to her and claim her hand. She was at the far end of the hall near the staircase, whispering with Molly, who had just given the sleeping Toddy into her arms before running to fetch shawls and bonnets from the landing. Mrs. Poyser had taken the 2 boys away into the dining room to give them some cake before they went home in the cart with grandfather, and Molly was to follow as fast as possible. "Let me hold her," said Adam, as Molly turned upstairs. "The children are so heavy when they're asleep." Hetty was glad of the relief, for to hold Toddy in her arms, standing, was not at all a pleasant variety to her. But this second transfer had the unfortunate effect of rousing Toddy, who was not behind any child of her age in peevishness at an unseasonable awaking. While Hetty was in the act of placing her in Adam's arms, and had not yet withdrawn her own, Toddy opened her eyes, and forthwith fought out with her left fist at Adam's arm, and with her right caught at the string of brown beads round Hetty's neck. The locket leaped out from her frock, and the next moment the string was broken, and Hetty, helpless, saw beads and locket scattered wide on the floor. My locket," she said, in a loud frightened whisper to Adam, "never mind the beads." Adam had already seen where the locket fell, for it had attracted his glance as it leaped out of her frock. It had fallen on the raised wooden dais where the band sat, not on the stone floor. And as Adam picked it up, he saw the glass with the dark and light locks of hair under it. It had fallen that side upwards, so the glass was not broken. He turned it over on his hand, and saw the enameled gold back. "It isn't hurt," he said, as he held it towards Hetty, who was unable to take it because both her hands were occupied with toddy. "Oh, it doesn't matter, I don't mind about it," said Hetty, who had been pale and was now red. "Not matter?" said Adam, gravely. "You seemed very frightened about it." "I'll hold it till you're ready to take it," he added, quietly closing his hand over it, that she might not think he wanted to look at it again. By this time Molly had come with bonnet and shawl, and as soon as she had taken toddy, Adam placed the locket in Hetty's hand. She took it with an air of indifference and put it in her pocket, in her heart vexed and angry with Adam because he had seen it, but determined now that she would show no more signs of agitation. "See," she said, "they're taking their places to dance, let us go." Adam assented silently. A puzzled alarm had taken possession of him. Had Hetty a lover he didn't know of? For none of her relations, he was sure, would give her a locket like that. And none of her admirers, with whom he was acquainted, was in the position of an accepted lover, as the giver of that locket must be. Adam was lost in the utter impossibility of finding any person for his fears to alight on. He could only feel with a terrible pang that there was something in Hetty's life unknown to him, that while he had been rocking himself in the hope that she would come to love him, she was already loving another. The pleasure of the dance with Hetty was gone, his eyes, when they rested on her, had an uneasy questioning expression in them, he could think of nothing to say to her, and she too was out of temper and disinclined to speak. They were both glad when the dance was ended. Adam was determined to stay no longer, no one wanted him, and no one would notice if he slipped away. As soon as he got out of doors, he began to walk at his habitual rapid pace, hurrying along without knowing why, busy with the painful thought that the memory of this day, so full of honor and promise to him, was poisoned forever. Suddenly, when he was far on through the chase, he stopped, startled by a flash of reviving hope. After all, he might be a fool, making a great misery out of a trifle. Hetty, fond of finery as she was, might have bought the thing herself. It looked too expensive for that, it looked like the things on white satin in the great jeweller's shop at Rossiter. But Adam had very imperfect notions of the value of such things, and he thought it could certainly not cost more than a guinea. Perhaps Hetty had had as much as that in Christmas boxes, and there was no knowing, but she might have been childish enough to spend it in that way, she was such a young thing, and she couldn't help loving finery. But then, why had she been so frightened about it at first, and changed color so, and afterwards pretended not to care? Oh, that was because she was ashamed of his seeing that she had such a smart thing. She was conscious that it was wrong for her to spend her money on it, and she knew that Adam disapproved of finery. It was a proof she cared about what he liked and disliked. She must have thought from his silence and gravity afterwards that he was very much displeased with her, that he was inclined to be harsh and severe towards her foibles. And as he walked on more quietly, chewing the cud of this new hope, his only uneasiness was that he had behaved in a way which might chill Hetty's feeling towards him. For this last view of the matter must be the true one. How could Hetty have an accepted lover, quite unknown to him? She was never away from her uncle's house for more than a day, she could have no acquaintances that did not come there, and no intimacies unknown to her uncle and aunt. It would be folly to believe that the locket was given to her by a lover. The little ring of dark hair he felt sure was her own, he could form no guess about the light hair under it, for he had not seen it very distinctly. It might be a bit of her father's or mother's, who had died when she was a child, and she would naturally put a bit of her own along with it. And so Adam went to bed comforted, having woven for himself an ingenious web of probabilities, the surest screen a wise man can place between himself and the truth. His last waking thoughts melted into a dream that he was with Hetty again at the Hall Farm, and that he was asking her to forgive him for being so cold and silent. And while he was dreaming this, Arthur was leading Hetty to the dance and saying to her in low hurried tones, "I shall be in the wood the day after tomorrow at 7, come as early as you can." And Hetty's foolish joys and hopes, which had flown away for a little space, scared by a mere nothing, now all came fluttering back, unconscious of the real peril. She was happy for the first time this long day, and wished that dance would last for hours. Arthur wished it too. It was the last weakness he meant to indulge in. And a man never lies with more delicious languor under the influence of a passion than when he has persuaded himself that he shall subdue it tomorrow. But Mrs. Poyser's wishes were quite the reverse of this, for her mind was filled with dreary forebodings as to the retardation of tomorrow morning's cheese in consequence of these late hours. Now that Hetty had done her duty and danced one dance with the young squire, Mr. Poyser must go out and see if the cart was come back to fetch them, for it was 10:30, and notwithstanding a mild suggestion on his part that it would be bad manners for them to be the first to go, Mrs. Poyser was resolute on the point, manners or no manners. "What? Going already, Mrs. Poyser," said old Mr. Donnithorne, as she came to curtsy and take leave. "I thought we should not part with any of our guests till 11. Mrs. Irwine and I, who are elderly people, think of sitting out the dance till then." "Oh, your honour, it's all right and proper for gentlefolks to stay up by candlelight, they've got no cheese on their minds. We're late enough as it is, and there's no lettin' the cows know as they mustn't want to be milked so early tomorrow mornin'. So, if you'll please excuse us, we'll take our leave." She said to her husband, as they set off in the cart, "I'd sooner hop brewin' day and washin' day together than one o' these pleasurin' days. There's no work so tirin' as danglin' about and starin' and not rightly knowin' what you're goin' to do next, and keepin' your face out smilin' order like a grocer o' market day for fear people shouldna think you civil enough. And you've nothing to show for it when it's done, if it isn't a yallow face why eatin' things as disagree." "Nay, nay," said Mr. Poyser, who was in his merriest mood, and felt that he had had a great day, "a bit o' pleasuring's good for thee sometimes. And thee dankst as well as any of 'em, for I'll back thee against all the wives the parish for a light foot and ankle. And it was a great honour for the young squire to ask thee first. I reckon it was because I sat at head o' the table and made the speech. And Hetty too, she never had such a partner before, a fine young gentleman in regimentals. It'll serve you to talk on, Hetty, when you're an old woman, how you danced young squire the day he come o' age." Book 4th. Chapter 27. A Crisis. It was beyond the middle of August, nearly 3 weeks after the birthday feast. The reaping of the wheat had begun in our North Midland county of Loamshire, but the harvest was likely still to be retarded by the heavy rains, which were causing inundations and much damage throughout the country. From this last trouble the Broxton and Hayslope farmers, on their pleasant uplands and in their brook-watered valleys, had not suffered. And as I cannot pretend that they were such exceptional farmers as to love the general good better than their own, you will infer that they were not in very low spirits about the rapid rise in the price of bread. So long as there was hope of gathering in their own corn undamaged. And occasional days of sunshine and drying winds flattered this hope. The 18th of August was one of these days when the sunshine looked brighter in all eyes for the gloom that went before. Grand masses of cloud were hurried across the blue, and the great round hills behind the Chase seemed alive with their flying shadows. The sun was hidden for a moment, and then shone out warm again like a recovered joy. The leaves, still green, were tossed off the hedgerow trees by the wind. Around the farmhouses there was a sound of clapping doors, the apples fell in the orchards. And the stray horses on the green sides of the lanes and on the common had their manes blown about their faces. And yet the wind seemed only part of the general gladness because the sun was shining. A merry day for the children, who ran and shouted to see if they could top the wind with their voices, and the grown-up people too were in good spirits, inclined to believe in yet finer days, when the wind had fallen. If only the corn were not ripe enough to be blown out of the husk and scattered as untimely seed. And yet a day on which a blighting sorrow may fall upon a man. For if it be true that nature at certain moments seems charged with a presentiment of one individual lot, must it not also be true that she seems unmindful, unconscious of another? For there is no hour that has not its births of gladness and despair, no morning brightness that does not bring new sickness to desolation as well as new forces to genius and love. There are so many of us, and our lots are so different, what wonder that nature's mood is often in harsh contrast with the great crisis of our lives. We are children of a large family, and must learn, as such children do, not to expect that our hurts will be made much of, to be content with little nurture and caressing, and help each other the more. It was a busy day with Adam, who of late had done almost double work, for he was continuing to act as foreman for Jonathan Burge, until some satisfactory person could be found to supply his place, and Jonathan was slow to find that person. But he had done the extra work cheerfully, for his hopes were buoyant again about Hetty. Every time she had seen him since the birthday, she had seemed to make an effort to behave all the more kindly to him, that she might make him understand she had forgiven his silence and coldness during the dance. He had never mentioned the locket to her again, too happy that she smiled at him, still happier because he observed in her a more subdued air, something that he interpreted as the growth of womanly tenderness and seriousness. Ah! He thought, again and again, she's only 17, she'll be thoughtful enough after a while. And her Aunt Alaise says how clever she is at the work. She'll make a wife as mother'll have no occasion to grumble at, after all. To be sure, he had only seen her at home twice since the birthday. For one Sunday, when he was intending to go from church to the Hall Farm, Hetty had joined the party of upper servants from the Chase and had gone home with them, almost as if she were inclined to encourage Mr. Craig. "She's ta keen, too much lee keen, to them folks the housekeeper's room," Mrs. Poyser remarked. "For my part, I was never over fond o' gentlefolks' servants, they're mostly like the fine ladies' fat dogs, neither good for barking nor butcher's meat, but onny for show." And another evening she was gone to Treddleston to buy some things. Though, to his great surprise, as he was returning home, he saw her at a distance getting over a stile quite out of the Treddleston road. But, when he hastened to her, she was very kind, and asked him to go in again when he had taken her to the yard gate. She had gone a little farther into the fields after coming from Treddleston because she didn't want to go in, she said, it was so nice to be out of doors, and her aunt always made such a fuss about it if she wanted to go out. "Oh, do come in with me," she said, as he was going to shake hands with her at the gate, and he could not resist that. So he went in, and Mrs. Poyser was contented with only a slight remark on Hetty's being later than was expected. While Hetty, who had looked out of spirits when he met her, smiled and talked and waited on them all with unusual promptitude. That was the last time he had seen her, but he meant to make leisure for going to the farm tomorrow. Today, he knew, was her day for going to the Chase to sew with the lady's maid, so he would get as much work done as possible this evening, that the next might be clear. One piece of work that Adam was superintending was some slight repairs at the Chase farm, which had been hitherto occupied by Satchel, as bailiff, but which it was now rumored that the old squire was going to let to a smart man in top boots, who had been seen to ride over it one day. Nothing but the desire to get a tenant could account for the squire's undertaking repairs, though the Saturday evening party at Mr. Casson's agreed over their pipes that no man in his senses would take the Chase farm unless there was a bit more ploughland laid to it. However that might be, the repairs were ordered to be executed with all dispatch, and Adam, acting for Mr. Burge, was carrying out the order with his usual energy. But today, having been occupied elsewhere, he had not been able to arrive at the Chase farm till late in the afternoon, and he then discovered that some old roofing, which he had calculated on preserving, had given way. There was clearly no good to be done with this part of the building without pulling it all down, and Adam immediately saw in his mind a plan for building it up again, so as to make the most convenient of cowsheds and calf pens, with a hovel for implements, and all without any great expense for materials. So, when the workmen were gone, he sat down, took out his pocketbook, and busied himself with sketching a plan, and making a specification of the expenses that he might show it to Burge the next morning, and set him on persuading the squire to consent. To make a good job of anything, however small, was always a pleasure to Adam, and he sat on a block, with his book resting on a planing table, whistling low every now and then and turning his head on one side with a just perceptible smile of gratification, of pride, too, for if Adam loved a bit of good work, he loved also to think, "I did it." And I believe the only people who are free from that weakness are those who have no work to call their own. It was nearly 7 before he had finished and put on his jacket again. And on giving a last look round, he observed that Seth, who had been working here today, had left his basket of tools behind him. Why, lad's forgot his tools, thought Adam, and he's got to work up at the shop tomorrow. There never was such a chap for wool gathering, he'd leave his head behind him, if it was loose. However, it's lucky I've seen I'll carry home. The buildings of the Chase farm lay at one extremity of the Chase, at about 10 minutes walking distance from the Abbey. Adam had come thither on his pony, intending to ride to the stables and put up his nag on his way home. At the stables he encountered Mr. Craig, who had come to look at the captain's new horse, on which he was to ride away the day after tomorrow, and Mr. Craig detained him to tell how all the servants were to collect at the gate of the courtyard to wish the young squire luck as he rode out. So that by the time Adam had got into the Chase, and was striding along with the basket of tools over his shoulder, the sun was on the point of setting, and was sending level crimson rays among the great trunks of the old oaks, and touching every bare patch of ground with a transient glory that made it look like a jewel dropped upon the grass. The wind had fallen now, and there was only enough breeze to stir the delicate-stemmed leaves. Anyone who had been sitting in the house all day would have been glad to walk now. But Adam had been quite enough in the open air to wish to shorten his way home, and he bethought himself that he might do so by striking across the Chase and going through the grove, where he had never been for years. He hurried on across the Chase, stalking along the narrow paths between the fern, with Jip at his heels. Not lingering to watch the magnificent changes of the light, hardly once thinking of it, yet feeling its presence in a certain calm happy awe which mingled itself with his busy working day thoughts. How could he help feeling it? The very deer felt it, and were more timid. Presently Adam's thoughts recurred to what Mr. Craig had said about Arthur Donnithorne, and pictured his going away, and the changes that might take place before he came back. Then they travelled back affectionately over the old scenes of boyish companionship, and dwelt on Arthur's good qualities, which Adam had a pride in, as we all have in the virtues of the superior who honours us. A nature like Adam's, with a great need of love and reverence in it, depends for so much of its happiness on what it can believe and feel about others. And he had no ideal world of dead heroes, he knew little of the life of men in the past. He must find the beings to whom he could cling with loving admiration among those who came within speech of him. These pleasant thoughts about Arthur brought a milder expression than usual into his keen rough face. Perhaps they were the reason why, when he opened the old green gate leading into the grove, he paused to pat Jip and say a kind word to him. After that pause, he strode on again along the broad winding path through the grove. What grand beeches! Adam delighted in a fine tree of all things. As the fisherman's sight is keenest on the sea, so Adam's perceptions were more at home with trees than with other objects. He kept them in his memory, as a painter does, with all the flecks and knots in their bark, all the curves and angles of their boughs, and had often calculated the height and contents of a trunk to a nicety, as he stood looking at it. No wonder that, notwithstanding his desire to get on, he could not help pausing to look at a curious large beech which he had seen standing before him at a turning in the road, and convince himself that it was not two trees wedded together, but only one. For the rest of his life he remembered that moment when he was calmly examining the beech, as a man remembers his last glimpse of the home where his youth was passed, before the road turned, and he saw it no more. The beech stood at the last turning before the grove ended in an archway of boughs that let in the eastern light, and as Adam stepped away from the tree to continue his walk, his eyes fell on two figures about 20 yards before him. He remained as motionless as a statue, and turned almost as pale. The two figures were standing opposite to each other, with clasped hands about to part. And while they were bending to kiss, Jip, who had been running among the brushwood, came out, caught sight of them, and gave a sharp bark. They separated with a start, one hurried through the gate out of the grove, and the other, turning round, walked slowly, with a sort of saunter, towards Adam who still stood transfixed and pale. Clutching tighter the stick with which he held the basket of tools over his shoulder, and looking at the approaching figure with eyes in which amazement was fast turning to fierceness. Arthur Donnithorne looked flushed and excited. He had tried to make unpleasant feelings more bearable by drinking a little more wine than usual at dinner today, and was still enough under its flattering influence to think more lightly of this unwished-for rencontre with Adam than he would otherwise have done. After all, Adam was the best person who could have happened to see him and Hetty together. He was a sensible fellow, and would not babble about it to other people. Arthur felt confident that he could laugh the thing off and explain it away. And so he sauntered forward with elaborate carelessness, his flushed face, his evening dress of fine cloth and fine linen, his hands half thrust into his waistcoat pockets. All shone upon by the strange evening light which the light clouds had caught up even to the zenith, and were now shedding down between the topmost branches above him. Adam was still motionless, looking at him as he came up. He understood it all now, the locket and everything else that had been doubtful to him. A terrible scorching light showed him the hidden letters that changed the meaning of the past. If he had moved a muscle, he must inevitably have sprung upon Arthur like a tiger, and in the conflicting emotions that filled those long moments, he had told himself that he would not give loose to passion, he would only speak the right thing. He stood as if petrified by an unseen force, but the force was his own strong will. "Well, Adam," said Arthur, "you've been looking at the fine old beeches, eh? They're not to be come near by the hatchet, though. This is a sacred grove. I overtook pretty little Hetty Sorrel as I was coming to my den, the hermitage, there. She ought not to come home this way so late. So I took care of her to the gate, and asked for a kiss for my pains. But I must get back now, for this road is confoundedly damp. Good night, Adam. I shall see you tomorrow, to say good-bye, you know." Arthur was too much preoccupied with the part he was playing himself to be thoroughly aware of the expression in Adam's face. He did not look directly at Adam, but glanced carelessly round at the trees and then lifted up one foot to look at the sole of his boot. He cared to say no more. He had thrown quite dust enough into honest Adam's eyes, and as he spoke the last words, he walked on. "Stop a bit, sir," said Adam, in a hard peremptory voice, without turning round. "I've got a word to say to you." Arthur paused in surprise. Susceptible persons are more affected by a change of tone than by unexpected words, and Arthur had the susceptibility of a nature at once affectionate and vain. He was still more surprised when he saw that Adam had not moved, but stood with his back to him, as if summoning him to return. What did he mean? He was going to make a serious business of this affair. Arthur felt his temper rising. A patronizing disposition always has its meaner side, and in the confusion of his irritation and alarm there entered the feeling that a man to whom he had shown so much favor as to Adam was not in a position to criticize his conduct. And yet he was dominated, as one who feels himself in the wrong always is, by the man whose good opinion he cares for. In spite of pride and temper, there was as much deprecation as anger in his voice when he said, "What do you mean, Adam?" "I mean, sir," answered Adam, in the same harsh voice, still without turning round, "I mean, sir, that you don't deceive me by your light words. This is not the first time you've met Hetty Sorrel in this grove, and this is not the first time you've kissed her." Arthur felt a startled uncertainty how far Adam was speaking from knowledge, and how far from mere inference. And this uncertainty, which prevented him from contriving a prudent answer, heightened his irritation. He said, in a high sharp tone, "Well, sir, what then?" "Why, then, instead of acting like upright, honorable man we've all believed you to be, you've been acting the part of a selfish light-minded scoundrel. You know as well as I do what it's to lead to when a gentleman like you kisses and makes love to a young woman like Hetty, and gives her presents as she's frightened for other folks to see. And I say it again, you're acting the part of a selfish light-minded scoundrel, though it cuts me to heart to say so, and I'd rather lost my right hand. Let me tell you, Adam," said Arthur, bridling his growing anger and trying to recur to his careless tone, "you're not only devilishly impertinent, but you're talking nonsense. Every pretty girl is not such a fool as you, to suppose that when a gentleman admires her beauty and pays her a little attention, he must mean something particular. Every man likes to flirt with a pretty girl, and every pretty girl likes to be flirted with. The wider the distance between them, the less harm there is, for then she's not likely to deceive herself. I don't know what you mean by flirting, said Adam, but if you mean behaving to a woman as if you loved her, and yet not loving her all the while, I say that's not action of an honest man, and what isn't honest does come harm. I'm not a fool, and you're not a fool, and you know better than what you're saying. You know it couldn't be made public as you've behaved to Hetty as have done without her losing her character and bringing shame and trouble on her and her relations. What if you meant nothing by your kissing and your presence? Other folks won't believe as you've meant nothing, and don't tell me about her not deceiving herself. I tell you as you've filled her mind so with the thought of you as it'll mayhap poison her life, and she'll never love another man as you'd make her a good husband. Arthur had felt a sudden relief while Adam was speaking. He perceived that Adam had no positive knowledge of the past, and that there was no irrevocable damage done by this evening's unfortunate rencontre. Adam could still be deceived. The candid Arthur had brought himself into a position in which successful lying was his only hope. The hope allayed his anger a little. Well, Adam, he said, in a tone of friendly concession, you're perhaps right. Perhaps I've gone a little too far in taking notice of the pretty little thing and stealing a kiss now and then. You're such a grave, steady fellow, you don't understand the temptation to such trifling. I'm sure I wouldn't bring any trouble or annoyance on her and the good Poysers on any account if I could help it. But I think you look a little too seriously at it. You know I'm going away immediately, so I shan't make any more mistakes of the kind. But let us say good night. Arthur here turned round to walk on, and talk no more about the matter. The whole thing will soon be forgotten. No, by God. Adam burst out with rage that could be controlled no longer, throwing down the basket of tools and striding forward till he was right in front of Arthur. All his jealousy and sense of personal injury, which he had been hitherto trying to keep under, had leaped up and mastered him. What man of us, in the first moments of a sharp agony, could ever feel that the fellow man who has been the medium of inflicting it did not mean to hurt us? In our instinctive rebellion against pain, we are children again, and demand an active will to wreak our vengeance on. Adam at this moment could only feel that he had been robbed of Hetty, robbed treacherously by the man in whom he had trusted, and he stood close in front of Arthur, with fierce eyes glaring at him, with pale lips and clenched hands. The hard tones in which he had hitherto been constraining himself to express no more than a just indignation giving way to a deep agitated voice that seemed to shake him as he spoke. No, it'll not be soon forgot, as you've come in between her and me, when she might ha loved me, it'll not soon be forgot as you've robbed me my happiness, while I thought you was my best friend, and a noble-minded man. As I was proud to work for. And you've been kissing her, and meaning nothing, have you? And I never kissed her my life, but I'd worked hard for years for the right to kiss her. And you make light of it. You think little doing what may damage other folks, so as you get your bit trifling, as means nothing. I throw back your favors, for you're not the man I took you for. I'll never count you my friend any more. I'd rather you'd act as my enemy, and fight me where I stand, it's all amends you can make me. Poor Adam, possessed by rage that could find no other vent, began to throw off his coat and his cap, too blind with passion to notice the change that had taken place in Arthur while he was speaking. Arthur's lips were now as pale as Adam's. His heart was beating violently. The discovery that Adam loved Hetty was a shock which made him for the moment see himself in the light of Adam's indignation, and regard Adam's suffering as not merely a consequence, but an element of his error. The words of hatred and contempt, the first he had ever heard in his life, seemed like scorching missiles that were making ineffaceable scars on him. All screening self-excuse, which rarely falls quite away while others respect us, forsook him for an instant, and he stood face to face with the first great irrevocable evil he had ever committed. He was only 21, and 3 months ago, nay, much later, he had thought proudly that no man should ever be able to reproach him justly. His first impulse, if there had been time for it, would perhaps have been to utter words of propitiation. But Adam had no sooner thrown off his coat and cap than he became aware that Arthur was standing pale and motionless, with his hands still thrust in his waistcoat pockets. "What," he said, "won't you fight me like a man? You know I won't strike you while you stand so." "Go away, Adam," said Arthur, "I don't want to fight you." "No," said Adam, bitterly, "you don't want to fight me, you think I'm a common man, as you can injure without answering for it." "I never meant to injure you," said Arthur, with returning anger. "I didn't know you loved her." "But you've made her love you," said Adam. "You're a double-faced man, I'll never believe a word you say again." "Go away, I tell you," said Arthur, angrily, "or we shall both repent." "No," said Adam, with a convulsed voice, "I swear I won't go away without fighting you. Do you want provoking any more? I tell you you're a coward and a scoundrel, and I despise you." The color had all rushed back to Arthur's face. In a moment his right hand was clenched, and dealt a blow like lightning, which sent Adam staggering backward. His blood was as thoroughly up as Adam's now, and the two men, forgetting the emotions that had gone before, fought with the instinctive fierceness of panthers in the deepening twilight darkened by the trees. The delicate-handed gentleman was a match for the workman in everything but strength, and Arthur's skill enabled him to protract the struggle for some long moments. But between unarmed men the battle is to the strong, where the strong is no blunderer, and Arthur must sink under a well-planted blow of Adam's as a steel rod is broken by an iron bar. The blow soon came, and Arthur fell, his head lying concealed in a tuft of fern, so that Adam could only discern his darkly clad body. He stood still in the dim light waiting for Arthur to rise. The blow had been given now, towards which he had been straining all the force of nerve and muscle, and what was the good of it? What had he done by fighting? Only satisfied his own passion, only wreaked his own vengeance. He had not rescued Hetty, nor changed the past, there it was, just as it had been, and he sickened at the vanity of his own rage. But why did not Arthur rise? He was perfectly motionless, and the time seemed long to Adam. Good God! Had the blow been too much for him? Adam shuddered at the thought of his own strength, as with the oncoming of this dread he knelt down by Arthur's side and lifted his head from among the fern. There was no sign of life, the eyes and teeth were set. The horror that rushed over Adam completely mastered him, and forced upon him its own belief. He could feel nothing but that death was in Arthur's face, and that he was helpless before it. He made not a single movement, but knelt like an image of despair gazing at an image of death. Chapter 28. A Dilemma. It was only a few minutes measured by the clock, though Adam always thought it had been a long while, before he perceived a gleam of consciousness in Arthur's face and a slight shiver through his frame. The intense joy that flooded his soul brought back some of the old affection with it. "Do you feel any pain, sir?" he said, tenderly, loosening Arthur's cravat. Arthur turned his eyes on Adam with a vague stare which gave way to a slightly startled motion as if from the shock of returning memory. But he only shivered again and said nothing. "Do you feel any hurt, sir?" Adam said again, with a trembling in his voice. Arthur put his hand up to his waistcoat buttons, and when Adam had unbuttoned it, he took a longer breath. "Lay my head down," he said, faintly, "and get me some water if you can." Adam laid the head down gently on the fern again, and emptying the tools out of the flag basket, hurried through the trees to the edge of the grove bordering on the chase, where a brook ran below the bank. When he returned with his basket leaking, but still half full, Arthur looked at him with a more thoroughly reawakened consciousness. "Can you drink a drop out o' your hand, sir?" said Adam, kneeling down again to lift up Arthur's head. "No," said Arthur, "dip my cravat in and souse it on my head." The water seemed to do him some good, for he presently raised himself a little higher, resting on Adam's arm. "Do you feel any hurt inside, sir?" Adam asked again. "No, no hurt," said Arthur, still faintly, but rather done up. After a while he said, "I suppose I fainted away when you knocked me down." "Yes, sir, thank God," said Adam. "I thought it was worse." "What?" "You thought you'd done for me, eh? Come help me on my legs. I feel terribly shaky and dizzy, Arthur said, as he stood leaning on Adam's arm. That blow of yours must have come against me like a battering ram. I don't believe I can walk alone. Lean on me, sir, I'll get you along, said Adam. Or, will you sit down a bit longer, on my coat here, and I'll prop you up. You'll perhaps be better in a minute or two. No, said Arthur. I'll go to the hermitage, I think I've got some brandy there. There's a short road to it a little farther on, near the gate. If you'll just help me on. They walked slowly, with frequent pauses, but without speaking again. In both of them, the concentration in the present which had attended the first moments of Arthur's revival had now given way to a vivid recollection of the previous scene. It was nearly dark in the narrow path among the trees, but within the circle of fir trees round the hermitage there was room for the growing moonlight to enter in at the windows. Their steps were noiseless on the thick carpet of fir needles, and the outward stillness seemed to heighten their inward consciousness, as Arthur took the key out of his pocket and placed it in Adam's hand, for him to open the door. Adam had not known before that Arthur had furnished the old hermitage and made it a retreat for himself, and it was a surprise to him when he opened the door to see a snug room with all the signs of frequent habitation. Arthur loosed Adam's arm and threw himself on the ottoman. "You'll see my hunting bottle somewhere," he said. "A leather case with a bottle and glass in." Adam was not long in finding the case. "There's very little brandy in it, sir," he said, turning it downwards over the glass, as he held it before the window, "hardly this little glassful." "Well, give me that," said Arthur, with the peevishness of physical depression. When he had taken some sips, Adam said, "Hadn't I better run to Th house, sir, and get some more brandy? I can be there and back pretty soon. It'll be a stiff walk home for you, if you don't have something to revive you." "Yes, go. But don't say I'm ill. Ask for my man Pym, and tell him to get it from Mills, and not to say I'm at the hermitage. Get some water too." Adam was relieved to have an active task, both of them were relieved to be apart from each other for a short time. But Adam's swift pace could not still the eager pain of thinking, of living again with concentrated suffering through the last wretched hour, and looking out from it over all the new sad future. Arthur lay still for some minutes after Adam was gone, but presently he rose feebly from the ottoman and peered about slowly in the broken moonlight, seeking something. It was a short bit of wax candle that stood amongst a confusion of writing and drawing materials. There was more searching for the means of lighting the candle, and when that was done, he went cautiously round the room, as if wishing to assure himself of the presence or absence of something. At last he had found a slight thing, which he put first in his pocket, and then, on a second thought, took out again and thrust deep down into a waste-paper basket. It was a woman's little, pink, silk neckerchief. He set the candle on the table, and threw himself down on the ottoman again, exhausted with the effort. When Adam came back with his supplies, his entrance awoke Arthur from a doze. "That's right," Arthur said. "I'm tremendously in want of some brandy vigor." "I'm glad to see you've got a light, sir," said Adam. "I've been thinking I'd better have asked for a lantern." "No, no, the candle will last long enough, I shall soon be up to walking home now." "I can't go before I've seen you safe home, sir," said Adam, hesitatingly. "No, it will be better for you to stay, sit down." Adam sat down, and they remained opposite to each other in uneasy silence, while Arthur slowly drank brandy and water, with visibly renovating effect. He began to lie in a more voluntary position, and looked as if he were less overpowered by bodily sensations. Adam was keenly alive to these indications, and as his anxiety about Arthur's condition began to be allayed, he felt more of that impatience which every one knows who has had his just indignation suspended by the physical state of the culprit. Yet there was one thing on his mind to be done before he could recur to remonstrance, it was to confess what had been unjust in his own words. Perhaps he longed all the more to make this confession, that his indignation might be free again. And as he saw the signs of returning ease in Arthur, the words again and again came to his lips and went back, checked by the thought that it would be better to leave everything till tomorrow. As long as they were silent they did not look at each other, and a foreboding came across Adam that if they began to speak as though they remembered the past, if they looked at each other with full recognition, they must take fire again. So they sat in silence till the bit of wax candle flickered low in the socket, the silence all the while becoming more irksome to Adam. Arthur had just poured out some more brandy and water, and he threw one arm behind his head and drew up one leg in an attitude of recovered ease, which was an irresistible temptation to Adam to speak what was on his mind. "You begin to feel more yourself again, sir," he said, as the candle went out and they were half hidden from each other in the faint moonlight. "Yes, I don't feel good for much, very lazy, and not inclined to move. But I'll go home when I've taken this dose." There was a slight pause before Adam said, "My temper got the better of me, and I said things as wasn't true. I'd no right to speak as if you'd known you was doing me an injury, you'd no grounds for knowing it, I've always kept what I felt for her as secret as I could." He paused again before he went on. "And perhaps I judged you too harsh, I'm apt to be harsh, and you may have acted out thoughtlessness more than I should ha believed was possible for a man with a heart and a conscience. We're not all put together alike, and we may misjudge one another. God knows, it's all the joy I could have now, to think the best of you." Arthur wanted to go home without saying any more, he was too painfully embarrassed in mind, as well as too weak in body, to wish for any further explanation tonight. And yet it was a relief to him that Adam reopened the subject in a way the least difficult for him to answer. Arthur was in the wretched position of an open, generous man who has committed an error which makes deception seem a necessity. The native impulse to give truth in return for truth, to meet trust with frank confession, must be suppressed, and duty was becoming a question of tactics. His deed was reacting upon him, was already governing him tyrannously and forcing him into a course that jarred with his habitual feelings. The only aim that seemed admissible to him now was to deceive Adam to the utmost, to make Adam think better of him than he deserved. And when he heard the words of honest retractation, when he heard the sad appeal with which Adam ended, he was obliged to rejoice in the remains of ignorant confidence it implied. He did not answer immediately, for he had to be judicious and not truthful. "Say no more about our anger, Adam," he said, at last, very languidly, for the labor of speech was unwelcome to him. "I forgive your momentary injustice, it was quite natural, with the exaggerated notions you had in your mind. We shall be none the worse friends in future, I hope, because we've fought. You had the best of it, and that was as it should be, for I believe I've been most in the wrong of the two. Come, let us shake hands." Arthur held out his hand, but Adam sat still. "I don't like to say no to that, sir," he said, "but I can't shake hands till it's clear what we mean by't. I was wrong when I spoke as if you'd done me an injury knowingly, but I wasn't wrong in what I said before, about your behavior Hetty. And I can't shake hands with you as if I held you my friend the same as ever till you've cleared that up better." Arthur swallowed his pride and resentment as he drew back his hand. He was silent for some moments, and then said, as indifferently as he could, "I don't know what you mean by clearing up, Adam. I've told you already that you think too seriously of a little flirtation. But if you are right in supposing there is any danger in it, I'm going away on Saturday, and there will be an end of it. As for the pain it has given you, I'm heartily sorry for it. I can say no more." Adam said nothing, but rose from his chair and stood with his face towards one of the windows, as if looking at the blackness of the moonlit fir trees. But he was in reality conscious of nothing but the conflict within him. It was of no use now, his resolution not to speak till tomorrow. He must speak there and then. But it was several minutes before he turned round and stepped nearer to Arthur, standing and looking down on him as he lay. "It'll be better for me to speak plain," he said, with evident effort, "though it's hard work. You see, sir, this isn't a trifle to me, whatever it may be to you. I'm none o' them men as can go making love first to one woman and then another, and don't think it much odds which of them I take. What I feel for Hetty's a different sort o' love, such as I believe nobody can know much about but them as feel it and God as has given it to 'em. She's more nor everything else to me, all but my conscience and my good name. And if it's true what you've been saying all along, and if it's only been trifling and flirting as you call it, as LLB put an end to by your going away, why, then, I'd wait, and hope her heart you'd turn to me after all. I'm loath to think you'd speak false to me, and I'll believe your word, however things may look. You would be wronging Hetty more than me not to believe it, said Arthur, almost violently, starting up from the ottoman and moving away. But he threw himself into a chair again directly, saying, more feebly, you seem to forget that, in suspecting me, you are casting imputations upon her. Nay, sir, Adam said, in a calmer voice, as if he were half relieved, for he was too straightforward to make a distinction between a direct falsehood and an indirect one. Nay, sir, things don't lie level between Hetty and you. You're acting with your eyes open, whatever you may do, but how do you know what's been in her mind? She's all but a child, as any man with a conscience in him ought to feel bound to take care on. And whatever you may think, I know you've disturbed her mind. I know she's been fixing her heart on you, for there's a many things clear to me now as I didn't understand before. But you seem to make light what she may feel, you don't think that. Good God, Adam, let me alone. Arthur burst out impetuously, I feel it enough without your worrying me. He was aware of his indiscretion as soon as the words had escaped him. Well, then, if you feel it, Adam rejoined, eagerly. If you feel as you may put false notions into her mind, and made her believe as you loved her, when all the while you meant nothing, I've this demand to make of you, I'm not speaking for myself, but for her. I ask you to undeceive her before you go away. Y'aren't going away forever, and if you leave her behind with a notion in her head you're feeling about her the same as she feels about you, she'll be hankering after you, and the mischief may get worse. It may be a smart to her now, but it'll save her pain end. I ask you to write a letter, you may trust to my seeing as she gets it. Tell her the truth, and take blame to yourself for behaving as you'd no right to do to a young woman as isn't your equal. I speak plain, sir, but I can't speak any other way. There's nobody can take care Hetty in this thing but me. I can do what I think needful in the matter, said Arthur, more and more irritated by mingled distress and perplexity, without giving promises to you. I shall take what measures I think proper. No, said Adam, in an abrupt decided tone, that won't do. I must know what ground I'm treading on. I must be safe as you've put an end to what ought never to have been begun. I don't forget what's owing to you as a gentleman, but in this thing we're man and man, and I can't give up. There was no answer for some moments. Then Arthur said, I'll see you tomorrow. I can bear no more now, I'm ill. He rose as he spoke, and reached his cap, as if intending to go. You won't see her again. Adam exclaimed, with a flash of recurring anger and suspicion, moving towards the door and placing his back against it. Either tell me she can never be my wife, tell me you've been lying, or else promise me what I've said. Adam, uttering this alternative, stood like a terrible fate before Arthur, who had moved forward a step or two, and now stopped, faint, shaken, sick in mind and body. It seemed long to both of them, that inward struggle of Arthur's, before he said, feebly, I promise, let me go. Adam moved away from the door and opened it, but when Arthur reached the step, he stopped again and leaned against the doorpost. You're not well enough to walk alone, sir, said Adam. Take my arm again. Arthur made no answer, and presently walked on, Adam following. But, after a few steps, he stood still again, and said, coldly, I believe I must trouble you. It's getting late now, and there may be an alarm set up about me at home. Adam gave his arm, and they walked on without uttering a word, till they came where the basket and the tools lay. I must pick up the tools, sir, Adam said. They're my brother's. I doubt they'll be rusted. If you'll please to wait a minute. Arthur stood still without speaking, and no other word passed between them till they were at the side entrance, where he hoped to get in without being seen by any one. He said then, thank you, I needn't trouble you any further. What time will it be convenient for me to see you tomorrow, sir, said Adam. "You may send me word that you're here at 5 o'clock," said Arthur, "not before." "Good night, sir," said Adam. But he heard no reply. Arthur had turned into the house. Chapter 29. The next morning. Arthur did not pass a sleepless night, he slept long and well. For sleep comes to the perplexed, if the perplexed are only weary enough. But at 7 he rang his bell and astonished Pym by declaring he was going to get up, and must have breakfast brought to him at 8. "And see that my mare is saddled at 8:30, and tell my grandfather when he's down that I'm better this morning and am gone for a ride." He had been awake an hour, and could rest in bed no longer. In bed our yesterdays are too oppressive. If a man can only get up, though it be but to whistle or to smoke, he has a present which offers some resistance to the past, sensations which assert themselves against tyrannous memories. And if there were such a thing as taking averages of feeling, it would certainly be found that in the hunting and shooting seasons regret, self-reproach, and mortified pride weigh lighter on country gentlemen than in late spring and summer. Arthur felt that he should be more of a man on horseback. Even the presence of Pym, waiting on him with the usual deference, was a reassurance to him after the scenes of yesterday. For, with Arthur's sensitiveness to opinion, the loss of Adam's respect was a shock to his self-contentment which suffused his imagination with the sense that he had sunk in all eyes, as a sudden shock of fear from some real peril makes a nervous woman afraid even to step. Because all her perceptions are suffused with a sense of danger. Arthur's, as you know, was a loving nature. Deeds of kindness were as easy to him as a bad habit, they were the common issue of his weaknesses and good qualities, of his egoism and his sympathy. He didn't like to witness pain, and he liked to have grateful eyes beaming on him as the giver of pleasure. When he was a lad of 7, he one day kicked down an old gardener's pitcher of broth, from no motive but a kicking impulse, not reflecting that it was the old man's dinner. But on learning that sad fact, he took his favorite pencil case and a silver-hafted knife out of his pocket and offered them as compensation. He had been the same Arthur ever since, trying to make all offences forgotten in benefits. If there were any bitterness in his nature, it could only show itself against the man who refused to be conciliated by him. And perhaps the time was come for some of that bitterness to rise. At the first moment, Arthur had felt pure distress and self-reproach at discovering that Adam's happiness was involved in his relation to Hetty. If there had been a possibility of making Adam tenfold amends, if deeds of gift, or any other deeds, could have restored Adam's contentment and regard for him as a benefactor, Arthur would not only have executed them without hesitation, but would have felt bound all the more closely to Adam, and would never have been weary of making retribution. But Adam could receive no amends. His suffering could not be cancelled, his respect and affection could not be recovered by any prompt deeds of atonement. He stood like an immovable obstacle against which no pressure could avail. An embodiment of what Arthur most shrank from believing in, the irrevocableness of his own wrongdoing. The words of scorn, the refusal to shake hands, the mastery asserted over him in their last conversation in the hermitage, above all, the sense of having been knocked down, to which a man does not very well reconcile himself. Even under the most heroic circumstances, pressed on him with a galling pain which was stronger than compunction. Arthur would so gladly have persuaded himself that he had done no harm. And if no one had told him the contrary, he could have persuaded himself so much better. Nemesis can seldom forge a sword for herself out of our consciences, out of the suffering we feel and the suffering we may have caused. There is rarely metal enough there to make an effective weapon. Our moral sense learns the manners of good society and smiles when others smile, but when some rude person gives rough names to our actions, she is apt to take part against us. And so it was with Arthur. Adam's judgment of him, Adam's grating words, disturbed his self-soothing arguments. Not that Arthur had been at ease before Adam's discovery. Struggles and resolves had transformed themselves into compunction and anxiety. He was distressed for Hetty's sake, and distressed for his own, that he must leave her behind. He had always, both in making and breaking resolutions, looked beyond his passion and seen that it must speedily end in separation. But his nature was too ardent and tender for him not to suffer at this parting, and on Hetty's account he was filled with uneasiness. He had found out the dream in which she was living, that she was to be a lady in silks and satins, and when he had first talked to her about his going away, she had asked him tremblingly to let her go with him and be married. It was his painful knowledge of this which had given the most exasperating sting to Adam's reproaches. He had said no word with the purpose of deceiving her, her vision was all spun by her own childish fancy, but he was obliged to confess to himself that it was spun half out of his own actions. And to increase the mischief, on this last evening he had not dared to hint the truth to Hetty, he had been obliged to soothe her with tender, hopeful words, lest he should throw her into violent distress. He felt the situation acutely, felt the sorrow of the dear thing in the present, and thought with a darker anxiety of the tenacity which her feelings might have in the future. That was the one sharp point which pressed against him. Every other he could evade by hopeful self-persuasion. The whole thing had been secret, the Poysers had not the shadow of a suspicion. No one, except Adam, knew anything of what had passed, no one else was likely to know. For Arthur had impressed on Hetty that it would be fatal to betray, by word or look, that there had been the least intimacy between them, and Adam, who knew half their secret, would rather help them to keep it than betray it. It was an unfortunate business altogether, but there was no use in making it worse than it was by imaginary exaggerations and forebodings of evil that might never come. The temporary sadness for Hetty was the worst consequence. He resolutely turned away his eyes from any bad consequence that was not demonstrably inevitable. But Hetty might have had the trouble in some other way if not in this. And perhaps hereafter he might be able to do a great deal for her and make up to her for all the tears she would shed about him. She would owe the advantage of his care for her in future years to the sorrow she had incurred now. So good comes out of evil. Such is the beautiful arrangement of things. Are you inclined to ask whether this can be the same Arthur who, 2 months ago, had that freshness of feeling, that delicate honor which shrinks from wounding even a sentiment, and does not contemplate any more positive offense as possible for it? Who thought that his own self-respect was a higher tribunal than any external opinion? The same, I assure you, only under different conditions. Our deeds determine us, as much as we determine our deeds, and until we know what has been or will be the peculiar combination of outward with inward facts, which constitutes a man's critical actions, it will be better not to think ourselves wise about his character. There is a terrible coercion in our deeds, which may first turn the honest man into a deceiver and then reconcile him to the change, for this reason, that the second wrong presents itself to him in the guise of the only practicable right. The action which before commission has been seen with that blended common sense and fresh untarnished feeling which is the healthy eye of the soul, is looked at afterwards with the lens of apologetic ingenuity, through which all things that men call beautiful and ugly are seen to be made up of textures very much alike. Europe adjusts itself to a fait accompli, and so does an individual character, until the placid adjustment is disturbed by a convulsive retribution. No man can escape this vitiating effect of an offense against his own sentiment of right, and the effect was the stronger in Arthur because of that very need of self-respect which, while his conscience was still at ease, was one of his best safeguards. Self-accusation was too painful to him, he could not face it. He must persuade himself that he had not been very much to blame. He began even to pity himself for the necessity he was under of deceiving Adam. It was a course so opposed to the honesty of his own nature. But then, it was the only right thing to do. Well, whatever had been amiss in him, he was miserable enough in consequence, miserable about Hetty. Miserable about this letter that he had promised to write, and that seemed at one moment to be a gross barbarity, at another perhaps the greatest kindness he could do to her. And across all this reflection would dart every now and then a sudden impulse of passionate defiance towards all consequences. He would carry Hetty away, and all other considerations might go to. In this state of mind the 4 walls of his room made an intolerable prison to him, they seemed to hem in and press down upon him all the crowd of contradictory thoughts and conflicting feelings, some of which would fly away in the open air. He had only an hour or 2 to make up his mind in, and he must get clear and calm. Once on Meg's back, in the fresh air of that fine morning, he should be more master of the situation. The pretty creature arched her bay neck in the sunshine, and pawed the gravel, and trembled with pleasure when her master stroked her nose, and patted her, and talked to her even in a more caressing tone than usual. He loved her the better because she knew nothing of his secrets. But Meg was quite as well acquainted with her master's mental state as many others of her sex with the mental condition of the nice young gentlemen towards whom their hearts are in a state of fluttering expectation. Arthur cantered for 5 miles beyond the chase, till he was at the foot of a hill where there were no hedges or trees to hem in the road. Then he threw the bridle on Meg's neck and prepared to make up his mind. Hetty knew that their meeting yesterday must be the last before Arthur went away. There was no possibility of their contriving another without exciting suspicion, and she was like a frightened child, unable to think of anything. Only able to cry at the mention of parting, and then put her face up to have the tears kissed away. He could do nothing but comfort her, and lull her into dreaming on. A letter would be a dreadfully abrupt way of awakening her. Yet there was truth in what Adam said, that it would save her from a lengthened delusion, which might be worse than a sharp immediate pain. And it was the only way of satisfying Adam, who must be satisfied, for more reasons than one. If he could have seen her again. But that was impossible, there was such a thorny hedge of hindrances between them, and an imprudence would be fatal. And yet, if he could see her again, what good would it do? Only cause him to suffer more from the sight of her distress and the remembrance of it. Away from him she was surrounded by all the motives to self-control. A sudden dread here fell like a shadow across his imagination, the dread lest she should do something violent in her grief, and close upon that dread came another, which deepened the shadow. But he shook them off with the force of youth and hope. What was the ground for painting the future in that dark way? It was just as likely to be the reverse. Arthur told himself he did not deserve that things should turn out badly. He had never meant beforehand to do anything his conscience disapproved. He had been led on by circumstances. There was a sort of implicit confidence in him that he was really such a good fellow at bottom, Providence would not treat him harshly. At all events, he couldn't help what would come now, all he could do was to take what seemed the best course at the present moment. And he persuaded himself that that course was to make the way open between Adam and Hetty. Her heart might really turn to Adam, as he said, after a while, and in that case there would have been no great harm done, since it was still Adam's ardent wish to make her his wife. To be sure, Adam was deceived in a way that Arthur would have resented as a deep wrong if it had been practiced on himself. That was a reflection that marred the consoling prospect. Arthur's cheeks even burned in mingled shame and irritation at the thought. But what could a man do in such a dilemma? He was bound in honor to say no word that could injure Hetty, his first duty was to guard her. He would never have told or acted a lie on his own account. Good God! What a miserable fool he was to have brought himself into such a dilemma, and yet, if ever a man had excuses, he had. Pity that consequences are determined not by excuses but by actions. Well, the letter must be written, it was the only means that promised a solution of the difficulty. The tears came into Arthur's eyes as he thought of Hetty reading it. But it would be almost as hard for him to write it, he was not doing anything easy to himself, and this last thought helped him to arrive at a conclusion. He could never deliberately have taken a step which inflicted pain on another and left himself at ease. Even a movement of jealousy at the thought of giving up Hetty to Adam went to convince him that he was making a sacrifice. When once he had come to this conclusion, he turned Meg round and set off home again in a canter. The letter should be written the first thing, and the rest of the day would be filled up with other business, he should have no time to look behind him. Happily, Irwine and Gawain were coming to dinner, and by 12 o'clock the next day he should have left the chase miles behind him. There was some security in this constant occupation against an uncontrollable impulse seizing him to rush to Hetty and thrust into her hand some mad proposition that would undo everything. Faster and faster went the sensitive Meg, at every slight sign from her rider, till the canter had passed into a swift gallop. "I thought they said young Mester War took ill last night," said sour old John, the groom, at dinner-time in the servants' hall. "He's been ridin' fit to split the mare I, too this forenoon." "That's happen the symptoms, John," said the facetious coachman. Then I wish he wore let blood for tea, that's all, said John, grimly. Adam had been early at the chase to know how Arthur was, and had been relieved from all anxiety about the effects of his blow by learning that he was gone out for a ride. At 5 o'clock he was punctually there again, and sent up word of his arrival. In a few minutes Pym came down with a letter in his hand and gave it to Adam, saying that the captain was too busy to see him, and had written everything he had to say. The letter was directed to Adam, but he went out of doors again before opening it. It contained a sealed enclosure directed to Hetty. On the inside of the cover Adam read: "In the enclosed letter I have written everything you wish. I leave it to you to decide whether you will be doing best to deliver it to Hetty or to return it to me. Ask yourself once more whether you are not taking a measure which may pain her more than mere silence. There is no need for our seeing each other again now. We shall meet with better feelings some months hence. A.D. Perhaps he's right on not to see me, thought Adam. It's no use meeting to say more hard words, and it's no use meeting to shake hands and say we're friends again. We're not friends, and it's better not to pretend it. I know forgiveness is a man's duty, but, to my thinking, that can only mean as you're to give up all thoughts taking revenge. It can never mean as you're have your old feelings back again, for that's not possible. He's not the same man to me, and I can't feel the same towards him. God help me. I don't know whether I feel the same towards anybody. I seem as if I'd been measuring my work from a false line, and had got it all to measure over again." But the question about delivering the letter to Hetty soon absorbed Adam's thoughts. Arthur had procured some relief to himself by throwing the decision on Adam with a warning, and Adam, who was not given to hesitation, hesitated here. He determined to feel his way, to ascertain as well as he could what was Hetty's state of mind before he decided on delivering the letter. Chapter 30. The delivery of the letter. The next Sunday Adam joined the Poysers on their way out of church, hoping for an invitation to go home with them.